Sorry for late uploading. I'm single dog. Like now start like subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 1, Mysterious Forces on the Moon. East Blue. The blue sky and white clouds, the wind and the sun are beautiful. In the vast sea, a huge ship, the decoration of the bow is a huge fish head, and the whole body is divided into 3 layers. This boat is very different from other boats, its shape is more like a house floating on the sea. At the same time, on the side of the hull, the 4 characters Sea Restaurant are written. Barati is East Blue's best gourmet restaurant, and at the same time, it is also a relief place for the vast number of crew members who have died. But these 2 days, the restaurant seems to be very chaotic, because there is a waiter here. BD. Don't eat the guests' food. Ah. The spicy Poseidon legs I just made. Several chefs were looking angrily at a guy who was eating a piece of Sea King's thigh meat with an innocent face. This new handyman was so angry that he vomited blood, and all the dishes that he had to serve ran into his stomach without any slag left. You guy, have you starved to death in your last life? The yellow-haired brother with curly eyebrows is also full of madness, wishing to kill this straw hat boy. The meal he just made was also suffocated by 1 bite, it was just hateful. Belch. The straw hat boy patted his stomach and grinned expectantly. You are called Sanji, the dishes are so delicious, come and be my partner. You think too much. Sanji resisted the urge to hit someone and let out a puff of cigarette, but he really couldn't do anything about this guy, so he could only turn around and continue cooking. If it wasn't for seeing that the straw hat boy was thin and thin, he had a good personality apart from being greedy and gluttonous, and he insisted on the idea of not bullying children, he would have kicked this BD to death long ago. I'm so hungry, I want meat. Seeing that no one took care of him, the straw hat boy Luffy continued to shout, without the consciousness of a waiter, he was very righteous. Just stole the meat for more than a dozen people. Luffy said that he was only 3 full after eating, and his small expressions were all aggrieved. With this guy here, the restaurant will close sooner or later. Sanji's blue veins burst out, and the spatula in his hand was squashed a little. I'm so hungry, I want to eat meat. A certain straw hat boy is still jumping around in the kitchen, and the chefs look murderous. I officially inform you that you have been fired, go away. Looking at Luffy with sharp eyes, Sanji kicked him unbearably. Bang! Like a cannonball, he rushed out of the kitchen, and Luffy flew straight to a corner of the living room outside the kitchen. 3 knives with green algae heads, a long nose, and a beautiful orange-haired girl stared at Luffy who fell to the ground. No one came to help him, and they even thought about kicking him. It's here again, can't Luffy stop the meeting? Zoro, Usopp, and Nami were speechless. I was kicked more than a dozen times a day, and it's been several days before I can remember. If it goes on like this, it will be impossible to leave here in a few years. It's been a few days, have we been staying here? Usopp drooped his head, could not help but glanced at the sky outside, and said in a heavy tone, it will be dark in a few hours, and the terrifying Demon King will come again, but my strength has not recovered, how can I save this world? You are too boring, there is no Demon King. Nami's eyes were full of pretty eyes, and from time to time he looked at the melee number outside, but he couldn't see anything on his face, but his heart was full of tricks. The moon, if there is heaven, I will hit it sooner or later. Looking at the headlines of the newspaper, Zoro, who is determined to make his name famous in heaven, grins, his eyes are full of fiery determination. I really am. Looking at the long nose with a lot of lies, looking at the green algae head who is overpowering, and looking at the rubber man with his brain pumping, Nami feels more and more that there is no hope for his future. Heaven? Belmere, will you be there? With a heavy mind, Nami couldn't help but fall into his thoughts while watching the newspaper headlines, his beautiful eyes revealing sadness. In the 2-dimensional world, the speed of news spread exceeds the speed of the internet and the speed of light. Not to mention the kind of big event that affected the whole world, and even everyone in Shanghai was shocked. Newspaper headline, is there someone on the moon? Hell or heaven? The moon in Pirate World is big and round, and in recent days, many people have been able to see mushroom clouds exploding on the moon at night, which shocked too many people. As if someone were bombing the moon, 4 hours every night. Many people worry that if this continues, the moon will really explode completely. And the most incredible thing is that on the night before yesterday, the night of the full moon, an incomparably magnificent human-shaped phantom rose from the moon, as if the supreme god was showing his power. The phantom of the human figure is extremely vast, as if the big moon is very small in front of its figure, the only thing that can be seen clearly is the pair of Haki's unparalleled eyes. It's like a god's gaze, making everyone dare not look at him. For fear that the virtual shadow would not pay attention, he punched Shanghai, causing the world to collapse. As soon as this unimaginable thing happened, the world boiled that night. On the second day, the whole world was shocked. The world shakes. Grand Line shakes. Marie Joyce vibrates. All Marines, pirates, Revolutionary Army, major kingdoms, world government, etc. were all shocked, and they were all shocked by the magnificent figure rising from the moon. Are there really people on the moon? Are the explosions man-made these days? Too many people have affirmed this matter in their hearts, which has sparked unprecedented discussions, but it doesn't matter anymore. Most importantly, who is that magnificent phantom, Haki's awe-inspiring eyes? Are ghosts gods or demons? Is the moon hell or heaven? And now? On the moon. It looks like a barren place, but it has a terrifying breath. Haki's awe-inspiring ornate throne floated in the air, and a handsome and extraordinary man was sitting on it. The luxurious black robe has the imprint of the moon on it, mysterious and noble. Looking from a distance, the man's majesty like a god is swaying, and behind it is the background of the galaxy outlined by countless stars, and it is a stalwart incomparable. Below, there are countless small robots with small faces, solemn and solemn. In front of the robot, there are more than a dozen strange creatures with strange shapes. After waiting so long, it's time to start. The man on the throne spoke in a low voice, and the magnetic voice echoed on the moon. The man's deep eyes looked at the projection in front of him indifferently. If you look closely, the projection shows the scene not far from the restaurant on the sea. Their erect ship was speeding, and a small ship was drifting past. It was extremely clear. Anas, go, invite that person over. Yes, Lord Xiayat. Chapter 2. Boom. Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking in the restaurant, which immediately made the restaurant quiet. Zoro, Usopp, Nami, and the others all turned their heads to look. I saw a guest sitting at the window, with a broken glass under his feet, stood up in panic and looked out of the restaurant. What's wrong? Ah. Yes, it's the Crete pirate ship. A startled scream caused an uproar, and the faces of countless people showed panic, and they were all horrified. In East Blue, many people do not even know that there are such existences as the Four Emperors and Shishibukai. In their opinion, East Blue's strongest leader, Crick, is the most terrifying pirate. With a fleet of 5,000 people and 50 sailboats, this is definitely the strongest force that ordinary people can't imagine in East Blue. Really? Usopp was also taken aback, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He couldn't help but said to Luffy, it's over. Luffy, Zoro, let's run away. Wow, what a big ship. But Luffy looked out the window with excitement, not at all frightened. Zoro was also drinking in a very calm manner. Nami's big eyes rolled, and his footsteps couldn't help but retreat towards the corner. Crick. Red-footed Zepp also walked over, frowning slightly as he looked at the behemoth driving in front of him. This is, what happened? As the boat of the Crete pirates got closer, many people were startled. This huge ship was in ruins, as if it had been hit by a storm. Almost all of the rails and rods were broken and looked dilapidated. Such a big ship, damaged to such an extent, must have encountered some natural disaster. What? Sanji drank a cigarette and pondered as he watched the approaching ship. However, the next moment, before Sanji finished speaking, the cigarette fell to the ground involuntarily, his pupils shrank, as if he was shocked by seeing something incredible. Hey! I saw a blazing huge slashing wave in the distance, tearing apart the air strongly and whistling from afar. The huge slash of dozens of meters showed terrifying power, directly cutting the sea in front of it, and it swept across the Crete pirate ship like lightning. Boom! The huge pirate group turned into two halves like scraps of paper, and the terrifying aftermath washed it away. In an instant, hundreds of pirates were torn apart. Before Crick in the center of the ship could react, he was directly killed. Ah! The screams resounded on the wreckage on the sea, and the blue sea was instantly dyed red, and the sea opened its fangs like a beast, engulfing the pirates fiercely. Hiss! What shocked everyone in the restaurant at sea was that, from a distance of hundreds of meters to the Crick pirate ship, and then hundreds of meters away, the entire sea cracked a gap of hundreds of meters in length and breadth. There is still a sharp sword chi on it, which makes the scalp tingling from a distance. The entire sea restaurant was sluggish. Is it a hallucination? What did I just see? That big ship was cut open. A group of chefs and guests, watching this scene, only felt that their whole bodies were shaking, and some were even paralyzed on the ground. It can't be wrong. It's a slash. There is such a terrifying slash. Zoro couldn't keep his calm either. There is such a level of slash in the world. It's so exciting. Exciting. Hearing Zoro's words, both Nami and Usopp next to them recovered from their sluggishness, and both of them looked at Zoro in disbelief. All of Usopp's thoughts go blank. The terrorist attack just now, was man-made? Is the world that big? Nami is also absent-minded. This level of power is something she has never seen before. She originally thought that Arlong was invincible, after all, at least 10 times stronger than ordinary people, but the scene just now was telling. Arlong is a brother. Quick! Look, there's a boat coming over there. There was a sudden cry, and everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at each other immediately. The moment he saw the boat, the red-footed Jep's expression changed suddenly, followed by Zoro, who was also shocked. That's, can't go wrong. I saw a small boat in the distance crossed the wreckage and floated towards this side. There was a person sitting on that boat, carrying a long black knife, wearing a black trench coat, and a black top hat. The whole person was extremely cold. Gudu. Many people swallowed their saliva and looked terrified. From beginning to end, Hawkeye didn't do anything else, just floated over in a small boat, but everyone who looked at him had an inexplicable feeling of heart palpitations. It turned out to be him. The red-footed GP looked extremely solemn, and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect to be able to meet a person standing at the top of the sea in this East Blue today, and the slash just now was sent by him. He is the greatest swordsman in the world, my Hawk. The world's greatest swordsman." Even if you are not familiar with the name or the title of Hawkeye, just hearing the word world number one makes you feel awe-inspiring. Hawkeye. My Hawk. Zoro put his hand on the sword on his waist, staring at the man in the distance, his eyes flashing with inexplicable excitement. It's him, defeat him, and your reputation will be resounding in heaven. He's just, Hawkeye took the boat to the vicinity, looked coldly at the restaurant on the sea, his eyes stopped on Luffy's straw hat for a while, and then looked up to the sky. I saw a black spot high in the sky was rapidly descending. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air washed away in the sea, piercing the void extremely fast, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone stared at it and couldn't help but be surprised. It was a magnificent, black gold gate. Boom! The magnificent gate with a height of about 100 meters and a width of tens of meters landed on the sea, setting off a wave of waves. The raging wind and waves blew the entire sea restaurant hundreds of meters away. Only Hawkeye my Hawk's boat stood firmly in place. Everyone looked in horror at the giant gate that fell from the sky, like a sharp knife stuck in the sea, even the eagle-eyed eyes were filled with surprise. Crack! When the weather calmed down, everyone watched in astonishment, and suddenly the door shattered open. It shattered like a mirror and disappeared, leaving behind a huge black gold door frame. The next moment, before everyone could react, an extremely arrogant and unquestionable voice rang out from the door. Dracula my Hawk. By the order of the adults, I invite you to be a guest. Chapter 3. Suddenly. The whole sea is silent. Everyone in the restaurant on the sea stared blankly at the figure walking out of the magnificent giant gate, not only shocked by the way the giant gate appeared, but also shocked the people inside. Ah, what kind of creature is this? Hey, it doesn't seem to be human. When everyone was amazed, a person walked out of the giant gate. With a head like a dog, this fur-like creature gave East Blue a great impact. Oh, stupid human. The disdainful tone reverberated, and the person walking out of the edge of the giant gate was more than 3 meters tall, very indifferent. The entire head is a hunting dog, wearing a high hat with a crescent moon imprint on it, carrying a long cylindrical weapon, his hands seem to be wearing gauntlets, and the black dress is even more flamboyant. Your Excellency is the Supreme God, the Great Lord of the Moon. It's your honor to be seen by my adults. Anas looked at my Hawk coldly, raised his head arrogantly, and said slightly mockingly, the frog at the bottom of the well, who doesn't know the heights of the sky, is also worthy of the world's number one with a broken knife. Who is he? The captain of the space pirates, the big man who has traveled across more than a dozen planets. All the people present were indigenous people who had never even walked out of the planet, let alone Anas. Lord of the Moon? Interesting. My Hawk, who was about to draw a knife to kill the dog, put his hand down for a moment, but his mind was on the night of the full moon the day before yesterday and today's newspaper. The huge figure rising from the moon, even my Hawk can't calm down. If such a person really exists, he may have power beyond imagination. Thinking of this, the coffin board under my Hawk's feet slashed towards the giant gate, his eyes like a knife like a great master. It's ridiculous. Glancing at my Hawk's little broken boat, Anas spat at him, Laozi has seen countless strong men, and he has never seen you so poor. You can't even afford a boat, so what are you pretending to be? Everyone in the restaurant. In an instant, everyone was dripping with cold sweat. Who is this arrogant kobold? It's too much to be beaten. With such an arrogant tone, aren't you afraid of being cut off? Wow, what a big door. So cool. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, and Luffy shook his arms with excitement in his eyes. Under Anna's stunned gaze, Luffy's long hands grabbed both sides of the gate, and he rushed through the gate like a cannonball. Luffy. This idiot. Zoro, Nami, Usopp all vomit blood. I don't know what's behind the door, what if it's the sea, run over to find death. It's a hassle. Zoro took a deep breath, looked at my Hawk, looked at Anas, and finally put his eyes on Nami. Let's go Nami, even if this captain is an idiot, we can't leave him. Ah, good. Nami reacted and hurriedly went to sail the boat, but blood was dripping in his heart. Presumptuous, you. Anas was so angry that he pulled out the weapon behind him, and was about to enter the door to teach Luffy a lesson. Unexpectedly, there was a voice in his ear, and he stopped immediately. Don't worry about them, invite Hawkeye and all the chefs in. Yes, Lord Syayat. Under the pressure of the crowd, Anas hurriedly bowed and licked his face. Especially with his dog head, a living licking dog. However, in the next moment, Anas resumed his arrogant attitude, raised his head and said coldly without doubt, Hawkeye my Hawk, and all the cooks of this ship, come back with me. Remember, don't try to defy the gods. Hey! But before the words were finished, Zoro stepped on the top of the Golden Mary and said rudely, "The dog-headed man in front, please let me go and block the way." Ah! Hearing this, Anas's face darkened for a moment, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care about anyone, Lao Zi has endured you for a long time." Pfft! Almost instantly, Zoro felt a flash in front of his eyes, Anas disappeared in place, and a sharp pain came from his body. Seeing the belly pierced by a knife, everyone was stunned. Zoro, the famous pirate hunter of East Blue, was killed in seconds. "You are also worthy of ordering Lao Zi. Go in and be a slave." With a sneer, Anas's face was full of ferocity, he pulled out the sharp weapon from Zoro's abdomen, kicked it fiercely, and kicked it directly from the boat to the door. If it hadn't been abiding by the law recently, Anna's pirate temperament would have killed people long ago. Bang bang! With 2 feet in a row, the sluggish Nami and Usopp were also kicked into the giant gate. Whoosh! The figure flashed, Anna's landed directly on the restaurant on the sea, and his movements were neat and tidy. Glancing at the people who were still in shock, they said in a cold voice, "If you're not a cook, leave it to Lao Zi, this ship has been requisitioned by my lord." "BD, how can you kick NA?" Bang! Before Sanji could finish yelling, Jep immediately stepped forward and knocked him unconscious, and quickly said politely, "My lord, we can drive the boat over, and the chefs are willing to serve you, but these guests..." The dog-headed man in front of him is definitely not something he can resist, not to mention that Jep has just heard the dog-headed man clearly. Great God Tirming! These 4 words alone make people imagine that even if it is not the Shishibukai 4 emperors, they are terrifying powerhouses, and GP dares not have the least bit of resistance. "Jump off the boat now, or die." As soon as Anas's voice fell, all the guests hurriedly jumped into the sea, and the boats ran away one by one. So weak. Looking at Anna's speed and swordsmanship, which was the level of Vice Admiral of the General Headquarters, Mihawk had no interest, but jumped directly into the door, with a pair of eagle eyes looking forward to it. "I hope that the so-called Lord of the Moon in the door can let him enjoy himself, otherwise he will definitely kill the dog today." Crash! At the same time, under the wide eyes of everyone outside, the magnificent giant gate spread dozens of meters into the sea, and the huge door frame rushed towards the restaurant on the sea, and the giant door immediately engulfed the restaurant on the sea. Buzz! The next moment, as the guests trembled, the giant gate disappeared like a phantom, as if it had never existed. No, gone. Many people wiped their eyes and pinched themselves hard, and one person was extremely excited, wearing Captain Marine's clothes. "Hey, I'm Captain Fenbudi, East Blue, please report to headquarters as soon as possible." Hawkeye Mihawk appeared in East Blue, with a giant gate falling from the sky, and information about the moon. Chapter 4. Reporting to the Marshal, I have re-inquired about everyone present at the time, and everyone else agreed. Okay, invite everyone at the time to the headquarters to cooperate with the investigation. Yes, Marshal. After hanging up, Marshal Marine Sengoku's expression darkened a bit. He didn't care about Hawkeye or the Straw Hat Pirates, but the giant gate in the report and the people who walked out of the giant gate made him think about it. Supreme God? Great Moon Lord? The word moon instantly reminded him of the movement of the moon in the past 2 days, as well as the magnificent and boundless terrifying phantom rising from the moon. The kind of scene where everyone feels small. How can Sengoku not be touched? Sengoku, ask again, what happened to the Straw Hat Pirates? Garp, who was nibbling on the senbei, immediately became anxious. What did he hear just now? His grandson entered that gate and disappeared? It's a pity that Garp didn't even prepare for Luffy's life card. Now that Luffy is a pirate and disappeared, you can imagine how anxious Garp is. His grandson thief, that is his life. But what does a small pirate group that just went to sea have anything to do with you? Looking at the abnormal Garp, Sengoku doesn't care about it. Immediately, he looked at the people in the office and said, let me know. Grand Line and all Marines in the world will report immediately if they encounter a giant gate falling from the sky and a kobold in a black dress. Polusalino, notify the scientific force and see if we can develop technology for the moon. There is no delay. For some reason, when the word moon is mentioned now, Sengoku has a sense of crisis in his heart. It seems that a little carelessness will make Marine and even the world government collapse. Ah, Lord of the Moon, it's so scary. Kizaru grinned, and the dead fish eyes under the sunglasses were full of interest. It was so boring to clock into work every day. He really wanted to say something to Sengoku, pay 100 times more, and the moon will be scrapped. After flipping through the reported information a dozen times, Sengoku looked aside again. Crane, what do you think? The current information is too little to make judgments, but... Vice Admiral Staff Crane pondered slightly, glanced at the worried Garp, and then said, let's not mention the relationship between this Moon Lord and the moon, but the first time the target appeared is Eagle Eye, then there are 2 possibilities. First, this person is interested in swordsmanship. Second, this person is interested in the strong. But no matter which one chooses Hawkeye as the target, it proves that this person is extremely powerful, and it is not just to make friends, either to subdue and strengthen the force or to kill to avoid exposure. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes lit up. You mean, he is likely to continue looking for a goal next, which is to increase his power. Crane nodded and said, it is inferred from this that all the powerhouses who are not strong in the world may be his targets. Once the background is sufficient, this power will definitely surface. That's right, except for the 4 emperors, Shishibukai is the most likely. If all Shishibukai are subdued, then his power will not be weaker than the 4 emperors. Aokiji, who had been taking a nap, pulled down his blindfold, and also feeling a conspiracy. Forget it, let's report it first, we don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Thinking slightly, Sengoku decides to leave the matter to the 5 elders. The pirates can't handle it, he doesn't have the energy to handle the moon, just pay more attention. Luffy. Looking at the discussion, Garp's heart was about to fly to the moon. But Luffy entered the giant gate and disappeared without a trace, so Garp could only be anxious, and even considered whether to contact Drago and ask him to help him find it. The other side. Moon. The empty and barren moon gave everyone a great depression. Zoro. Are you okay? Damn BD, I'm going to beat him up. On the barren surface of the moon, Luffy, who was dancing happily, saw Zoro, who was seriously injured and bleeding, and immediately exploded. Luffy. Calm down for me. Nami punched Luffy hard, gritted his teeth and said, usually you can do whatever you want, but this time you have to shut me up. If you dare to take action, none of us will survive. Luffy clenched his fists as he watched Zoro and Usopp trembling in silence. Staring hard at the restaurant on the sea that passed through the gate and fell on the ground, he said unwillingly, why? That person is not that strong. Well, Luffy's intuition is very accurate. Anas, who is at the level of Vice Admiral in the General Headquarters, will not make Luffy, who is full of halo, despair. But you give me a good look and see where this is. This is the moon, tell me how to get back. Nami, who passed through the giant gate and landed on the moon, saw the endless desolation and the dark space. It seemed that someone was whispering in his ear, this is the moon, which made Nami desperate. She never dreamed that she would come to the moon one day. At such a distance, she would never go back in her life. Is this really the moon? Mihawk, not far away, was also shocked. If there are no exceptions, the blue water polo in the extreme distance is Qinghai, and the small water polo that seems to be able to be cut with a knife turns out to be the vast world where he has lived for decades. For the first time, he felt his own powerlessness. The incomparably vast world of pirates is so small, what about him in the world? Ants? Hurry up and get down with you guys. The restaurant on the sea passed through the giant gate and landed on the moon. Anas looked at the sluggish people and couldn't help but say proudly, a group of natives, the mere moon will scare you. Laozi has been to more than a dozen planets, am I proud? Everyone. Mihawk couldn't help frowning slightly, even this kind of thing has been to more than a dozen planets? Sure enough, am I sitting in the well and watching the sky? Don't be stunned, come with me, the adults are waiting. Anas waved his hand for everyone to follow. When he passed Luffy, he looked at Luffy's angry eyes and couldn't help sneering, what? Want to kill me? I tell you clearly, as long as you dare to take action, you will never want to go back in your life. Luffy. Nami pulled Luffy, Usopp covered Luffy's mouth tightly, Zoro also stood up and blocked in front of Luffy, holding the knife tightly, resisting the killing intent. If possible, Zoro really wants to kill this dog-headed man with a knife. But no. Insults, serious injuries, all their dreams are in the world of pirates. If you can't go back, it will be worse than death. Ah. Feeling the killing intent of several people, Anas snorted coldly, then ignored it and moved on. Mihawk glanced at Luffy and the others, ignored it, and followed Anas. Sanji, take them, don't let them run around. Zap couldn't help reminding him that he knew Luffy too well these days and was really afraid that this guy would mess up. Miss Nami, are you alright? Sanji rushed over attentively, and Nami remained silent. Looking at the extremely heavy people, Sanji shook his head slightly and said, although it's a little uncomfortable to say that, I still need to remind you that no matter what happens in a while, as long as you don't die, don't do it. This is not East Blue. No one will collect the corpses for you. Life is the most important thing. The moment it was determined that this was the moon, Sanji realized the reality. Resistance is useless, even if you win, you can't go back, you still have to wait for death, it is better to understand the situation first. Ha, I'm not going to die. Zoro grinned, and as he spoke, the wound in his abdomen opened a little further. Hey, green algae head, don't you wrap it up. Don't worry about it, stinky cook. Chapter 5. In the midst of the commotion, the silent Luffy followed a few people to catch up with Anna's group. After walking straight for about 10 minutes, everyone followed Anna's and jumped into a deep crater on the moon. Surprisingly, the deep crater was bright. After walking in the pit for a few minutes, Mihawk couldn't help but be surprised that in front of the interior of the deep pit, a magnificent and quaint gate stands. Two strangely shaped creatures were patrolling the door, and there were more than a dozen small robots tinkering with the door. Captain Annas, you are back, my lord has been waiting for a long time, come in quickly. A lion-headed black-robed man glanced at everyone and said, and like the pig-headed man beside him, he had a crescent badge on his black clothes. Listen to me, all of you. Be honest when you see the adults. Just say whatever the adults ask. Do you hear me? After the words were finished, Anas was too lazy to say anything and immediately walked into the door when he saw that there was no response from the crowd. As soon as everyone entered, there was a thick historical atmosphere blowing towards them, and it was transparent and bright from a distance. Rows of small robots on both sides of the wide street are alert, and at a glance, they can't see the edge. Not far away are the tall and simple and elegant buildings, as if immersed in an ancient city for more than 1,000 years. It's amazing. Although it is not very popular, it is difficult to hide the prosperity and magnificence of this city. The most surprising thing to everyone is that the blazing energy is overflowing in the sky above the city, as if the thunder is rolling. Unidentified buildings full of technology are buzzing, and various strange lights illuminate the entire ancient city warmly and brightly. It is hard to imagine that the interior of the barren moon is so gorgeous. It's a miracle here. A chef sighed and followed Anas down the street. 10 minutes later. Lord Xia, someone brought it here. The tallest building, the summit of Yukyang. The spacious and bright hall is full of luxury. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, an ethereal figure was standing. Even with his back to the crowd, he couldn't help but make people nervous. This man is so strong. Especially when Mihawk saw this person, he was even more nervous, as if he had encountered an unprecedented powerful enemy. It's not Shanks' haki, nor Kaido's wild, nor Whitebeard's aura. It is a stalwart that makes the soul tremble. Anas, well done. A magnetic and rich voice sounded. Xia did not comment much on Anas' character, but did not hesitate to praise him for his loyalty. Since he wore the pirate moon, the only thing he is satisfied with is the loyal minister in front of him. What? Hearing Xia's words, Anas screamed amidst everyone's astonishment, his whole body trembled with excitement, and he fell to the ground and cried. Woo! My supreme god, my great moon lord Xia! How exciting it is to receive your compliment as your faithful believer, please forgive my rudeness. Saying that, Anas lay on the ground and kissed the ground fiercely. With a face full of intoxication, he said, Ah! This is the territory of Lord Xia, look! What a fragrant and beautiful land, only you who rule the moon are worthy of all this. My lord, my excited heart can't be calm, please give me an order, even if you want me to die, I will die without regret. Looking at Anas lying on the ground like a super-licking dog, Zoro and the others couldn't help being sluggish. What about your previous arrogance? What about your previous pride? Looking at Anas with a high face, even Mihawk couldn't help twitching his eyelids. He had to admit that with such subordinates, he was really reluctant to fight, reluctant to scold. After all, talent. Can you say a few more words? Xia was also stunned for a few seconds, and then said, Go back, Anas. Yes, Lord Xia. Anas stood up instantly, and disappeared in place the next moment, without any hesitation. Hello. Xia turned around, her handsome face stunned everyone, especially her eyes as deep as a galaxy, and the crescent emblem on her black robe made her look quite noble. The most astonishing thing is that it is different from the imagined villains such as brutality and evil. The first impression of Xia is that she is like a king who is noble and elegant. It makes people feel like a spring breeze, and it makes people feel a little bit of awe, but there is no maliciousness. If it's really God, but that's it? Definitely not that simple. The sudden eagle eye was vigilant. He had been playing in the pirate world for decades, and he knew too well the attitude of those strong men. Even the strange redhead is arrogant in his heart, and he will never look like this kind of harmless human and animal. Next moment, Xia raised her eyelids slightly, meeting for the first time, let's have a greeting. Boom! The terrifying momentum suddenly erupted, like a galaxy pressing down. There was a roar that shook the sky and the earth in the surrounding space, and the sky and the earth paled in an instant. Click! In an instant, it was as if the world was in turmoil, the void was shattering, the surrounding space was unbearable, and it was crushed into dense cracks. Boom bang bang! In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Mihawk, was crushed to the ground by the tyrannical momentum of Ultimate. Everyone's feelings are different, the stronger the pressure, the greater the pressure, and everyone has no strength to struggle. But under such a terrifying momentum, no one fainted, but they all realized what Kamui is like a prison. What? Mihawk's eyes were bloodshot, desperately trying to stand up. But even if the blue veins burst out, even if all haki vented, even if the sword intent was vertical and horizontal, he would still kneel on the ground like an ant and roar. As if all the power was so small, Mihawk couldn't believe it. Grandpa, no, it's scarier than Grandpa. The nerves were as big as Luffy, and he felt a boundless fear in his heart, and this fear was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Under the terrifying momentum, no one was in a coma, but the whole body trembled in pain, as if death was in sight. Call. The momentum came and went quickly. After only a few seconds, everyone was relieved and lay on the ground panting for the rest of their lives. It was as if the world had collapsed, and everything had disappeared, leaving only the chilling darkness that no one wanted to experience. How about this welcome gift? Looking at the paralyzed crowd, Xiaya spoke calmly. Everyone can't help but shudder. Is this a meeting gift? Get off the horse. The handsome young man just now became the big devil in everyone's heart. Chapter 6. It's been 5 years, and it's really not been a day. Looking at some familiar faces, Xiaya couldn't help but fall into memories. After he woke up drunk, he directly landed on the moon in the pirate world. Facing the barren land and empty space, the whole person only felt lonely. Some irresponsible system told him that this is the world of pirates, and directly rewarded him with a small world in a language grandmaster and left it alone. The small world is a storage space where life and death can enter, and sufficient food and clothes are prepared in it, so Xiaya spent 4.5 years alone. Languages grandmaster, are you happy? Xiaya seriously suspects that this is the system training his will and stamina. Is this really a test? Xiaya's heart was gradually smoothed, and she looked at the distant world of pirates every day, and looked forward to the arrival of Chuanji Thor every day, so that she could have the opportunity to go there. But after a year has passed, Xiaya is a little weak, and the boundless emptiness makes his heart die. At the age of 20, he wore the moon to the moon, and 5 years seemed like a century, which made him lonely, sad, desperate, until now, calm. Half a year ago, after the cosmic pirates and Annas landed on the moon due to the exhaustion of the spacecraft's energy, the system woke up again. The Lord of the Moon. The system directly threw him a title and left it alone again. Xiaya led Annas and his group to dig the moon, excavated the ancient city, and activated a bunch of robots with it. Then collect resources, repair the spaceship, and attempt to go to the pirate world. A few days ago, the system suddenly recovered, and Xiaya started planning. Host, Xiaya. Title, Lord of the Moon. Privilege, Life and Death. Strength, 4-star intermediate combat power outside the moon. Item, Small world with you. Customize any door. Bright moon badge. Lord of the Moon, host is immortal and immortal on any moon and within 100 miles of the moon. Omniscient and omnipotent. Absolutely invincible. Life and death, control the life and death of all your subordinates. Have all the strengths of your subordinates. The above is the panel of Xiaya. The moon and the radius of hundreds of miles are the invincible fields of Xiaya. Within this range is the almighty true God, but hundreds of miles away from the moon, Xiaya only possesses all the strengths of his subordinates. Even if his subordinates die, he still has it. The so-called life and death are seized, with all the strengths under his command. It refers to the subordinate's ability, physique, exercises, blood, lifespan, and all related strengths, and even combat experience, and is perfectly integrated into Xiaya. Waiting for 5 years, not bad. This is a privilege that Xiaya is satisfied with. Assuming that there are 100 million ordinary people under his command, even if each person has a combat power of 1, then Xiaya's combat power is 100 million. So in the early stage, it is stable, and in the later stage, you can wave freely. The specially made random door is a reward a few days ago. It can be opened anywhere on the moon and the surrounding world. The size is controllable, the shape is controllable, the appearance method is controllable, and it cannot be damaged. If you die outside the moon will explode directly. But as long as Xiaya doesn't die, the moon won't be destroyed. You ask that since Xiaya is omnipotent on the moon, why not transform the moon? Because, the system task limit. Main Quest 1, capture or kill all Shishibukai. Reward the right to transform the moon. Main Quest 2, conquer or kill all 4 emperors. Reward Minjio cloth. Cannot be damaged. Double the strength. Main Quest 3, capture or kill the top of the revolutionary army. Reward bright moon sword. Cannot be damaged. Double the strength. Main Quest 4, capture or kill the top marines. Reward the throne of the moon. Cannot be damaged. Double the strength. The ultimate mission 5, destroy the world government and dominate the pirate world. Turn the moon into a power center. Reward title, Lord of the Navigation World. Reward item, second lunar space gate. There are 5 main quests. For Xiaya, as long as the early stage is stable, there is only one difficulty, and that is the problem of how to conquer talents. After all, the future is a sea of countless stars, and Xiaya is thirsty for talents. But some talents would rather die than obey. Some hard-headed people are unwilling to surrender even if they pretend to surrender. It's a pity to kill such people. If they don't kill them, then they will be locked up for 500 years. For example, Mihawk. What did you ask me to do? Not interested in anything at all. Mihawk's voice, which had recovered slightly, was cold. The momentum just now is like the crushing of the soul. If his will is a little weaker, he may collapse. But he does not believe in the supreme God that Annas said, because he is an atheist, but he can really feel the power of Xiaya. Do you know how big the world is? Hawkeye Mihawk. When he came back to his senses, Xiaya sat down, and under the stunned eyes of the crowd, a gorgeous throne emerged from the lower body, and a phantom like a full moon appeared behind it, making people dazed. Countless star images are miniatured by the side, which makes people feel terrifying. Swordsman, chopping wood and cracking stone, swordsman, chopping steel and iron, great swordsman, splitting mountains, breaking seas, and breaking the sky. Xiaya's words brightened Zoro's eyes. While Mihawk was in doubt, Xiaya said, so, someone can cut the world with one sword, time and space with one sword, and create the world with one sword, do you believe it? How is this possible? Mihawk blurted out, but Xiaya said calmly, the swordsman knows that the swordsman can cut iron, how is it possible? The swordsman knows that the great swordsman can cut the sky, how is it possible? There is no end to the strong, what do you say? There is no end to the strong. Everyone was shocked, even Luffy listened with relish and even wanted to eat meat. Zoro also listened with enthusiasm. If one day he broke the world with a sword, then it would be heaven, wouldn't it be enough to split it and jump in? Been taught a lesson. After being silent for a while, Mihawk said earnestly, then took a deep breath, slowly pulled out the black knife knight, stared at Xiaya and said coldly. I have been defeated and powerless in my life, but I have never seen the realm above the great swordsman. Just let me see and see, even if I die, I have no regrets. Boom. The terrifying sword intent burst out directly inside the moon, and the powerful momentum bloomed directly here, as if hundreds of millions of knives were madly cutting around. In an instant, the ground cracked open, and the surrounding walls were instantly covered with dense cracks. Due to the good momentum control, they all pressed towards Xiaya, but Jep and the others behind him could still feel the despairing power beyond imagination. Chapter 7. Nice momentum. Xiaya's simple review, the clouds are light and the wind is light. How to conquer Hawkeye? Does he have any weaknesses? Yes, and it's easy. Hawkeye's dedication to kendo is the same as Luffy's to One Piece, as long as he can become stronger, everything is easy to say. You said so much, didn't you just want to subdue me? Mihawk's cold voice resounded, and he didn't believe that Xiaya invited him here for tea, let alone to make friends. The arrogance that belongs to the world's largest swordsman is unabashedly vented here, and all the power is gathered in his hands. Then let's take a look, either let me see a stronger kendo, or, die. Determined and decisive, Mihawk is never afraid of those who are stronger than him, but is willing to respect those who are stronger than him in swordsmanship. If Xiaya's sword is not sharp enough, Mihawk will not bow his head even if he dies. Whoosh! The moment the words fell, Mihawk, no matter where it was, immediately slashed towards Xiaya with all his strength. Hey! The atmosphere was directly torn apart, as if the sky was torn apart. The terrifying sword chi descended like a flaming crescent moon, tens of meters in majesty, ripples in the void, and the sharp edge on it was enough to split mountains and seas. Just when the terrifying sword energy hit, Xiaya's eyes lifted slightly, and the mighty force was washing away. In silence. All the sword energy suddenly dissipated and turned into nothingness. I hope you are still sharp. Xiaya spoke calmly, and without waiting for Mihawk's response, she raised her hand slightly. Raise your hand, change the world. In the next moment, everyone's eyes are full of flowers. From the bright and magnificent Millennium City, back to the barren surface of the moon. Once again, seeing the blue planet very far away, many people were terrified. What they saw and heard today was really dreamy. Wow, it's out, so fast. How did you do it? When he came out again, Luffy regained his nerves instantly, and even wanted to run to Xiaya's side to ask. Luffy. Zoro, Usopp, and the others were holding Luffy tightly, eager to press him into the ground. This idiot, forgot the meeting ceremony just now? Do you really think that the Lord of the Moon is easy to talk to? You don't need a knife. Ignoring the collapse of the sword energy, let alone the horror of Xiaya teleporting with everyone, Mihawk's focus is only on the sword. All he cares about is stronger swordsmanship, not stronger people. What do you think is above the great swordsman? Xiaya asked back, thinking about how to fool around. For Mihawk, a guy who only recognizes swords, if he is strong, he can't conquer 100%, but it's too difficult to just fool around. Do you really think Mihawk is an idiot? Crushing me with a knife is above the great swordsman. Mihawk spoke confidently and expectantly. He thought that his road to a great swordsman had come to an end, but as Xiaya said, there is no end to the strong, and the swordsman who is stronger than him is above the great swordsman. The strength of the swordsman, apart from the sword intent and haki, is nothing more than speed, skill, and strength. Seeing Mihawk's silence, Xiaya continued, then, feel it, everything above the great swordsman. Chong! A sound of gold rang out, and Zoro, who was not far away, froze, and an ordinary long knife on his body flew out instantly and landed directly in Xiaya's hands. You use this knife. Looking at the weapon in Xiaya's hand, Mihawk felt underestimated. It's not even a good and fast knife, you must know that the quality of the weapon is also one of the strengths of the swordsman. On top of the great swordsman, speed. Ignoring Mihawk, Xiaya was a little serious and rushed directly to Mihawk. Boom! The ground shattered, and in an instant, Xiaya's figure disappeared in place. The surrounding space is distorted, and Mihawk's pupils shrivel as they pass by. Scoff! Under the horror of Zoro and others, Mihawk's left hand sword and blood splashed. The surrounding airflow formed huge air waves at a terrifying speed, churning like a storm, directly blasting Mihawk out. Hey! Halfway through, Mihawk flew 100 meters upside down, slid on the ground with a knife in his right hand, and looked at Xiaya in disbelief, ignoring his broken hand. Twisted space. Absolutely right. The terrifying speed just now was not caused by any ability, but pure physical speed. That kind of space-distorting speed, even Mihawk couldn't catch it in time, and his body reaction couldn't keep up. This is simply unbelievable, and Zoro and others are even more shocked. What they care about is that the world's largest swordsman breaks his hand. On top of the great swordsman, skill. Holding the knife in reverse, Xiaya hit Mihawk far away from a distance of hundreds of meters. Whoosh! An extremely sharp sword energy, as delicate as needle and thread, directly ripped open the atmosphere, and galloped towards Mihawk for hundreds of meters vertically and horizontally. The sword condensed into silk, and the majestic sword energy became silk threads. The terrifying sword chi of hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters has been condensed into a line, which is enough to cut everything apart, which is absolutely terrifying. And extremely fast. Incredibly fast. The quick Mihawk's body couldn't keep up, and he didn't have time to dodge. As soon as he raised the knife, the sword chi flew in, crushing it down with a terrifying cutting force. Crack! In an instant, under Mihawk's horror, the world-renowned supreme sword Heideoya was directly cut in half. Shoot! The sword energy did not stagnate, and after cutting the black knife in half, it cut off Mihawk's right hand. Condensing the sword into silk is 10 times or even 10 times the horror of conventional sword energy. It is the same as the line Aaron car, and the speed is increased by 10 times. What armed color! What a great knife! All of them are like thin paper in front of the sword energy that condenses the sword into silk. Chapter 8. What? Nami and the others exclaimed, dripping with cold sweat. The one who was unattainable in their eyes, the world's largest swordsman who was invincible in the pirate world, was as small as an ant in front of Xiaya. One sword, cut off the left hand. One sword, cut off the right hand. The world's largest swordsman, abolished. What's the use of my efforts? Zoro's sky also seemed to collapse, and even more powerless than Mihawk, he slumped to the ground, his eyes were blank. The world's #1 swordsman, whom he desperately pursued, was so weak, so what if he became the #1 in the world? What qualifications does he have to make his reputation resounding in heaven? Beyond the great swordsman, strength. Without stagnation, Xiaya swings the knife at Mihawk again. Crack! Under Mihawk's sluggish expression, the space in front collapsed directly, and Xiaya's unimaginable power release shattered the unseen space. Chi chi chi! The dense black cracks are displayed in front of everyone, and people can't help but tingle their scalps at a glance, as if anything can be wiped out. The harsh shattering sound resounded on the moon, and the ground ahead was crumbling and annihilating one after another, rushing towards Mihawk like a tsunami. No one can calm down in front of this kind of power, even if Kaido comes, he will still die. The power that is enough to shock everyone is displayed on the moon. What? The world's greatest swordsman, ridiculous. This is Mihawk's thoughts at the moment, those sharp eyes that make people afraid to look directly, how dim at the moment. He never thought. With pure physical physique. Speed warps space. Sword chi condensed into silk. Swing the sword and crash the space. Just when the sword chi of the collapsed space was about to fall on Mihawk, a vast power rose up on Xiaya, and then the sword chi suddenly dissipated, and the cracked space was instantly calmed down. Only Xiaya was left standing in the distance, calm. Quiet. Everyone is sluggish, Xiaya's existence makes people doubt life. Strength, speed, skill, any of them reaches the ultimate, it is above the great swordsman. Xiaya's words echoed around, in fact, Xiaya really didn't know what was above the great swordsman. Maybe it was the sword domain, maybe it was the sword world, but Xiaya's words were not wrong. The performance just now was not something that a great swordsman could do. Thanks. There was a long silence, and that was all Mihawk could say, his voice a little bitter. Although I saw a stronger kendo and found a way forward, this kind of blow is not something that ordinary people can bear. What's more, he has broken both hands and even the knife, so what can he do? Have you seen it? The vast world you know is so small now. Xiaya came calmly and motioned Mihawk to look at the blue planet far away, and there are billions and billions of such worlds. One Piece? The world's greatest swordsman? Draw a world map? Become a warrior? All Buell. Even if it succeeds, it's still a frog at the bottom of the well. Everyone. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji were instantly furious. But when they met Xiaya's star-like gaze and glanced at the tiny planet, everyone couldn't help but feel powerless. It's not that I gave up my dream, but... I can't beat it. Submit, I will show you a wider sky. Xiaya looked at Mihawk, thinking in her heart, it should be a success. I'm so arrogant, if you don't surrender, you can only be suppressed for 500 years. Do you want someone like me too? Looking at the broken hands, Mihawk laughed at himself. He's not red-haired, and he's very carefree with one broken hand, but he has two broken hands, and he won't be able to do a single haircut in the future. Idiot! What kind of existence the adults are? Anna's jumped out at some point, pointed at Mihawk's nose and spat, if you surrender, you can be resurrected even if you die. It's just two hands, even if you lose your chickens, you can still recover. Mihawk! Damn it! You have no chicken. What are you waiting for? Kneel down and surrender. And you, if you don't surrender, you will all die, and even destroy your planet, and nothing will grow. Anna's made a strong assist and roared at Mihawk, Zoro, and others. The cosmic pirates he led met Xiaya as soon as they landed on the moon, and then they were tortured and killed countless times, killed and resurrected, resurrected and killed again. He died dozens of times without saying a word. Then, everyone in the space pirates became licking dogs. But in Anna's heart, Mihawk and these people are all rubbish, but the Lord of the Moon has too few subordinates, and he must have more subordinates, otherwise, how can he reflect the stalwart of my lord? What is your goal? Mihawk looked at Xiaya stubbornly. After Xiaya's 3 attacks, he understood that the world of pirates was unstoppable, and it was understandable to be called a god. He also once gave up his dignity in order to become stronger, and being just a younger brother is not absolutely unacceptable. Shut up! Why are you talking so much? It is an honor for you to be seen by adults, and you have seen the swordsmanship you want to see. Do you want to go back on it? Anna's is very dissatisfied, the Lord is the Lord of the Moon, and he has not even said a few words to him, are you worthy? Kneeling and licking is all it takes, is it annoying to ask this or that? Xiaya really doesn't want to say anything. She has said so much just now. Do you still want to talk about life and ideals with Mihawk? Although he had been holding back for 5 years and wanted to talk to people, he still had to maintain a sense of mystery. Chapter 9. Call. Mihawk took a deep breath, thinking about the kendo that he had no way of entering, thinking about how he once knelt on the ground in order to become stronger, begging others to accept his disciples, and thinking about this increasingly boring world. Yes, once you could give up your dignity in order to become stronger, why can't you now? After waiting a few seconds for silence, Mihawk took a deep breath to adjust his mentality. Then think of stronger kendo, think of a wider world, and then under the gaze of Zoro and others. Get down on one knee. Me. Dracula Mihawk. I swear by the way of swordsmanship, I will be loyal to you forever, Lord of the Moon. Nice job. Xiaya's heart is full of admiration, it's not worth his words, and he's not worth the 5 years of waiting. Conquering Mihawk at the start is his biggest reward in the past 5 years. What about you? Hurry down on your knees. Otherwise, you'll all die. Anna's is like a violent hound, looking at Zoro and the others is very unhappy. These people are babbling, what's the matter? Still want to haggle? I do not. As soon as Luffy opened his mouth, he was instantly suppressed by Nami's terrifying fist, and then looked at Xiaya and smirked, Great Lord of the Moon, we are willing to surrender to you. After he finished speaking, he whispered to Luffy and the others, you don't want to die. What is dignity in front of your life, don't you want your dreams, hurry up and kneel. If you don't explain it to Luffy, Nami absolutely believes that he will rush to fight with Xiaya, and everything will be over by then. This is not a pirate world, there is nowhere to escape. We surrender. Pressing hard on Sanji to make him kneel, Zepp also knelt down, and a group of cooks behind him collapsed. I surrender. Nami and Usopp knelt down and pulled Luffy and Zoro by the way, but they were as stubborn as cows and couldn't pull it. Very well, don't surrender. Looking at the stubborn Luffy and Zoro, Anna sneered, come on. Crash. The next moment, a large swarm of small robots surged out from the deep hole of the moon, and there was no end in sight, and there were more than a dozen strange-shaped creatures. Kill everyone here and leave none. Yes, Lord Annas. In an instant, everyone charged towards everyone with murderous intent. Xiaya narrowed her eyes and didn't care. Don't want. Usopp roared and said quickly, Luffy. Zoro. Surrender. Is your dream gone? Is dignity so important in your eyes? No, it's not a matter of dignity anymore. Just because the two do not surrender, everyone will die, it really means nothing. What? Luffy, whose dignity was being persecuted, roared unwillingly. No matter how stupid he is, he understands that Xiaya is not something he can fight against, but because of this, Luffy's anger has reached the ultimate. Endless indignation cannot be vented. He can't shoot, not only can't succeed, but also can't return to the world of pirates, all his dreams will become fantasy. Luffy stared at Xiaya, and a terrifying will rose up. Boom. In an instant, the world lost its color. The invisible force centered on Luffy, swept towards the surrounding frantically, and even purple lightning was roaring, which was shocking for a while. Before the momentum swept away, Xiaoya raised her hand slightly, and everything was calm. Conquerors. Mihawk glanced at Luffy in surprise, and the others were stunned. Why did he feel such a terrible feeling just now? What did Luffy do? Xiaoya can't help but be satisfied. Conquerors is here. Bang bang. With two kneeling sounds, Luffy and Zoro clenched their fists tightly, lowered their heads, and their eyes were bloodshot. Ever since I was a child, I have never experienced such a feeling of powerlessness. Everything is my own, too weak. They swore never to experience it again. Anas, take them down, 1 room per person. Yes, Lord Xiaoya. Glancing at Luffy and others, Xiaoya lost interest. Among these people, Xiaoya is only optimistic about Zoro. This is a real man who can shine in any world. As for Luffy, although he is talented, and the protagonist Halo is invincible in the pirate world, if it were placed in another world, with his character, he might not survive for 3 days. In my name, all things will recover. As soon as Xiaoya's voice fell, Nami and the others who had just stood up widened their eyes, and Mihawk, who was a little depressed, was even more shocked. I saw Mihawk's broken hand disappeared instantly and regrown on him, and the splashed blood disappeared. What's even more incredible is that the broken Black Knife Knight is also restored as before. Thank you, my lord. Mihawk calmed down and spoke. His mind was a little confused, and he couldn't understand what kind of power this was. Is it true that Anas has been to dozens of planets? Get up and get familiar with the moon. Yes, my lord. After returning to the interior of the moon. This is the Minjiao badge, which represents identity. Distributing the bright moon badge to all the newcomers, Xiaoya immediately disappeared in place when she saw everyone's shocked expression when they touched the badge. Not to mention all the functions of the moon badge. But one of the functions of the bright moon badge is the medium for Xiaoya's fusion of strength. Xiaoya directly entered the different space that she created. System, Strength Fusion. Chapter 10. Boom. After putting down the title of Lord of the Moon, Xiaoya, who was originally a 4-star midterm strength, is improving at the speed of a rocket. Straw Hat Crew, the Sea Restaurant Crew, and Hawkeye. Ability. Physique. Haki. Fencing. Will. Vitality. Spiritual energy. Body energy. Battle experience. Battle awareness. And many more. All the strengths of everyone are constantly intertwined and integrated in Xiaoya. 4-star late stage. 4-star peak. Boom. 5-star. Sword intent rises. The sword is in full swing. Haki hurricane. Physique soars. From the middle of the 4-star outside the moon to 5-star, it is a qualitative change. Hawkeye alone far surpassed all, allowing Xiaoya to indulge in the improvement of her strength. Life and death, exclusive privilege. And in the future, Luffy and others will increase their strength a little, and Xiaoya will also increase their strength a little. Even if someone dies, the fusion strength will not disappear. Xiaoya's body keeps getting longer and shorter, which is the embodiment of rubber fruit. Apart from getting longer, harder and bigger, this fruit can't do anything else. Xiaoya thinks that rubber fruit is really ordinary. The first gear, the second gear, the third gear and the fourth gear are all plugins opened by Oda for Luffy, and they are short-term plugins that consume vitality. Other powerhouses fight for days and nights, and it is difficult to decide the outcome in a short period of time, but Luffy is an instant kill when he starts the file. Fourth gear was instantly killed by Kaido. Could it be possible to instantly kill Kaido with fifth gear? Less likely. Because Kaido's resilience is too strong, ordinary people can't kill it in seconds, but Luffy's opening time is too short. One and the other, if Luffy wants to defeat Kaido, he has to practice Haki for more than 10 years, or besiege him, or Oda will have to open him up again. After half an hour. Strength, really intoxicating. Xiaoya opened her eyes, a little brighter than before. No wonder many strong people are single dogs. The pleasure of improving their strength far exceeds the feeling of fighting with a girl in the middle of the night on Earth. But girls still have to have, after all, strength cannot break through every day, but girls can fight every day. Finally, I have the strength to protect myself in the pirate world. Xiaoya is on the moon, because the title of Lord of the Moon is naturally invincible, but the pirate world is too dangerous. He doesn't have the aura of the protagonist, and it is very likely that he will be surrounded by a bunch of strong people as soon as he goes down, and if he comes with a curse or seal, he will be finished. But now he has a strength that is a bit stronger than Hawkeye. As long as he is not too turbulent, Xiaoya can grow at a very high speed. Or let Hawkeye contact Redhead to be a guest on the moon. There can be. You have to complete the main mission one as soon as possible. When the moon is transformed, and millions of people come here in the pirate world, you will be truly invincible. Xiaoya's eyes are longing, looking forward to her future, and the scene where she snaps her fingers to suppress everything. Little sister dear, call me daddy. A week later. Garp at Marine HQ is going crazy. His grandson Thief has disappeared for a whole week, and Sengoku's search all over the world is still nowhere to be found. Even stubbornly contacted Drago and asked him to help find it, but all the channels of the Revolutionary Army were exhausted, and there was still no news. In just a few days, Garp's hair turned a little whiter, as if he was 10 years older and could only travel around the world with a boat. The disappearance of Hawkeye for a week also attracted the attention of all parties. Because of the command from above, Marine will pay more attention to all the powerhouses in the world, and always pay attention to the giant gate of the sky and the situation of the moon. Where did Little Keek go? And other forces, such as the Redhead, were also black-faced for several days, because his good friend Mihawk could not be contacted, and he could not find the straw hat that he entrusted to the future. This suddenly made the world a little more lively, because the 4 emperors' red hair entered the East Blue, causing the major forces to look at them. Coincidentally, the Redhead and Buggy met by chance, and even broke out in a war, which almost detonated the world. The crew of the Roger pirates actually hit East Blue and became a little pirate for decades. Whether this is a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality, many people frequently look sideways. And at this moment, the first half of the Grand Line. Calm Belt. Ah, I'm so hungry, I want meat. A huge black golden gate is falling here, and a straw hat boy is half lying on the door, looking at the sea kings churning in the sea. That's the one, Sanji, I want to eat that one. It's so big. Eat, eat, you know to eat. Sanji, who was catching fish, was so angry that it was this BD who ate all the food reserves in the restaurant at sea for 3 days. It is impossible to find Xiaya to borrow the trait of any door to catch fish, and every time he comes to Calm Belt to catch fish. Catch one, Luffy eats one, no matter how old you are, eat them all. Thinking of these few days, Sanji wants to scold her mother, and spends most of the time cooking for this foodie. Get out of the way, I'm going to catch fish. One kick kicks Luffy into the door, and Sanji invokes the trait any door. Crash. The huge portal submerged dozens of meters into the deep sea, and a landscape also appeared on the moon. I saw small sea kings tens of meters in length swam out of the portal one after another, and a large area of sea water was turbulent there. More than 30 pieces, enough for a few days. As soon as the words fell, Sanji closed any door and killed the sea kings jumping on the moon. Banquet table, leg kick. Half an hour later, Sanji ordered to serve the plate, and let Luffy stare at Luffy not to eat, and then went to ask people to eat. And at this moment, inner square of the moon. Clang clang. A fierce battle is unfolding, and it is Zoro and Anna's. Zoro is getting more and more brave, Anna's is getting more and more violent. Chapter 11. You brat, who gave you the courage to challenge me alone? If it weren't for the fact that you and I are both colleagues, you would have died 800 times. Anna's had a livid face with a dog's head, and his eyes were full of suffocation. He wanted to chop off the green algae head in front of him. Oh! Stop talking big. You have the ability to hack me to death. Zoro grinned with disdain, if he was a little bit afraid a week ago, but now. Not that Zoro blows, one Anna's is not enough for him to cut. Of course, Zoro can't take out Anna's at the moment, but there's no problem with undefeated in over 100 moves. For the lives of his friends and his own dreams, he even gave up his dignity. Isn't it easy to ask Hawkeye to learn the sword? In just a few days, he has nearly doubled his strength. Damn little devil, the adults are here today, and I'm going to kill you too. Anna's was instantly irritated, and the strength in his hand increased a bit. The moves were all killer moves, and they were completely slashed to death. Somehow Anna's and Straw Hat crew just don't deal. On the first day, the trio of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji fought against Anna's and were suppressed by force. The next day, the trio held on for a few minutes. On the third day, the trio lasted for half an hour. On the fourth day, Anna's was stunned because he was suppressed. On the fifth day, the trio tyrannized Anna's. After 2 days of rest, today, Zoro has come to challenge alone. Can you imagine how angry Anna's is, and treat him as a soft-footed shrimp? Go to hell. Bang bang bang. The top of the moon. How? His talent is not bad. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Mihawk nodded sympathetically, but his eyes were full of admiration. I have to admit that Zoro's talent is rare, and he has a determination to cut the world down, and his perseverance is even rarer. He is definitely a good seed for practicing swordsmanship. In particular, the firmness of giving up dignity to become stronger makes Mihawk even more moved. Unfortunately, there is not much time left for him, and the next world can only shine. Sitting on the gorgeous throne, Xiaya opened his mouth and ate the lychee that Nami had peeled and handed over, with a lazy expression. Xiaya also appreciates Zoro, but the world of pirates, under normal circumstances, only reaches its peak in the 40s. Kaido is still a trainee in his 20s, Big Mom-born monsters and Whitebeard and Golden Lion in their 30s are Rock's little brothers. And now Zoro is less than 20 years old. Unless the old thief Oda hangs up, it will take more than 10 years to fully grow up, and the world will already be named Xia by then. Master Xiaya, please start planning, I am willing to serve you. Hearing this, Mihawk spoke earnestly, full of anticipation. He already knew Xiaya's plan to conquer the pirate world and rule the endless world. What he is looking forward to is not conquering the world of pirates, but conquering other worlds. Only in this way can he appreciate the style of the strong swordsman in various worlds. Starting tomorrow. Xia said flatly, he also wanted to go to Pirate World. At present, he is invincible on the moon, but when he is 100 miles away from the moon, he is just a combination of the strength of these people on the moon. 5-star strength is still very risky. Although he has to be a little bit stable, it is still very safe not to provoke all the 4 emperors in the world government. Lord Xia, here it is. Nami on the side peeled it off and fed Xia lychees with a sweet smile, her beautiful big eyes rolling around. Are you going down too? Would you like me to guide you? In recent days, Nami and others have found that there is nothing wrong with surrendering to Xia. And Xia doesn't need them to do anything. If you eat, drink, and become stronger, you will become stronger. It's just an extra backer, but Xia's subordinates don't need waste. And for the mentality that they are currently in training, there is no task, and it also makes a few people relax a lot. Now Luffy and the others, it's still very easy to kill an Arlong. Xia saw through Nami's plan at a glance. But it is not surprising that Xia knows about her past Nami. After all, there is a godlike existence, but Nami is still nervous. It's not that she doesn't believe in Luffy and the others, but Arlong's psychological shadow was too great for him. There's nothing wrong with it, if you can't even kill Arlong, then there's no need to exist. Xia's voice is indifferent, his goal is the stars and the sea, and he has no time to waste on Arlong. Straw Hat Crew Xia doesn't pay attention to it. After all, it is too immature. Xia is willing to waste a little time with the thought that there may be surprises in casual cultivation. He's not a nanny. Help with the little things? Dream it. I'm sorry, Lord Xia. Nami quickly apologized. For a few days, she knew very well that Xia was very tolerant of talents, but she didn't even bother to look at useless people. Domineering and indifferent and like a spring breeze, people can't guess. Da-da-da. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came, and Sanji said respectfully, Lord Xia, lunch is ready. It was found in the stomach of sea kings. There is a treasure in it. Mr. Zapp said it should be devil fruit. Oh. Xia heard the sound and looked around, and saw a box made of gold in Sanji's hand, raised his hand slightly, and the box collapsed. I saw a devil fruit with snow-white patterns like white clouds in the box, and an extremely majestic power was hidden inside. My hawk, do you know me? Sorry, Master Xia, I haven't read the illustrated book. My hawk has no interest in devil fruit at all, and he won't read it if he has a picture book. Is that so? Xia nodded slightly and couldn't help looking at devil fruit. I originally wanted to find a fruit for testing, but now it just happens. I saw Xia's hand turn transparent like a dream, and then grabbed devil fruit. Gradually, Xia's eyes flashed. This is... Everyone was amazed that Xia actually pulled out an extremely dark and eerie black mist from devil fruit, which made everyone tremble. Chapter 12. This is the devil in devil fruit, in other words, the curse. Feeling the energy of the black mist carefully, Xia affirmed, because of its existence, I am afraid of water and sea stone after taking devil fruit, but without it, there is no problem. It's not right to say it's a demon and a curse, but the black mist is also a kind of energy. Because the ability person is not afraid of sea water, but many types of water in the pirate world contain the active ingredient pyrobrawan, which will make the ability person weak. The content of pyrobrawan in sea stone is the most dense, so it is the most restrained. Other worlds do not have this active ingredient, so if a person with the ability goes to other worlds, they can swim in the sea and wave as much as they want. For example, the water style in the Hawkeye world, etc., will not affect the ability, unless the water in the pirate world is mobilized. Bang! The energy in Xia's hand overflowed, and the black mist was directly wiped out. With the omnipotence and omnipotence of the Lord of the Moon, Xia erased the characteristic of this fruit that was restrained by pyrobrawan, making it without side effects. This is absolutely a creation that shocked the world. On the contrary, the white devil fruit was even whiter, and even had a faint layer of brilliance wrapped around it, making it very precious. Perceiving the fruit again, Xia's eyes lit up, the powerful power within it seemed to be purer, and it seemed to be a bit stronger. Nami, eat it. Xia expressed anticipation that he can do too much on the moon. Just to get rid of the side effects, Xia even wanted to copy countless devil fruits, but... Ding, host can't. Xia's face darkened, the dog's system, you are still there. The title of Lord of the Moon was introduced by the system as the omnipotent true god, but Xia found that there were too many restrictions. You can't increase a person's strength at will, and you can't create unlimited violent soldiers from the strong, etc., which makes his so-called omnipotence seem very cheap. Ah! Nami was stunned for a moment, looking at the devil fruit handed over, and then he reacted with some doubts. Master Xia, do you mean that the current devil fruit is not afraid of sea water even if it is eaten? It's just, so good. It's just such a pity, if the devil fruit, which is not afraid of sea water, is sold, it will be worth less than 1 billion yuan. With Xiaoya's nod, Nami also took the fruit without hesitation. After taking a small bite, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, it's delicious, it's 10,000 times better than the desserts made by Sanji. Sanji. What a joke, I don't believe it. Isn't it said that devil fruit tastes the same as Xiang? Could it be that Nami, you are also licking a dog? Tisk tisk. Xiaoya and Mihawk were also stunned. Seeing how happy Nami was eating, even Xiaoya was a little greedy. Thinking of the devil fruit in the future, he would eat a few himself. But Xiaoya won't do this, let's understand the life and death of privileges. He will have all the power under his command, and his subordinates eat the same as he eats. Well, it turned out to be union fruit. Nami, you earned it. The moment Nami ate it, Xiaoya felt that there was an extra energy in her body, which was the power of Logia union fruit, which was extremely powerful. At least it's better than smoke fruit and marsh fruit. It totally loses Logia's face and makes up the number. And for Grandmaster Nami who sails and knows the weather, the power of union fruit is second only to thunder fruit, and even more comprehensive. Ah! My hand! And Nami, this little white, couldn't control it completely, his whole hand turned into a white cloud, and even his lower body began to turn into a white cloud, and it floated to the roof in the blink of an eye. Really stupid. Xiaoya smiled, and Nami landed on her while waving. With a touch of his hand, Nami recovered, and Xiaoya teased, if the fruit of Logia Union has no side effects, if it is really auctioned, it will not be less than 3 billion. What? Nami screamed in an instant, and the whole person was bad. She actually ate 3 billion in a few bites, so what's the point of her life, what's the point of this world? Okay, it's just money. When you leave, I'll give you 1 billion to spend. For Nami, this little maid, Xiaoya has some expectations, but she is still a little immature, and it will be the best to grow up for 2 years. Billion? Thank you, Lord Xiaoya. In an instant, Nami's eyes were full of little stars, and he couldn't help kissing Xiaoya's face, and there was a strange light in his eyes. Damn! Seeing this scene, Sanji's eyes are spitting fire. Not because of Nami, but because of the charm of Xiaoya. Even his good-looking Kappa has to admit that Xiaoya is indeed different from ordinary people. That kind of detached temperament is too lethal to everyone, especially women. Envy and jealous, want to apprentice. Come on, let's eat. Yes, Lord Xiaoya. The next day. East Blue. A few miles in front of Kakozia village, a huge portal appeared silently at sea, and then the Golden Mary slipped out. The quintet of Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji. A closer look reveals a crescent mark on Nami's shoulder, Zoro's wrist, Luffy's leg, Usopp's, and Sanji's hands. This crescent moon mark is the bright moon mark formed by Xiaoya's bright moon badge. Minjio badge function 1, Xiaoya's subordinate logo, which can be changed in large or small positions. Function 2, on the planet to which the moon belongs, instantly return to the location of the moon. Suppose you are in Rog Town, you can instantly return to the inner square of the moon, but you cannot go back again. Function 3, know the identity of Xiaoya at the moment of contact. Supreme. Function 4, Xiaoya can detect the location of the owner. Function 5, Xiaoya's privilege is life and death to seize the media. Feature 6, Xiaoya summons badge owners. For Xiaoya, Straw Hat Crew staying on the moon is a complete waste of food, throw it to the pirate waves. When they grow up, they will be eligible to become younger brothers. Chapter 13. Straw Hat Crew, officially debut. Xiaoya didn't expect much from them, these little brothers are too weak. But as long as the world is more chaotic, the better for him, I hope they will be more rambunctious. Listen carefully, the adults let you out to train you. If you die outside, you will be punished even if you go to hell. Did you hear that? Annas looked at Luffy and the others with dissatisfaction, quite envious and jealous. Why do adults treat them so well, and give them money, knives, and devil fruit? A bunch of little rubbish still want to go up? Think beautifully. Next time I see you, I'll kill you in one move. Zoro grinned, 3 big sharp knives slung on his waist. Except for the word Hideo, the other 2 were made by Xiaoya herself. Gathering lunar metal, condensing it for countless times and finally forming, the hardness, sharpness and toughness are definitely at the level of the top big quick knife, second only to the supreme big quick knife. Next time I see you, I'll kick it out. Sanji said arrogantly, smoking a cigarette, and Xiaoya threw him a Chinese cookbook. Next time I see you, you still can't hit me. Nami raised his head proudly. Poor Annas is still not armed until now, so he was beaten by Nami. Logia fruit without side effects, Nami's potential is still very high, after all, born armed. Next time I see you, I'll punch you. Luffy clasped his nose and said casually, Usopp silently whispered, next time I see you, no, never see you again. Xiaoya didn't give Luffy anything. After all, 1 billion was given to Nami. Maybe Nami would like to buy food for Luffy, maybe. The protagonist doesn't need anything, but gives Usopp a good gun, because Xiaoya gets angry when he sees Usopp playing with a slingshot. You, a sniper, play slingshots every day, so Xiaya doesn't even have the mood to cultivate. Ha ha, ha ha ha, good good. Anna's laughed hysterically, and these little trash actually became more and more mad. Lousy. Goodbye, no delivery, Zoro sales, let's go. Nami's smiling eyes turned into crescent moons, and the white cloud immediately wrapped going merry and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Don't let Lousy see you again, bastards. Anna's roared, full of viciousness. He claims to be the first person under Xiaya, but when he sees a few rubbishes that are stronger than him, Anna's is extremely upset. He will also become stronger, stronger than any dog leg. Half an hour later. Alabasta. Superpowers in the first half of the Grand Line. At the corner of the capital Alba, an invisible small portal emerged, and 3 figures flashed out of it. Superpower, I really want to bring everyone here back. Arriving here, Xiaya felt a hot breath, and the desert was not far away, which was extremely dry. Looking at a person on the street ahead, Xiaya's heart is very eager. What are superpowers? Here is the land area and population. You must know that Alabasta has a standing army of 600,000 in the capital alone. When the plot rebelled, the number of rebels started at 1 million, and later increased to 2 million. This is the number of rebels. Not to mention the rebels, there is only a standing army of 600,000 people. According to the proportion of young adults who join the army, about 40% of the population of young adults over the age of 18, of which the proportion of young adults who join the army is about 10%. Based on this inference, the total population of Alabasta is not less than 15 million. However, the proportion of young adults and the proportion of young adults joining the army is overestimated by Xiaya, and it is likely to be lower. After all, this country is very poor and cannot afford too many soldiers. In fact, the number of soldiers should be more. So not to overestimate, the total population should not be less than 30 million. After all, there are 5 million people in the Fishman Island, and the superpower must not be less than 6 times. If tens of millions of people have the Minjio batch, I'm really invincible. Xiaya is thirsty for talents, and even more thirsty for people, to pull Alabasta to the moon, whether willingly or unwillingly. As long as these people surrender, Xiaya is a standing fighting force. With the strength of tens of millions of people, Xiaya can make the world government call dad. But the moon is too barren. Before the transformation rite is in hand, only a few dozen people can be raised at most, and it is too troublesome to come down to catch fish every day. My lord, you are going in the wrong direction, now. Seeing that Xiaya was going further and further away, and was about to go to the desert, Anna's couldn't help reminding. Sand Crocodile is in front, forget it, spare his life first and go around the city. Xiaya's words were just rapping, anyway, he wouldn't admit that he thought too much and went the wrong way. Woo! The adults are so kind. The number 1 dog-legged Anna's immediately felt the radiance of kindness and wanted to kneel and lick it. Mihawk's eyelids twitched, and Xiaya ignored her and walked into the city. As soon as the 3 entered the city, they attracted everyone's attention. Those who recognized Mihawk were full of fear, and those who didn't recognize it were surprised to look at Anna's the dog, and then they were all attracted by Xiaya. Even though Xiaya is introverted, she still has a posture that is far beyond ordinary people. That transcendent aura that is different from ordinary people makes people unable to look away, and those eyes that fall into the galaxy make people dare not look directly, making people feel inferior. And that handsome and extraordinary appearance has attracted countless young ladies. In an instant, there were many girls and young women with glowing eyes, and even rubbed their hands and faded. This man! This man is so charming! Go away, don't block the sight of the old lady. In just a few seconds, the streets in the city were chaotic, which instantly gave Xiaya a lot of hatred. There were even reporters who took pictures with all their might, wishing to make Xiaya the number 1 star in the pirate world. And there were a few gangsters who were extremely envious, jealous, and hated, and were chopped into slag by Annas before they got close. In the blink of an eye, the streets were empty, and they were all scared away. A few minutes later, the 3 entered a tavern. At the same time. Report. Hawkeye appears in Alabasta. A marine captain looked at the eagle eyes walking into the tavern with surprise. As mentioned above, if you find Straw Hat Crew, the crew of the restaurant on the sea, Hawkeye, as long as you report the truth, you will be promoted and rich. My lord. Hawkeye Mihawk is here. Outside the tavern, someone with a thief face reported to the headquarters of the Baroque Work Society. Sand Crocodile needs to know anything about the powerhouses coming to Alabasta before they get into trouble. Within a few minutes of entering the city, Xiaya and others were targeted by the 2 forces. Chapter 14. 10 minutes later. Marine HQ. The news is confirmed, Hawkeye appears in Alabasta. Sengoku looked around and opened his mouth, all of whom were high-level marines. And the above has also issued an order that anyone who disappeared after entering the giant gate that day, as long as they reappear, they will be arrested with all their strength, even Hawkeye is no exception. In fact, the world government does not want any new forces to appear, and wants to obtain information about the Lord of the Moon. Also, there was a dog-headed man who appeared with Hawkeye. It was the guy who appeared from the giant gate that day. The most important thing is this. Sengoku sent a bunch of photos to everyone. The photos were the scene of the three of Xiaya walking on the street. Alabasta Marine passed it over. This man is very special. After staring at Xiaya's photo for a few seconds, he said solemnly, a man with strength like Hawkeye actually walks halfway on his side. Obviously this man is stronger than Hawkeye, or in the power of the Lord of the Moon, he has a higher status than him. Hawkeye is tall. But no matter which one, it can prove that a new force has emerged, and it is very strong. Everyone looked stunned, but Garp, who had just returned, was shocked. My hawk has come out, is Sun Thief far away? Oh, this guy is not a good thing at first glance, Marshal, I apply to lead the army to capture him back. In the lower seat, a wretched man wearing a khaki, a hat, and clogs spoke, his eyes were very unhappy. Admiral's back up, Vice Admiral, worthy of the name Marine's scruffiest man. Dolphin Vice Admiral's idea is too prejudiced, this person's eyes are pure and his posture is detached, he must be a strong person. The beautiful woman in pink dress on the other side said crisply, looking at Xiaya in the photo, very curious. The beauty is quite charming, and the spider tattoo on the big fade adds to the charm. Admiral fills in, Vice Admiral Momuzagi-jun. As soon as he heard this, the Dolphin said with a black face, Jun, don't be deceived by this guy's appearance. How can he be so strong at such a young age, and he must be a BD who does all evil when he mixes with pirates. Damn it, all the little white faces are damned, to make Jun interested, go to hell. Momuzagi blinked and didn't say anything, she was inexplicably interested in Xiaya anyway. After all, there are not many men stronger than her, and Xiaya is so mysterious, how can it not make people curious? Marshal, what should I do? Kizaru changed the subject, he has a good relationship with the Dolphin, after all, he is so handsome when the Dolphin is there. The above instructs that no new forces are allowed to appear, even if they are only suspicious. Sengoku's words are the thoughts of the five elders, even if Xiaya and others don't show any threat now, even if they don't fight against the government. After all, the sea is now balanced, and any new force will cause chaos. The most important thing, Sengoku feels that facing the word moon is very dreadful. Lord of the Moon, committed the taboo of the five elders. Polisalino, get to Alabasta as soon as possible and follow them, I'll let Momuzagi and Chado bring 10 Vice Admiral to follow. Having said that, Sengoku looked at Aokiji who was taking a nap, then looked at Garp and said, in case of an accident, you should also follow. If the situation is not right, contact the headquarters immediately. If necessary, I will send Aokiji there. Try to catch it alive, even one will do. Tisk tisk, Sengoku is ruthless. One faction consists of 1 admiral, 2 quasi-admiral, 10 vice-admiral plus Garp, and Aokiji to fill up. This lineup is all right for the 4 emperors. I'll go first again. Kizaru's eyelids drooped, and his old face was full of reluctance. If he was seen, he would not be able to deal with the stronger presence of Hawkeye. Don't expect him to work hard without a raise. Don't waste time, let's go. Yes, Marshal. Inside the pub. My lord, I'm back. Anas, who was investigating the news, sat down and said respectfully, I asked a lot of people, but only one person was found. Zayla of the Baroque Work Club is in Albina, and there is no news about the others. Zayla? She doesn't know where the sand crocodile is. Xiaya shook her head slightly. Everyone in the Baroque Work Club had no real names, all were code names. Except for Robin, no one knew that the president was Crocodile. And finding out about Robin is as hard as finding the sand crocodile, this woman is too good at camouflage to hide. Master Xiaya, you can come to him in my name, I believe he will come. My hawk said that he didn't have the contact information of sand crocodile, but he believed that sand crocodile would definitely save face. Spreading the news that you are looking for him, this is. As he was talking, Xiaya suddenly narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but say, why is she here? It should be sand crocodile who received news from my hawk and asked her to test it. At the entrance of the tavern, there was a slender woman sitting casually not far from Xiaya and others. If Xiaya didn't recognize her at a glance, she wouldn't really care. After all, the beautiful woman with her sunglasses and hat lowered her head didn't even look at Xiaya. Sir, who is she? Your new colleagues. Signaling the two to sit down, Xiaya got up and walked over. I have to say that Nico Robin is one of the talents that Xiaya needs most, with extensive knowledge, comprehensive skills, and calm personality. Except for combat, other aspects are the world's top. This kind of girl is the most suitable for being a secretary. Beauty, what do you need? A cup of coffee, thanks, Robin, who had just raised his head, suddenly looked up, and immediately responded with a chuckle, I didn't expect this kind of tavern to have such a special waiter as you. Eat a meal. Chapter 15. Eat a meal. Xiaya didn't reveal it, but praised Robin for his quick response, and immediately sat down and said, you just said that I'm special, take the liberty to ask, what's so special about me? Saying that, Xiaya waved her hand slightly, and in Robin's surprise, there were 2 cups of steaming coffee on the table. Sorry, you can do whatever you want with the small world. Xiaya also specially let GP cook a lot of food and put it in, because the dishes made by GP are really delicious. A very special method. Robin took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, what's special about you is that no one will ignore you, and I can't tell you why. This is Robin's feeling, she has never seen a man like Xiaya for so many years. The first glance is detached from the world like a god, the second eye is domineering and Wushuan like a king, the third eye is like a spring breeze and a noble sun, so. It's too complicated to see through. Robin believes that this is an unforgettable person who stands out from the crowd. Hearing this, Xiaya said mysteriously, Beauty, you are also very special. Me? I'm just an ordinary woman. This is also Robin's heart, she really wants to be an ordinary woman without worries. No, what makes you special is. Saying that, a crescent-shaped badge appeared on Xiaya's hand, and she said softly, you don't want anyone to notice you, or even see you, and your heart is full of alertness and no sense of security. I said that, right? Robin couldn't help being shocked, and the eyes under the sunglasses were very shocked. She doesn't believe that anyone can see her heart at a glance, there may be only one, and she is recognized. Can you tell me how I was exposed? A touch of panic appeared in Robin's eyes. She had been hiding for so many years, and no one believed her. She wanted to escape, but there was no chance at the moment. She wanted to know how to expose it. After all, it had not been discovered for nearly 10 years. Nico Robin, currently playing for Sand Crocodile, aims to unravel the historical text here. He is for Pluton, you are for obsession. Xiaya didn't answer, but said seriously, I tell you clearly, my hawk is my subordinate, and soon, so will Sand Crocodile, so you. Would you like to work for me? Xiaya decided without any nonsense, this woman, he wants it. In Xiaya's heart, a beauty-type talent is second only to such a powerful person as Hawkeye. This special man. Know everything. Robin couldn't help laughing bitterly. He had never seen such a man who was almost omnipotent and omnipotent. All resistance was meaningless. If I don't agree, I will die. Definitely. This is Xiaya's serious answer, even if Robin is beautiful, he is a good candidate for secretary. But I'm sorry, she's not worth Xiaya's more time wasted. I would like to work for you. Robin seemed to have lost all his strength, took off his sunglasses, and his bright eyes dimmed a bit. She didn't know what the new boss was like, but she was sure that her life would be forced to change again, leaving her confused. Here, take it. Putting the Minjiao badge in front of Robin, Xiaya believes that Robin will take it, because she has no ability to refuse. It is good. Robin was silent for a few seconds, took a deep breath and touched the Minjiao badge, and picked it up. In an instant, everything in front of Robin's eyes changed. Xiaya disappeared, the whole tavern disappeared. Robin seems to be in space. In the distance is a barren moon, and in the extreme distance is the world of pirates. The next moment, Xiaya's figure appeared on the moon. That majestic, godlike figure covered the entire moon, as if everything was so insignificant in front of Xiaya. I saw a sword appear in Xiaya's hand, aiming at the front and hacking it. Suddenly, the world turned upside down. Space shatters, time collapses. Everything in front is being destroyed, the vast world of pirates is also being wiped out with a single sword, and even the endless galaxy is collapsing. There are countless unseen and unheard worlds that disappear under one sword. Someone Haki Wushuan, rule the world. Someone seriously punched and the planet shattered. Someone slashed across the board, and everything burned to ashes. Someone. One by one the world's arrogance, one by one bright world, Xiaya's sword, destroyed one after another under Robin's sluggishness. Robin was shocked, and then a piece of information flowed into his mind. Supreme God. Lord of the Moon. Heaven and myriad realms. Only me Xiaya. The scene receded, still the pub, still the special Xiaya. The bright moon badge disappeared, and it turned into a crescent mark and appeared on Robin's hand. Robin Mingyu, this mark can be changed in size and position, but it will be engraved on the body and soul forever. Even death, even reincarnation. Become Xiaya's subordinate one day, and belong to Xiaya for the rest of your life. The picture just now is what everyone who came into contact with the Minjiao badge saw, and the information they knew. If I had a badge reign in pirate world and spread the moon badges all over the world, wouldn't it be directly invincible? Xiaya thought about it beautifully, but, no way. The prerequisite for the bright moon badge to form a picture and turn it into an imprint is. That man surrendered to Xiaya, even if he pretended to surrender. Flower fruit is also good. Xiaya feels the power of the flower fruit, which can make any part of the body bloom like a flower in the sight, on any tangible thing and use it for attack or other purposes. If it is awakened, then let the whole body stand on the ground. Isn't it the fruit of avatars? There are countless avatars. Robin's arms are blooming, and each of the dozen hands has the same strength as the main body. If it is cloned, will each clone have the same strength as the main body? Hiss, that's scary. Chapter 16. Meet the True God. It took a long time for Robin to regain his senses, and Robin immediately got up and bowed to Xia Ya. Thinking stagnant, the person in front of you turned out to be a god? The scene just now was engraved in my mind like a sculpture. It was extremely real. The power of Xia Ya was beyond imagination, and it was extremely shocking. True God. Xia Ya suddenly thought of Nami's little girl's words, and Nami said the same thing in the first sentence of receiving the Minjiao batch, and then said, "Get up, just call your lord." What a shame. Shame, Xia Ya still wants to be ashamed. Yes, Lord Xia Ya. Robin got up and didn't even dare to look at Xia Ya. You, forget it. Seeing that Robin didn't dare to look at each other and didn't dare to speak, Xia Ya was quite boring. Let's talk about it later. When you are familiar with the girl, you will know the god, very lonely. Go and inform Sand Crocodile, I'll be waiting for him at the palace. Yes, Lord Xia Ya. The first half of the Grand Line. A few dozen nautical miles from Alabasta. A huge ship is moving, the bow is like a crimson dragon head, with 2 white dragon horns, the flag is the appearance of a double knife in the left eye and a mask. And this ship is having a party. Haha, Buggy, you can't kill me like this. A loud laughter echoed in the sea. The man with red hair, 3 scars on his left eye, and even no left hand, sat on the deck without image, drinking wine. Redhead Shanks. Bounty, 4,048.9 million berry. 4 years ago, he broke the situation of the 3 emperors and became one of the 4 emperors. 2 years later, it became 4 emperors 6 years ago. It may be because of defeating other 4 emperors to become a new 4 emperors, or it may be strong enough to be called 4 emperors, so I will write it as the latter, and hope not to be slapped by the old thief Oda. Shanks, UBD. Buggy's entire upper body flew in front of the redhead, holding a dagger in both hands to stab Shanks desperately, but even if the red hair does not hide, it is not something that Buggy can split with the armed color. Haha, do you still hate me so much? The redhead didn't care about Buggy's movements, but instead encouraged, come on, continue, as long as you hurt me, even if you break the skin, I will tell you the exact location of John's treasure. Bullshit treasure, don't try to change the subject. Buggy's red nose was on the redhead's face, and he growled angrily, don't forget that I have a grudge against you, Shanks. As long as there is a chance, I will definitely kill you. He was bullied by the Straw Hat Boy, and then went everywhere in East Blue to seek revenge. Who knew that in Rog Town, he met the redhead who came to East Blue to find my hawk. When I meet my old friend in a foreign land, one side is red-eyed, and the other side is red-eyed. So the earth-shattering war broke out in Rog Town, and the red-haired powerless was pressed on the ground by Buggy and rubbed, directly detonating the world. And after the identity of Buggy was exposed, it even made headlines. After all, the Roger crew hid East Blue for decades, which led to countless conspiracy theories. When Rayleigh knew about it, he contacted Shanks to bring Buggy back to avoid being caught. And just like that, Buggy was forced into the red-haired boat. But whenever there is a chance, he will attack and kill the red hair to take revenge, but the reality is too cruel, the red hair sits and makes Buggy beat him. Tell me, how can you let me go? The red-haired Shanks was full of thirst, and said weakly, or, I'll give you 10 million. Impossible, either you die or I live. Buggy refused extremely decisively. In the face of hatred, any treasure or 10 million is garbage, but his voice changed, but, if it is 100 billion, I will consider it. What? You'd better kill me. Hearing 100 billion, the redhead immediately became angry, grabbed Buggy's collar and said, do you know how I've lived these years? I'm so poor that sometimes I can't even drink wine. I've been wearing this dress for more than 10 years, how easy is it for me? Buggy. Do you know how I've been through all these years? Every day, with big fish and big meat, the deposit has exceeded 100 million. Trash Shanks, I despise you. Buggy's eyes were full of disdain. The dignified 4 emperors were not as rich as him. A sense of superiority appeared all over his face, and his tone became stern. Beckman, did you see that? The redhead was hurt by Buggy's eyes, and the whole person was extremely decadent, murmured, I was despised by Buggy. He can beat me, scold me, and kill me, but I can't stand him looking down on me. Is it my fault to be poor? Could it be? Without waiting for the red hair to continue, Beckman exhaled a puff of cigarette and said lightly, yes, it's your fault that you are poor. We follow you every day if you don't have enough food, don't wear warm clothes, and don't even drink enough wine, we can't live through this day. Wow, woohoo ah ah. Speaking of the sad part, the red hair couldn't help crying, and the cry was a heart-piercing one. Buggy. Taking a closer look, I saw that the red hair pirates were poor and sour, and Buggy was also inexplicably bitter. Is this Shanks' retribution? How miserable. Oh, boss, this is the last drumstick. The chubby little guy named Rakaru also had a sad face, I can't bear to eat it. If I eat it, it will make us, who are already poor, even worse. Yasop on the side rubbed the gun reluctantly, and said helplessly, it's okay, I'll sell the gun when I get ashore, it should be enough for us to eat. Buggy. The three views are a bit broken. How did they survive until now? Chapter 17. Wow ah ah ah. The cries of the red hair became more and more miserable, and it was called a smell of tears. Buggy's heart seemed to be touched, and he didn't need to scold, BD. Why are you crying? Isn't it just poor? Isn't it because I can't afford food? I'll give it to you. The red-haired body froze and continued to cry, wow ah ah ah, I don't deserve it, you are not me, woo woo ah. A hole. Buggy was completely furious, kicked the red hair and said, have you forgotten our brotherhood? You can't even afford the crew members of the 4 emperors, so you will be looked down upon. Wait for me, I'll get you money. Ding ding ding. Seeing that Buggy ran into the cabin, the redhead and the others were all sluggish. Wow, we are just idle and bored and acting in a play. Brother Buggy, are you too involved in the play? Shanks, you're really screwed this time, Buggy will hate you. Beckman didn't expect this result at all. He thought that Buggy really hated Shanks, but he didn't expect to be so loyal. A miser is even willing to pay, what a brother. I'm not wrong, we are indeed poor. The red-haired sneered, eyes full of emotion, but their pirates were indeed the poorest pirates in the 4 emperors, no, in the entire new world. But it is still very easy to come up with a few $100 million. Blue blue blue. The phone bug rang, Beckman picked it up, and there was a voice. My hawk has appeared, in Alabasta. Hearing this, the red hair suddenly came to the spirit, and quickly said, so close? Is the news confirmed? How long did it take? It's just arrived, and it's estimated that I won't leave there today. Okay, thank you Morgans, I'll rush over now. Well, it's an old rule, you just have to find someone to send the money. Okay, this news is too timely, at most 3 days, 100 million will be sent over. The red-haired hung up the phone in a happy mood. Money is a good thing to do. Then he looked at everyone and said, brothers, my hawk has found it, Alabasta, let's go. Huh? What's wrong with you? Looking at everyone's strange expressions, the red-haired body froze, and his neck twisted stiffly. Shanks. I saw Buggy holding a rotten wooden box, his eyes were full of murderous intent, his whole face was dyed red with violent anger, and his whole body was full of blue veins. What did he hear? That Shanks, who was crying just now, spent 100 million to buy a message? Buggy feels like his IQ has been insulted. Hey, Buggy, listen to me. Listen to your sister, I'm going to kill you. Xia Yat, who was wandering around in Alabasta, did not know that 2 major forces were already rushing here. If he knew, he would definitely set up any door to see if he could trick everyone into entering. The 3 of Xia Yat walked straight to the palace, because there were historical texts there, even if Xia Yat was not interested, but when they met, it must be his. That person is. On the street, a blue-haired girl saw the 3 of Xia Yat. Taking a deep look at Xia Yat, then looking at my hawk, he couldn't help but say in astonishment, the world's greatest swordsman? How could he come here? Thinking of my hawk's Shichibukai status, the girl's eyes dimmed a bit. She had just suspected that the director behind the Baroque Work Club was Sand Crocodile, which meant that the disaster in the country was probably brought about by Sand Crocodile, but now there is another Shichibukai. They're going to the palace. Looking at the direction of the 3 of Xia Yat, the girl couldn't help but get anxious. Pirates are cruel, who knows what will happen when my hawk goes in there. Thinking of this, the girl ran towards the path, relying on the shortcut to run to the palace. Huh? Is it her? Xia Yat glanced casually and saw the girl's blue hair, is it her? My lord, have you seen that girl? I'll go get her back. Following Xia Yat's eyes, Aniston's eyes lit up and he made a decision immediately. The world belongs to adults, and the beauties of the world belong to adults too. Unnecessary. Xia Yat said calmly and continued walking. That girl should be Vivi, but, she's only 16 years old, and she has to support her for a few more years. Mature Robin, isn't she sweet? 10 minutes later. Inside the palace. Xia Yat sat on the throne with her eyes closed, her expression flat. King Cobra and Akalam, Bell, Gaka and others of the escort team stood tremblingly. Not to mention Xia Yat, my hawk's strong arm made everyone breathless, and Anna's violent eyes made people even more frightened. Hawkeye, my hawk is here, get out of the way. At the palace gate, my hawk's words made all the guards give up their resistance and respectfully invited the 3 of them in. This made Xia Yat feel more face-saving. When the 4 emperors became the younger brothers to open the way, that would be exciting. Several adults, I don't know if you are here. Cobra asked cautiously, Shishibukai's deterrent power is great, and he found something incredible. That is, among the 3, Xia Yat is actually in charge, and my hawk is just a little brother? This almost scared Cobra to death, and even if I wanted to break my head, I couldn't figure out who could make my hawk a younger brother, wouldn't it be the top of celestial dragons? Wait, someone. Anna's replied casually, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. But seeing the empty hall, Anna's narrowed his eyes and said, prepare for the banquet. Let's have some more enjoyable shows, dance maids, and maids, understand? Anna's knew that Xia Yat didn't need anything, but as long as there was anything that would make Xiaya happy, he would do it wholeheartedly. This guy. Xiaya doesn't know what to say, but I can only say, it's my heart. The moon sucks. Do you know how he has spent the past 5 years? The surface is desolate, the interior is either non-human or a robot, not the life of a human being at all, let alone the life he aspires to. There is no one young lady, which is disappointing. Ah! Good lord! Cobra struggled to let his subordinates do it. The palace was too poor, and this banquet made the palace, which was not rich, even worse. 10 minutes later. The empty hall became lively, with delicious wine and food fragrant, and beautiful women dancing. Oh, what a waste! Cobra looked at Xiaya tasting wine on the throne, Mihawk and Anna's who served as guards, and couldn't help but grieved. With so much to eat, drink, and play, isn't it a waste of your drinking alone? Father! A crisp voice sounded, and everyone looked at it. I saw a beautiful girl in a blue crystal princess dress coming, with azure blue hair, delicate face, and a different style at a young age. They really came to the palace. Vivi looked at Xiaya, and a hope suddenly rose in her heart. Maybe this combination can save her country. Why are you here? Hurry up and salute a few adults. Cobra stood up immediately, took the girl to Xiaya and apologized, Sir, this is my daughter Vivi, sorry for disturbing several adults. Is this your daughter? Annas took a close look at Cobra and Vivi, and secretly complained about the genetic mutation. Immediately, he looked at Vivi and said, Princess of the Kingdom, yes, you are qualified to be your maid. Mihawk's eyelids twitched, this BD. Xiaya also raised her eyebrows. Where would you find this little brother? Really, well done. Chapter 18. Servant, maid. Cobra and Vivi were immediately startled, looked around, and set their eyes on Xiaya. Although Xiaya is far superior to ordinary people in all aspects, Cobra still struggled, Sir, the little girl has a humble status and can't do anything. If she is a maid, maybe. Huh? You want to refuse? Anas's face darkened a bit, and the whole dog's head looked very terrifying. He casually said, I once slaughtered 3 million people in the kingdom of Demacia, just because someone rejected me, understand? Grown-ups. Cobra jumped in his heart and turned to look at Xiaya's pleading eyes. But before Xiaya could speak, Vivi took a deep breath and stepped forward, My lord, if you can save this country, I am willing to be your maid. Where did you come from so many? Annas, back off. Raising her hand slightly, Xiaya looked at Vivi and said plainly, I admire your courage, but if your so-called saving the country is to get rid of sand crocodiles, then you can only say, no. Why? Vivi's voice is a little weak. Even though Mihawk, who is Shishibukai, can be his subordinate, why can't he get rid of the sand crocodile? Could it be, the deal is not equal? In addition to me being your maid, I will beg your father to hand over this country to you, okay? Vivi's eyes were red, she was willing to give anything for the stability of this country. Cobra opened his mouth when he heard this, and finally sighed helplessly. I'm not interested in this country, you'll know in a while. For Vivi, Xiaya really appreciates, smart and brave. Even when she was 7 or 8 years old, World Summit Wapol knocked down Vivi on purpose, but Vivi understood that even a little conflict at the World Summit would lead to war. In order not to implicate the people of the two countries, she bowed her head and apologized to him. After Wapol left, Vivi burst into tears, because it hurt her just now, but she held back her words. A princess with an extremely distinct personality, Xiaya appreciates this kind of woman, not the cookie-cutter appearance. A while. Vivi murmured, her little hands clenched tightly in anticipation. When it was discovered that Sand Crocodile might be behind the scenes, Vivi was already desperate. After all, that's Shishibukai, the fate of the world government. The big pirate who can legally rob, even Marine doesn't care, what can she do? Therefore, there is only a stronger existence than Shishibukai in the world who can save this country, and the current Xiaya group is obviously. Goo ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came, and everyone looked. I saw a man wearing a black leather coat, a gold hook in his left hand, a ring in his right hand, and a cigar in his mouth, laughing and walking in, looking like a black boss. Robin walked up behind him and nodded slightly to Xiaya. I didn't expect that a lone ranger like Mihawk would come to me. Crocodile Haki walked over, glanced at Mihawk and said, Tell me, what are you looking for? You, Taking a closer look, Crocodile's eyes sank slightly. In his impression, the eagle eye, which is very proud and self-contained, is actually guarding the man on the throne like a guard at this moment, which is terrifying. The next moment, Crocodile's face darkened. Because he saw that Robin walked up to Xiaya very obediently, and said respectfully, Sir, I brought him. Nico Robin. Crocodile had a sullen face, killing intent in his eyes, and said coldly, Okay, I said why are you not afraid of me at all today, it turns out that you have found a new master. Having said that, Crocodile suddenly saw the hatred in Vivi's eyes, and said disdainfully, Your eyes make me very uncomfortable, you know? You found them? Want to kill me? As a conspirator, Crocodile was full of vigilance, and he never believed that he was here for tea. You brought the disaster of this country. At this moment, Vivi is extremely sure, the original suspicion has become a fact, and even fear. Crocodile said disdainfully, oh, the smarter people live longer. It's really you. Cobra couldn't believe it, but at the moment he was very resentful. Why? You are obviously deeply loved by the people, and you are obviously a hero of this country. Why did you bring disaster to this country? Goo ha ha ha, being weak is the original sin, I blame you for being too weak. Crocodile's mocking laughter echoed in the hall, facing Mihawk's presence and even stronger Xia. He didn't take it seriously. This is very close to the desert, this is his home court, even if Whitebeard comes, he wants to say that you are a brother. Mihawk, maim him. Xia waved her hand slightly. Crocodile was so arrogant that even Whitebeard was not afraid. But since he has been hiding here for so many years, he has lost his qualifications as a true powerhouse. He must be subjected to more beatings by the society before he can understand what the cruel reality is. But for Crocodile's strength, Xia is also uncertain and erratic. When he was 20 years old, he even won a tie with 19-year-old Bullet. What is the concept? You must know that Bullet drew Rayleigh at the age of 15. At that time, Rayleigh was at its peak. Conqueror's Haki was extremely powerful. What strength did Crocodile have? But Crocodile can't even know Haki now, and his physical skills are even worse. Xia can only say one thing, the theater version is a pit. Yes, Lord Xia. Mihawk said respectfully, and at the next moment, he drew his sword and slashed. Whoosh! The void vibrated violently, and the fiery slashing wave carried the potential to tear the sky and the earth. With a whistling sound like a flute, the majestic sword energy came to Crocodile in the blink of an eye. Damn! Faced with Mihawk's sudden attack, Crocodile was furious. Desert King Kong sword! Crocodile snorted coldly and waved his hands without fear. His hands instantly turned into sand, turning into giant sand blades with a terrifying momentum. Boom! The attack suddenly collided, and the huge sand blade composed of dust and sand suddenly exploded under the violent sword energy of Hawkeye. Hey! One of Crocodile's arms was instantly blasted into a piece of yellow sand under the sharpness of the sword energy, splashing in all directions, and a hideous scar was cut on his body. His whole body also flew backwards. Chapter 19. Hateful. Crocodile turned into sand in mid-air, and reassembled in another place. His blasted arm also returned to its original state in an instant. But the ferocious wound on his abdomen is always touching his heart. Anas, who was watching this scene not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out to be the same Logia as Nami. Mihawk is so strong. Anas has never seen Mihawk take a shot, never even had a chance to play against Xia. As a result, Anas always thought that the world's largest swordsman was a piece of garbage, and now... Sir! Please give me strength. Crash! After the yellow sand recondensed into Crocodile's figure, he gave a low voice, raised his hand and pressed it on the ground. Sand Fruit's ability exploded wantonly. Erosion. Reincarnation. With him as the center, the earth is once again spreading to desertification in all directions. Whether it is soil, stones, or buildings, everything is under the erosion of Sand Fruit, collapsed and powdered, and turned into yellow sand. No. Vivi looked at this scene, his face changed dramatically. This is the palace, and everything will be ruined if this goes on. Mihawk, quick fight. Xia also raised her brows and wanted to make a move, but gave up. With his current strength outside the moon, he is only a little stronger than Mihawk. If he can't kill him instantly, why should he shoot? Whoosh! Hearing this, Mihawk's eyes flashed sharply. He didn't give Crocodile a chance to unleash his abilities recklessly. He slashed his sword to interrupt Crocodile's movements, took another step, and rushed over quickly. Go to hell! Facing Mihawk who was rushing towards him, Crocodile snorted coldly, raised his hands up, and the dust swirled wildly around him in an instant, turning into a terrifying dust hurricane. Salon. The terrifying sandstorm carried terrifying power, crushed everything around it, and attacked Mihawk overwhelmingly. Your Majesty, be careful. Akalam and the others in the escort were horrified. They had never seen such a violent power, which was simply devastating. Vivi and Cobra were also nervous, but when they glanced at the indifferent Xia, they relaxed a little. Cut. Facing Crocodile's fierce attack, Hawkeye's expression remained unchanged, and he instantly slashed out an extremely fierce blazing slash. The huge and magnificent slashing wave collided with the sandstorm that swept the sky and the earth, and suddenly there was an earth-shattering roar. The earth within a radius of several hundred meters quickly cracked under the terrifying aftermath of the collision, and at the same time, there were even more sharp-edged aftershocks across the ground, leaving dense and deep cracks. Boom! The sandstorm was torn apart in an instant, like a broken sky, and the eagle eye flashed out, facing Crocodile. The Sword of Death. Under the astonishment of everyone, Hawkeye's black knife burst out a sharp slashing wave like a huge arrow, and the terrifying edge instantly ripped apart the atmosphere, spreading deep and invisible cracks. After the reminder of Xiaoya's condensing sword into silk, these eagle eyes realized a new profound meaning. Imitation of Aaron Carr, condensing the sword energy into a point, and slashing like an arrow, it is enough to pierce everything. Heavy sand wall. Frightened and angry, the cracked ground in front of Crocodile rose up with extremely heavy barriers, but just after the barriers crossed his knees, the terrifying arrows and swords came in a flash. What? Crocodile's pupils shrank, the terrifying sword energy was like a teleportation, more than several times faster than the normal sword energy, and a terrible intuition of death rose in his heart. Between life and death, Crocodile is directly elementalized. Boom! The arrow-like destruction sword chi directly pierced through Crocodile, and spread frantically for more than 1,000 kilometers. Everything behind him was torn apart, and a gust of wind roared and swept across, spreading into the distance in an instant. As a result, large tracts of land were lifted into the sky along the way, and even the huge palace gate weighing several tons was shattered and blown away under the impact of the air waves. What happened? It's so terrifying. Who is fighting? Many people outside the palace looked at the huge ravine that stretched for more than 1,000 meters, and the dusty and sandy area could not help but palpitate for a while, and there was a bit of awe and shock in their eyes. Awe. Crocodile was also struck 100 meters away, and after turning into an elemental body, he let out a painful roar, and his whole body trembled. The crocodile at the moment is extremely miserable. Haki's black leather coat has long disappeared, the shiny golden hook is also missing, and the abdomen is left with a terrible wound as if it was penetrated by a huge sword. Hawkeye, my hawk, damn you! Scarlet blood was flowing, and the veins on Crocodile's face burst out, and the killing intent and fear were intertwined in his eyes. Fortunately, he was elementalized in advance, otherwise he would be dead at this moment. But the attack was too fast, and it still left fatal wounds on his body. Crash! I don't know where the wind started. Crocodile rushed directly to the sky, and his body gradually turned into sand and filled the wind and sand in the sky, and the whole person disappeared. There is not much advantage in battle here. Crocodile is going to the desert he dominates, whoever comes will die. This garbage actually ran away? I bah! Ain's disdainful voice echoed around him. The strong people in his heart were the ones who would never give up. It was like Crocodile ran away if he couldn't beat him. In fact, Annas was extremely envious and jealous. Why does he have so much strength when he spans more than a dozen planets, and Crocodile is so strong after eating a devil fruit? He can't escape. The eagle-eyed vision caught Crocodile's whereabouts, motioned to Xiaoya, and then jumped and disappeared in place to chase after him. Chapter 20. Call. As soon as the two left, Cobra, Akalam and the others sighed in relief, their hearts filled with fear. Shichibukai is really too powerful, and it doesn't make anyone have the courage to fight. Sir, thank you. After regaining consciousness, Vivi quickly bowed to Xiaoya, her beautiful pupils filled with joy. Sand Crocodile is either dead or disabled this time. Without the mastermind behind the scenes, the rebels will be able to solve it easily, and the country will finally be saved. Xiaoya didn't speak, but she thought a lot in her heart. Should we transfer everyone in this country to the moon? Not to mention all, even 1 million will do. If 1 million people surrender and give 1 million bright moon badges, then he will have the power of 1 million people, enough to be invincible in the pirate world. But the right to transform the moon has not been obtained, and the moon cannot support these people at all. Thank you, my lord. Seeing Xiaoya's indifferent appearance, Vivi smiled bitterly and bowed again, but she was full of gratitude to Xiaoya. You go down first, my lord needs silence. Looking at Xiaoya secretly, Annas looked at Vivi and Robin unceremoniously. Being able to become my lord's maid is a blessing that you have cultivated in 10,000 lifetimes. Pack up your belongings and leave with my lord in a while. Yes, my lord. Vivi's heart skipped a beat. Is she really a maid? Robin doesn't care, because Xiaoya is a godlike existence, but she. Xiaoya retracted her thoughts, captured Robin's emotions, and said calmly, Cobra, take Robin to check the historical text. How did he know that? Cobra couldn't help but stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but nod, yes, my lord. Robin's eyes were full of surprises, and he stepped back with everyone. I hope Hawkeye is more efficient. Looking at the empty hall again, Xiaoya was prepared for danger. If you can't kill everything in seconds, there is no point in shooting. In the early stage, you must be stable, and you must be invincible in the world. More than half an hour later. The palace hall. In addition to Xiaoya, Annas, Myhawk, Vivi, and Robin, there are. Kill if you want to kill, what nonsense. Crocodile was covered in blood and Madara lay on the ground, enduring the pain all over her body, her eyes full of bloodthirsty murderous intent. As soon as he escaped to the desert, he started a war with Hawkeye, but Crocodile seriously overestimated himself and underestimated Hawkeye, who was also Shichibukai. That powerful haki, terrifying sword energy, and terrifying fighting consciousness made Crocodile powerless. Especially in the case of serious injuries, Crocodile tried his best and struggled desperately in the desert, only forcibly dragged for half an hour, and finally lost. Can Myhawk be brought to the main hall, and the little white face in front of him actually makes him surrender? Indigenous, it's your honor to surrender to your lord, don't be ashamed. Anna's on the side was so angry, if he hadn't considered that he couldn't hit the Logia entity, he would have cut the crocodile into 8 pieces. Let me surrender? You are also worthy. Crocodile was full of disdain, and even looked down on Xia, a young man with no record and reputation. It's ridiculous, even if I eat crocodile and die here, I won't surrender. Yes, I admire people like you. Facing Crocodile's firm tone, Xia smiled lightly. This kind of heroic character can never be surrendered in a word, and Xia is not surprised at all. And Crocodile, except for the desire for Pluton, has no human weakness, let alone any relatives. Coercion and inducement are all useless. Those novel protagonists defeated Crocodile and subdued them with just a few words. That was ridiculous. Robin, have you translated the historical text? Xia's words suddenly made Crocodile on the ground stunned, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Robin beside him. Lord Xia, the translation is done, above. Looking at Crocodile inadvertently, Robin's eyes flashed and he said respectfully, the location of Pluton is recorded on it. I will give you the detailed address if you need it. Xia raised her brows slightly, she didn't expect Robin to be so black, he didn't ask what was written on it. BD, that's mine. Hearing this, Crocodile was extremely excited, and the whole person stood up instantly as if returning to the light, and rushed towards Robin. Bang! Mihawk immediately started, and his armed feet stomped Crocodile directly on the ground. Ah! Mine! That's mine! Crocodile roared desperately, as if his bloodline broke out, he broke away from the eagle's eyes, and the evil spirit and murderous aura on his body swept the hall. Pluton is his dream, his everything, and he doesn't allow anyone to be contaminated. Bang! Looking at the attacking Crocodile, Xia kicked him like lightning, kicking him straight away. Mihawk, knock him out! Xia ignored Crocodile who was roaring in the distance, looked at Robin who was blinking innocently and said, have you been notified by the Baroque workers? I wanted to bring millions of people back to the moon and be invincible, but Xia finally gave up. Let's talk about it when the right to transform the moon is in hand, let's take some younger brothers first. I informed in the name of the president. It just so happened that these people are all in Alabasta today, and they should all go to the Shar Tavern outside the palace for at most half an hour. Robin smiled brightly. After following Xia, all the pressure on her disappeared, and her smile was very real and beautiful. Xia nodded slightly, looked aside, and said, where's Vivi? My lord, I have packed up and bid farewell to the king. I can leave with you at any time. Between the words, Vivi's delicate face flushed with blush. She is a member of the royal family, and she has a deeper understanding of maids than ordinary people. That is to accompany you to eat and drink. You need to serve everything. But the object is Xia who saved the country, Vivi can't find any reason to resist, and doesn't want to resist. After all, the lethality of Xia to girls and women, is simply invincible. Chapter 21. Since you have become my maid, then I will not treat you badly. Xia smiled and waved under the wide eyes of Vivi and Robin. What? Vivi exclaimed suddenly, and even the calm Robin couldn't help but jump in his heart. Xia just waved her hand, but the vast palace at the moment was covered with gold, and the golden mountain like a hill was exceptionally bright under the light. Robin's valuation, let's say 10 billion. Lord Xia, I. Thinking of the empty treasury and the poor citizens, Vivi burst into tears and was moved. For Alabasta, this is a life-saving wealth. These treasures are useless to me, stay in this country. Xia doesn't care about the gold, because there are too many precious metals inside the moon. The surface of the moon and even within a few kilometers are basically all kinds of dust and gravel adsorbed, with extremely low or no gold content, but there are countless kinds of metals inside. As the Lord of the Moon, Xia is literally tons of precious metals. Lord Xia, thank you. Vivi was really touched, but Xia's words that she didn't care about stained her dry heart like rain and dew, as if today was her lucky day. Seeing Vivi's eyes full of emotion, and the crocheting of the threads of love, Xia couldn't help shaking her head. Ugh! The life of the rich is so unpretentious, boring, and uninteresting. Half an hour later. Shul's tavern outside the royal palace. More than a dozen main cotters and dozens of thugs from the Baroque Work Club have worshipped. Because the vice president Miss Allsunday told them that Crocodile, who fainted in agony in front of him, was the president, and he surrendered. Bonus and others have to believe it if they don't believe it, because Hawkeye's black knife and Anna's casserole-sized fist are so obvious. Get up, it's time to go back. Looking at the sky outside, Xia's left eye jumped for some reason. What's so special? It's really not safe outside, so it's better to go back to the moon first. However, in the next moment, Mihawk and Xia looked out the door at the same time. He. A dazzling golden light shone in the sky, like a sun. In that golden light, a figure rushed towards this side at a speed approaching ultimate. Then it spread out outside the door like a golden avenue, attracting the attention of countless people outside the door, and gradually formed a figure. He has black curly hair and is wearing a yellow and white striped suit. With a beard around the contours of his face, he is tall and thin, wearing a marine just as sassy behind him, with gold emblems on the cuffs and shoulders. Xia narrowed her eyes, and Robin almost exclaimed. One of the highest combat power in the world government. Admiral Kizaru. Someone lost his voice in the street, and instantly caused a huge riot. Before Shishibukai Hawkeye came, and Shishibukai battles. Now even Marine Admiral is here, which is a first for many in Alabasta. Oh my god, big news. The reporters were so excited that they could not extricate themselves from the crowd. For this news, first set a small goal and sell it for 100 million. Oh, has Crocodile been defeated? Kizaru looked at Xia who was sitting calmly in the main seat, the corner of his mouth grinned. With a frightened look on his face, his expression was very exaggerated. It seems that you have subdued Hawkeye, and are you trying to subdue the sand crocodile? You really? It's scary. Kizaru is smiling on the surface, but even more so in his heart. This time he wasn't joking, a Hawkeye plus in existence who didn't know his strength but was probably stronger than Hawkeye. Kizaru was also on guard. Damn Sengoku, you must raise your salary when you go back. Garp and the others, hurry up. Polisalino, what are you doing here? My hawk took a step forward and drew his knife on alert. He did not allow others to disturb Xia. Seeing Hawkeye's ready to do action, Kizaru immediately raised his hands and shrugged. I just passed by here, and I have no intention of doing anything with you. Drag, just one word. In short, don't let Kizaru fight the two big brothers alone. Admiral? Then you are one of the strongest in this world. Anas looked at Kizaru with burning eyes, turned his head and said respectfully, Sir, although this yellow-skinned monkey looks terrible, he is an important cadre of a big power. I think he eligible to be your puppy. What the hell? You are such a BD. Kizaru's eyelids twitched, and he wanted to kill this kobold with a laser now. He hated people saying he looked like a monkey in his life. Your whole family are monkeys. Anas, you're right. Xia nodded with satisfaction, looked at Kizaru, and couldn't help but say, Marine Admiral's salary is not high, and he has to run errands every day. Life is hard, how about following me? Bonus and the others jumped, I went. This new boss has such a big heart. After subduing Shishibukai, he still wants to subdue Admiral? Oh? How much is the salary? Kizaru's tone seemed to be attracted, and he took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes, which made him even more obscene. Snapped. Xia snapped her fingers without answering. Surprised by Kizaru, a huge door appeared abruptly at the entrance of the tavern, and an extremely ancient and heavy atmosphere came out from the inside. The huge gate is more than a few hundred meters wide, squeezing all the crowds outside the door, and Gao is unable to see the edge at a glance, as if piercing the sky. This shocked Kizaru in his heart. Didn't the information say that it was only tens of meters wide and 100 meters high? You are making fun of me. Chapter 22. Anas, take Robin and them back first. Yes, my lord. Anas nodded, carried the unconscious crocodile, and led Robin Vivi Bonus and the others to the giant gate. Wait. Kizaru couldn't help but open his mouth, his eyes fluctuated, hesitating whether to shoot first. Hawkeye and Xia are definitely not to be messed with. Talents such as Anas are the key. After all, Hawkeye and Xia are hard to stay. Oh, garbage. Anas gave a disdainful look and continued to walk towards the door. Oh, so scary, even a dog dares to look down on me. Kizaru said, his eyes sank, but there was a hint of oppression in his tone. Immediately afterwards, when Anas and the others were about to enter the giant gate, Kizaru stretched out his finger, and countless photons condensed into a bright golden color at the fingertips. After the light particles are compressed, they can form a beam like a laser, and the terrifying force contained in them can form a big explosion. Whoosh! Seeing the photon condensing, my hawk immediately drew his sword, and almost instantly burst out with an extremely fiery slash, rushing towards Kizaru. Laser! The sudden slash made Kizaru have to change his target, just condensed light to direct the slash, and then suddenly exploded. Boom! The dazzling laser stubbornly smashed the slash to pieces. Under the terrifying force, the entire king's capital echoed with a deafening roar. During the turbulent air waves, many people were blown out 100 meters away. Ah, what a terrible slash, the world's greatest swordsman, then. And Anas and the others just happened to step into the door, which made Kizaru's face very ugly, but he still opened his mouth. Speed is power, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Before Kizaru's voice fell, his body disappeared. His figure appeared in front of Xia almost teleportingly, and his legs were photonized and kicked out. Light speed kick. Yes, the target is Xia. For Hawkeye, Kizaru knows a lot, but for the unknown Xia, he really wants to know. Bang! A black knife wrapped in armed color suddenly crossed between Xia and Kizaru, and the sharp sword intent ultimate bloomed, followed by my hawk. Hey! The atmosphere was torn apart, and the powerful sword energy burst out almost instantly. Whoosh! Seeing that, Kizaru retreated in an instant, rushed to the sky, and said with a smile, "It's so loyal, my hawk, do you know what you're doing? Are you trying to betray the world government?" Shishibukai. World government? What does it have to do with me? Hawkeye's tone is extremely decisive. Can the world government make him stronger in kendo? Can the world government let him go to other worlds? His loyalty to Xia is to move towards a stronger and broader world, not to serve for the world government that may be destroyed by Xia at any time. Oh, it looks like your master is really scary. Feeling my hawk's firmness, Kizaru was amazed. Such an arrogant powerhouse is willing to surrender. One can imagine that Xia's strength is extremely powerful. Then, more testing is needed. Since Xia can't make a move, then use a big move to force Xia to make a move. Bakakayan Guyu. Kizaru's body suddenly became semi-photonized, and his palms faced the entire tavern. Countless balls of light condensed from his palm, and they contained a terrifying power that was enough to collapse mountains and seas. Right now, Kizaru's body froze, and my hawk and Xia couldn't help but look into the distance. Whoosh! Under the shocked eyes of everyone nearby, an extremely terrifying slashing wave appeared. The slash was nearly a kilometer long, like a huge crescent moon descending on the earth, showing its glorious might and violently tearing and flying. The blazing slash carried a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding civilians to bend their spines, as terrifying as a Shinigami scythe. Damn! Seeing that the slash was aimed at him, Kizaru was very annoyed, and directly aimed back a Kyangu at the slash. Boom! 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 8-foot Kyanguyu's laser directly included the entire slash into the attack range. Every laser hits the slash, and a roar erupts, like the might of a heavy artillery. Ah! Run away! After the slash was annihilated, the entire street had already collapsed, and countless people fled here screaming in fear. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a violent storm in the sky, and a majestic pressure swept in, causing Kizaru to stop attacking, but my hawk was very surprised. This is Conquerors. Xia looked into the distance, and suddenly saw a red-haired man walking slowly hundreds of meters away, extremely hacky. Crash! In the street and even thousands of meters away, countless people were like dumplings, and they rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. It seems that no one can stand under this pressure, and there are corpses all over the place, but what surprised Xia is that a man with a phone worm directly stuck a dagger in Dacho, the blood flowed non-stop, endured the severe pain and did not fall into a coma, instead he desperately shot in the distance. Respect, you are a man. Xia is amazed. This reporter is absolutely a good man, and he is not afraid of going up and down the mountain. Ta ta ta! The steady sound of footsteps approached from far away, but it made Kizaru's face even more ugly. As soon as he appeared on stage, he knelt down, and the visitor was obviously a complete pretender. Ha ha ha, I finally found you, my hawk. Hearty laughter sounded, the conspicuous red hair fluttered in public, and he looked at the cold Mihawk with surprise, and even walked a little faster. Chapter 23. Is it an illusion? I always feel that his eyes are a bit wrong. Looking at the eyes of the visitor, Xia felt inexplicably numb in her heart. A man looked at another man so affectionately, and Xia rolled up his sleeves to take a look. I had goosebumps on my arms. Mihawk also subconsciously took a step back, but for some unknown reason, he wanted to run towards the person who came. Damn, why is that? You'll be fine. The redhead was a few meters away from Mihawk. There was no problem with watching Mihawk carefully. With a sigh of relief, he looked at Kizaru who landed in the distance, and Haki spoke. Polisalino. Give me a face and leave. Kizaru. What the heck, why should I give you face? You are awesome, am I weak? Uncle Garp and others will be here soon, who will be cowardly. That's scary, redhead Shanks. Kizaru chose to continue stalling for time, then slid his right hand into his pocket. Don't move, Kizaru. A figure flashed quickly and stood beside the red-haired, with a gun aimed directly at Kizaru, with a playful tone. Looking at the muzzle of the gun, Kizaru's face darkened even more, then he raised his hands and smiled. Don't get me wrong, Beckman, I'm just bored and want to cut my nails. Brush brush. The next moment, one after another silhouette flashed, it was all the members of Red Hair Pirates. Pit. Seeing this, Kizaru felt a drum in his heart. Why isn't Garp here? Should he run away? Damn Sengoku, this time back, I have to give me a raise. This is big news. The reporter in the distance was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The cells in his body were turned upside down, and he desperately took pictures here. 4 emperors. Admiral. Shishibukai. This kind of combination gathers together, no matter what the reason is. If you add a title or a few words, it will be the world's headline. Everyone found the reporter, but they didn't say anything and didn't care. Mihawk, you, What is this? The redhead who was about to say something suddenly saw the incomparably magnificent gate not far away, and the height that could not see the end made the redhead as if he had discovered a new continent. With a sudden movement, the redhead came to the door, and said excitedly, Wow, Beckman, look, there is such a high door in the world, it's amazing. Go in. You go in. Xiaya didn't care about everyone's ignorance at all. Instead, she hoped that the red hair would be happy and walked in through the door. If the red hair falls on the moon after entering, it's not that Xiaya can do whatever she wants. Damn Shanks, don't run. Suddenly, a loud shout came. Buggy's speed seemed to have a perpetual motion, and he took a knife and killed Shanks very quickly. Hate to hate. Hate is hard to settle. Feelings and IQ have been deceived. At this moment, Buggy can't wait to slash the red hair with 1,000 swords. The speed is 1 point faster, the attack is infinitely increased, and he is aimed at the red hair and slashes down. Brush. The sight and hearing were caught, and the red hair turned around to dodge at random, and then, because of the inertial impact, Buggy was tripped by the door extension and fell into the giant gate. Bang! In a dog-eat-the-flying gesture, Buggy fell to the ground, his head dazed. Hey, Red Nose, what's going on outside? Red Nose? You are the Red Nose. As soon as he heard the Red Nose, Buggy became angry, but he was startled when he stood up. Because there was a dog-headed man in front of him, he didn't look like someone to be offended at first glance, so he sneered, I and the red-haired Shanks are brothers, he's right behind you, Where is this place? Looking forward, Buggy is sluggish. The barren land that can't be seen at a glance, the dark sky that passes by, the cold and empty silence everywhere. How is it possible, is this a dream? Snapped. Buggy slapped himself directly, and the pain in his face made him panic. Why, he just fell on the streets of Alabasta, how did he fall into such a place? Don't be surprised, this is the moon, what's going on outside? Anas despised the Buggy in front of him, and he was indeed an aboriginal, making a fuss and having no knowledge. Moon, moon. Buggy swallowed hard, just about to refute, but after seeing the blue water polo in the distance, a terrifying thought was gradually confirmed in his heart. For some reason, he seemed to clearly understand that the tiny blue water polo was the world of pirates. What a joke! Buggy didn't have the slightest idea of exploring here, but a touch of despair was born in his heart. Everything about him was in the world of pirates, and he didn't want to stay here. Whoosh! The next moment, Buggy saw a huge portal ahead, and rushed over immediately, who knows? Bang! The huge portal seemed to set up a barrier and bounced Buggy back directly. Seeing this, Anas seemed to be amused and grinned, ignorant natives, without the permission of adults, only entry is allowed here, no exit. Ah! Let me out! Dream it! Looking at Buggy roaring and continuing to slam the door, Anas's eyes flashed with playfulness, and he walked towards him with his fists clenched. Luffy and the other sandbags just left, and now there is another sandbag to play for free, Anas is cool. Red Nose. Surrender under the command of my lord, under the fist of the dog-headed king. Outside world. Everyone. Looking at Buggy who fell into the giant gate, everyone was speechless because of his weakness, but Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Buggy is in, Redhead, what are you waiting for? Hey? How did Buggy get in? I'll go take a look. Chapter 24. Under the expectant gaze of Xiaoya, the red-haired redhead who was just about to walk into the giant gate was full of interest, but directly pulled by Beckman. Beckman inadvertently glanced at Xiaoya who was sitting and said, Shanks, I found Hawkeye, aren't you going to have a good chat with him? Maybe the redhead didn't care, but Beckman was good at observing and carefully found that Xiaoya was too abnormal. It was clearly the breath of Hawkeye and Kizaru fighting just now, but Xiaoya was in the center of the battlefield, and how terrifying the red-haired conquerors was, Xiaoya was nothing at all. The most important thing is that with so many big guys coming, Xiaoya is not afraid at all, but looks at the red hair with anticipation. What to expect? Make friends? Apprenticeship? Join the group? Fight? Engage in base? No, neither. As if expecting the redhead to walk through the door, Beckman was alarmed. This guy. Seeing Beckman's actions, Xiaoya's heart sank, and she immediately retracted her gaze. He was most afraid of someone with a high IQ like Beckman. Obviously, the pirate's first wise man lived up to his reputation. And also. With that said, Beckman looked at Kizaru who was watching the play and said solemnly, I really can't believe that a Kizaru admiral can be so calm in the face of the entire Four Emperors pirate group and the world's largest swordsman, I underestimate it. You. Delayed for time, waiting for reinforcements. As soon as the words fell, Usopp and the others took up their weapons and aimed at Kizaru. Since ancient times, pirates and marines have been in conflict with each other, and even some pirates are excited to keep Kizaru. Don't get me wrong, I just want to make friends with that guy. His strength is terrifying. Kizaru raised his hands to indicate harmlessness, and turned the topic directly to Xiaoya, and continued to delay. Anyway, he wanted to run and no one could catch up. Who is this? Everyone looked at Xiaoya, who was sitting calmly in the tavern, and the red hair also realized that something was wrong. To be able to be so calm under the attention of so many bigwigs must be extremely strong. And let Kizaru seriously say terrible, what is the concept? Hi, I'm Shanks, the redhead. Shanks, who likes to make friends, smiled heartily and walked towards Xia, but Mihawk moved and stood in front of him. Adults don't like to be disturbed, Shanks. Crowd. Redhead was stunned, Beckman was stunned, Usopp was dumbfounded. Rakaru's chicken legs fell to the ground, his eyes widened. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Horrible. Even Kizaru's pupils shrank. Before, he had been calling for a new master, loyalty, etc., all of which were tempting. Hawkeye's silence made Kizaru think it was cold, but he didn't expect it to be true. This is a bit of a fantasy, let Hawkeye surrender to the Lord? Not even Whitebeard is 100 times stronger. Ho 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 ho, big news. The reporter in the distance also heard this sentence, his eyes were bloodshot with excitement, and his whole body trembled with excitement, making people wonder if he would die here excitedly. Ahaha. After being stunned for a while, the redhead laughed embarrassedly, I haven't seen you for a few months, Mihawk, you can tell jokes, it's just a little cold. Shanks, I'm fine, you leave. Taking a deep look at Shanks, Hawkeye turned to Xia and said respectfully, Sir, the matter here is done, where are we going next? Get out of here, Shanks. I haven't figured out the character of your lord until now. If he does anything to you, even God can't save you. How can that be? Am I dreaming, Hawkeye? Someone at Red Hair Pirates was shocked and murmured. That loneliness, that indissoluble eagle eye who fought with the invincible captain in their hearts, actually surrendered to others. And the tone is so respectful, even the words have to be bent a bit. More respect for Whitebeard than Marco, beyond imagination. This. The red-haired body trembled in disbelief. Perhaps what pirate group Hawkeye joined, what force did he join, the red hair would only be a pity. But Hawkeye's attitude towards Xia, humble makes the redhead angry. Why? Tell me, Mihawk. Looking at Mihawk who looked like a man, the red hair couldn't help roaring, his right hand was shaking with anger, and his face was full of incomprehension. The eagle eye he knows, arrogant as the bright moon, powerful as a myth, is by no means such a servile weakling. And the young man in front of him, why make Hawkeye so humble? Why? Beckman stared at the indifferent Xia, even unceremoniously to perceive Xia's strength, but it was as calm as the sea. This makes Beckman sure that Xia's strength is at least stronger than him. But he doesn't believe it, Xia can be stronger than the red hair, but what qualifications does the red hair have to make Mihawk surrender? Facing the red-haired question, Hawkeye was silent for a while, and then continued to respectfully say, Sir, we should leave. Xia stood up indifferently, the aura of detachment on her body made people look sideways, she didn't even look at the redhead and the others, and walked straight towards the door. Well, Xia's heart is full of speechless. Well, it's too dangerous to sell outside the moon. You can meet Admiral wherever you go, and even the entire Four Emperors pirate group came here. Is your luck so bad? Strength. Xia is not afraid of these people attacking him, because no one can kill him in seconds, not even weaker than anyone, but he is afraid of exposing his strength outside the moon. Before he is truly invincible, he will never fight against people above Vice Admiral's strength in the pirate world. Because he can't kill in seconds, it proves that his strength has an upper limit, which will make people look down on it and make Hawkeye and other subordinates suspicious. It's you. Hawkeye didn't answer, the red hair looked at Xia extremely sharply, and there was even a killing intent in his eyes. In his heart, Eagle Eye does not allow anyone to trample on it. And Xia subdues Hawkeye as a thug, that is, looking down on Hawkeye and laughing at Hawkeye, which makes the redhead unbearable. Chapter 25. Xia stopped and looked at the red-haired without fear, her eyes were a little cold. He seriously doubted the relationship between the red-haired and Hawkeye. In just a few seconds, he wanted to kill himself just like he robbed the red-haired wife. Chong. Griffin unsheathed, the conquerors on the red-haired body slowly rose, carrying unparalleled pressure. Resisting the killing intent in his heart, he said, Go ahead, if I lose, I will give you my life. If you lose, Hawkeye will stay, and you will die. Boom. The incomparably violent conquerors rose up with red hair, and the suffocating pressure made everyone in the entire capital stagnate, as if hell was coming. Zitzaiza. Countless purple-red lightning flashed in the void, and conquerors directly detonated the audience. The earth was shaken by it, as if the sky was torn apart, and the dense cracks spread throughout the entire capital, causing countless people to be horrified. Conquerors, so scary. Kizaru's eyes lit up, he immediately retreated a few hundred meters, and even took out a phone bug to report, urging. I'm going to call Aokiji, and some more Vice Admiral, all of them. Fight hard. When you are almost at the same level, when you both lose, Garp, Momuzagi, Chagu, and Aokiji will come, so it will be great. Garp vs severely injured Redhead, Aokiji vs Beckman, Momuzagi vs Usopp, T-Dolphin vs Rakaru, 10 Vice Admirals vs other pirates. Kizaru fights Xia, and calls some Vice Admiral to besiege Mihawk. As long as Marine's side has a victory, or Xia and Mihawk escape, the battle is settled. Come out and walk through the scene by yourself. If you catch the entire red hair pirates, great credit. Kizaru fantasizes about the scene of the salary increase. Xiaya couldn't help frowning, completely unable to understand the redhead's behavior. Shanks. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye shouted loudly. He immediately drew his knife and aimed at the red hair, and said in a cold voice, if you want to take action against adults, unless you step on my body, don't blame me for being ruthless. My Hawk. Why? Redhead roared, he couldn't believe my Hawk said such a thing. Their affection for so many years, is it not as good as this guy who is nothing? The grief is in the heart of the red hair, the monstrous killing intent makes the red hair uncontrollable, and he can't wait to chop Xiaya into pieces on the spot. It's definitely Xiaya's trick to confuse my Hawk. He would never allow anyone to bully my Hawk. Shanks, back off. Hawkeye stood in front of Xiaya, his voice became colder, and his sword intent was full of hostility. At this moment, everyone can feel that if Hong sends a hand, Hawkeye will definitely work hard. With a roar from the red hair, conquerors almost solidified, and the entire tavern collapsed. Looking at Xiaya with red eyes, the red-haired eyes were completely cold, with a kind of hysterical hatred, but they were firmly controlled. He can't do it, shot Hawkeye. Xiaya. What the hell? He didn't say a word, the redhead hated me as much as he killed her sister. Totally incomprehensible. Xiaya has no doubt that if she speaks by herself, she will definitely detonate her red hair. Because the red hair is on the verge of breaking out, any word will be the last grass that breaks the camel's back. If it wasn't for Hawkeye, Xiaya would definitely rush up to FK him, but Hawkeye is here, that would reveal his strength. Then, shout, my boss is actually a little stronger than me? You lied to me, go to hell. Sir, please leave. This place will disturb you. Hawkeye's voice revealed a ray of urgency. The others didn't care, they were just disappointed, it wasn't the eagle eyes in their hearts, but Beckman was shocked. Is that so? Beckman thought of countless possibilities, but none of them were reliable, but an abrupt one came to mind. What is the possibility, you say, that my Hawk asked Xiaya to leave here so eagerly and even many times, and what is the possibility that Hawkeye is so indifferent to the redhead? There is only one possibility, Hawkeye is afraid of Xiaya's shot. To be precise, I am afraid that Xiaya will make a move against the red hair. Thinking of this, Beckman was shocked. Although it was impossible, if it was true, then everything made sense. Because Xiaya is unbelievably powerful, Hawkeye will surrender. Because of Xiaya's invincible power, Hawkeye is afraid of red hair, but so unreal. The world is so big, red hair is the apex of the world. One-on-one, and the entire red hair pirates, how strong is Xiaya to kill the red hair? Xiaya. Seeing the unkind look on the entire red hair pirates, Xiaya's eyes flashed fiercely. Just wait, one by one. Ta-ta-ta. Steady steps towards the door, but a few meters away, everyone's heart is not calm. Hawkeye is guarding Xiaya behind him, for fear that someone will provoke Xiaya. And the red hair is holding back the killing intent, and Kizaru is even more anxious like a lost monkey. What should we do now? Kizaru was in a hurry. If Hawkeye and Xiaya left, it would be useless for Garp and others to come. Because the red hair was unscathed, even if it was a real siege, it would take a long time. Over time, there would be various accidents, and the so-called Great Merit would turn into a big one. Everyone was silent, the red hair even closed his eyes, resisting the killing intent. He really didn't want to go to the opposite side of Hawkeye. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Every step of Xiaya was a few centimeters longer than usual, but no one thought about it. On the contrary, many pirates marveled at Xiaya's demeanor in their hearts. It is because Xiaya's temperament is too detached, and at first glance, she is a superpower. Look, this is the real powerhouse. Facing so many bigwigs, his face remains unchanged, and the conquerors and killing intent of the 4 emperors are even more placid. The last step, only the last step away from the gate, Xiaya breathed a sigh of relief. This is the step, start preparing to step over to the door, who knows? Wait. Stop. The redhead was shouting furiously, and Kizaru shouted urgently, and even made a strong shot. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Chapter 26. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Almost at the moment when Xiaya lifted her last kick, Kizaru appeared in front of Xiaya like a flash, a lightsaber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Xiaya. Kizaru knew he couldn't wait any longer, and didn't know any information about Xiaya. Don't even know the name, which makes Kizaru embarrassed to go back and can only shoot. Chong. Hawkeye's pupils shrank, and immediately turned the knife to attack. Boom. The 2 knives collided, the tsunami-like power poured out to each other, and the surging air waves howled in all directions, blowing the corners of Xiaya's clothes, and her hair flying. Boom. Seeing Hawkeye to resist Kizaru, the red hair made a lightning-like shot, and the terrifying killing intent almost condensed into reality. Kizaru's eyes filled with joy, and he praised his wit. That's it, Hawkeye, don't you stop red hair, redhead, don't you want to fight Hawkeye, I'll divert Hawkeye, you go and fight Xiaya. Come on, Shanks. Hey! The atmosphere was suddenly torn apart, and the void was trembling. The red hair did not choose to attack from a distance, but instead showed a terrifying speed and appeared behind Xia. All haki and power converge on the griffin and stab at Xia. He believed that this kind of attack, even if Whitebeard came, would have to die, because Xia had no defense at all. Stop! Hawkeye couldn't help roaring, and at this moment, his body even felt a little cold. The redhead actually shot at Xia. Whether it is successful or not, Hawkeye can't imagine the result of Xia's shot. The red hair will die. However, Hawkeye's voice has not yet fully sounded. The red-haired unparalleled violent sword is only 10 centimeters away from Xia, and at this moment Xia has just turned around. Die! The redhead roared inwardly. He never wanted to kill someone so much, because Xia insulted my hawk, insulted his favorite, ahem. Bang! The roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a large area of the surrounding ground was cracked and collapsed, and the terrifying slashes swept all around, tearing out terrifying cracks that spread far away. What followed was silence. This is fake, right? How could such a thing happen? Everyone at Red Hair Pirates was horrified and couldn't believe it. The reporters in the distance were even more sluggish, and the phone bugs all fell to the ground. Impossible. The redhead looked at the scene in disbelief. This kind of thing, let alone Xia in front of him, even if the former Captain Roger is 100 times stronger, he can't do it. He went all out to stab the attack, and nothing could resist it. But now, Beckman's brain full of wisdom also short-circuited. What did he see? He actually saw Xia turn around, raise a finger, and accurately align the red-haired sword tip. A slender finger was on the tip of the sword, without any damage. Fingertips touching the tip of a knife? Or the full power of redheads? Even haki is useless, let alone ability. How is this possible? Ah! A chill appeared in Xia's indifferent pupils, and she flicked her fingers slightly. The next moment, the audience shook. Crack! A shattering sound made everyone's eyes widen, and Kizaru also flew back hundreds of meters in horror on the spot, beating wildly in his heart. The griffin that bumped Xia's finger was broken. Although griffin is not a supremely fast knife, not clear, but under the rendering of the red-haired haki for many years, it is no longer weaker than any famous knife, and the attack just now wrapped the red-haired armament and conquerors, but on this harmless finger, as if encountering some absolutely deadly attack, it broke. Flicking the famous sword? This scene once again made everyone's brain freeze. Really, it's terrible. Kizaru was dripping with cold sweat and even wanted to run, but this time he was really scared. The redhead also stared blankly at Duanjian and lost his thoughts, completely unacceptable, while Hawkeye was shocked for a moment, and immediately knelt down on one knee to speak. My lord, please forgive Shank's ignorance, please let him go. Silence. Even Beckman was a little overwhelmed and confused. In the face of such a godlike powerhouse, everyone really didn't know what to do. They couldn't think of the strength to use their fingers to resist the redhead's all-out attack, and they couldn't think of any strength that could easily break the redhead's knife. They swear, they didn't feel any devil fruit's energy at all, just body. You can't even be 100 times stronger than a redhead, right? After all, the little area of the fingertips bears more pressure than imagined. Xia. Fortunately, Lao Zi didn't stop when Kizaru attacked, and walked right into the door, stepping on the door. When entering the gate, you need to consider how to defend the most perfect, and it turns out that Xia is extremely resourceful. The door is the moon range, he is invincible. Don't say that a finger can block the impossible sword, as long as the red hair dares to come in an inch, it will be easy to kill him with a finger. And this kind of scene caused everyone's imagination and caused Xia's absolute invincibility. Brain supplement, too invincible. Grown UPS. Seeing that Xia did not speak, Hawkeye gritted his teeth. Kneeling on one knee became two knees, and begged vigorously, although it is a bit overstepping, please look at my loyalty and beg you to spare him. If you are still angry, I am willing to die. Silence. All silent. Seeing this scene, Kizaru was even a little panicked. He suddenly didn't even have the idea of running away, because he didn't dare to move. The scene just now made him think too much. Especially seeing the eagle eye who gave up his dignity, Xia's strength is infinitely magnified in everyone's heart. Even, Xia directly kills everyone present, it will not be surprising. Chapter 27. Ugh. And seeing the red hair with dull eyes, Beckman sighed in his heart. This kind of blow is actually not that big for the red hair, it is completely blessed in many ways. Ultimate's anger, Ultimate's killing intent. Ultimate's attack, but in exchange for Ultimate's disappointment. No matter how heroic the redhead's personality is, it will take a while to recover. Sir, please spare the captain. We are willing to pay any price. Looking at Xia who was indifferent and even more indifferent, Beckman took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. He was sure that Xia was as powerful as a god, but he never wanted red hair to die here. In front of the unimaginable existence, any wisdom appears insignificant, and we can only put down our dignity and pray for the possibility. Xiaya didn't speak, looked coldly, and even raised her hand. Not good. Seeing Xiaya raising his hand, Beckman's heart skipped a beat. Wouldn't this kind of strong man turn upside down when he raised his hand, and immediately knelt on the ground? Please let the captain go. If he fights with the enemy, no matter how strong the enemy is, Beckman is not afraid, let alone death, but facing Xiaya. No hatred, no sense. This. In an instant, the Red Hair Pirates crew also got confused and looked at each other. They have been in the sea for many years, and they have never thought of this scene today, it is too sudden. But seeing the godless captain, the powerless co-captain, the timid admiral, and the pleading eagle eye, everyone lowered their arrogant heads and knelt in unison. Sir, please spare the captain. Xiaya. Is it so wonderful? He raised his hand just to scratch the itch, but in order to maintain his demeanor, he held back. Brain tonic is indeed an invincible force in the world. Xiaya guarantees that she has not said a word since the red-haired debut, but Xiaya can't believe it because of the twists and turns of the plot. What's so special? I don't even dare to make a movie like this. The human brain and imagination are really too powerful, and the deity can't react. Get up for me. Get up. Looking back at the red hair, seeing Hawkeye and the crew members kneeling on the ground, they couldn't help but tear their eyes. Since when has he experienced this kind of experience since he went to sea? This is simply trampling on his dignity. But, recalling the sword just now, the red hair is full of powerlessness, this kind of existence is enough to kill anyone in seconds. If he resists again, it will no longer be his problem, but everyone will die for his stupidity. Shanks could only stare at the indifferent Xiaya with blood, and said solemnly, it's my fault for taking action against you, I admit it. If you want to kill or cut, it's up to you. The red hair can't take any more shots, and he doesn't even dare to resist, he is afraid that Xiaya will anger other people. This is not a land grab, not a life and death vendetta, but just a disaster caused by his stupidity. It's scary. Seeing this, Kizaru was even more frightened, and scolded the redhead secretly, and also secretly scolded himself. What are you doing here when you have nothing to do? Are you courting death? The Kizaru who did it doesn't dare to move now, for fear that Xiaya will take action against him. Because such an unimaginable powerhouse is likely to be unable to escape, Kizaru is reluctant to challenge that possibility. Xiaya. Wow. Did not expect. All cowardly. But what should I do? How to maximize the benefits? Shot? Impossible, his invincible strength can't get past this door, so what should I do? Procrastinate? Kizaru is obviously waiting for someone, and the more you delay, the less beneficial it is. I really want to pull you all into the moon. I am invincible in everyone's eyes, what should I do? In an instant, Xiaya's eyes lit up, but her face was still indifferent. She looked at Hawkeye and said indifferently, for your loyalty's sake, I will spare the red hair this time, but... Everyone who had just relaxed for half a second, the icy voice lifted their hearts in an instant. Everyone present, leave their biographies and go. Everyone's heads are covered with question marks. What's the meaning? Where to stay? Xiaya didn't know what she meant either. In short, to divert her attention, keeping the mystery is the most important thing. The more you talk and the more you do, all of them will be self-defeating. Continue to figure it out. Thank you, sir. Hawkeye instantly relaxed and bowed immediately, admiring Xiaya even more. I really didn't expect that such an invincible existence has such a broad heart, and the red hair can be forgiven if he kills him. Is it because of his loyalty? Suddenly, Hawkeye was touched by something strange that he had never had before. This kind of person is worth his life. Thank you, sir. Looking at Hawkeye's worship, although everyone was puzzled, they could only shout thank you. Replacement of identity, if someone dares to assassinate them with hatred, they will never show mercy. But under Xiaya's indifferent appearance, the fierceness of her heart is as vast as the sky, which makes people ashamed. ASAP. As soon as Xiaya's words fell, she turned and disappeared. Seeing this action, everyone is even more stunned. What to do as soon as possible? How to do it? Where to do it? Could it be that such strong people are so random? Arriving here, Kizaru put down the burden in his heart, and even considered whether to leave, and then Xiaya's words came from the door. If one person dares to leave, all of them, die. Kizaru. Hehe, can't the power of my sparkling fruit escape from your palm? He really didn't believe it, but in the blink of an eye, when he met the sharp eyes of everyone at Red Hair Pirates, Kizaru's heart was blocked. Heaven and earth conscience, although sparkling fruit can turn into light, he really can't move at the speed of light. The speed of light kick is just the name of the move. If it is really the speed of light, then he is really invincible, the power will be infinite, and the energy consumed will make him die instantly. Even if he casually goes to the Four Emperors' nest, no one will stop him, because it is absolutely impossible to stop him, but is it possible? So, in the face of Xiaya, who has a powerful red hair at least dozens of times, Kizaru is cowardly. Excuse me, what are the respective biographies that the adults said? I chose Kizaru from my heart and asked my hawk sincerely. Everyone's life story. Write it as a novel. My hawk replied indifferently, it should be like this. Occasionally I hear adults say that they want to read novels, maybe it's a hobby of adults. In fact, Hawkeye doesn't understand Xiaoya's operation, but he can only try his best to guess and try to figure it out. Where to write, of course, the moon. Everyone. What kind of hobby is this? And sure enough, every strong person has strange hobbies. But fortunately, so far there is no problem. Stop. Hawkeye suddenly looked at the only standing reporter who wanted to leave in the distance, and flashed over. He grabbed it and threw it into the door, then looked at the red hair and said, Shanks, your lord is invincible, you don't need decadence. My hawk simply said and jumped into the door. He doesn't believe that someone dares to run away, and he doesn't believe that someone can run away unless they go to another world. Chapter 28. Call. For a time, many pirates breathed a sigh of relief. However, it is just an autobiography, do you have to enter the door to write it? Beckman was alert for a moment, then helpless, that person is too scary. Walk. The redhead was silent for a moment, picked up the broken griffin, and walked through the door. The rest of the people sighed one after another and couldn't help but follow. And Beckman said, you guys, carry the boat in, I don't know how long it will take, but it's better to carry it in. Yes, Vice Captain. Seeing this, Kizaru's wretched old face was extremely tangled. From now on, I will use my amazing literary talent to write my great life, and it will take more than half a month to finish writing it. And what about Marine at this time? Do you want to leave a letter? If you want to do it, do it. Kizaru appears with the Tiankong cloud sword in his hand, and the pen flies on the ground, and writes. Chi chi chi. One after another cracks spread on the ground, and soon more than a dozen words appeared. Kizaru smiled with satisfaction, it's done, only you can write such a hacky word in the world, you will definitely be recognized. When I finish writing my great biography, I will make hundreds of millions of copies and distribute it all over the world. It will definitely be remembered in history. Kizaru's words got excited, that adult is really a genius. Aren't people all about fame and fortune? If he can make a name for himself in the history, he has lived enough. His great life will definitely shock the world and spread to 10,000 years. Go. Excited, Kizaru rushed through the door without thinking. My god. Awesome. Horrible. As soon as he landed, Kizaru heard the words of shock, and then showed contempt in his eyes. Sure enough, these pirates have no culture, not even words to express shock. A group of garbage on the sea, I'm afraid they can't write hyphenated words. I Kizaru. Despise it. Then, Kizaru inadvertently looked around, the dead fish's eyes widened instantly, and the words of shock blurted out. FK. This barren land, this empty darkness, this tiny blue planet in the distance. Everyone, suddenly two words popped out in their minds, the moon. It's awesome. Xiaoya inside the moon can clearly see the scene on the surface of the moon. When she sees the red hair and others coming in, Xiaoya is extremely excited. He had such a smooth start. After winning Hawkeye, he had to take down the 4 emperors and admiral. This is simply divine. Xiaoya deliberately made the request vague, and deliberately didn't say let them in, just to divert their attention and prevent a smart person like Beckman from thinking too much. But as long as they enter the door, they are all younger brothers. A large ship, the Red Force was carried through the gate by several crew members, and the crew members were equally shocked. What's the matter with the word moon in my mind, is this really the moon? Boom. A roar awakened everyone, and when they looked back, the magnificent gate dissipated immediately, and everyone's heart sank. Cannot go back. What should I do now? Even Beckman gave up treatment and returned to the pirate world from the moon, which is almost impossible for them. Shanks. A roar came, and the red-haired saw Buggy with a livid face, jumped up from 100 meters away, and hacked over with a knife. The redhead couldn't help but smile bitterly, Buggy is really, so vengeful. The next moment, everyone was shocked. Seal up. Xiaoya's voice echoed on the moon, and a huge seal appeared in the void. An incomparably vast force was washing away, and then... Kamui is like a prison. Bang. Buggy in midair immediately fell from the air, and the whole person panicked. Ah! My power! No! No, return my power! Along with Buggy's wailing, the red hair was also shocked, and he was horrified to find. Conqueror's haki is gone, and the swordsmanship that I know is also quickly forgotten in my mind. His physical fitness was rapidly regressing, and in an instant, he became an ordinary person. Damn, my fruit ability! Kizaru was also terrified. He found that all his strengths were gone, even sparkling fruit disappeared without a trace. Others are the same, this is a bolt from the blue for them, extremely desperate. Even Usopp's eyesight has regressed. It seems that everything related to strength has disappeared, which is shocking. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, everyone's weapons, knives, guns, sticks, etc. flew into the distance. This time, everyone has completely become unarmed ordinary people. Why? Beckman clenched his fists tightly, unable to accept the fact that without his strength, it was more difficult to accept than killing them. Without their strength, they may not be as good as ordinary people and cannot survive at all. Why? I don't know when. Anas came over, looked at everyone contemptuously and said, Your Excellency is the Lord of the Moon, this is my lord's territory, and no one is allowed to invade. Especially you rubbish. If you hurt the flowers and plants here, can you poor ghosts pay for it? Everyone. The flowers and plants of the ghosts, here are all lumps of dirt, hurt your sister. Oh, don't stare at me, seal your power, just let you be honest, don't rely on your own strength to know the sky is high. By the way, I can also teach you, what is the supreme existence. Anas looked at everyone disdainfully, he would not tell the red hair them. After he landed on the moon, he was killed dozens of times by Xia and resurrected dozens of times, and then sealed his power. Those words just now, the same words Xia said to him, made him particularly remember. Beckman was stunned for a moment, then asked immediately, Wait, you said it was a seal? Didn't it disappear? Anas sneered, Nonsense, if you have no strength, how can you serve the adults? Call. In an instant, everyone relaxed, not just disappearing. No, ghosts serve your master. We are here to write novels. But everyone didn't say it, but if they did say it, Xia could only say that they were too naive, they went to the moon, life and death were in control, and they couldn't accept it. Xia has time to conquer these people. Ha ha ha, I miss this powerless time. It's full of freedom. The redhead suddenly burst into laughter, not caring, not even happy. Everyone's eyes twitched. Sure enough, the mentally retarded middle-aged is much more joyful. Chapter 29. Alabasta. In the capital, the people who were stunned by conquerors gradually woke up and lost their heads. Especially the people on the tavern street are more confused. What about Shishibukai? What about Admiral? What about the giant gate? Whoosh whoosh. One after another, the sound of breaking the air sounded, and then nearly 24 figures fell. Huh? What about people? Garp looked around with a serious face, seeing and seeing. There are traces of battle in the remaining Haki, but in the entire capital, there is not a single strong person. Could it be that I went to the wrong place? Momuzagi was also surprised and turned to look at Aokiji. I saw Aokiji said lazily, Kizaru's phone, the location is right here, Alabasta King's Shatter Tavern, I've been here. While the red-haired confrontation with Xia, Kizaru's secret connection, the location can never be wrong. Even if Aokiji is called, it is impossible for Kizaru to lie. That's only. Will you leave then? Hearing the T-Dolphin's words, Garp shook his head and said, Impossible, there were no red-haired boats when we docked, and there were no ships around. If the battle is real, it won't end so soon. If there is no battle, Kizaru will not leave. Brush. Momuzagi's figure flashed, and a panicked man was caught. This man had a phone bug on his body, and he looked like a reporter in his attire. This reporter is not the one who was caught on the moon by Hawkeye, a little trash. Don't arrest me, I haven't broken the law. The reporter was full of panic, and quickly said, Don't do it, I said. When I was 8, I stole and watched people take a bath. When I was 9, I stole money from my family. When I was 10, I had S*X with an old sow and a pig. When I was 11. To shut up. Momuzagi snorted coldly and stared, Say, who was fighting here just now? Call. Hearing this, the reporter breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's Hawkeye and Admiral Kizaru, yes, and Crocodile, but he was knocked unconscious and covered in injuries. Also, I saw the people from the Baroque Work Club, and they all followed a dog-headed man into the giant gate. That door is so big that it pierces the sky, you don't know. Stop. It's annoying to be long-winded, the T-Pig grabbed the phone bug and the notebook. After reading the book carefully, he frowned and said, What about the back? The two fought, and a huge sword energy of nearly 1,000 meters flew from a distance. What about the back? I don't know why, but suddenly my head hurts and I fainted. Everyone was stunned and immediately realized, conquerors. The 1,000-meter sword chi flew from a distance? Not surprisingly, it should be the redhead that Kizaru said, and conquerors is also his, pretend weapon. Garp Vice Admiral, look, here are the words. A Vice Admiral said, and there are more than a dozen large characters 100 meters away from the tavern. It must be Kizaru's word. How can you be so sure? Because there is no uglier word in the world. Hearing Aokiji's words, many people's eyelids twitched. The crooked, unrecognizable words on the ground, like dogs flying, are really Kizaru's words? Go to the den of thieves to investigate, die for the army, don't read. Everyone. Is this really written by Kizaru? Not like his character. This idiot, why don't you write more since you can leave a letter? Aokiji scratched his hair irritably, and said helplessly, I didn't leave any information, I can only talk about it when he comes back. Involving new forces, the 4 emperors, Admiral, and Shishibukai, this kind of event is enough to shock the world. Whoa! Suddenly, a cry came, and I saw Cobra running over with the escort very sad. Kneeling down in front of the crowd, weeping, Aokiji Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral, please call the shots for me. My daughter is as beautiful as a flower. I hate that the pirate leader took her away. I hate it. Everyone. What the hell is this? Stand up and talk carefully. Garp frowned slightly, knowing it wasn't easy. It's Shishibukai Hawkeye, it's Anna's the dog-headed man, and it's their master Xia. Cobra stood up and began to roar loudly. They broke into my palace, saying that Crocodile was the mastermind of the kingdom's civil unrest, and that he used the side effects of the banned dancing powder to make the kingdom dry for 3 years without rain. It was also he who coveted this country and tried to ascend to the throne of the king. The surrounding civilians were stunned for a moment, and then they became angry. Did their hero cause this disaster? Then they brought in Crocodile. They beat Crocodile hundreds of times, almost cutting off the chicken, and knocking him out alive. I thought they were new heroes, but I didn't expect them to leave 10 billion to buy my daughter. It's a shame, can my daughter be bought with 10 billion? I swear to death, they knocked me out and forcibly took my daughter away, I hate it. Cobra roared, then walked up to the heights and looked at the civilians and shouted, this tens of billions of dollars are for my daughter's tragic life in the future, and I don't want to stay. Go, call the rebel army, tell them the truth, and everyone will share the 10 billion equally. Wow oh. In an instant, all the civilians went crazy. Maybe a little bit per person after the split, but they are too poor, and the mastermind behind the scenes disappears, everything will be fine. Why do I think something is wrong? Momozagi frowned. Cobra didn't lie to her perception, but Cobra's mood seemed happy. Call the guards over and ask them one by one. T-Dolphin doesn't care, everyone nodded. At least knowing the name of the dog-headed man, as well as the name of the head of the new force, that Eagle Eye really surrendered, which shocked everyone. Afterwards, everyone asked a lot of people, including all those who had seen Xia and others. The information they got was almost the same, and they didn't believe anyone could lie. Hi, finally gone. After Garp and the others left, Cobra secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everything he said was true, but he didn't hate Xia at all, but was full of gratitude, but he could only express his resentment, so that the country could get rid of the relationship. And Xia has left more than 12 billion worth of gold, this country will get better. Hope Vivi can be happy. Chapter 30. Just this information. After Aokiji and the others returned, Sengoku had a headache. Where's Garp? Garp Vice Admiral went to East Blue and heard his grandson showed up, so. This guy. Sengoku was speechless at the thought of Garp's grandson going out to sea as a pirate. It's not good for him to send someone to catch Luffy and others to come back and ask about Xia. After all, these people haven't offered a reward yet, so they are not pirates. Ugh. Sengoku frowned, how could Marine's big movements hide from everyone? I believe that many forces have seen it, but I have been busy so far, except for knowing the names of Xia and a few people. What strength and power are not clear. Polisalino, it's rare for him to be so serious. Speaking of Kizaru, Sengoku spoke in an admirable tone, daring to go deep into the enemy camp to investigate the news, and give him a raise when he comes back. Marshal, what should Xia do? Aokiji also became serious, he felt. Xia and others are definitely the enemies of the world government, not to mention the redheads involved this time. Kizaru can understand when he probes the enemy camp, but why did the entire red-haired pirate group disappear? Did they all enter the giant gate? But it's not right. If they all entered the giant gate, where would Kizaru go to check the news? If he went into, he would definitely be besieged. Aokiji couldn't figure out the reason at all. Deal with it. People don't know how to deal with it wherever they are. Sengoku frowned and said later, let's put a bounty on it. Hawkeye actually surrenders to others and fights Kizaru, then he deviates from the world government, and also offers a bounty. They have to be brought to the attention of the world so that they will be exposed. This feeling of being dark and self-righteous is bad, and Sengoku is very upset. There must be a reward, and you must be in the headlines. How much is the reward? Crane Vice Admiral asked curiously, the new force has Hawkeye, even stronger than Hawkeye, even more Crocodile, I don't know about others, but the whole is definitely not weaker than the 4 Emperors Regiment. Lunar Pirates Captain Xia, 3.6 billion. Hawkeye, the crew of the Moon Pirates, 2.5 billion. Anna's offers a reward of 1.2 billion. Sand Crocodile offers a reward of 500 million. Everyone was stunned. Hawkeye and Sand Crocodile were fine, but Xia went after the 4 Emperors with the first bounty. What a commotion this must have caused. Presumably they would cause a commotion as soon as they showed up, so that it would be easier for Marine to capture the information. By the way, give Xia a nickname. Sengoku thought for a while, his eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, if you can make Hawkeye surrender, this person is definitely a big enemy, and the world government will never allow new forces to exist, so his title will be the strongest in the world. In an instant, the T-Dolphin jumped up and objected, Marshal, I don't agree, this person is a little white face, what qualifications does he have to be the strongest in the world? It must be a conspiracy to force Hawkeye to surrender. It's hard to say whether he can beat me. Cha Dolphin is very upset with Xia because he finds Momozagi very interested in Xia. What's so special? It's amazing to look good, amazing to have a good temperament, and amazing to be strong. He, the T-Dolphin, refuses to accept it. Plus Vice Admiral, I think you're too small. Momozagi gave the T-Dolphin a dull look, stroking her hair gently and said, the title given by the Marshal is very good. First of all, this will weaken Whitebeard's influence, and even cause more people to provoke the Whitebeard pirates and contain them. Secondly, pirates are a gang of lawless beings. When this title comes out, Whitebeard's sons will definitely be upset, and so will other powerhouses. The strongest creature will look for Xiaya everywhere to fight. No matter life or death, it is convenient for us to explore his information. Everyone couldn't help nodding and gave the Marshal a thumbs up. Just one title has drawn countless hatreds to Xiaya, the Marshal is wise. Feeling the admiration of everyone, Sengoku said contentedly, okay, let's do it this way, let's arrange it, anyone who sees Xiaya and others, report it immediately. Yes, Marshal. The next day, under the impetus of Marine and the world government, almost all the newspapers started to print news together and sent a large number of newspapers to the world. The Four Seas, the Grand Line, and even some Sky Islands have newspapers, and the price and its low price have aroused everyone's curiosity. Make sure the world takes notice of the Xiaya gang and exposes them. New World. On the Moby DK, all the pirates board on the ship bragging, eating meat and drinking. Who are they? They are the strongest under Whitebeard in the world, and no one dares to provoke them. Every day is either fishing or drying nets, and occasionally cleaning up the idiots who provoke Dad. The days are quite unrestrained, sloppy and happy. Ace, I got a message. Marco hung up the phone and said to the man who was so anxious that he even started to get angry, your brother Luffy has appeared again, and now he is in East Blue, and everything is fine. Wow, that's fine, that's great. Ace was relieved, and when he thought of that stupid brother, a smile appeared on his face. A few days ago, Garp actually contacted him, which scared Ace a lot. After hearing that Luffy's group was taken away and the location was unknown, Ace was full of worries. It's not good to bother Whitebeard, but mobilize the second team to find them all over the New World. After all, Garp said, the location is likely to be in the New World, because the people who took Luffy are strong. Now, it's fine. Seeing the seagulls flying over the sky, Marco stuffed the money at will, took the newspaper and said with a smile, if it wasn't for his accident this time, we really wouldn't know you had a younger brother. My brother Glancing at the newspaper in Marco's hand, Ace was stunned for a moment, then leaned over to take a closer look and suddenly exclaimed. How is that possible? Hawkeye, this guy. What did you say? Huh? True or false? Marco was shocked when he looked at the newspaper, and ran to the middle of the deck without looking back, shouting. Dad, something has happened. Chapter 31. Goo la la la, is Marine being breached, or is that old Garp dead? The incomparably tall Whitebeard laughed heartily, although he had a lot of needles inserted into his body. But the terrifying aura was hidden, and a wave of haki spread around invisibly, which was shocking. Anyone who looks at it knows that Whitebeard is a strong man. Ace's eyelids twitched, and Dad seemed to be very upset with Grandpa, and immediately said, Dad, it's my Hawk, who joined the pirates. The newspaper said that he was beaten and became a thug. What? Fake, right? What kind of newspaper is this, scribbling? Hawkeye surrendered? Laozi didn't believe a word. The pirates around don't believe it, Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman. There are only a few people in the world who are stronger than Hawkeye, but if Hawkeye is to be subdued, neither the four emperors nor the world government will do. Newspapers are getting more and more fake. Whitebeard didn't believe it either. He took over the newspaper and caught the headline. Shock. The world's largest swordsman surrenders. Most of the page is a picture. Xiaya is in front, Hawkeye and Anna's are on the left and right, and anyone with discernment can understand it. Hawkeye and the dog-headed man are very similar to guards. There are pictures and the truth. This made Whitebeard frown slightly, is it true? Look down again. The following are descriptions of how powerful Hawkeye is, all kinds of blows, all kinds of instant kills of the four emperors, making Whitebeard annoyed. Then the topic changed, and it was written that Hawkeye was beaten by Xiaya. The specific strength and ability of Xiaya are not described, but they are completely brought out by eagle eyes. Whitebeard opened the newspaper, and several bounties in it fell down and were caught by Ace. Whitebeard continued to read. Shock. Moon Lord Xiaya. The picture is a photo of the horror ghost of the moon 10 days ago, and then a single photo of Xiaya sitting. A comparison, inexplicably makes people feel very hacky. Then began various conspiracy theories, describing Xiaya as nothing but strength. What kind of stealing chickens and dogs, strong, robbing people, women are small, and what to eat. People don't wipe their mouths, cut people to eat meat, etc., and completely describe it as a big devil. Basic operation of Marine. In short, there is no nutritional information in the newspapers, all of which are pages of Xiaya's group, which amazes the strong and terrifies the commoners. Damn! Why is he? Suddenly, Ace shouted angrily, which shocked everyone. Ace, what's wrong? Hearing Baista's curiosity, Ace shook his head. Handing the reward to Whitebeard, Dad, what's Yaya took away your title of the strongest in the world? He's not worthy, I'm going to challenge him. Boom. In an instant, the whole friar. You must know that the Whitebeard pirates are the most proud of the 4 characters in the world. They even disdain the 3 characters of One Piece openly and secretly, and they are proud of the strongest in the world. But now a new world is the strongest, and no one can bear it. The strongest in the world, the Lord of the Moon. In the corner of the boat, Blackbeard Teach also bought a newspaper from Seagull, hurriedly read the newspaper, and stared at the reward. Xia. The strongest in the world. Reward, 3.675 billion berry. Although it is not as many as Whitebeard's 5 billion bounty, this is the first bounty, and it is definitely the first existence in history that the first bounty exceeds 3 billion. No, I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, I won't have any chance. Teach's eyes were bloodshot, shocked, angry, powerless, and confused. He is not too young, 38 years old. Even 1 year older than the redhead who is also the 4 emperors, his strength has reached the point where he can no longer be strengthened, except for the blessing of devil fruit. But dark fruit hasn't come out yet, he is full of confusion about the future, and even, desperate. Blue. Suddenly, the phone worm rang, and Teach's expression instantly became harmless. He said warmly, Captain Sachi, why did you contact me suddenly? Ha, Teach, we are good brothers, didn't you tell you what fruit you encounter? After all, you are very fascinated by devil fruit, but you don't eat any fruit, I really don't understand you. Teach shook his body, then lowered his head and said in a low voice, Captain Sachi? What fruit? Hey, I don't know, anyway, it's purple and black like a pineapple, eerie feeling. Captain Sachi, where are you? I'll find you. Teach was trembling all over at this moment, and bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Hearing Sachi's description, for him who had written down the entire fruit picture book. There's a good chance it's dark fruit, but you'll need to see it for yourself. Haha, you're still the same, you can't get excited when you hear devil fruit, and then you lose interest after taking a second look. This kind of problem is not good. Captain Sachi, this is my old problem, don't make fun of me, where are you? Okay, I'm on the coast of the Kingdom of Buying Discs. I may go back tomorrow. If you come, hurry up. Okay, I see, Captain, wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Teach flashed an extremely vicious aura for a moment, then once again harmless and honest. Looking at the middle of the deck, Ace, Marco and others were so angry that Teach couldn't help sneering. Just because of this title, it's the same as killing the enemy of the father, it's ridiculous. Instead of resenting others for taking away the title, what Dad hopes most is that some of you take this title. For the Whitebeard pirates, Teach has already seen it through. A bunch of vampires. For many years, Teach has never seen anyone on the boat take the initiative to practice. I have never seen anyone say, Dad, when I become stronger than anyone else, let me protect you. It's all rubbish. A group of gnawing old clans under the banner of the strongest in the world are all sucking Whitebeard's blood, none of them are motivated, they only know how to enjoy it, and sooner or later they have to die outside. Whitebeard is also short-sighted, so short-sighted, his son can't even worry about being injured. To have sons or to die outside himself, Teach believes, is because Whitebeard spoils and trusts these sons too much. People's dreams will never end. With you, I will die sooner or later. Teach was disdainful in his heart, and his eyes were full of hope and motivation. Dark fruit, I hope you, and only you, can make me reborn. Chapter 32. At the same time, the whole world is shaking, exclaiming everywhere. Is it true that Xiaoya's identity and strength have shocked too many people, from the moon? Moon Master? Conquering the world's largest swordsman at the beginning? Called the strongest in the world by Marine? For a time, too much attention was put on Xiaoya and the others. As long as Xiaoya dares to appear, it will definitely attract attention, and will face the challenges of countless strong men, and Marine will enjoy the opportunity to collect information. Someone is laughing. Lord of the Moon, does that ancient and forgotten place make you afraid? Someone disdain. Gee ha, the strongest in the world? It's actually hidden in such a place, little ones, let's go and occupy the moon. Someone is angry. Well, my mother asked you to get dessert. Show me this? Go to hell. The soul spell. Someone is excited. He, this person is so strong, even Hawkeye has been subdued, it would be great to get his shadow. Someone is crying. Wow, this kind of kid can become the strongest in the world, find him for me, and I will kill him. Someone was amazed. Brother, look, it's the news for adults. East Blue. More than a dozen nautical miles away from Kokosia village, the Straw Hat pirates who had just dealt with Arlong and Colonel Mouse and left after a night's rest read the newspaper and offered a reward. Wow, this guy actually offered a reward of 1 billion, why? Luffy's straw hat fell off in shock. The bounty from Enes, the dog-headed man, was amazing. He has no money so far. 2.535 billion berry, Such an eagle eye, I will surpass you. Zoro stared at Hawkeye's reward order, his heart was surging, this world is too big. The strongest of the Little East Blue is only tens of millions of berries bounty, and the new world in Hawkeye's mouth is full of existences of over 100 million, that's where he should go. Going beyond Eagle Eye is Zoro's goal, as for Xiaoya. Sorry, Zoro is not an idiot. That kind of existence like a god, I and other mortals disdain to compare with it. The appearance is the peak. The world is going to be in chaos. Sanji thought that Xiaoya said something by chance, that the Vinsmoke family is qualified to be a younger brother, which made Sanji feel full of energy. He wanted to work hard and work harder, and after he became famous, he said proudly to Vinsmoke, "You are not worthy." It's terrifying, the Grand Line is terrifying. Usopp shivered and hugged the gun that Xiaoya had given him, his eyes slowly firming up. Sir, I finally see you again, the style is still. Nami grabbed the newspaper and put it away carefully, looking at the photo of Xiaoya in the newspaper and couldn't help being fascinated. This time, the battle with Arlong's group came from Nami alone. Luffy and others just prevented the Murlocs from escaping, and obeyed Xiaoya's teaching, kill without mercy. The first time to kill, no, the first time to kill a fish. Nami seems to be sublimated, and he has directly awakened his knowledge and color. This made Luffy and others envious. Hawkeye taught Haki for an hour before. But he only praised Nami's naturally armed, and now he has seen and heard, and he has become the first powerhouse of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the others can only shiver. The Straw Hat trio hated their own weakness, and could only practice hard. Rog Town, let's go. Grand Line, here we come. Today. Moon. One Piece World's newspaper, Xiaoya doesn't know yet. He is planning the development of the moon with Robin and Vivi in preparation for the transformation rites. After all, the moon is really not a place for people to stay. If it weren't for his invincible realm on the moon, Xiaoya would have gone crazy. Red-haired and others spent a day on their own boat, writing their autobiography with great thought. The same is true of Kizaru, pulling the reporter and chewing his brain to write his great life. But they didn't know that the moment they came to the moon, they couldn't help themselves. Hey, it's been a day. After hastily finished writing his autobiography, looking at the crooked words on it, the redhead walked to the bow of the boat and took a deep breath of the moon's breath. It was so empty, without any sense of freedom. Call. Beckman on the side exhaled a puff of smoke, full of contemplation. I didn't expect that there would be such a person on the distant moon. We are sitting in the well and watching the sky, Shanks. Thinking of Xiaoya snapping her fingers and breaking the knife, thinking of Xiaoya opening her mouth to seal everyone's power. Scalp tingling. On this moon, across the sea, they finally realized what it means to be weak and powerless. Haha, isn't this very good? Others have to dream if they want to come to the moon. The redhead with big heart looked at the empty moon with great interest. Then he jumped off the boat and said, "Let's go Beckman, accompany me to the inside of the moon. My hawk is also really, it's so sad that he hasn't come to see me for a whole day." Impressed. Heartless for redheads, Beckman is a suit, but he's also interested in the moon. So and the redhead went to the pothole that saw my hawk et al. Enter yesterday. Jumping into the pothole, strolling for a few hundred meters, you will see the ancient and magnificent giant gate. This is where my lord is, sign up and come. The two anomalous creatures guarding the door looked at them with cold eyes, except for Xiaoya and Anna's, the others were garbage. I'm Shanks, he's Beckman, we're here. Okay, let's go in. Under the astonishment of the two, the abnormal creature who guarded the door waved his hand and said, "Don't blame me for reminding you, don't touch anything when you go in, you will die." "Thank you, we just came to see." As soon as the words fell, the redhead pulled Beckman into the ancient city. Buildings full of history, small robots working in rows. The bright sky was like thunder, and the two were dazzled by the scenes. It's hard to believe that the difference between the inside and outside of the moon is so great, except for the sparse population, it is clearly a gorgeous city. Especially the circuit light every 10 steps made Beckman curious. The two walked for a long time, feeling the ancient times here. Beckman couldn't help but sigh, this city, at least hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years. What is certain is that it used to be absolutely prosperous and powerful. Beckman, up front, my hawk is there. After speaking, the red hair ran forward with some excitement. Chapter 33. In front of a wide square, a huge electric lamp in the top center illuminates it like a small sun. The robots below are building some kind of building. Not far away, Hawkeye is sitting there holding a knife and meditating. Not far away, Anna's crossed Erlang's legs. He said disdainfully, "Is this your autobiography? Not only is the crap unreasonable, but only 10 characters in it can be recognized. You can write so ugly, what a talent you are. What the hell?" Kizaru's face darkened, he really wanted to hit this dog-headed man. Obviously his words are the best in the past, and his literary talent is unparalleled. After all, his subordinates say so. But the guy in front of me. Jealousy, definitely jealousy. When San Kizaru. Dissatisfied. Yes, you two wrote very well. Looking at the other two autobiographies, Anna's was generous with praise. This made Kizaru's face even darker. This dog-headed man did it on purpose, and he praised it after only 2 glances? Thank you for your compliment. The two were pleasantly surprised, and Buggy lowered his waist and flattered, compared to adults, I must be far worse. From the image of an adult, he is a learned and wise man, and from the eyes of an adult, I only see the confidence of the invincible. My lord, it is a blessing that I have cultivated over the years to know you. Anna's was praised a little flutteringly, and said with a rare smile, Huh? Yes, you are really good. The reason why he praised the reporter and Buggy just now was because the two of them spoke nicely and were very suitable for being younger brothers. As for that old guy from Kizaru, bah, a monkey is also worthy of being a little brother. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you. Thank you, sir. The two smiled, and the reporter Morgantong also looked forward to, Master Annas, since you are on more than a dozen planets, can you tell me about the situation of other planets? Don't get me wrong, my lord, I'm a reporter, and I'm best at writing. I really want to write down your experience and let the world pass on it. Nice job. Annas was excited, but said calmly, okay, since you are so sincere, then I will say it. Looking back at the time when Lao Zi was in the Demakian Empire on the hero planet, he took a watermelon knife and killed it from the east gate to the west gate. One shot is to kill millions, one shot is to turn the world upside down, Kizaru. What's more, it blows better than Lao Zi. Involuntarily, look to the front. Shout out, isn't this the 4 emperors boss? My hawk. The red-haired trot came over and couldn't help but stop and gasp, hey, I'm tired of running without strength. How long have you been here, tell me about it. Sitting on the ground, looking at Mihawk in front of him, the redhead was deeply moved. He now understands why Mihawk was so indifferent yesterday, especially giving up his dignity and begging Xia to let him not kill himself. The redhead is moved to think. Promise yourself. Congratulations on coming to the moon. Looking at Shanks who sweated on his forehead just trotting for a while. Mihawk was in a trance for a moment, then calmly said, this is the kingdom of God, no one is allowed to make trouble, just follow the rules. The red hair was stunned, and he couldn't help but whisper, the kingdom of God, you won't be brainwashed, right? Redhead is deeply touched by the word God, because many ordinary people also regard him as a god. But in his opinion, Xia is really outrageous, even killing him in seconds is no problem. But it can only be said that it is too powerful, and it is not enough for Mihawk to be regarded as a god, right? Mihawk didn't answer, but instead said, anyway, if you have a chance to leave, don't offend Lord Xia again, you only have one life, Shanks. But, you can't do without Shanks, because you are too strong. Mihawk didn't say this because he couldn't say much. It's just that Xia's goal is to conquer the world. Since he didn't kill Shanks, he must want to conquer the subordinate. Before Shanks finished speaking, Kizaru came over and asked, the moon is so desolate, why did that lord choose this place as a base? It's not good for development, right? Beckman, who also came over, said lightly, smoking a cigarette, Kizaru Admiral is indeed a marine, really dedicated, so he started collecting intelligence so soon. Aren't you curious? Kizaru pouted, they are all prisoners, who looks down on who? Beckman's eyes are full of wisdom, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. I'm saving you. Kizaru's expression froze, what a chicken thief. He glanced at the tallest building in the distance without a trace, and smirked, to be honest, the moon is indeed a good base, and no forces can disturb this place. It is simply a place where gods live. And everyone here is talented and speaks nicely. I like it here very much. Everyone was speechless, and their faces changed so quickly. But everyone is absolutely jealous of Xia. After all, one word seals everyone's strength, which is terrifying. And at the top of Yukyang. Are you also curious? Xia smiled playfully, he was in no hurry to subdue the red-haired Kizaru and the others, and let it hang for a few days. This is Kayla coffee made by Zep, Lord Xia. Vivi, who was wearing a princess dress, came over with a cup of coffee, and her beautiful eyes were also full of curiosity about Xia. After getting the badge of the bright moon and accepting the imprint of the bright moon, Xia seems to be attracting girls of Vivi's age from head to toe. After all, Xia in the badge screen is too mysterious and powerful. Today's dress is beautiful, Vivi. Chapter 34. Today's dress is beautiful, Vivi. Xia took the coffee and looked at the cute and moving Vivi in front of her and couldn't help being satisfied. I have to say that Vivi has been well bred since childhood and is a princess, so she has a temperament far beyond ordinary people. As a maid, she is perfect. Thank you Xia for your compliment. Meeting Xia's admiring gaze, Vivi's face flushed, and she couldn't help but bow her head a little, her heart beating heartily. Robin in professional attire can't help but smile. What a shy little girl, she immediately said, Lord Xia, this is the preliminary plan I wrote. But if you want to improve it, you need more professionals. The moon needs to be planned so that Xiaya can be transformed in the future. After all, the moon is really not small, and Xiaya can't let Xiaya think of where to change it, it's too messy. Good job Robin. After taking over the plan, Xiaya looked at it seriously, and praised after a while, Robin, you are really good at anything, you deserve a reward, tell me, what do you want? It is my pleasure to serve you. Robin said respectfully, all she wanted was the historical text, but she didn't want to bother the existence in front of her too much. Xiaya nodded and said nothing, just a historical text. In the future, I will naturally bring it to Robin. It doesn't matter if I can't find it all. Xiaya believes that Raftel will have it. Thinking, Xiaya looked at the square below the window, the red-haired and they were still discussing. After all, Admiral chatting with the 4 emperors is rare and interesting. Robin, go get the crocodile out and let them liven up. Yes, Lord Xiaya. A few days later. The sun in Pirate World is just right, and the moon is still so cold. Red-haired Kizaru and others are bored writing novels, wandering around inside the moon, full of confusion. What is the head of such a dull day? But meet your lord. Crocodile is half kneeling on the ground, full of respect, and his eyes are full of fanaticism. The temperament in front of me is detached, Haki is unparalleled, brave and mighty, and the heavens are invincible. The most magnificent and supreme powers of all time, turned out to be the existence of true gods. Indescribable, indescribable. At this moment, what Whitebeard, what Pluton, what world government is all garbage, only Xiaya is the guiding light in Crocodile's heart. Crocodile, who was originally reluctant to surrender, woke up with his power sealed and full of anger, and was thrown into the square. Seeing the redhead, Kizaru, Beckman and others passing by lightly, leave a sentence. This is the moon, don't resist, resist cutting chicken. Chicken. Crocodile is stunned, is that little white face so awesome? Are the 4 emperors admiral kneeling? Why don't you pretend to surrender first and see what secret recipe you get? So call, Crocodile shouted Xiaya, pretending to surrender. Xiaya threw a bright moon batch, Crocodile just picked up. Then, under the astonishment of the red-haired Kizaru and others, they called out to the gods and bowed their heads. Those frenzied eyes are just like seeing your father, no, seeing your ancestors, making the scalps of the redheads and others tingle. What is this operation? Beckman chewed his brains and finally said something. That badge is poisonous. Poison your sister. This is the rebirth that the adults gave me, and this is my life. Crocodile stared at Beckman, desperately trying to make a difference, causing the redhead and the others to twitch their eyelids. Anas is also annoyed. What's so special, this dog's legs can lick more than himself. He felt that his status as the number 1 jerk was being provoked. That's right, this is the greatest power of my lord, how can you idiots understand? Buggy appeared out of nowhere, full of arrogance, eyes full of disdain. He also surrendered directly just now, with the imprint of the bright moon on his hand. Then he turned to Xiaya and said, my lord. Since I was born, someone has been a fortune teller, saying that I will meet the supreme god to guide me to glory in the future. Sure enough, you are here. It's you who lights up my life. It's you who brightened my dream. It's you who led my way. Having said that, Buggy couldn't help himself with excitement. Tears fell to the ground, roaring, my lord. Stupid humans can't understand your greatness. Please let me go to the Blue Star to sing praises to your stalwart, and to promote your Kamui. Woo, no, I can't look at you, the brilliance on your body is so dazzling, it makes my soul shine. My lord. Everyone. The stunned eyes of Kizaru and the others are about to pop out. My god, there is such shameless in the world. Shameless dog licking. The redhead was even more ashamed and wanted to find a seam to get in. No, I don't know Buggy, I have nothing to do with him. Xiaya was also stunned for a long time, and finally said helplessly, Buggy, you. What? Buggy screamed, full of disbelief, my lord. Your voice is so beautiful, like heaven playing music, like angel singing. Suddenly, Buggy knelt down in fear and cried, no, my lord, please forgive my ignorance. How can heaven be compared with you, and angels are even less worthy of comparison with you? Even if God comes, he is only worthy of licking your toes. My lord, forgive me. Forgive me, for your loyal servant who is willing to die. Everyone. I am special. Buggy's cheeky refreshed everyone's eyes. Never seen such a brazen person. Chapter 35. Amazing. Robin and Vivi were stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Crocodile and Anas are even more angry. The way of this dog licking is so deep, it really can't compare. Compared to the shameless boss Buggy, everyone else is a younger brother. Ugh. Xiaya was silent for a long time and sighed. I have to say, Buggy is really reluctant to fight and scold, it won my heart. My lord, why do you sigh? Buggy is very shrewd and always pays attention to any actions of Xiaya, with the reverence of ultimate in his eyes. I can't wait to worship Xiaya as my grandfather. It's okay, you go down first. My lord, don't you need my faithful servant? I am willing to dedicate my life for you. No, I'll talk about it later. Yes, my lord, the faithful servant is at your call at any time. Buggy stood up and looked around with disdain, as if he had grown a lot taller. Every cell is full of pride and looks down on these stinky brothers. It seems that Buggy is the richest man in the universe, and everyone present is picking up garbage. BD, what's so arrogant? Looking at Buggy's disdainful gaze, Anna shivered angrily and scolded, you later, do you think you can do whatever you want with Shameless? Buggy seemed to have heard something extremely ridiculous, and suddenly laughed uncontrollably with his hands on his hips, ha ha ha, stupid guy, I tell you. Shameless, you can do whatever you want. Everyone. After the calf, Buggy is really invincible. Really will be Shameless this kind of temperament, grasp it. With regard to your face, we would like to call you the strongest. Go back. Yes, my lord/my lord. Everyone retreated one by one, leaving only Robin and Vivi. Xiaya suddenly felt a lot cleaner. For the past 5 years, although I always wanted to be more lively, it was too lively, but Xiaya was not used to it. Instead, I felt, well, still a good girl. With a wave of Xiaya, the three came to the top of Yukyang. Standing at the window, Xiaya looked at the empty interior of the moon, wondering what she was thinking. Lord Xiaya, do you have any troubles? Looking at Xiaya, who was quite lonely, Robin's mind was transparent, and she learned from Anna's. Before the arrival of Anna's, the moon seems to have only Xiaya and a bunch of robots. How empty it must be. Maybe a year, maybe 10 years, maybe hundreds of thousands of years. Robin can't imagine how Xiaya survived. If it was her, if a person stayed on this empty moon for a few years, he would have gone crazy. Worry? Maybe, no. Xiaya didn't know what to say. 5 years of emptiness had long since sharpened his heart into a vajra. What he cares about now is only supreme power and invincible power, the others will be vassals. Wealth, fame, power, beauty. Xiaya is a layman, he wants it all. Are you worried too? Vivi was stunned for a moment, then blinked and asked curiously, can you talk to us? Maybe we can help you. Vivi was grateful and curious about the existence in front of him, and wanted to clear the fog and take a closer look at this man's heart. Help me. Glancing at Vivi, Xiaya turned around and sat down and said, you said, how can you subdue the red-haired them without force? Whether it's true or false, I'm just curious, what's the difference between people standing at the top of the world? Robin Vivi. Is the existence of God so boring? Robin thought for a while and said, Lord Xiaya, everyone has weaknesses. Family, dreams, strength, wealth, fame, life, etc. As long as a person pursues something, then what he pursues will be his weakness. Xiaya heard this and glanced at Robin with admiration, she was so right. Conquering Hawkeye, Xiaya's strength is only a trivial part. The most important thing is to allow the eagle eye to see more of the world, a wider sky. There is no other choice but Xiaya. Conquering Luffy et al., that's pure threat. Threatening the life of a comrade is the last resort. For some, like Kaido, like Akainu, it's useless. As for the red hair pirates, if using force, it is coercion, taking their companions as hostages, and the red hair has to obey. Looking at Xiaya's expectations, Robin continued, but if you don't use force, then lure. I don't know about the red hair pirates, but looking at their clothes and behavior, wealth is not enough. And as of 4 emperors, fame and fortune are enough. The rest are all coercion, so there is only one. Dream. Oh? You know their dreams. Xiaya was looking forward to it, Vivi's eyes widened with admiration, and Sister Robin was so amazing. Do not know. Robin shook his head, then smiled, but the redheads are pirates, and most pirates care about only 2 things, first, fame and fortune, and second, freedom and dreams. Since it's not fame and fortune, their dream is absolute freedom, and they can roam anywhere without any worries. Xiaya would like to retort that there is a third type, such as Whitebeard, who only cares about his son, but on second thought, this also belongs to the second type, which is free. Kaido is a strange person. He longs for the highest level of war, and longs for someone to kill him. This kind of talent is the most difficult to conquer. Seeing Robin's smile, Xiaya couldn't help laughing, then what should I do? The redheads came to the moon, they couldn't get out of here. Chapter 36. Robin pointed out the window and said, the moon is only popular here, and the moon is their cage. It's fine for a short period of 1 or 2 days. If it is longer than 1 month or 2, it will definitely be more uncomfortable than killing them. It's been a long time, if you don't mention it, they will automatically come to the door and beg you to let them go. They will say, willing to pay any price. Having said this, Robin paused and imitated Xiaya's tone, any price? Are you willing to pay your loyalty? Otherwise, just stay here. The voice changed again, and Robin imitated the red-haired tone, why do you have to embarrass us? If you surrender, you will lose freedom. If you don't surrender, you can't leave here, just kill us. After another pause, Robin returned to normal and said with a smile, you should be silent at this time, the redhead can only leave helplessly and angrily. At this time, it's time for Hawkeye to play. Xiaya was stunned, as if thinking of something, and gestured, continue. Robin is like a learned professor, lecturing, and said with a smile, the Redhead and others don't understand your greatness, but the Eagle Eye understands. Hawkeye is Redhead's good brother. Redhead can definitely listen to what he says. You don't need Hawkeye to say surrender, brother, this will only make Redhead more irritable. Hawkeye only needs to say that there is a world beyond the world. Your dream is to conquer this world, and then open the door of the world to conquer other worlds. If you don't surrender now, Red Hair, you can only wait to die on the moon, even if you are let go, then when you conquer the world, you will face death, and if you surrender, you are the hero who has made meritorious achievements, and every time you open a world, you will be chosen to follow, and the adults will also give you eternal life, so you can fly freely in the heavens and the world forever. So far, the success rate is 80%. Hearing this, the fascinated Vivi immediately said curiously, Sister Robin, what about the remaining 20%? One sentence is enough. Having said this, Robin's eyes flashed with sadness, and then he firmly said, let Hawkeye tell the Redhead, if you surrender, after conquering this world, help them resurrect a person. What crushes the Redhead is family affection. Maybe his parents have long forgotten, but Roger is definitely the biggest regret in his heart. Crack. Hearing this, Xiaya couldn't help applauding. For Robin, he was really amazed. The most knowledgeable beauty in the pirate world, the most versatile secretary in this world, is none other than Robin. In this world that only knows how to fight, and talk about dreams. Robin's talent is rare. Xiaya's eyes lit up, looked at Robin and smiled, you made a mistake. It's very possible to make a mistake, after all, I don't know Red Hair, and I just said a few words at random. Robin smiled modestly, and then asked curiously, Lord Xiaya, what is it? You underestimate the Redhead's yearning for freedom. As soon as Xiaya's words fell, there was a knock on the door outside the top of Yukyang, and the voice also came. Lord Xiaya, the red-haired Shanks asks to see you. Let him in. As the door opened, the red hair came over helplessly, full of entanglement. Glancing at Xiaya, he said in a low voice, My lord, the autobiography has been written, when will you let us go? What a ghost autobiography, after these few days of experience, he can understand it. The invincible existence in front of me just wants to subdue them. Hate, I knew I shouldn't have come in at that time, even if I fight to the death, I have no regrets. It's like staying here no matter how hard you struggle now. Pfft. Vivi couldn't hold back a smile, and bowed his head apologetically. I'm sorry, little girl, I can't help it. 4 emperors, you are already in the set, understand? The redhead was confused by Vivi's smile, so Xiaya, who was silent, said immediately, it's impossible for us to surrender to you. I suggest you to subdue Kizaru. It's very simple, beat him a few times, and he absolutely surrenders. Xiaya still didn't speak, because she didn't need to. There was no response for half a minute, and the red hair wanted to laugh, to be honest, instead of wasting your time on me, you might as well subdue Auntie, Whitebeard. Murdered and killed the aunt several times to let her know the gap, and if she was beaten, she had to accept it even if she refused to accept it. If you maim Whitebeard again, and then capture all of Whitebeard's sons and threaten him, he will obey. As for Kaido? Just kill that lunatic. Don't make trouble. I also know where the Revolutionary Army is. When you go there, block their strength, kill half of the weak first, and then kill the rest if they refuse to accept it. You have to accept it. If you come to the Marine headquarters again, in the same way, beat all the strong first to let them know the gap, and then use all the Marine soldiers as a threat. Will they surrender? After saying so much in a series, the red hair also lost a lot of anger. Looking at Xiaya even more puzzledly, he said, with your strength, go directly to Marie Joyce and kill the 5 elders, can't you take the position yourself? I also know that there is someone on the 5 elders, you directly kill that person and let the 5 elders surrender to you. Destroy the other celestial dragons, isn't this world yours? A person like me who just wants to run around is a burden to you. Xiaya. This redhead is so black. For freedom, all the major forces were sold. If the 5 elders, Sengoku, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, etc. hear the redhead, they will definitely cut him into 8 pieces. However, Xiaya still wants to subdue the red hair and see if she can get the fruit of face. Xiaya's main thing is to want the red-haired conquerors, and his connections, to subdue the red-haired, what Rayleigh, etc., can be a lot easier. After all, Rayleigh and many other strong people have nothing to ask for. If you kill him, he will not frown. This is difficult for Xiaya, who is eager for talents. Chapter 37. Seeing that Xiaya still didn't speak, her red-haired face was cloudy and uncertain, she said helplessly, why? In fact, if you threaten me with the lives of Beckman and others, I will definitely surrender faster than Buggy. Do you have a special hobby? Want to play with our dreams? Xiaya. Why not use peer threats? It can only be said that Xiaya does not like this method very much. Unless there is no other way, Xiaya will not use this method. As for the surrender of Luffy and others, sorry, this is Anna's pot, and it has nothing to do with Xiaya. To be honest, I envy you very much, because you, who are invincible, are freer than me. Still don't speak, this cold existence. The red hair took a deep breath. Finally turned around and walked a few steps, stopped and said solemnly, thank you too, you didn't threaten me with your companions, but those who yearn for freedom will never surrender. Bang! The red hair slammed out the door. Xiaya smiled playfully. Never surrender? Don't slap your face, it hurts. Saying that, Xiaya looked at Robin and said, Secretary Nicole, go, tell Hawkeye to finish this thing, and I will teach him to condense swords into silk. Yes, after receiving the power of Eagle Eye, Xiaya has learned the way of Kendo with the help of the title, and has practiced condensing the sword into silk by relying on her own strength, and now it can be used even outside the moon. This is a power technique that is dozens of times stronger than the attack power of normal sword chi, enough to cut through everything. Yes, Lord Xiaya. Robin smiled at Vivi, as if to say, come on, little sister. Looking at Robin who was leaving, Vivi's face suddenly turned red, and whispered, Xiaya, sir, what should I do? Lone man and widow. Female, so nervous. Before leaving, she asked Cobra, Father, what is a maid? Cobra hesitated for a long time and said, can't refuse anything. Embarrassed, Vivi went to ask Cobra's maid again, what is a maid? The maid suddenly panicked, Princess, spare your life, it is the request of His Majesty the King, I have absolutely no idea of being your mother. Vivi is speechless, but she also understands that even the wise and powerful father in her heart has needs. So, please. Mr. Xiaya, do you need anything? Why are you so nervous? Looking at Vivi who was nervous, sweating and even blushing. Xiaya couldn't help laughing, what do you think I will do to you? Then let me tell you, those under the age of 18 are not interested. Come on, give me a shoulder. Hearing this, Vivi's embarrassment is a little bit more, the adults mean. Wait for me for 2 years, let me warm up? So embarrassing. 10 minutes later. A corner of the Moon Plaza. Is that so? Looking at the busy little robots in the square, listening to Robin's words. Hawkeye was silent for a long time, and finally nodded, I see. Isn't it just to lure the redhead and make him surrender to the adults? Hawkeye doesn't have any psychological pressure, and the only person he recognizes is the redhead. It is definitely a beautiful thing to be able to conquer the endless world as a companion. And for the red-haired guy who only wants freedom but has no goal, Hawkeye also hates iron, he is too lazy. Join us here. By the way, you can restore your right hand and gain eternity. What reason is there to refuse? Robin said with a smile, Lord Xiaya, let me tell you, if it is successful, he will teach you to condense swords into silk. Hawkeye's eyes suddenly sharpened, recalling the scene of being crushed by Xiaya that day, he took a deep breath and said, go back and tell Lord Xiaya, I promise to complete the task. Condensing the sword into silk, that is the skill of desire, how gorgeous it is in his eyes. His sword chi into the arrow was completely tricky. To be honest, it was far from what Xiaya described with a point of Aaron-Carr, 100 times the attack. Only by learning to condense the sword into silk, that is, using the line Aaron-Carr, can you learn to use the Aaron-Carr to strike a real penetrating attack. Then I'll congratulate you first. Robin smiled, and was about to leave here, and then saw a bored yellow-skinned monkey in the distance. This person. It's a talent. You must help the adults to win, all the strong people in the world should serve the adults. Thinking of this, Robin walked towards Kizaru. Why did she come here? Seeing Robin coming, Kizaru couldn't help but get nervous. Because Robin is Xiaya's secretary, any small report can make him punished. Although he has not yet joined Xiaya's command, but now he, including the red hair and others, has all his strength sealed. In addition to writing autobiographies in the rest of the time is to help the robot build the moon. And now is work time, his lazy behavior, if Robin really wants to deal with him, he will definitely be trampled by that BD Anna's. Strength is sealed, powerless. Hey, isn't that Miss Nico Robin? Confused, Kizaru's old face gave a wretched smile, forcing the cheeky mouth to pretend to be familiar. Oh, Miss Robin is really getting more beautiful day by day. How can you come down from the top of Yukiang when you have time? Robin didn't speak, but looked at Kizaru coldly, which made Kizaru panic. Pit, no strength is panic. The ordinary Kizaru said that he couldn't even hold Robin's eyes. Robin retracted his indifference and smiled lightly, you are an ordinary person now. I want to experience what it's like to beat Admiral. Is it convenient? Inconvenient, absolutely inconvenient. Kizaru's heart skipped a beat, the woman in front of him was too violent. He really wanted to say that he must learn to respect the old and love the young, but he can't argue. Then, do you remember, O'Hara? Robin's words made Kizaru break into a cold sweat, and immediately sneered, Miss Robin seems to have misunderstood, that was brought by Aokiji and Akainu, and it has nothing to do with me. Damn Akainu! Why do things so absolutely hurt the old man? Chapter 38. Robin's eyes were full of frost and hatred, and then he calmly said, "You, too, Marine. My lord once said that when there is an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent, right? Kizaru. How can this little girl be so eloquent? She really deserves to be the secretary of the boss." Kizaru said anxiously. Miss Robin really misunderstood. "I admire O'Hara scholars very much. I have read and admired the books written by those masters." "Oh? Can you name me?" Robin smiled playfully and reminded, "Although I was young, I was eager to learn. I can memorize all the master's books." Kizaru. "Hey, it's too much. How old were you at that time? Are the bear children so sturdy now?" Cough cough. After being seen through, Kizaru was helpless. He could only spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "I'm not pretending, it's a showdown. If you want to kill you have to beat me to admit it. But please don't insult me. I'm too old to take it." Planted. It fell into Robin's hands today, and Kizaru acknowledged it. "Anyway, at most it's just a beating. As long as you don't die, there is a chance." Robin was silent for a while, then said plainly, "For your sincerity, I'll tell you a plan for Lord Xiayat." Will she be so kind?" Kizaru was skeptical, but seemed to be listening. "To be honest, your strength is not worth mentioning to Master Xiayat." Not worth mentioning means mediocre, useless, unnecessary. Robin's words made Kizaru's heart skip a beat. "What does that mean? Even if you kill me, you won't be held accountable?" Master Xiayat is going to introduce millions of elites from Blue Star to expand the moon, and the monthly assessment, the unqualified ones will be directly. Robin wiped his neck, ignoring Kizaru's astonishment and continued, "But unfortunately, the Lord said that unblocking your power is meaningless to him, and he will not let you leave the moon. So, as an ordinary person, you are even more useless to millions of elites, then at most 1 month, after the assessment, you will be." This little girl is so scary. Kizaru sees confidence and determination in Robin's eyes. "What does that mean? Even if there is no such plan, I will propose to Xiayat and start this plan. After all, the moon is really too barren, and it may not kill mediocre people directly, but the end will never be better." For Kizaru, who just wanted to clock into work and have a leisurely life, mediocrity made him unbearable, not to mention the possibility of killing. But Kizaru also understood that Robin was here to scare him, and the purpose was naturally. "Miss Robin, you don't need to say so much." After being silent for a long time, Kizaru said with relief, "I'm just like an ordinary person, I don't have any big ideals. I'm also greedy for life and afraid of death, but the lucky ones ate a fruit. The lucky ones are more talented than ordinary people, and the lucky ones didn't die on the road. It is human nature to worship the strong, and surrendering to Lord Xiayat will not make me feel embarrassed." This is Kizaru's truth. Does surrendering to a being stronger than oneself still require self-esteem? Shouldn't mortals worship the gods? Looking at Kizaru's changing face, it was as flat as water at the end. Robin hesitated for a long time before he said, "Pirates have no upper class, but you betrayed Marine, betrayed the world government, don't you have any sense of shame?" "It's nothing, it's just job hopping, normal operation." Kizaru shrugged. Is there something wrong with what he said? He has to face the crime to the death, doesn't he submit to the world government now? Don't you listen to the marshal's orders every day and do all kinds of errands? Don't you endure the insults of celestial dragons from time to time? It's hard to be an admiral, it's better to follow Xiayat. Just change the boss, it's too easy. Well, just get paid. You won, congratulations on your recovery, colleague. After speaking, Robin turned and left. Kizaru is too casual, too unrestrained, which makes Robin a little envious, but it's just her once. Now Robin, no longer envy anyone. I'm going to change the boss soon. I don't know how much the salary is. Kizaru rubbed his chin with a look of longing. To be honest, he is not short of money, and a lot of people give him money every day. However, there is no sense of accomplishment. Kizaru has a deep obsession with wages. Recalling the past, Sengoku once gave Kizaru a salary increase. On the same day, Kizaru went to New World in excitement. After slaughtering more than a dozen existences with a reward of more than 500 million, it was calmed down. If the salary is in place, he, Kizaru, dares to break into the 4 Emperor's pirates by himself, kill 7, enter 7, and then go out. I, Kizaru, would rather not have this wealth of corruption, but I aspire to be the world's #1 wage earner. Xiayat. On the top of Yukyung, Xiaya's eyelids almost snapped. Didn't expect Kizaru to be such a wonderful creature, not greedy for money, but greedy for wages? If the labor and capital give you double the salary, will you be paid in place and the 4 emperors will be a waste? Sir, what's the matter with you? Are you not feeling well? Peeling fruit for Xiayat, Vivi said softly with a blushing face, why does the adult's eyelids keep twitching, are you sick? It's okay, I want to conquer Shichibukai again, but I don't know which target to choose first. Xiayat is indeed ready to enter the sea again, after all, red hair pirates and Kizaru are about to surrender. As soon as these people surrender, after Xiaya's strength is integrated, the outside world will reach the peak of 5 stars, or even the existence of quasi 6 stars, which is initially invincible. But Xiaya still needs a little bit of stability. After all, there are too many abilities in this world. Death curse. Space exile. Back in time and more. It is possible. Shishibukai. Vivi was not surprised that Xiaya subdued the strong, and suggested with a blushing face, "Sir, how is the Empress? I heard that she is the most beautiful woman in the world, and she's an adult." Xiaya raised her brows. This little girl is very considerate. Xiaya is really interested in One Piece. Very simply, he is a normal man. Hungry for her body. But Hancock's character Xiaya doesn't like it, narcissistic, arrogant. So it's impossible to talk about feelings, you can only grab it and be a maid, or there is no woman in this world who makes Xiaya's heart move. No, there may be feelings. Day is in love for a long time. Chapter 39. Lord Xiaya, Red Hair Pirates, Paul Salino, Crocodile, Anas, please meet. The guard's voice sounded outside the door, and Xiaya's eyes lit up. Let them in. The thugs are going to increase again, the strength is about to be semi-invincible, life is really beautiful. Grown-ups. As everyone followed up, the red hair couldn't wait to speak. Just a lot of respect, can you really resurrect the dead? What? Kizaru was shocked physically and mentally, and looked at Xiaya, who looked indifferent, with shocking waves in his heart. Do you still have this ability? What is that devil fruit? This isn't devil fruit, Polisalino. Kizaru's heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his head quickly, roaring inwardly, how did he know what I was thinking? Could it be that his sense of seeing and hearing has reached the level of reading minds like the Red Earl? This is not what I see, everything in the world has no secrets to me, including what you know and what you think, Paul Salino. Xiaya's words are naturally true, of course, it means that on the moon, omniscient and omnipotent understand. This time, Kizaru was really shocked. Even the red-haired and others were startled, and some even lowered their heads, as if covering their ears and stealing bells. Hope this will not be seen through by Xiaya. In this regard, Xiaya can only say one thing, too naive, brothers. I, Paul Salino, willing to surrender to you, great power. Taking a deep breath, Kizaru got down on one knee and said respectfully. He is not Moji's person, since he decided to change jobs, he should admit it decisively to avoid accidents. Get up, double your salary. Thank you, sir. Kizaru was instantly overjoyed, the smile on the old face could not be concealed, and he was even full of motivation. Always looking for some 4 emperors to fight. The redhead and others are speechless, isn't it just a salary increase, as for being so happy? You haven't told me, really, can you be resurrected? The redhead looked at Xiaya expectantly, feeling a little uneasy. Resurrection, of course it can be resurrected. Xiaya's ultimate mission, the reward is the master of the seafaring world. At that time, the entire pirate world will also be his omniscient and omnipotent domain. Looking at the red hair, she got goosebumps. Xiaya looked aside and said, Polisalino. Sir, your subordinates are here. I have a request for you. Sir, please say, I am willing to give everything. Very good. Xiaya nodded with satisfaction, and then she was full of gentleness like a spring breeze. It's time to knock it down. Then, I can ask you to go to hell. What? Kizaru's eyes widened, and everyone was puzzled. Immediately afterwards, I saw Xiaya raised her hand, and the destructive power of the last ultimate was as shocking as if it could destroy the world. Why? I clearly surrendered. Kizaru's eyes are full of unwillingness. He is just an ordinary person now, how to resist? Even if he regains his strength, he is not qualified to resist. Is the smiling man in front of him the devil? Whoosh! Xiaya didn't speak, just dropped her hand. The violent force of destruction fell directly on Kizaru like a teleportation. Under the panic of everyone, Kizaru couldn't even open his mouth, and his body could only be destroyed inch by inch. Rustling. As if a gust of wind rose, Kizaru turned into crumbs and was blown away, and then turned into nothingness. Quiet. This kind of death without a drop of blood and unable to shout a word makes the hearts of the red-haired and others full of coldness, and even from head to toe is covered with cold. This kind of silent destruction made the head iron as red hair, and the scalp was numb, and there was an incomparable silence. Vivi was also frightened, and even took a step back with some fear. She seemed to have known Xiaya all over again, and she felt chills all over her body. Life is so fragile. And Xiaya, but so unpredictable. Master is wise. Anas immediately knelt down and bowed, but pouted at the red-haired and the others in disdain. These indigenous people are really ignorant, they are just dead, and they are too cheap for adults. Your Majesty. Crocodile was startled, and bowed down as well. Thinking of the image of touching the Minjio badge in his mind, he felt that it was not surprising what the people in front of him did, after all, it was unpredictable. What did you just ask? Shanks. Like a murmur, Xiaya said calmly before the red hair could speak, I'm sorry, I seem to have scared you, what a fragile mind. Are you the devil? The red hair really wanted to say this, and Xia in front of her was really like a devil, playing with people's hearts. In my name, life is revived. Xia's words, the red hair and others were stunned. What did it mean? Immediately afterwards, a strange and inexplicable mighty force washed away in the hall. Next, the shock of everyone could not be described in words. I saw Kizaru, who died and even dissipated, as if the elements were condensed, and the body began to build piece by piece. Lower body, upper body, head. Kizaru, who was fully recovered, immediately exclaimed in anger, "No! Just after roaring, Kizaru was stunned, looking at the playful Xia, at the shocked red-haired and others, and at his own body. How come? I clearly saw that my body was collapsing, I clearly felt the suffocation of death, and I clearly felt the pain of a little bit of destruction of my body, but now? Unscathed? Is it a dream? It turns out. Really resurrected." Abruptly, Beckman developed a word for Xia called reverence. This method is definitely not a fruit ability. Then Xia, is he really the god in the mouths of Anas and others? What are you talking about? What resurrection? Hearing this sentence, Kizaru was full of surprise, as if thinking of something, and saw Beckman nodded again. Kizaru was shocked, and even his soul was roaring incredulously. "Sir, praise the great you." Kizaru immediately bowed, with excitement in his eyes. For some people who are afraid of death, surrender to Xia and change to this kind of boss. What a great deal! Yes, Xia killed Kizaru, first to show the power of resurrection, and the most important thing is to beat Kizaru and everyone. What does it mean to change the boss is not normal. Sorry, Xia here, there is no room for betrayal. Chapter 40. What reason do I have to refuse? After returning to God, the red hair couldn't help laughing bitterly. The invincible in front of him was really omnipotent. Do not choose coercion, but choose enticing. He even pulled the eagle eye to lure, and the reason for the lure. He couldn't refuse. Soaring freely in the endless world, with the eagle eye as the company of eternity, it can even resurrect the great king who is like a father in his heart. I, Shanks, offer you my allegiance, Lord Xia. Under the expectations of Xia, the red hair finally surrendered. At the moment when he is half kneeling, it also means the beginning of the legend of Xia. I, Beckman. I, Usopp. All the members of Red Hair Pirates, one after the other, were extremely respectful, and even opened their mouths with a hint of admiration. To be honest, they are not at a loss if they follow such a strong man. Their captain used to be a younger brother, and they are even younger brothers now. Thinking of this, the pressure in their hearts is much less. It's scary. On the other hand, Kizaru was shocked. He was awesome, my boss. 2 Shishibukai, 4 Emperor's Pirates. In addition to his well-paid admiral, who is a waste of the 4 emperors, what else can stop him? Not to mention, this is only the initial force of Xia. It's hard for Kizaru to imagine that after some time, he will gather all the 4 emperors and admiral, and then slay the mountain that has been standing for more than 800 years. Your hands. Looking at Crocodile and Shanks' hands, Xia couldn't help but say, one hand, how can there be no 2 hands? In my name, all things will recover. Buzz. The vast power was washing away, and the red-haired and sand crocodile were shocked, and they felt warm all over their bodies. The others also stared wide-eyed, watching the sand crocodile's golden hook suddenly break, and then the position of the broken left arm of the 2 began to glow. The dazzling light made people squint, but after 3 seconds, the light disappeared. Hiss. The red-haired and the sand crocodile froze in place, and everyone stared blankly at this scene. Thank you, Master Xia. The missing hands of the 2 were completely intact, as if they had never disappeared. Even the red hair felt that the strength of his left hand and right hand he had just recovered was the same, which was what shocked him the most. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It was really reassuring to have Xia as the boss. Your strength has recovered. Next, they'll let you get to know me. With a wave of Xia's hand, everyone's strength recovered. Then dozens of bright moon badges floated in front of everyone, incomparably shining, as if they were the most conspicuous marks. Everyone was puzzled, and they all went to get it, but as soon as they touched it, countless pictures flowed in their minds, and they were shocked. The person in front of me is... Meet your lord. Everyone bowed again, and many people were even a little ashamed. The great existence in front of me wasted so much time. Fortunately, the adults are tolerant, otherwise, I will regret it. Anas, what are you doing? Looking at the dog-headed man, Xia saw the newspaper in his hand and a few bounties. Anas said respectfully, my lord, this is the newspaper I bought when I went to Blue Star today to get supplies. It has spread all over the world, and it has been spread for 3 or 4 days. If you look at it, please pay attention to your emotions so as not to hurt your body. He couldn't imagine how angry the adults would be if they knew that he was defined as a pirate, and even described as a great demon who did all kinds of evil. Perhaps, at a glance, the world is turned upside down. Really? I'll take a look. Xia raised her hand, with a newspaper and a reward in hand. Do you offer a reward of more than 3 billion? Looking at the bounty, Xiaya didn't have any mood swings. The lowest reward of the 4 emperors is more than 4 billion, is it still happy that he has offered a reward of more than 3 billion? Sengoku is a real chicken thief. Looking at the title of the strongest in the world, Xiaya instantly understood Sengoku's thoughts. Isn't it just that people come to trouble him? Xiaya can't expect it. It is best that all the powerhouses come together, and whoever gets the moon one by one, do whatever you want. When Xiaya saw the column of her personal panel, she frowned slightly. Xiaya is praised for the bloodthirsty nature, and cannibalism is moderate in the introduction. It is conceivable that the newspapers on it describe how unbearable Xiaya is. Anas, what do you say? Sprinkling the newspaper in front, the redhead and the others picked it up subconsciously and looked at it, while Xiaya's voice was lukewarm. My lord. They insult you so much. As your loyal servant, I can't bear it. Anas was full of indignation and sneered, kill Marie Joyce directly, that's really cheap for them. It's better to destroy their rule bit by bit, and make them suffer day by day until despair, until destruction. I suggest that you first catch a few trash celestial dragons to sacrifice to the sky, let the slaves abuse them, let the commoners scold them, even let them kill each other, and live broadcast all over the world, trample their dignity, tear their pride, and crush their rights. Kizaru couldn't help shivering, this dog-headed man was really insidious. I actually chose celestial dragons to start with, I like it. Lord Xiaya, leave the celestial dragons to me, kill them all. Crocodile had the same murderous look on his face, and after spending his whole life, he was not as good as a rubbish celestial dragons, and he couldn't take it anymore. Lord Xiaya, I am willing to be a pioneer. The redhead glanced at the wanted notice after reading the newspaper, and asked for it immediately. In order to end this garbage-dominated world as soon as possible, so that the people in his heart can be resurrected, he can't wait. That's it. Xiaya didn't refuse. In this world, what could be better than the 4 emperors being bodyguards? Crocodile wasn't asked where he was coming because he just wanted to do the quest, and now there is. After finishing speaking, Xiaya looked at Kizaru again and said, as for you, go back. Ah? Go back to where? Go to Marine, everything is as it was before, and reply as it is. Kizaru. Pit, just got a new boss, go back to being an undercover agent. After finally doubling the salary, do you want to go back again? My life is so miserable. Don't worry, the salary will be paid. Thank you, sir. Chapter 41. The next day. The sun is shining brightly, and the weather is exceptionally mild today. Marine Ford, the patrolling soldiers were a little lazy, the sun was really warm today. Hey, Galen, do you think the sun is a bit bigger than before? A soldier looked at the sky in amazement, a little puzzled. When a certain strong man heard this, he couldn't help looking at the sky and squinting. Yasuo, what are your eyes? It's noon now, of course it's a bit bigger than in the morning. Oh, is that so? Yasuo nodded, glanced at the sun again and his eyes widened. Hey, Galen, look, the sun is getting bigger again, my god. It's so big. Damn it, so big. Garen, who didn't care, also widened his eyes, and his thoughts were short-circuited. God, Yasuo and I are on the first day at work, don't let the world end. The sun has fallen. Run, run. The Marines on the side looked at the two of them like idiots, and even stepped back several steps, ashamed to be in their company. Whoosh. A golden light fell on the ground to form a figure. Kizaru lazily took off his sunglasses. Looking at the two paralyzed on the ground, he said, oh, am I so scary? Kizaru Admiral. Everyone saluted in unison, with reverence on their faces. Well, hello. Looking at everyone's adoring eyes, Kizaru is extremely comfortable, and on the moon, he has never been treated like this. So in a beautiful mood, when passing by the two of them, he encouraged them, yes, one is strong and suitable for physical training, and the other has sharp eyes and is suitable for swordsmanship. They are all good seedlings. I recommend that you all go to Marine Academy and report it. Brush. Kizaru disappeared, and the Marines froze in unison, then looked at Yasuo and Garen with envy. What the hell did these two people eat? Yasuo and Garen were also stunned for a long time, and then they all shouted. Long life Kizaru Admiral. After a few minutes. Marshal's office. Mainly, General Marine at the headquarters, Chi gathered for the return of Kizaru. Report the news you found again, be concise. Sengoku spoke in a deep voice, feeling extremely uneasy. If Kizaru is telling the truth, then the world is going to be turned upside down. First, Xiaya is very strong, and currently has conquered Hawkeye, Sand Crocodile. Saying that, Kizaru's expression was extremely heavy, also, red hair pirates, all. Impossible. The T-Dolphin exclaimed, the generals also changed their expressions, and Aokiji also exhaled deeply. The pressure has increased suddenly, if Akina finds out, he will definitely ask his life to attack like a madman. Please don't doubt my words, and don't interrupt. Looking around for a week with oppressive eyes, Kizaru continued to speak. Second, Xiaya's power is on the moon. Yes, it's the one we see every night. That moon is big and round. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then startled. Are you kidding me? Third, Xiaoya's power is very poor, there is nothing on the moon, and the poor can't even open the pot. Everyone. When you change your voice, you are telling a joke. This is Kizaru's heart, really, compared to the bustling world of pirates, the moon is too bitter. There is no entertainment equipment, and even food must be salvaged and purchased through any door every day. There is absolutely no demeanor of a big power, and I really don't know what Master Xiaoya thinks. Fourth, except for the strong ones, there are only 2 secretaries on the moon, a dozen or so non-human beings who are the strongest but ordinary vice admiral, and a bunch of useless robots. Speaking of which, Kizaru was a little stunned. In this way, Lord Xiaoya's power is really bad. Except for a few strong people to support the scene, it is the 3 powerless forces, too pitiful. Fifth, Xiaoya is a dimensional fruit capable, a door fruit upper fruit. That door can lead to any corner of the world. If you want to kill Xiaoya, you can only chase after Xiaoya. If he enters the door, you must enter it too. Avoid entering the door and then open the door to go to other places. Above. Kizaru doesn't even blink an eye when he lies, the advanced level of lying is 9 true and 1 false. He said nothing but the last one, and there was nothing wrong with what he said. Xiaoya ability is an upgraded version of Menman fruit, what's wrong? Can't you? You haven't confirmed it, how can you prove that what I said is false? Everyone who entered the door knelt down, understand? Call. After hearing Kizaru's words, everyone's mind was heavy and fell into thoughts. After a long time, Vice Admiral Crane couldn't help but say, you've been investigating for 4 or 5 days, but haven't they found you? Everyone can't help nodding, this is so abnormal, you are so rude, don't you stand out from the crowd and be seen at a glance? I surrender. Kizaru spread his hands and opened his mouth at will. What? How can you do this? You're Admiral, you're really nasty. Many Vice Admiral immediately became angry and did not like betrayal. Aokiji also narrowed his eyes slightly, then shook his head, he had nothing to say. What do you mean by me? How can I be so nasty? Kizaru glanced around for a week, and his face became cold. If it wasn't for me, would you know the information about Xiaoya? If it wasn't for me, would you know the horror of the moon? It was me who risked life and death to enter the enemy camp, and it was also me who carefully investigated regardless of life and death. Having said that, Kizaru stood up in disgust and said disdainfully, I'm just a short-term compromise, and what about you? Sit at the headquarters drinking tea and chatting with friends, then standing on the moral high ground, pointing at me. Excuse me, are you worthy? What the heck, do you really think he has a good temper, Kizaru? He is a person who died once on the moon, who is he afraid of? The 5 elders dared to scold him, and he still scolded him. Chapter 42. Everyone hesitated and didn't know what to say, and some people were blushing with anger because they didn't understand. Some people were ashamed, and some Vice Admiral looked at it coldly. Hawks, doves, neutrals, marines forces are distinct. Make all the outsiders who know laugh at it, and there are 5 elders celestial dragons on top of them like dogs. Such marine shouts that justice will win during the day, and fights openly and secretly for profit at night. It's ridiculous, he's already tired of watching Kizaru. Now I am relaxed, drinking tea every day to collect wages. Waiting for Xiaoya to attack the world government, it will be more fun to walk around and become famous. Okay, sit down, Paul Salino. Sengoku waved his hand, and then thought, according to you, the moon is not a good territory and has no development potential. Does Xiaoya have any new plans? Kizaru shook his head and said, I'm sorry Marshal, Xiaoya doesn't trust me very much, and I'm not allowed to participate in many important things. Also, I escaped by killing someone while Xiaoya opened the door to exchange supplies at Sky Island. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I might have been left there. Sky Island. Sengoku can't help nodding, this Xiaoya is really rigorous. Even exchanging supplies on Sky Island, it is really difficult to find him in Qinghai. Is it really necessary to build equipment to rush to the moon? It doesn't make sense. The top is deserted, even if you rush up, Xiaoya will open the door and lead people away. Kizaru Admiral, I have a question. Momuzagi couldn't help speaking, and said very curiously, the strength of the red hair is at the top of the world, and the entire pirate group is extremely powerful. Excuse me, how did Xiaoya make them surrender? Everyone was stunned, and Kizaru was also stunned. Today's little girl is really smarter than the other. Fortunately, Kizaru was prepared, and said with disdain on the surface, intimidation, if you catch a crew member forcing the red-haired to surrender, the red-haired virgin will not obey? Then catch another one and force him until he does. And Xiaoya is arrogant and doesn't look down on anyone. His idol is the rocks, bringing all the strong together. Don't talk about morality, just talk about interests, and then turn the world upside down. Everyone was speechless, and some people wanted to ask who Rocks was, but didn't want to show their ignorance at the meeting. Hearing this, Sengoku was inexplicably relieved. It turned out to be another Rocks, no, the low-end version of Rocks. I thought it was some kind of godlike invincible. Crane frowned slightly. If Xiaya conquered the red hair in this way, what about Hawkeye? Hawkeye and Redhead are good friends, and both are persecuted? Wouldn't the two resist and kill Xiaya together, and... Anyway, it needs to be swept away. Are you arrogant? Momozagi murmured, and then asked again, Kizaru Admiral, may I ask, was he the terrifying phantom on the moon that night more than 10 days ago? Can that unheard of dimensional fruit do this? Sure enough, I hate smart women the most. Kizaru shook his head slightly and said solemnly, I don't know much about the dimensional fruit. This is what Xiaya revealed, but the phantom is very simple. Build a multi-layered space, refract the figure, project the body, and deter the world. What he said. The crowd also became inexplicably relaxed, as it turned out to be the case. From this point of view, Xiaya's risk index has plummeted, but she is just a careerist who fools the world. Kizaru Admiral, Xiaya. Stop. Kizaru immediately called to stop, really scared of you. Then he raised his eyebrows slyly and played with his taste. Momozagi Vice Admiral seems to be very interested in Xiaya, which is not good. You must know that he is a thief. Everyone looked over. The strange look in her eyes made Momozagi's face tighten. Immediately he said angrily, Kizaru Admiral is joking, I know my opponent and prepare to fight him. Oh? Is that so? Of course it is, otherwise. Kizaru smiled and didn't say anything. The topic changed anyway, it's up to you. Damn Xiaya. And the T-Dolphin's face has turned black to the bottom of the pot, his hands are clenched, and his eyes are full of killing intent. I can't wait to rush to the moon and kill Xiaya. Momozagi, you have really gone too far, and you are really curious about a pirate. Don't you know that women's curiosity about men is the beginning of sinking? But the T-Dolphin didn't dare to say these words, for fear of angering Momozagi. All right. Sengoku signaled everyone not to think too much, then said, go back and make a detailed report, Paul Salino. Yes, Marshal. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku laughed. Kizaru Admiral went deep into the enemy camp regardless of his life and death for Marine's glory. It is worthy of a reward. After the meeting, you can go to Curry to pick a treasure. Also, the governor of East Blue is just short of people, so it's up to you to appoint it. In an instant, the eyes of the neutral vice admirals lit up and looked at Kizaru. To their astonishment, Kizaru was not at all happy and excited. Instead, he yawned and said, Marshal Xiet, I'm a little tired. I'll go back to rest first. How could this be? The neutral vice admirals are puzzled. Shouldn't they directly appoint a general at this time to avoid accidents? Doves and hawks have many tricks. Sengoku also narrowed his eyes slightly, but said with a smile, well, it's hard work Kizaru Admiral, let's go. Brush. Kizaru dodged and disappeared. He's too lazy to waste time here. Continue to discuss and come up with a plan to sanction or attack the Xiaya forces, and never allow the rise of new forces. Yes, Marshal. Chapter 43. A few days later. Moon. In a different space opened up by Xiaya, he is sitting cross-legged. Buzz. The invisible energy is surging in the body, and a sense of oppression that makes ordinary people suffocate is whistling here. If there are ordinary people here, even if they are thousands of meters away, they will also suffocate to death in an instant. Space pirates, Hawkeye, Straw Hat pirates, Baroque works, Red Hair pirates, Kizaru. These nearly 100 people, all the strength of everyone. Physical, mental, haki, physical, swordsmanship, ability, potential, combat awareness, combat experience, etc., all things related to strength, are all reflected in Xiaya. Constantly interweaving, merging, and even, strengthening. It is even seen that Xiaya's body is constantly splitting into light into sand, and condensed again, which is the embodiment of chop fruit and sparkling fruit and sand fruit and so on. A variety of capabilities are even merging with each other, and their capabilities complement each other. 5-star peak. Open it for me. Boom. Quasi 6-star. The aura of Xiaya is so terrifying that the surrounding space is shaking. Strength. Xiaya opened her eyes, and a palpitating coercion disappeared in an instant. In this different space, Xiaya did not mobilize the invincible power of the title, but it belongs to the experience of her own strength, which makes it feel as if she smashed the planet with one punch. Of course, this is the illusion of a surge of power. But Xiaya can be sure, the so-called General Emperor is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing that cares about is the world government and the Revolutionary Army. Maybe there are some special abilities of the Dark Forces. Because of their abilities, no one dares to say that they are not afraid of everything. And the background of the world government is too terrifying. Among them, those with special abilities are the most feared by Xiaya, and the Revolutionary Army is the same. Xiaya does not understand. It's about 6 stars, but it's only a preliminary entry, and it's not enough to kill the existence of 5 stars or more. Xiaya is very dissatisfied, he is very greedy and careful. What he wants is beyond the moon. The earth will be turned upside down when he shoots, and everything will be killed in seconds when he raises his hand. He must maintain an absolutely invincible attitude. That kind of Aokiji fights Akainu, it takes 10 days and 10 nights to decide the outcome. This is not the power Xiaya wants, and it will not make the real strong Also, that kind of diaphragm that seems to be different, is it serious? When Xiaya fused all her strengths, she wanted to use the title of the Lord of the Moon to analyze the source of all her strengths, so as to make a breakthrough, but she was stuck. It seems that there is an extremely tough film that inhibits Xiaya's breakthrough, and the gap between quasi 6 stars and 6 stars is like a gulf. Just like the 6 paths and super shadow in the Hokage world, the 6 paths are completely another level of life, insurmountable. Xiaya is stuck. I don't know if it's stuck in haki, or physically, or mentally. In short, there is no way to get in. I need a qualitative change, and there are not many ways to cause a qualitative change. After all, I don't have any exercises and medicine pills, but Xiaya seems to see the world of pirates through layers of barriers. All living beings there will be his strength, and he can't help but look forward to saying, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. That's my current path. If 100 people are not enough, then 10,000 people. If 10,000 people are not enough, then 100 million people. Tisk tisk, 100 million people. Even if the combat power of ordinary people is 0.1, they are 10 million. Xiaya would like to know how the combat power of the 7 Dragon Ball ordinary people is calculated. There seems to be a scene where a peasant with a gun has a combat power of 5. Why don't you have a gun? It's 1? Or 0.01? Forget it, the combat power of the 7 Dragon Balls is getting worse and worse, and Xiaya can't understand it. And what Xiaya cares about most is her physique and spirit, which is the foundation of all strength. Physical and mental strength depends on the number of people. I still need some special abilities to enrich my combat power. Lion fruit from pirates flies, time fruit time, Momo fruit multiplies. Soul fruit soul, phoenix fruit restoration, shock fruit attack, etc., or Oda fruit, invincible. Or, create a cultivation technique that can be upgraded and practice in retreat. Host, Xiaya. Title, Lord of the Moon. Privilege, life and death. Strength, quasi 6-star primary combat power outside the moon. Item, small world with you. Customize any door. Bright moon badge. Main quest 1, capture or kill all Shishibukai. Degree completion, 2/7. Main quest 2, conquer or kill all 4 emperors. Completion, 1/4. Main quest 4, capture or kill the top marines. Completion, 10%. To speed up the main mission 1, the poor moon must be enriched. Even if Xiaya doesn't ask anything, I can feel the complaints of many people on the moon about the moon. After all, the world of pirates is too rich, and the moon is more terrible than the slums, and there is nothing. Next, the first task of the main line will be carried out at the same time as the ability capture plan. Thinking of the next development, Xiaya can't wait. Anas, bring everyone to the summit of Yukyang, and have a meeting. Yes, my lord. 10 minutes later. The top of the moon. Sand Crocodile, Mihawk, Shanks, Beckman, and others all arrived. Meet Mr. Xiaya. Well, let's divide the task next. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Xiaya also chuckled. The task is very simple, to avoid accidents. Crocodile and Usopp go to kill Gecko Moria. Yes, Lord Xiaya. Main quest 1, conquer or kill all Shishibukai. Sorry, Xiaya has no feelings for Moria, so ugly, kill it. Redhead and Hawkeye accompany me to the Sabayati archipelago. Beckman took the rest of the crew to the Fishman Island, pulled down the flags there, subdued all the mermen and murlocs there, and killed all the bad elements. Join Crocodile and Usopp when they're done. Yes, Lord Xiaya. Anas. Looking at Anas, who was full of frenzy but very disappointed, Xiaya paused. To be honest, he still appreciates this first subordinate. Chapter 44. Although Anas is arrogant and low in strength, but he is the most loyal and most supportive of Xiaya. Xiaya also wants Anas to be strong. I will find you an extremely powerful fruit, but now, I need you to be optimistic about this family, okay? Yes, my lord. Anas knelt down and bowed, holding his hands tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. He resented that he was too weak. He clearly wanted to expand territory for Xiaya, but now he can only be a housekeeper. Buggy, you are too weak. Looking at the yawning Buggy, Xiaya hated her opening. Sorry, my lord. Buggy jolted back to his senses, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, the Roger pirates have no weaklings, which means that even if they were not strong at the time, their potential is extremely strong. Otherwise, why did Roger let Buggy on board? Just because he's funny? There must be something out of the ordinary. Your fruit ability is very powerful, and you have the qualifications of a king. When Xiaya finished speaking, everyone looked at Buggy in amazement, but Shanks shook his head. The captain said the same thing at the time, but Buggy was so obsessed with the treasure that it delayed everything. You have the aptitude to be a strong man, but you don't have the will of a strong man. What should you do? Xiaya was thinking, and everyone couldn't help squinting. The redhead immediately said, Lord Xiayat, I suggest teaching Buggy for a while with Conqueror's Haki. Then throw him to the New World deserted Beast Island. When will you finish killing the wild beasts there? When will you come back? Buggy. How is the strength of that wild beast island? The redhead grinned, the weakest are at the normal Rear Admiral level, generally at the Vice Admiral level, and even second only to Admiral, and there are several. Most importantly, many beasts above will Haki. Buggy. What the heck, Shanks, you really are my mortal enemy. Buggy, chop chop fruit only splits itself. If it awakens, it will definitely split others. That is to smash everything, and the potential of smashing everything is greater than the shock. Xiayai gave Buggy a lot of inspiration, of course he guessed it, but awakening can affect the surrounding environment, and it is easy to split foreign objects. So Xiayai is also fully awakening chop chop fruit, after all, it is really strong. Yes, Lord Xiayai. Buggy's heart is bitter, trash Shanks, trash Beast Island. When I grow up, maybe the world will become Xiaya's. Your name? Xiaya looked at the corner again and almost forgot about the reporter. Go back to Lord Xiaya, I am Morgan Tong, the son of Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency. Morganton looked at Xiaya adoringly, the imprint of the bright moon on his hand was magnified many times by him, and the whole hand was like a crescent moon. I can contact my father to praise your greatness and make the whole world your faithful believers. Everyone squinted, Morgan's son, interesting. What about the media? Xiaya knows the horror of fishing reels. Especially for the commoners who have never been to school in the pirate world, their image has been publicized by the world government, and the impression is not good. You also come down with me, contact your father, I will do a live broadcast to the world. Get ready, and leave in half an hour. Yes, Lord Xiaya. As the crowd went down, Xiaya looked at the two women and said, What do you want? Robin's historical text, What do you want, Vivi? Of course, her maid should take good care of her. Before Vivi could say anything, Xiaya said, Do you have any fruit ability you want? I. Vivi thought for a while, then shook his head and said, Lord Xiaya, I don't have any fighting talent, so I won't waste devil fruit, as long as I can take care of you. After speaking, Vivi blushed and whispered, Will you protect me? This girl. The little red face is so cute. Xiaya thought about it, and it seems that there is no fruit suitable for Vivi. After all, there is no need to fight, just be responsible for my May. An angel fruit? I don't know if there is any. Lord Xiaya, would you like to try this dress? Robin opened the box and took out an extremely luxurious, black and gold-toned dress with the imprint of the bright moon. Vivi on the side also said with anticipation, Try it, Mr. Xiaya, this dress was designed by me and Sister Robin. The two women felt that Mrs. Xiaya's clothes were a bit casual, so they thought about designing the clothes for a few days and letting the robots process them. Nice style. Xiaya smiled, and as soon as she stood up, the clothes automatically replaced the clothes in Robin's hands. How is it? Wow. So charming. Vivi looked like a little fan, her face flushed with excitement. The Xiaya in front of her is simply a perfect hanger, and the already luxurious clothes are even more attractive when worn on Xiaya, making people unable to look away. It's so good. Robin couldn't help but murmur, those calm and beautiful pupils couldn't help but brighten. Suddenly, Robin didn't want Xiaya to go to Blue Star. How many young women and girls this must attract. When I leave, I will send you to Alabasta to see, play for a few days, and come back in 5 days. Xiaya smiled, not worried about the safety of the two, the imprint of the bright moon could make the two girls return in an instant. The two women nodded, then saw Xiaya who was thinking. Robin said, Master Xiaya, do you need to rub your shoulders? Vivi on the side also raised his hand and said, I'll come too, I'll beat my legs. Well, that's nice. Chapter 45. The shock about Xiaya's newspaper bounty continued. Many people even plan to go to the moon, but have no idea. There are even stronger ones clamoring to kill or subdue Xiaya, such as a certain lion and a certain dragon. The first half of the Grand Line. Devil's Triangle. It is foggy all year round and visibility is extremely low. In recent years, almost all the new pirates have been without news after entering, causing huge discussions and making many pirates discouraged. In the fog, you can vaguely see a huge black shadow, the size of which is similar to an island. This is moving on the sea, the supergiant ship, the thriller bark, can see the gloomy castle behind, and the atmosphere is extremely depressing. In a gorgeous old castle, there are grotesque dolls everywhere, like a palace of a dark princess. Dark and eerie. An invisible portal flickered, and 2 figures fell to the ground. Here is, who? Usopp, who had just landed, immediately caught someone on the right and kicked him. What? A crisp and painful scream sounded, and Crocodile stared blankly at the shadow who was kicked into the door by Usopp, uncertain, it was just a little girl. Seeing the umbrella and ragdoll falling to the ground, thinking of the figure I just glimpsed. Usopp sneered, that girl is too close to me, conditioned response. Moon. Xia, who has just sent the two to the Moria ship, is preparing to continue opening the door to their destination. Then I saw a small figure flying in, and while everyone was stunned, it fell directly to the ground. The girl shouted angrily in pain, "BD, who is kicking me?" Negative ghost. Before standing up, one after another like ghostly shadows came out of the girl densely, and dispersed in all directions. Hey? What is this? It's so interesting. Many people immediately avoided, but the red hair touched it curiously, the ghost penetrated the body, and the body froze. Then, under the astonishment of everyone, the redhead knelt directly on the ground, full of decadence. "I'm sorry, I'm a poor man, I don't deserve to stand with you. I'm not even better than Buggy, let the wild boar trample me to death." Everyone. Beckman and the others immediately covered their faces. "This kind of captain, forget it. Seal up." Looking at the scattered negative ghosts, Xia directly blocked the fruit ability. "This little girl, too dangerous. Princess Mononoke, Perona, can kill the entire Straw Hat Pirates by one person." Negative, where's my ghost?" Suddenly not feeling the ghost, Perona panicked. As soon as he looked up, he saw a group of ferocious beings, and he couldn't help but retreat. "Don't come here, I'm super fierce. Little sister, don't be afraid." Vivi looked at Perona full of curiosity, walked over and said warmly, "Little sister." Xia smiled and said, "Vivi, don't look at her much younger than you, but she is older than you, 23. 23 years old? The legal low. Lee that adults once said." Seeing Vivi's eyes suddenly brightened, Xia said, "I've sealed her power. This time, you and Vivi will educate her." Having said that, Xia gave Vivi a bright moon badge and said, "When she recognizes the reality and surrenders, give it to her." "Yes, Lord Xia." If the badge of the bright moon can be carried, then Xia will be sealed in other places after the moon is sealed. At the same time, Dreadnought Dao. Is Moria an idiot? Crocodile looked at the gloomy scene around him and felt uncomfortable, and couldn't help squatting down. "This place is not inhabited at all, let me help you." Erost Samsara. When the ability is activated, all the objects around it seem to have passed through countless 10,000 years and become fine grains of sand in a short moment. Wherever the power covers, everything is deserted. Wow la. The area of desertification expanded rapidly, and the huge stone pillars and surrounding buildings, including the roof above, turned into fine sand. From the outside earth collapsed, cracked, and turned into sand, and the entire castle complex was overwhelmed and began to collapse. Top layer. Gecko Moria was reading the newspaper about Xia with deep greed in his eyes. The roar that suddenly shook the entire castle made him fall to the ground extremely embarrassed. Damn! What happened? Moria was instantly furious, and in the echoing roar, several zombies ran over in panic. "Moria-sama, there's an earthquake. The ship is about to burst." Several zombies had panicked expressions on their faces, and at the same time, the entire castle began to crack, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. Moria narrowed her eyes, and a few bloodshots appeared in her eyes. "Damn!" He screamed angrily, and when he was about to rush down, the floor suddenly cracked, and then suddenly turned into sand and collapsed. Boom! In the violent roar, the entire castle completely collapsed, and all the buildings collapsed. How is this possible? Absalom and Hogback looked at the deserted land and buildings around them with a look of shock on their faces. "Found it, Moria is there." Seeing the direction, Usopp smiled, nodded to the sand crocodile and disappeared in place. "Find a good place and be sure to kill with one hit." "Is it there?" Looking ahead, Crocodile sneered, "Even adults don't look down on you, then you. Damn it. Heavy Shaylin." Crocodile hugged in his arms, with a handful of hands. Rolling sand and dust swept up, and countless sands were swept into the air by this large sandstorm. This kind of power can be said to cover the sky and the sun. The wind was strong, the size of the Sharon roll was huge, and the huge tornado storm rolled forward. The strong wind can be felt from far away. Chapter 46. Hushiki. The huge dust tornado swept the world, destroying everything that passed by, and it was like the end of the world. Whoa! Below the collapsed castle, black shadows flew in all directions like bats, hitting the sand everywhere. Ah! Moria, who jumped out of the ruins, was extremely embarrassed. Seeing his collapsed castle furious, and then looking at the sandstorm coming from a distance, his complexion suddenly froze. Sandstorm? How could there be a sandstorm on the ship? No, it's all turned into sand, damn it, it must be that BD sand crocodile. Moria's eyes are bloodshot, but she can only avoid the extremely terrifying sandstorm. Shadow Warrior. Almost instantly, Moria appeared in the shadow several hundred meters away. Leaving an identical shadow on the spot, Moria stared at Crocodile sneering 100 meters ahead. "Damn it, it's really you. Go to hell." Moria's blood surged, and she roared violently in rage. As soon as the arm was raised upwards, bat-shaped shadows quickly gathered. It turned into a black spear and slammed through the crocodile in the distance. Shadow Gun. Ha 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 ha, are you starting to get angry now? Crocodile smiled playfully. He likes to grin and play with weaker opponents the most, and Moria is obviously a good toy. Desert Sneak. Facing the incoming shadow gun, Crocodile did not change his face. And under Moria's amazement, the whole person began to sink, and disappeared into the desert almost instantly. Elementalization enters the sand walking and sneaking, basic operation. Do you think it's okay to hide? Hehe, I want you to die. Moria's smile was full of coldness, and she gave a sharp cry, and her aura began to skyrocket. Shadow. Gathering place. In an instant, countless shadows rushed towards Moria frantically. With him as the center, he turned into Uzumaki, and was continuously devoured by Moria, and his size continued to grow with the engulfment. The height of the original nearly 7 meters, after continuous devouring, quickly reached 10 meters, 15 meters. From a large onion head to a king-size onion head. Crocodile, die! Moria, who devoured hundreds of shadows, let out a roar and slammed the ground with a punch. This fist is packed with terrifying power, like a landslide, and it can easily smash an island into pieces. If Xia saw this scene, she might be amazed. After all, he is also taking the road of integrating the power of everyone, but there are no side effects, and it will increase permanently. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resounded through the entire terrifying Dao, and the ground was shattered by the shock wave, directly forming a huge deep pit of more than 100 meters. The zombie soldiers were directly crushed into slag, and the shock of the aftermath caused the bones of these people to crack. Crocodile, get out of here! Moria let out a shocking roar, killing intent soaring to the sky. On a gigantic vessel not far from the dreadnought. There is a strange skeleton on the broken ship, looking ahead in astonishment. The roar and roar that came from there was like a natural disaster. There's, that monster's territory, what happened? Skeleton thought for a while and then gave up, slumped on the ground and bored, yahihi, I don't know how many years, 10 years? 20 years? Or, 30 years? Another existence that Xia wants to admire has appeared. A skeleton who has been trapped in a gloomy fog for nearly 50 years, did not go crazy, did not commit suicide by jumping into the sea. On the contrary, the incomparable optimism really made Xia feel incredible. Do you know how I've been through the past 50 years? I really want to see the inside of the little sister. On the ship. Such a big target, interesting. In a corner, Usopp holds a gun with haki wrapped around it. Looking at the mountain-like monster in front of him, he couldn't help but say, farewell. Onion. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen bullets entangled haki in succession, leaving layers of ripples in the void, rushing out of the atmosphere extremely violently, and stormed away. What? As soon as the gunshot rang, Moria felt a sharp pain in her head, and her eyes were instantly dark. It was as if hell was calling, causing his thoughts to stagnate. There were 2 shots in each eye, and nearly 10 bullets wrapped around haki between the brows directly pierced Moria's head. Crash! At the same time, the sand under Moria's feet began to turbulent, and the thick sand quickly condensed into a spear that was 10 meters long. Rustling. Crocodile also flew out of the sand in elemental form, holding a fierce spear. But seeing Moria, who was sluggish and even started to fall, couldn't help but be taken aback. I was shot? What a pity, let me give you the last ride. Sandstorm Ghost Gun. The sand spear carried an unstoppable power, like a sky-shattering stab from the sky spear, directly piercing Moria. Scoff. The severe pain in the abdomen seemed to make Moria shine back, and the godless eyes raised a monstrous hatred. The whole person began to swell up, screaming. Bury with me, Crocodile. What? Crocodile and Usopp were stunned when they saw Moria, who had formed a ball. A sense of death in my heart arises spontaneously, shouldn't it be? Boom. Chapter 47. Boom. Moria exploded like an inflated balloon. The terrifying explosion was like a nuclear explosion, directly detonating the void, and an earth-shattering roar broke out. Whoa! The terrifying air wave erupted in an instant, like a circular shock wave radiating far away, spreading to thousands of meters away. Boom bang! The terrifying explosion from the surprise attack directly blasted Crocodile into the sky, and the fiery aftermath also sent Usopp flying out, with excruciating pain all over his body. The entire terrifying Dao that looked like a small island collapsed suddenly, as if the end of the day had come, causing the surrounding sea to roar. That is. The huge roar made Brook on the huge ship in the distance even more shocked. His shadow came back, and what shocked him even more was that the fog in front of him dissipated. An incomparably huge air wave rushed into the sky, drawing in the sunlight on the mist, illuminating the entire Devil's Triangle. Yo hee hee, what a joke. The sea in front of him was turbulent, and the waves that rose more than 10 meters made Brook terrified. Maybe not so scary, but he was very afraid of the sea. Bang! The next moment, a figure in the sky fell from the sky and landed directly on the deck. Before Brook could regain his senses, another figure descended from the sky and hit the deck. Immediately afterwards, the dense black shadows began to descend. What corpses, what rubble, what shards of wood, swords, and treasures, and all kinds of sea fish were scattered on the deck like dumplings. Yo hee hee, what holiday is today? After enjoying this feast of all things falling from the sky, Brooke quickly hid in the cabin to avoid the invasion of the waves. Boom boom boom. The waves swept through, sending the giant ship hundreds of meters away, and it didn't gradually subside until 10 minutes later. Puff. Suddenly spitting out a piece of sea water and strands of blood, Usopp felt pain all over his body and couldn't help but be afraid. Who would have thought that Moria had been shot more than a dozen times, and then pierced by a long spear and then self-destruct? If he hadn't immediately been fully armed, he would definitely be dead or disabled at this moment. Huh? This is... Hey Dao Chiu Shui. Looking at the knife on his body, Usopp couldn't help laughing. It's not in vain, there is a treasure knife to take anywhere, no. He stood up and glanced around for a week. When he saw Crocodile in a coma not far away, he was relieved. How lucky! The kind of explosion that was enough to destroy the island, they were so lucky to smash on other ships, and the sky was a blessing. Yo hee hee! A weird laugh made Usopp alert, and then an extremely terrifying skull walked over, making Usopp stunned on the spot. Oh man, living man! Looking at the stunned Usopp, Brooke wiped the skull's eyes sharply. It's not good to be single for a long time, why is this man in front of him so handsome? Hee hee hee, this gentleman. Ah, the single dog is sick, the man in front of him is so beautiful, Brooke can't help but walk over and speak. Can you let me enjoy your inner beauty? Go to hell, be dead. At the same time. Sabayati Archipelago. The island is made up of many large trees, the ground is the root of the tree, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. The whole island is made up of 79 trees, each of which has towns and facilities, and the archipelago of these 79 islands is called the Sabayati Archipelago. And no 1 to 29, this is the most chaotic place in the Sabayati Bottom Archipelago. There are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc., which are completely the most enthusiastic places for countless new pirates and dark forces. On the 13th place, in a corner, an invisible portal appeared silently, light and shadow flashed, and 3 figures appeared on the street. The 3 of them wore the same black robes with crescent moon marks on them and high collars, which crossed half of their faces, very mysterious and publicized. Immediately attracted the attention of countless people, because this dress is so cool. Especially the complete set of 3 people, neat and uniform, seems to be the exclusive clothing of some powerful organization, which makes many people curious. Haha, I didn't expect that I only showed half of my face to attract so many people, and sure enough. I can't starve to death even with my face. A red-haired uncle, rubbing his chin, said quite narcissistically. He even waved at the people around him. When he saw that many people responded in the same way, he felt even more proud. You've changed, Shanks. The eagle eye on the side is very cold, but looking at Shanks, his eyes are full of strangeness. Yes, he found that since Shanks surrendered to Lord Xiayat, he completely liberated his shameless nature. Turn the strongest conquerors into the strongest funny ratio. There's no pressure anymore, of course you have to be happy, it's not like you, it's too cold. The redhead shrugged indifferently, then looked around and couldn't help but light up. This is land number 13, and that senior's home is also here. Really? My hawk also knew that when he looked up, he saw a bar with an arrogant name not far away. The ripped-off bar named Shucky made it clear that her shop was a black shop, but it attracted many people to run inside. 2 adults, I have contacted my father, he happens to be nearby, I will take him to find Lord Xiayat. Morgan Tong on the side was a little excited after hanging up the phone bug, and he was about to promote the grand news. For reporters, there is nothing more exciting than this. Well, you go. The redhead nodded, then walked to the tavern with Hawkeye. Chapter 48. Half a minute later. Inside the pub. Do you think that the Lord of the Moon is really that strong? Going to sea to become the strongest in the world. A pirate dressed like a mother said with a greasy voice, and the tavern was silent in an instant. These days everyone is talking about the new world being the strongest, but the propaganda of the world government is so strong that it is hard to know. But there are a lot of people who have opinions on Xiayat, and there are even more arrogant people. Not far away, a brawny man with 5 big and 3 thick men said disdainfully, what shit is the strongest in the world, it's all blown out. Does he have any record? Hawkeye is also weak, and he was easily subdued. Another table of fat ball-like pirates coaxed, that's right, these 4 emperors Shishibukai have long since become a thing of the past, and we have to rely on our 8th pirates. Haha, that's right, toast to the invincible us. Shucky was puffing out a cigarette in a bored way, watching the pirates who were bragging and farting, and couldn't help feeling bored. These ignorant newcomers are really weak. None of the rookie pirates present was worth paying attention to, which was like a few years ago when the Spade pirates were born out of nowhere. In recent years, the quality of newcomers has plummeted, and few can be seen. Shucky, have a glass of rum. A sudden voice brought Shucky's thoughts back to God. When he looked up, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Yo, isn't this Xiao Hong Hong, who came back from East Blue so soon? Red hair. Why do you call me Xiao Hong Hong again? Hawkeye glanced at the red hair inexplicably, and said nothing, just a little bit away from the red hair, feeling very embarrassing. Shucky, I'm here to buy information. The red hair gave a wry smile and went straight to the topic, otherwise it would take a long time. What information? The Lord of the Moon. Shucky was a little puzzled why Beckman and others were not there. He shook his head and said, it's a pity, I don't have it here either. That Xia is too mysterious, but he subdued Hawkeye. Suddenly, he glanced at the person beside him, and looked at the eyes like eagles. Shucky couldn't help being shocked. It's you? You're not, no. The person in front of him turned out to be Hawkeye? Wasn't he subdued by that Xia? How could he be with Xiao Hong? Shucky was full of curiosity. This little brother, is it convenient for you to tell me the information about that person? Inconvenient? Hawkeye said coldly, making Shucky helpless, really cold. But Shucky made sure of one thing, Xia subduing Hawkeye is very likely to be true. This made Shucky very surprised and puzzled and curious. Shucky, is there any day? The redhead who had just opened his mouth was shocked, and then he relaxed and turned around and said enthusiastically, Senior Rayleigh, you are also here, how are you doing in the last few days? How is the business? Haha, not bad, why did you come back so quickly? Where's Buggy? Did you bring it back? Rayleigh, with white hair and eyes, patted Shanks on the shoulder, full of energy, and the light in his eyes made people dare not look directly. The introverted and powerful breath made the eagle eyes on the side raise fighting intent, and then disappeared. Feeling the fleeting moment of fighting intent, Rayleigh looked sharply over and couldn't help squinting. Interesting, this kid is actually there, who? Buggy he. Thinking of Buggy who was thrown to the deserted beast island, the red-haired eyelids twitched. Immediately changed the subject and said seriously, Deputy Captain, Shucky, I have something important to talk about, let's move to another place. Oh? Rayleigh and Shucky looked at each other curiously, and Shucky said, it's a little messy here, come with me. Enter the inner hall with the two of them. The two of Rayleigh had just sat down, and the red hair and conquerors had filled the room. It seems to block everything here to avoid spreading it out. The redhead put away his smile and asked solemnly, Shucky, I want to know the news about celestial dragons. Are they in Sabayati? How many people? Where is the location? The two were a little confused, and Shucky was even more puzzled. Xiao Hong Hong, what are you doing with celestial dragons? Did they offend you? Looking at the rare and solemn appearance of red hair, Rayleigh frowned and said, you want to trouble the celestial dragons? I don't recommend you in Sabayati, it's too close. With Marie Joyce on top and Marineford nearby, even redheads shouldn't be so reckless. It doesn't matter, but I have to catch them, all I want in Sabayati. The redhead shook his head slightly and said solemnly, they have provoked people they shouldn't, and they have to pay the price. Thinking of the description of Xia in the newspaper, the red hair really admires the world government. You are entering the countdown to death. Let's see when you're done. Shanks, do you know what you're talking about? Shucky was shocked by the redhead's words. Is there anything in this world that celestial dragons can't afford? I am certain. Taking a deep breath, the redhead said seriously, two seniors, a new era is coming, the mountains that have been more than 800 years old are about to collapse, and the owner of the world is about to change. This storm will sweep the world and no one can stop it. Marine, pirates will become history. Rayleigh and Shucky stood there in astonishment, looking at the redhead with some strangeness. Is this really what the heartless little guy said? Is this a big deal? This is to do something. Chapter 49. Is that, the Lord of the Moon? Rayleigh's voice thickened a bit, his eyes scrutinized the red hair heavily, and then fell on Hawkeye's body. Beckman and the others were not there, but Hawkeye followed with red hair. Everything was so abnormal that Rayleigh was thinking. Looking up, Eagle Eye said calmly, this world will definitely belong to adults. Rayleigh. Shucky. Sure enough, another brainwashed one. I already felt that Xia was mysterious and terrifying, but now it's even more terrifying. They can't figure out what the Lord of the Moon is that Hawkeye works for, and they can't figure out what the red-haired him is. No. Rayleigh got serious too, staring at the redhead, tell me what your role is in there, Shanks. The atmosphere is inexplicably heavy. Hawkeye's cold eyes, Shucky frowned. The red-haired silently said with a bitter smile, sorry Vice Captain, I let you down. Master Xia has given me an offer that I cannot refuse. I must serve him and help him win the world. The redhead didn't say much about the reason, he didn't want to drag Rayleigh in. Although he knew that Xia definitely wanted to subdue Rayleigh, but play as much as you can for a few days, the moon has no place to play. Is this real? Shucky's eyes widened, feeling a little cold all over. After Hawkeye surrendered, the redhead surrendered too. What kind of existence is that person? If it is spread out, the world will surely shake. Lord Xia, isn't that just being a thug? Rayleigh's face was a little unsightly, and he shook his head after a long time. Forget it, children grow up and have their own plans. He is no longer the all-powerful Pluton, he just wants to support his old age, why bother with the choices of the juniors, but... It was too sudden, and Rayleigh said solemnly, "Are you sure? You must know that they have existed for nearly 1,000 years, and the background must be beyond everyone's imagination. Your madness reminds me of that guy." Saying that, Rayleigh couldn't help but recall the past. How powerful was the Rocks pirate, and even gathered nearly half of the pirate powerhouses in the whole world at that time. They attempted to attack the celestial dragons, but failed miserably. The terrifying Rocks, Golden Lion and Whitebeard in their 30s are in their prime. Born monster Charlotte Linlin, undead dragon Kaido. There are also Silver Axe, John, Akoku and other famous powerhouses. Even if everyone is at odds with each other and the relationship between each other is bad, the disastrous failure is very fast. But even if everyone agrees, there will be no chance of success. Because the world government is too powerful, not to mention the assists of their Roger pirates. Knowing who Rayleigh was talking about, the red-haired eyes flashed and affirmed, "Maybe you can't understand, but I can only say that Lord Xiaya is invincible, whoever stops you will die." "You brat," one mouthful of Lord Xiaya. Hearing the redhead say that, Rayleigh was speechless. No matter how strong an individual is, the world is so big. If one doesn't work, then two, if three doesn't work, then five. More than a few go up to besiege, no matter who has to kneel. The most important thing, Rayleigh has some taste, even if he and Roger have never been told that by the red hair, Xiaya, Hineng. The redhead didn't explain anything, and continued to ask, "Shucky, can you tell me?" "You wait." Shucky didn't say much, and turned to read the news. The three look at each other. Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief and said, "To be honest, I quite admire Xiaya. At least she has the courage to fight. Can you recommend that one?" "Cannot." The redhead blurted out, making Rayleigh gassy. Rayleigh couldn't help but stare. "Shanks, your wings are getting harder and harder, don't I even have the qualifications to know him?" "No, absolutely not." The red hair laughed and reminded, "Senior Rayleigh, Master Xiaya wants to subdue all the strong, do you understand? Are you worried that I will be subdued? That would be an honor. Rayleigh can't wait to punch Shanks. After talking for a long time, I just can't see you, beating around the bush." Rayleigh's voice changed, "Where's Buggy? Don't tell me he's like you." When he saw the redhead nodding, Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle. The two of them together are definitely enough for Xiaya to have a headache. 3 minutes later. "Thanks Shucky, Senior Rayleigh, let's go now and visit again another day. Get out now." Looking at the red-haired and eagle-eyed leaving, Rayleigh thought about it and got up and said, "Shucky, pack up your valuables and leave for a few days, Sabayati is going to be in chaos." Shucky nodded and looked at Rayleigh with a half-smile, "What about you? Going to join in the fun?" Thinking of Buggy's red-haired surrender, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh, "Bring the old man's 40-meter broadsword to Xiaya and let him know that the Roger pirates are not so easy to bully." In an instant, Shucky gave him a contemptuous look. "Pretend, a lot of H, be careful not to be beaten to death. Hey, you can't run if you can't fight." Chapter 50. The Other Side. Sabayati Land 72, in a hotel suite. Xiaya sat lazily on the sofa, sipping a small wine and looking at the scenery outside the window. At a glance, there is suddenly no strong style, which makes the visitors in the living room can't help but be surprised. "My lord, it's a little late to connect to the world's signal now, at least 3 hours. 1 hour. I want all the major forces in the world and the squares of major countries to see this live broadcast, understand?" Saying that, Xiaya glanced at the visitor indifferently. In an instant, this creature with a high hat that looked like a bird shuddered, and the whole person collapsed in place. As if encountering a beast, "My heart is full of panic. That is the trembling from the soul." "Yes, my lord, I understand." Morgans in the form of bird fruit albatross could not help wiping cold sweat. He swears that just now, he seemed to see his own death. Morgans even had a feeling that the existence in front of him was more terrifying than some fat woman who only knew how to eat. Just now, he was pulled over by his son Morganton, saying that the Lord of the Moon was looking for him to make big news. Morgans ran over excitedly in an instant. He didn't care about other things. Just wanted to give superstar Xiaya an exclusive interview. But Xiaya didn't accept the interview, which disappointed Morgans, and became more and more curious about what big news was being broadcast globally, and the bear son next to him didn't say anything. After calming down, he couldn't help but say, "Sir, I don't know what big news you're talking about." Xiaya said flatly, "I'm afraid you won't dare to broadcast live." "Huh? The adults may not know me, there is no me in this world. Kill celestial dragons, dare you?" Pfft. In an instant, Morgans took a step back in fright, and immediately fell to the ground, his face full of horror. "Madman! The people in front of me are absolutely crazy. Not to mention killing celestial dragons, even if you fight, rob, scold, or lose face, your whole family may be killed. How many years? The last time celestial dragons lost face? 10 years ago? Fishman Tiger, but he only freed the slaves but did not dare to attack celestial dragons, because it would implicate the Fishmen Island. Another 10 years ago? World Destroyer Wapol was broken and attacked the celestial dragon's ship, and is still locked in eternal hell, frozen in ice and thrown in the corner. A few years back? Pirate Overlord Rox and his gang tried to attack celestial dragons, and they died and escaped. No one dared to mention it until now. And the guy in front of me. Submit to me, Morgans. Suddenly, Xiaoya's calm words pulled Morgan's thoughts back, and his face became ugly. Not only to kill celestial dragons. To make him surrender? The person in front of him is absolutely crazy. He Morgans has never heard this sentence, even if the 4 emperors are doing business with him. World government Marine and others are buying news from him, but no force has ever made him surrender. Because this will break the balance and trample the unspoken rules of the world, all messed up. Morgan Tong, who was on the side, immediately consoled, "Father, what are you waiting for? Surrender, this is your honor." Morgans. This bear son, has supported you for so many years. If it wasn't for Xiaoya, Morgans would have cut all Morgan's chickens, unfilial son. Taking a sip of red wine, Xiaoya's deep words sounded. "Give you 3 seconds to think, or you will die." Morgans was instantly furious. 1 second. Morgans has bloodshot eyes. 2 seconds. Morgans stand up. 3 seconds. Morgans. Do not kill me. I surrender. Meeting Xiaoya's dull gaze, Morgans knelt down instantly, feathers covered in cold sweat. He had no doubt that he was 1 second slower and splattered blood on the spot. Morganton was overjoyed. "Father, you are really too smart. Ah, Laozi doesn't have your son." Morgans instantly thought of 10,000 ways to kill Morgan Tong, the son of a fool. What is the use of him? Take it and build the signal as soon as possible. Throwing a bright moon badge directly to Morgans, Xiaoya stretched listlessly and walked to the window. The scenery of Sabayati outside is really beautiful, and it is indeed a place where even celestial dragons linger. Oh, my gosh! Praise you, great lord of the moon! Looking at the imprint of the bright moon formed on the hand, recalling the picture in my mind just now. Morgans immediately exploded with excitement, incoherently excited to the point of madness. That Camui's figure like a prison, that splendid heaven and earth. Morgans won't doubt the truth, or no one will doubt that the picture is too real and imprints the soul. It's really. Go on, Morgans. Feeling Xiaoya's impatience, Morgans knelt down again with a shudder, and said respectfully. Yes, Lord Xiaoya. I will make the whole world feel your greatness. The words fell. Morgans bowed and left, and Morganton also left. Squeak. Closing the door gently, Morgans was still unable to calm down. The one in the room is beyond all his imagination. Even if he has extensive knowledge, he still can't calm down. If it gets out, it will be the greatest news ever. Morganton said nervously, "Father, you don't blame me, do you?" Of course not. Morgans directly countered. Looking at his bear son with soft and admiring eyes, he affirmed, "Tong Tong, the old man has always blamed you. I thought you were not good enough. But now it seems that you are much better than your 19 big brothers, 27 older sisters, 38 younger sisters, and 46 younger brothers. I have decided that you will be the vice president of the news agency. Thank you, father, you are so great." For a moment, the father and son were in harmony. Xiaoya in the house is also very happy. His life is so simple and unpretentious, rewriting his life casually. Chapter 51. Sabayati Land Number 32. Soap Bubble Park. Many pirates and civilian wealthy businessmen play happily here, and there is laughter everywhere, and it looks so beautiful. However, within a few seconds, the entire park was silent. Boom, boom. A giant creature of more than 10 meters in front is kneeling on the ground. Slowly crawling forward like a dog, his eyes were dull, and there were scars all over his body. This scene shocked many people. They saw that the giant was bound with a long iron chain, and the other end of the chain was being held by someone, as if he was walking a dog. Behind the giant, there are more than a dozen men and women walking without eyes. The men are strong and the women are beautiful, but they are all tied up in chains and followed in decadence, like slaves. In the front, a man and a woman are walking arrogantly. The man is very fat, but the woman is extremely beautiful. The two were gorgeously dressed, with bubble hoods on their heads, and a few men in black followed to guard them. At the end, a group of Marines followed closely, like guards. As the team walked, the people in front of them knelt down one after another, one by one extremely fearful. "Mama, why do they bring bubbles?" A little boy was full of curiosity, but his mother pulled him to his knees in horror. "Who are those people? It's too arrogant." There was a green pirate who was unhappy, making the people around him even more terrified. A civilian next to him was frightened to the point of death, and hurriedly knelt down and shouted, "Shut up, do you want to die? That's celestial dragons." Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, the head of the civilian next to the green pirate exploded, and blood and white matter splashed all over him. Before he could return to his senses, an admiring female voice sounded. "Anthony Saint, your marksmanship is getting better and better. Isolaya Palace, you are wrong, I want to kill that person, it's a disappointment. The man known as Anthony Saint snorted, immediately became fierce, and said sharply, go, break the 5 strips of the garbage in the green clothes, I will watch him cry to death with my own eyes. Yes, Your Highness Anthony. The 2 men in black rushed directly to the green pirates, but a terrifying roar of pain was heard within a second. Ah, let me go. The green-clothed pirate couldn't resist being brutally abolished by the black-clothed man, and trampled his CK ruthlessly. He directly beat him into a 100-level cripple, and still beat him fiercely. Everyone shivered and lowered their heads vigorously. No one dared to oppose, and no one dared to resist, they could only listen to the increasingly miserable voice of the green pirates. Yo ha ha ha, listen, what a beautiful voice. Saint Anthony laughed wildly, and then his expression became cruel, you don't know us when you meet a lowly commoner. Do you think our influence has become smaller, Isolaya Palace? That's true. Isolaya Palace nodded, and then played with the taste, how about killing everyone on this island? I believe that lowly commoners will definitely remember it. Well said, Your Highness, be careful. Suddenly, several men in black stood in front of the 2 of them, looking forward in shock and anger. I saw a man holding a black knife, walking over coldly. The surrounding ground is constantly splitting under the flaming sword intent, murderous aura pervades. Who is this BD? Get out of the way for this saint. Anthony Saint angrily tried to push away the man in black. And the man in black said eagerly, Your Highness, this person is the world's largest swordsman. Currently, there is a big pirate with a reward of over 2 billion. The visitor is not good, please leave as soon as possible. To shut up. Saint Anthony shouted angrily and kicked the man in black away with 1 kick. Disdainfully, he looked at Hawkeye who was walking in front of him, it turns out that it was you, a traitor, who betrayed the world government and is still alive and well. Marine is indeed a bunch of garbage. Go, take him down for me, I'm going to make him a slave. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, 2 extremely flaming sword chi attacked violently, tens of meters vertically and horizontally, and the quaking void trembled. Ah! Countless screams sounded almost at the same time, and the huge slashing wave was not only terrifying, but also fast as lightning, and in an instant it cut across the crowd standing in front. Like Shinigami's scythe, almost no one escaped within the attack range of the slashing wave, and all were torn apart and killed. It caused the corpses to be scattered everywhere, leaving corpses all over the ground. The 2 sword chi just staggered the celestial dragons, but they slaughtered everyone behind them, only a few slaves and marine behind them were stunned. Brush. Hawkeye flashed over, without saying a word, the black knife was directly on the side, and the back of the knife slashed at the 2 celestial dragons. Without waiting for the 2 of them to speak, they immediately fainted from pain. Tell Sengoku, I'm waiting at land 42. Brush. Hawkeye disappears in place with 2 fat pigs. The whole park was sluggish, and he didn't return to his senses for a long time. After a while, someone panicked. Celestial dragons have been caught. In the blink of an eye, everyone screamed in fear, fled, desperately escaping from here. Even some arrogant pirates with a bloodthirsty streak are still unable to walk in fear. Big Admiral is coming. Run. Chapter 52. The bloodstained soap bubble park has become a place where everyone wants to escape. The only few marines left shivered and took out the phone bugs. Report. Report to the commander, celestial dragons, were captured. Boom. Marine Friar in Sabayati land. Shift to Marine Ford. This time you go to New World, don't be lazy for me, Kuzan. Sengoku's voice was helpless, it was helpless to Aokiji, a lazy one. But Akainu has been in the New World for so long, so it's time to take over. Don't worry, Marshal. Aokiji took off his blindfold and took a sip of tea lazily. This report is very well written, Polisalino, I have submitted it to the above. Sengoku looked at Kizaru, and after a few days, he really found that Kizaru has changed. As the leader of the neutral faction, in the past he would still do something even if he didn't fight, but now it was purely a salted fish, either drinking tea at the headquarters or going to sleep in the scientific troops. Even all kinds of documents were handed over to the assistant, no matter what, he didn't care about anything. As if Marine had nothing to do with him, it made Sengoku feel. It has to be beaten, otherwise it will really become a salted fish. Some documents have to be processed by Admiral and not given to anyone else for approval, understand? But looking at Kizaru who was wandering in the sky, Sengoku couldn't help but say with a black face, did you hear what I said? Kizaru. I hear the Marshal, I will change it. Kizaru responded casually, his heart full of broken thoughts. It's been a few days, Master Xiayat, it's time for them to start, Marine is so boring. Bang. The door of the office was slammed open, and a loud shout came, Sengoku, why are you calling me back? I haven't found Sun Thief yet. Are you bothering to call me every day? You still have the face to say. Looking at the broken door, Sengoku couldn't help but say angrily, BD, you must know that you are Marine, you cannot act without orders, you run around outside every day, do you look like Marine? Hey, didn't I tell you, I'm looking for Sun Thief? Garp walked in, scratched his ears indifferently, and pushed Sengoku away. He skillfully opened the drawer, took out a few packs of senbei, and nibbled on it happily. Crack clap clap. Every sound made Sengoku's face a little darker, and finally he couldn't bear it anymore and roared directly, "FK me!" Snoring. Snoring. Looking at the sleeping Garp, Aokiji was in awe, Kizaru was full of deep thoughts, and Vice Admiral and Sengoku couldn't help but feel helpless. They had absolutely nothing to do with such an old urchin. What happened here, Sengoku? A steady voice came, and when everyone looked, 2 people in white suits and white trench coats came over. Kizaru squinted slightly. CP0, is this the person from above? It doesn't seem to be very strong. Auxiliary ability? You are here. Sengoku nodded, but was too lazy to talk to the 2 of them. One of them said with cold eyes, "It's been so many days, you haven't found anything but some useless information, and the above is very dissatisfied. If you find another group of Xiaya appear, you must send no less than 2 Admiral to cooperate with us to arrest." Everyone in Sengoku looked ugly. Did they really take Admiral like a jerk? Blue blue. The phone worm rang. Sengoku just picked it up, and the eager voice came. "Report to the Marshal, this is Sabayati land, celestial dragons have been captured." What? Everyone was shocked. Sengoku hurriedly asked. Half a minute later, everyone became solemn, and Kizaru also sat up straight, his eyes shining. Presumptuous. Should kill. The 2 CP0s were extremely angry, as if their parents had died, and their aura rose in the house. Kizaru squinted his eyes again. This kind of momentum, that's right. But top Vice Admiral level. But what qualifications does this kind of strength have to say to arrest Xiaya, the fruit ability? This fellow Hawkeye, do you really think the world government can't do anything about him? Sengoku was so angry that he wanted to kill him. He suddenly looked at Kizaru and said, "Go to Sabayati land as soon as possible, remember, Anthony Saint and the others are absolutely not allowed to be harmed. Save them first. If you have a chance, kill Hawkeye." "Yes, Marshal." Kizaru glanced at Garp and Aokiji without a trace, then turned into light and rushed out of the window. The speed was so fast. The 2 CP0s looked at each other and suddenly rushed to Sengoku. "Aokiji must go too, it's up to you to cooperate with us, no matter how strong Xiaya is." "To shut up!" Sengoku screamed in anger, "What a mess! No guts, ridiculous marine!" The 2 CP0s sneered and disappeared instantly. After pretending to be forced to run, the thief is so exciting. The atmosphere in the office is extremely heavy, and Garp wakes up solemnly, "Arresting celestial dragons? No one has ever dared to do this, and the world government will be furious. It's really troublesome now." Eagle Eye must have been instructed by Xiaya, too daring. Crane Vice Admiral said. His pupils shrank suddenly, and quickly said, "Check as soon as possible whether there are other celestial dragons in Sabayati, and also check other islands. Hawkeye can't be alone, don't forget the red-haired Shanks." Everyone was shocked. Isn't it enough to catch 2? Chapter 53. These lunatics. Thinking of this possibility, Sengoku looked at Garp. "You also get to the Sabayati land as soon as possible, we can't be passive anymore, we must catch the Eagle Eye and contain Xiaya." "Okay, I'll go right now." Garp also knew something was wrong and rushed out the door. Blue blue. The phone bug rang again, and everyone's heart jumped. "Ah! Marshal, Base 62 is ruined, and the redhead Shanks have taken Davis St and Williams St. A hole." Sengoku was furious and said directly to Aokiji, "Immediately bring someone to surround me with Sabayati, and don't let anyone go." "Yes, Marshal." Aokiji didn't care, he rushed to the square and urgently gathered the Vice Admirals and Marines. Xiaya. At this moment, Sengoku desperately wants to kill Xiaya. He thinks Xiaya is just crazy. Even crazier than rocks, with just such a little force, he directly provokes the world government. "Always let someone report the situation of Sabayati, if there is an accident, I will go too." Sengoku went straight into a fight. Akainu wasn't there, and he didn't think Xiaya was an idiot, he must be ready. With just Kizaru, Garp, and Aokiji, it's very likely that you won't be able to catch any of them. This time, it's really going to be a mess. Sudden change. Crane Vice Admiral also has a heavy heart. Outside day. It's all darkened. Sabayati land number 42. In the center of the tourist area, the crowds in the distance are moving. Panic, fear, excitement, and other expressions are displayed one after another. A huge high platform stands here, and 2 people in black robes stand above it. There is a high platform behind the high platform, and there is only a lonely luxurious seat on it, like a throne. Those who recognize it are full of horror. 4 emperors' red hair. Hawkeye my hawk. The most frightening thing is that the 3 men and 1 woman were angry, kneeling on the ground and roaring constantly. It turned out to be celestial dragons. Everyone realized that something was wrong, and they ran away, but there were still many arrogant pirates watching from a distance. "Damn it, do you know who we are? Despicable human beings, we are the descendants of God. Where's Marine? What are those bastards doing? Kill them for me. The 4 celestial dragons were not afraid at all, roaring and swearing. They didn't think these 2 guys dared to touch them, but the iron chains tied to their bodies made the 4 of them want to eat their flesh and blood. Especially the untouchables who are sightseeing in the distance below, it is a huge insult. This is crazy. In one corner, Ace, who was shirtless and wearing a cowboy hat, with the bird Madara on his face, couldn't help but stare. Unexpectedly, just after hunting down a certain traitor to Sabayati land, I encountered such an exciting thing. What a mess, why isn't that guy here? In the other corner, Rayleigh was drinking wine with a knife. He couldn't help looking around, trying to find Xia Yat. Looking at the high platform again, even if you know what the red hair and others are going to do, you can see the fact and still feel very emotional. Oh haha, this is really big news. At the corner of the high platform, Morgans pointed at the high platform with a huge super image phone number, dancing and cheering. Tong Tong, is the signal set up? Morgan Tong nodded excitedly. Father, get ready, all the world and major forces will see this live broadcast. Today will be recorded in history. Around, there are also many video phone bugs hidden, ready to use. They believe that as soon as the live broadcast comes out, the world will go crazy. Let's start. World. Shock it. With Morgan's chanting, the signal goes around the world. The screen of Sabayati's huge square lights up. At this moment, hundreds of countries and well-known regions in the world connected with the World Economic News Agency. The major islands and the big screens in the square are all playing. The major forces, the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, the Revolutionary Army, Marine Base and other places also received the signal curiously. The screens in various places lit up, and many people couldn't help but be stunned. That bubblehood kneeling on the high platform. Celestial Dragons. New World. Moby DK. Father, something is wrong. The picture just released shocked everyone. Whitebeard, who has been cold-faced for the past few days, walked over to look at the picture, and after a few seconds. Goo la la la, eagle eyes, red hair, what 2 crazy brats. Looking at the picture on the screen, Whitebeard smiled, and couldn't help but worry in his eyes. That traitor is so ruthless. Ace, don't let anything happen. Cake Island. Well, are these 2 little devils impatient? And 4 emperors sneered and looked at the picture, taking a bite of a big cake, drooling. Katakuri below couldn't help but ponder, so blatantly, for what? Just humiliation? Ghost Island. Where's the boss? Yanji, who just came over, glanced at the screen and asked. On the side of the epidemic, Quinn spread his hands helplessly. The boss just flew away, it should be going to Sabayati land. Jack the Drow immediately said violently, 2 big brothers, let's kill them too. Snapped. Giving Jack a slap on the head, Quinn scolded, what about your brain? Sabayati is so far away, when you get there, the boss will be back early. Go, get ready to eat and drink, and wait for the boss to come back. Yes, sir. Chapter 54. Dress Rosa. What an exciting scene, you who regard yourself as noble, what's the difference between you and a dog now? Doflamingo walked up and down the hall with arrogant steps, his eyes full of excitement and killing intent. I really want to personally go and kill these scumbags, especially the dead fat man in the middle, that is the cousin he wants to kill the most. When you drove me out, when you mocked me, did you ever think about today? Daughter Island. Crazy, the 2 of them are crazy. The mother-in-law looked at the screen in astonishment, full of roars. Get out of the concubine. A slender Maihui directly kicked it out, and the Empress Hancock looked at the screen in disbelief, her eyes full of complexity and hatred. Sister, is this true? Looking at the people kneeling on the screen, Marigold and Sander Sonia shuddered. The devil that rules the world has finally been punished. Baldigo. Durag, Sabo, Ivankov, and others stared at the screen. The world is going to run wild. Boom. Marineford, Sengoku just smashed the table. Damn redhead, damn eagle eye, dare to live broadcast. Notify Aokiji and the others, rush over as soon as possible. And in the land of Sabayati. On the high platform, the 4 celestial dragons were still roaring. These 4 are celestial dragons. It is the world noble of the Holy Land Marie Joyce, the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. The redhead's voice resounded in the square and all over the world. They claim to be the descendants of the Creator, are arrogant and domineering, act arbitrarily, and kill and massacre countless civilians. Countless people in the world are suffering from their oppression. Conquerors oppressed several people to make them speechless. The redhead continued to say loudly, that's the kind of person who dominates most of the countries in the world. A little resistance will attract Marine Admiral's protection. They are the worms of this world, they are the filthiest race in the world. By the order of the adults, punish them. Boom. A few words in the world friar. Many forces were dumbfounded. Kill them. Kill them. Countless people went crazy, especially those who were mutilated by celestial dragons, and roared hysterically. Too many people around the world are screaming and crying. Contact them, Be sure to contact them. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Drago couldn't help but be excited. He saw the dawn of victory. Against the world government, the Revolutionary Army is too weak, and today, Drago can foresee the wave of resistance. The Xiaoyai group is their biggest help. If Xiaoyai knew what Drago was thinking, she would definitely sneer. Want me to join? Kneel down. Hey! The two robes were lifted. The red hair and eagle eyes completely appeared in front of people, and many people around the world were exclaiming. Me! One of the 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks. Me! The world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye my hawk. The two voices rang out one after another in the square and spread all over the world, causing countless people to be shocked. What an awesome identity! But what is this doing? However, in the next scene, the major forces were shocked. Boom bang! Redhead and Hawkeye turned around and got down on one knee. Looking respectfully at the lonely throne at a higher place, he spoke with a deep and respectful voice. Congratulations, Mr. Xiaoyai! Boom! The loud voice spread all over the world through the live broadcast, and everyone was shocked and stood up one after another. It is incredible that the 4 emperors and Hawkeye are actually welcoming the others. Crack! The sky seems to be torn apart. This is the scene where Xiaoyai makes the trait random door invisible, and then shatters. Morgans was excited to shoot it, aiming at the sky, and the countless people watching the live broadcast were silent. In the picture, I don't know how many miles away, as if the whole sky is shattering. Boom! A majestic coercion washed out from the broken sky. Everyone in the square couldn't help but froze, and even more panicked and breathed heavily. The momentum, not conquerors. But, so strong. In the corner, Rayleigh silently threw the knife he picked up at random, full of thoughts. How rich of experience he is, just from this momentum, he knows that he can't fight. What's more, he is also old, and there is absolutely no hope of finding his way back. Xiaoyai? The new world is the strongest. Ace in the other corner stared at the sky, clenched his hands but couldn't help but smile bitterly. This invisible terrifying pressure reminded him of the day he challenged Whitebeard, with no chance of victory. Boom! The broken sky suddenly recovered, and a figure appeared on the luxurious throne on the high platform in an instant. Xiaoyai raised her head slightly and looked at the camera phone bug. His. All over the world, countless people take a deep breath. Not to mention his handsome face and detached temperament, but even across the screen. Even if the picture is far away, you can still clearly see a pair of pupils that ignore everything. Ignore the common people. Just one look, it will never be forgotten. Countless strong men can't help being solemn, countless girls and young women are full of red hearts. He, that is, the Lord of the Moon. Countless people looked at Xiaoyai who appeared. Is this the big devil that the world government has been promoting for several days? Really too young, the wife is incredible. At the beginning, he subdued Hawkeye, and even one of the emperors of New World, the red hair was subdued. How did you do it? Strength. Is he Xiaoyai? What a pressure. In any case, it was enough to shock all the pirates. The civilians were terrified, the marine was horrified, and the strong looked sideways. Whitebeard couldn't help but boil over, and Charlotte Linlin was also surprised for a rare moment. Other forces are even more direct call. Terrible. Chapter 55. Who are you? The silence in the audience confused several celestial dragons. Turning his head to look at him, he met Xiaoyai's indifferent eyes. He was shocked and then became furious. This guy, why do you look at them with the same eyes as you look at ants' garbage? Anthony Saint couldn't bear it, and roared, Damn pariah, you! Kill him, Shanks! Xiaoyai opened her mouth slightly, and her thick voice spread throughout the world, causing countless people to stagnate. The voice is extremely cold and terrifying. Yes, Lord Xiaoyai. The red hair spoke respectfully and turned around to draw the knife. Under the anger of a few people, and under the shock of countless people, they chopped down. Without hesitation, be decisive. Shoot. Cut in two. Blood splattered on the spot. Don Quixote, Anthony St. Dead without a corpse. In an instant, countless people around the world were stunned. The aloof, unparalleled celestial dragons, dead. It's over. Sengoku seems to have lost all strength. He can imagine countless people no longer afraid of celestial dragons, no longer afraid of world government. Then there will be countless people resisting, and then the world government will start a purge. We will do our best to kill Xiaoyai's group, and then start a massacre against the whole world. It is possible to kill countless people who are disrespectful to the world government, and it is even possible to clean up Marine. How many people will die by then? Ah! The corpse fell to the ground. The faces of the remaining celestial dragons were pale, their hands and feet were numb and soft, their scalps were exploding, and their souls were shaking. They are really unbearable. Xiaoyai's indifference makes them terrified, shivering instinctively. The onlookers in the square even started to flee in horror, as if the sky had fallen. The blood shed from the high platform shattered all the pride of celestial dragons. It's a pity, cousin, you died so miserably. Every cell in Doflamingo's happy moment is laughing wildly. The one who shouted first to drive him out of Marie Joy's is dead, the one who was the first to laugh at his unworthiness is dead. The man who came to dress Rosa several times to show off his might, is dead. Xia, if you don't die today, I'll help you. Doflamingo held the cup tightly, eyes full of murder and hope. After waiting for so long, he finally got an opportunity, and he would never let it go. There are too many plans for celestial dragons in his mind, but he dare not say it, and others dare not do it. Kaido is not qualified, only Xia can. Strong enough. Brave enough. Crazy enough. Sister, are you alright? Looking at Hancock who suddenly fell to the ground, Marigold and Sander Sonia exclaimed. I'm fine. Hancock regained his senses and looked closely at Xia in the picture, and the corpse of celestial dragons. The moment the celestial dragons were cut in half, her brain roared. It was as if the endless darkness suddenly ushered in light, causing her body to lose control. Is he not afraid of death? Looking at the luxurious and aloof Xia, Hancock was puzzled and curious. He even said involuntarily, Sander Sonia, has he been in the newspaper? There is a reward, bring it here. Okay, sister. The death of celestial dragons shakes the world. Countless people cheered, and the revolutionary army was so excited that they wanted to go to Sabayati and send a pennant to Xia. After the death of Anthony Saint, the three celestial dragons were utterly terrified. They understood that Xia in front of her was really fearless. Leave us alone. Whatever you want, we'll give it to you. Please let us go. Under the astonishment of countless people, the three of Isolaya Palace knelt on the ground like dogs and pleaded, and cried. Completely lost the dignity of the world aristocracy. This scene shattered the awe of celestial dragons in the hearts of countless people. It turned out that, like ordinary people, they would die, be afraid, and lick. This made countless people spurn, and even aroused a heart of resistance that countless people had never had in their hearts. This is the celestial dragons. Ignorance, trash. Xiaya's words knocked on the hearts of countless people, and Xiaya looked at Isolaya Palace with surprise in her eyes. With a flick of the finger, the hood suddenly shattered. Many people from all over the world are wide-eyed. That delicate face, like flowers and rain, I see pity, shocked too many people. The celestial dragons in front of me is really amazing, and the expression of grievance and fear makes people feel pity and love. Instantly triggered countless licks. The dog's pity. Mama, that sister is so pretty. Really? Didn't you say celestial dragons are ugly? It's so beautiful, so is the world's #1 beauty. In front of the screens in various places, the face of the celestial dragons was pulled very close, causing countless people to exclaim. Beauty is justice, and even makes many people forget her identity. Your name? To be honest, this is the most beautiful woman countless people have ever seen. Coupled with the luxurious temperament and noble identity, various additions add to the charm. However, at this moment, I can only kneel on the ground and pray. Isolaya was stunned, looked up at Xiaya's indifferent pupils, and was immediately afraid to speak. My name is Isolaya. Please let me go, I can give you anything. Nice name, nice identity. Xiaya's eyes flickered slightly, and her voice beyond doubt echoed in the square. From now on you will be my slave, Isolaya. Chapter 56. No, do not want. Isolaya panicked, no one in this world knows better than celestial dragons, what a slave is. Playing wildly, with a low status. Not even a dog, how could she bear it? Brilliant. Exploded. All over the world, countless people exclaimed and even excited. This one named Xiaya was a blast. Such a beautiful female celestial dragons was taken as a slave, so exciting. In this world, there is nothing more shocking than taking celestial dragons as slaves. Xiaya is going to trample on the dignity of world government. Dad, this Xiaya is dead. On the Moby DK, although the pirates were equally excited to watch Xiaya take the celestial dragons slaves, they were also gloating. Kill the celestial dragons and take slaves, you won't die. Whitebeard didn't speak. He was silent. He doesn't believe that people who can subdue eagle eyes and redheads have brain problems, especially Whitebeard can see Xiaya's self-confidence from the inside out, the self-confidence of the strong. It's amazing, young people these days. Thief ha ha ha. On a small island in the first half of the Grand Line. A certain black fat man also grinned wildly, to treat celestial dragons as a slave, you are even more ambitious than me, Xiaya. A man with a top hat next to him who looked like a drama character couldn't help but sigh. This is the strongest in the new world? It's more powerful than the previous one. Thief ha ha ha, a new era has come, let's go, Lafitte, and find the next crew member. Okay, Captain Teach. Xiaya didn't care about Isolaya's crying and begging, and the invisible door fell on top of her when she raised her hand. In the eyes of the world, Isolaya gradually disappeared from head to toe, which is terrifying. Go to the moon, learn the rules first. World government, listen. Xiaya opened her mouth to pull everyone's thoughts back, and looked indifferently at the video phone bug not far away, her icy voice echoed. This world, I want it. In the last hour, struggle, celestial dragons bastards. Countless people widened their eyes. How dare you say that, is this going to start a war? Boom. A monstrous aura erupted from the entire Holy Land Marie Joyce, filled with endless killing intent and anger. For a time, everyone around the world felt a chill. Tisk tisk, angry. Xia didn't feel it, she seemed to hear the roar from Marie Joyce. Maybe there are Anthony's parents, Isolia's parents waiting to watch, how crazy they should be. Up to 10 minutes. Xia is sure, it will be the crazy blow of world government. Whoosh. Suddenly, a strong air-breaking sound rang out. A bright ray of light came from the sky, causing many people to squint. The rays of light shot up to the high platform extremely quickly, pointing directly at Xia, which was extremely fierce. Presumptuous. The red-haired shouted, and Griffin split instantly. The fiery slashing wave ripped apart the atmosphere and collided directly with the light at an astonishing speed. Boom. The rays of light were split in an instant, and the violent air waves swept across the high platform. The eagle-eyed black knife shook the air waves away, and several celestial dragons shivered even more. Ah, it's scary, red-haired Shanks. The bright light condensed on the high platform on the other side, and the playful words echoed in the square. The marine cape of Hawkeye, a suit that has not been washed for decades and turned bright yellow, is so dazzling. Hey, he is. Run, here comes Admiral. The eyes of people around the square widened, and then countless pirates began to flee in horror. The civilians also began to run wild, because they were not qualified to watch the battle, even if they brushed the edge, they would die. People all over the world were also excited. Few people saw Admiral in person, and countless people were looking forward to the start of the war. Show me face and get out of here, Kizaru. The red-haired Shanks stepped forward and Hawkeye opened his mouth overflowing. Hey, you are a fart. Kizaru changed the normal, and when he spoke, he shocked the world. The whole face was full of disdain, as if the red hair was a little trash. Ah, Kizaru Admiral. For a time, countless Marines were shaking with excitement. This is our Admiral. So handsome. Paul Salino, we are going to give you monkeys. The 5 elders Sengoku and others who watched were relieved, well, it was time for a raise. But the redhead's eyelids jumped wildly, and his voice squeezed out of his teeth, you're getting more and more arrogant, the traitor who escaped from Lord Xia. What? Countless people's eyes widened, even Aunt Whitebeard and others were surprised. Marine Admiral, a traitor? What is this operation? Shut up. I'm Marine. As if being told of a sore foot, Kizaru froze and cursed angrily, it was just my plan to surrender you that day, and you bastards deserve to be surrendered to me. Lord Xia he. Bah. How old is Xia? Hey, acting is acting, don't be too arrogant. Redhead and Hawkeye cursed in their hearts, is there this sentence in the lines, you have a good impression of the world government, don't change the script. Xia squinted her eyes and immediately gave Kizaru a cold look. Then, Xia was stunned. Redhead and Hawkeye were stunned. Boom. Under the horror of countless people, Kizaru's whole body exploded. As if under a terrorist attack, the exploding Kizaru turned into countless rays of light and scattered across the huge square. Puff. After a long time, the light reformed into a human form. Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood in pain, and exclaimed, damn, why is your conqueror so strong? Damn, even if you are countless times stronger than me, I will not give in. Xia. Everyone. Chapter 57. Terrible. What a mighty conquerors. For a time, countless voices from all over the world gasped. He actually seriously injured Admiral at a glance, too strong. Only Whitebeard's mother, Durag, and other overlords are amazed. Is conquerors so awesome? Strange, am I out of date? Rayleigh at the corner of the square also widened his eyes. He swears, don't say anything about conquerors, he doesn't even feel the aura of Xia. But Kizaru's bloody hematmesis doesn't seem to be fake, which makes Rayleigh doubt his life and admire Xia. Did conquerors develop another way? No one doubts Kizaru, no matter how exaggerated his acting skills are, people will only guess Xia's strength, and I may be suspicious, but he doesn't care. This is the person I want to challenge. Ace also lowered his head in the corner, and even had a cold sweat behind him. Admiral can't stand Xia's look, go up and die. Although exaggerated, he is still an actor. Xia's eyes are full of playfulness, it's really interesting. He didn't make a move, just glanced at it. Kizaru is definitely an acting school, he seriously injured himself, even Xia didn't see how to do it. Get out of here, Kizaru. The red-haired man immediately spoke up, his eyes full of contempt. Changing the script doesn't count as giving yourself extra drama, do you really think that Mr. Xia will give you an award and a salary increase? Impossible. Kizaru spat out another mouthful of blood and stood up trembling. Full of roars that looked back at death, you traitors, you have insulted celestial dragons so much, I will die here today, and I will take them away. Come on. Kill me. Ah, Kizaru Admiral. Thousands of Marines who came were cheering and moved. Tears were falling, and many little Marines were blushing. Xiayat. What a strange world, your impressions are too cheap. Boom. A violent aura is coming. Noisy. Mori's cold breath followed in an instant. Laugh. The sharp sword intent followed closely behind. Brush brush. The three figures suddenly landed on the square under the gaze of countless people. Hey, Hero Garp. That is, Admiral Aokiji. Female Marine? Vice Admiral Momuzagi. The arrival of the three directly detonated the whole world, making countless people's eyes widen. It's incredible. Just a few questions from Celestial Dragons led to a combination of two Admirals backup, and Hero Garp. This made countless people disgusted with Celestial Dragons, and inexplicably resisted Marine. Brush. The next moment, two shadows shot out again, it was the two CP0s. There are tens of thousands of Marines behind, and even the entire Sabayati archipelago is surrounded by tens of thousands of Marines. More than a dozen Vice Admirals were taking it seriously, making sure not to let anyone go. The atmosphere was suddenly extremely heavy. The invisible oppression of the two forces completely forced the audience in the square away, and only a few strong people watched silently. Xiayat, it's dead. For a time, many powerful people around the world were very much in their thoughts. Everything depends on the above order. If you ignore the remaining two Celestial Dragons and start the battle directly, Xiaya will die or be disabled. Momuzagi goes to drag Hawkeye, Aokiji drags Redhead, Garp, Kizaru, and two CP0s to siege Xiayat. Then continue to send the strong over here. Over time, Xiaya will lose. Should I help? Rayleigh and Ace thought at the same time, and they could see Xiaya who was calm, and then looked at it. Turn off the live broadcast. ACP0 directly kicked the super image phone bug to death, which made Morgans very unhappy. People all over the world were equally upset, but the next second, the black screen lit up again, which was shot by Morgan Tong in another corner. Damn Marine, why are you here? It's all trash, come up and save us. *%UN #%%#. As soon as they saw so many marine powerhouses coming, the two Celestial Dragons immediately came to their feet. The fragrant mouth scolded the Marines, making Garp and the others turn black. Bang bang! Mihawk slashed with the back of his knife, and the two Celestial Dragons passed out. Kizaru, are you alright? Garp's face was solemn, and he looked at Kizaru in surprise. How could his breath be so weak? Garp Vice Admiral, be careful Xiayat, his conquerors is so scary, I was seriously injured by him. Saying that, Kizaru spat out another mouthful of blood, and his heart was full of broken thoughts. It's not worth the effort I have been using my strength to oppress myself along the way, making myself full of internal injuries. It's all like this, Master Xiaya must be satisfied, and he will definitely increase his salary. Isn't there a salary increase from Sengoku? Seriously injured? Why didn't Xiaya go to heaven? The generals became more serious. One of the CP0s looked directly at the high platform and shouted angrily, the criminals Xiayat, you murdered Celestial Dragons and turned them into slaves, the sin is unforgivable. The world government gives you a chance, and if you surrender, it will leave you with a whole body. Otherwise, life is better than death. This idiot. Garp and others are speechless, anger Xiayat, and the rest of the Celestial Dragons must die. Go away. Straight away the CP0 reprimanded away, Garp stared at the high platform, and said solemnly, Xiayat, tell me your conditions, and let the Celestial Dragons go. This is what you've been waiting for. At this moment, Xiayat is very comfortable. Wow, look, Garp, Aokiji, Momuzagi, one is better than the other. If all are pulled into the moon, it will be exciting. Come on, come on. I'll rush up. However, Xiayat did not speak, and closed her eyes indifferently. Instead, Hawkeye said loudly, Devil Fruit, 100 Logia, 100 Eudemons, these two are for you. Everyone. Dream it. There are not necessarily so many Logias and Eudemons in history, obviously asking for sky-high prices. The people watching the live broadcast were also speechless, Xiaya's group was really whimsical. Chapter 58. Are you kidding me? Aokiji frowned and said, stop forcing world government, or the ending is not what you want to see. Alright then, let's exchange hostages. The redhead continued to speak and stepped into the subject. Make a high price and then a low price, and that will be easy for Marine to accept. How to change? Garp suddenly felt awkward, especially when he saw Xiaya sitting on the high platform. He felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, which made Garp extremely vigilant. The redhead said, for every 2 admiral powerhouses, 1 celestial dragons. Impossible. Momuzagi immediately retorted, scolding, if you are so unreasonable, then go to war. Trash celestial dragons, she doesn't care. Momuzagi is eager to fight Hawkeye, but she still looks at Xiaya curiously, how strong is he? Redhead said, 1 admiral for another celestial dragons, this is our bottom line. Okay. That's it. Without waiting for Garp and others to speak, the CP0 on the side directly confirmed. He even looked at everyone and said, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji, the world government has nurtured you for so long, it's time for you to repay. Shameless. Shameless. Marines are so angry, and many people watching the live broadcast are also despised. Use Admiral for waste, you can't think of it. Kizaru even said disdainfully, hehe, I don't think you two are weak, why don't you be hostages? CP0 said sincerely, Admiral got it wrong, our strength is incomparable to yours. Hey, what are you pretending to be? Momuzagi looked at the high platform with a charming expression, and said in a greasy tone, the strongest in the world, Mr. Xiayat, can you change the conditions? This little girl even seduced my big brother. Xiaya raised her brows slightly, Momuzagi Grandmaster Geisha skills, entertaining peach-colored guests, in order to lure out all the pirates. It is an alternative marine powerhouse, but Xiaya is unlikely to take the bait. Then, one more kill, my hawk. Yes, Lord Xiaya. Hawkeye immediately drew his sword and slashed at a celestial dragons, much to the consternation of the marines. Stop, let's change. Kizaru let out a loud drink and saw Hawkeye stop. Immediately, he stood up and shouted, me. Kizaru. Loyal to Marine. Loyal to world government. For the glory of world government, I am willing to give up everything. Come on, I'm a hostage. Saying that, Kizaru squatted directly on the ground, expressing no resistance, and even motioned Marine to put sea stone handcuffs on him. What a special, so beautiful. Everyone. Is this really Kizaru? Marines all over the world were infected, which also caused the frowns of many strong people, and this yellow-skinned monkey became more and more stubborn. No, you're Admiral, you can't be a hostage. Garp was shocked for a while, then looked back at Xiaya and said, don't make any mistakes, Admiral is the highest combat power of the world government, it is not allowed. My hawk, abolish them. Hearing Xiaya speak indifferently, and seeing my hawk swing the knife again. Garp shouted angrily, stop. I'm not finished yet. Sorry it's late. Pfft. My hawk's knife savagely cut the remaining 2 celestial dragons, both hands, and each of them took a knife. This scene shocked everyone. The 2 CP0s wanted to scold like their dead parents, but they were stopped by Aokiji. No more nonsense, all die. Wasting time, Xiaya opened her eyes with an indifferent voice, which made people not doubt whether it was true or not, and even made people terrified. Xiaya sensed that the 2 CP0s had a strange energy spreading throughout the square. This made him alert, what happened to the 2 dogs? Call. How come the bear children have such a big heart to kill now? Resisting his anger, Garp took a deep breath and said solemnly, you should know me, I am no weaker than anyone, use me as a hostage. Garp Vice Admiral. The expressions of the Marines are ugly, do you really have to be so patient for a few celestial dragons? Especially Aokiji, at this moment, the coldness all over his body seems to freeze everything, and he is really disgusted by celestial dragons. Not enough. Xiaya retorted, making such a big scene, how can only one Garp be enough? Add me. Under the astonishment of everyone, Momuzagi also said, I am the replacement for Admiral, and I may serve as Admiral in the future. I trade 2 celestial dragons with Garp Vice Admiral, is that enough? It's a pity, Xiaya secretly said, although I didn't switch to Aokiji, it's not bad. After all, Admiral can never be exchanged as a hostage, Momuzagi, just barely. CP0 fired again, then there is still one person left? Who is the disappearing Isolaya Palace in exchange for? Dream, that is Lord Xiaya's slave. Redhead and Hawkeye spoke at the same time, their sharp eyes startled CP0, unable to say a word for a long time. Under the tension of the crowd, under the watchful eyes of people all over the world. Xiaya raised her hand slightly and said, put the sea stone handcuffs on and go in. An incomparably huge giant gate suddenly appeared, attracting all eyes. It is hundreds of meters wide beyond the square, and it is even higher than the sky, as if piercing the sky. It stands so abruptly, it is shocking. Click. Under the eyes of the Marines, the sea stone handcuffs were placed on Garp and Momuzagi's hands, and they walked towards the giant gate step by step. Only the sound of footsteps remained in the entire square, and countless people were staring at it. How cool! Xiaya has no expression on her face, but her heart is full of dark feelings. Exchange? Change your sister. Go to hell. When Garp Momuzagi is in hand, it not only increases his strength, but also fights against the world government. It can also bring huge progress to the main mission. Chapter 59. The hostages have been exchanged, let them go. Aokiji said in a deep voice, his hands full of cold ice chips. The redhead shook his head and said, what's the hurry, wait for them to go in. You are pirates, I don't believe you. Aokiji's words also made Garp and Momuzagi stop and look at Xiaya. Take them down, my hawk. Yes, Lord Xiaya. My hawk grabbed the 2 unconscious guys and jumped in the square in one step. Ignoring everyone's gaze, he stepped on the 2 to wake them up, and said coldly, climb over slowly. Don't ink it, hurry up. Seeing Garp slowly saying goodbye, Xiaya scolded. Hawkeye even aimed his knife at celestial dragons to attack at any time to avoid accidents. This little guy is so naive. Garp glared at Xia, grinning in his heart. Who is the old man? Garp, the sea stone handcuffs are useless. Wait for the old man to enter the door, arrest all the people inside, and then find you to exchange. Or enter the door and wait for 2 seconds to come out, the old man will come back soon. Celestial dragons slowly crawled closer and closer to Aokiji and others. Last step. Garp and Momozagi enter the gate and disappear. Take them away. Aokiji dodged and grabbed the celestial dragons and threw them back, ready to fight. But next moment. Bang bang. Under the horror of countless people, the 2 celestial dragons spurted countless blood flowers, as if the whole body was rotten. The 2 CP0s walked over to check with trembling all over. This is, the armed color erupts in the body? Damn it! My grandpa! You actually killed my father! The 2 CP0s are full of indignation. Countless people watching the live broadcast were equally astonished, or were they dead? The red hair couldn't help but said, alas, they are too weak, they can't stand a little armed color. Armed color destroys the body? Good, very good. All celestial dragons are dead, you, stay too. Aokiji was overflowing with cold air, and the deadly Morian roared here. The whole square turned into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye, and a piece of white made people palpitate. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and countless people looked at the screen nervously. War is inevitable. But seeing that the gate did not disappear, Garp and others did not rush out, which puzzled the Marines. And the celestial dragons also died, the 2 CP0s couldn't help but shouted in anger. Enchantment awakening, open. Almost instantly, a transparent light spread rapidly from a CP0, and it expanded almost instantly, making people unable to react. A square transparent enchantment directly shrouded the entire square, making it airtight and extremely solid at first glance. And it's so tall that you can't see the top. Seal awakening, open. Another CP0 pressed the ground, and in an instant, the ground of the entire square was covered with strange golden lines. The lines even spread inside the enchantment, and even covered the entire enchantment, turning the enchantment into pale gold. Walk. The enchantment CP0 grabbed the seal CP0 and rushed out of the enchantment. The 2 of them sneered, and now God can't escape. Blade, chaos. The red issued his hand, and the flaming slashing waves rushed to the barrier like a violent storm, the void whistled continuously, setting off a rolling wave of majestic air. Boom boom boom. The deafening roar is endless. The earth was not only torn apart by the dense air waves, and the terrifying cracks crisscrossed, but also violently vibrated under the astonishing impact. But enchantment, motionless. Let the red-haired Hawkeye frown. FK. Looking at this sturdy enchantment and runes, Xia was shocked for a moment. This kind of ghost ability is too ridiculous. Because the fruit power in him, glitter, rust, rubber, etc. disappeared. Similar to his ability to seal Kizaru, they were all sealed. After communicating the imprint of the bright moon, Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it is only the sealing ability, and there is no sealing space. He can still return to the moon in an instant, and the arbitrary door of the trait can also be used. However, the fruit ability of these 2 dogs once again made Xia somewhat alert to the world of pirates. His strength is not stable enough, and his abilities are too much to be guarded against. Hey, what is this? Boundary? Block them all. Tisk tisk, it seems that the world government still has some background. Morgantong in the corner was broadcasting live in the corner, and people all over the world watched in amazement. The foundation of the world government, the tip of the iceberg is enough to shock the world. Can this barrier stop them? Kizaru was also taken aback and hurriedly asked CP0. The enchantment CP0 outside the enchantment sneered, this is the awakening of my enchantment fruit. Unless there is an attack that is 1,000 times stronger than mine, it is absolutely impossible to break this enchantment. Except for me to bring people, only allowed in, not allowed out. Xia can't escape, he is second only to Admiral's existence. 1,000 times stronger than him? Is it possible? You don't need to do anything, as long as the support from the world government arrives, Xia's group will all have to kneel. Aokiji reminded aside, let's fight. Hold them first, don't forget Xia's ability. Don't worry, you just need to be prepared, wait for the support to come. The seal CP0 outside the enchantment took out a feather fan from nowhere. Fanning lightly, he said disdainfully, my sealed fruit has awakened, and all fruit abilities in my domain have been sealed. With the enchantment, no one in the enchantment can use their abilities at this moment. With the cooperation of the 2 of us, even God can't escape. The enchantment and seal, the strongest support of the world government. For a big force like world government, the strongest support has never been to add buffs, add nurses. It is to seal the enemy's strange abilities, seal the enemy's retreat, and then besiege his king. Then the stronger? World government has never been afraid of anyone. You guys are really, really scary. Kizaru's face darkened, he suddenly realized that he couldn't call sparkling fruit, and Aokiji's face darkened. The world shakes. Sealing ability? It's terrifying. What did he mean by awakening? Is this the essence of world government? Chapter 60. The world is amazed, and many strong people are not good looking. More arrogant pirates have taken their minds, even if Whitebeard and other superpowers are still in their minds. This is just the tip of the iceberg of world government. Even Devil Fruit Illustrated Guide is compiled by world government. Who knows how much power is hidden? Nice job. Marineford. Sengoku was full of surprises, and immediately pulled off Marine's clothes and stood up. Xiayat, you can't escape this time. Sengoku said, you should be optimistic about the headquarters first. I will go to support them. Presumably, the world government will send people over there. This time, Xiayat and the group must be taken down. It's not necessary. The support of the world government should be enough. The headquarters still needs to be guarded by strong people. Crane stared at the calm Xiayat on the screen, full of puzzlement. Why don't you panic at all? Is it because of self-esteem? No, Xiayat is sure to leave? Thinking of this, the Crane's expression darkened slightly, but he shook his head again. The world is so big, it is impossible for a powerful CP0 to break the barrier 1,000 times, and the ability has been sealed, so what to use to leave? It can only be said that the world view limits the thinking of the Crane. It's okay, isn't it you and the T-Dolphin? Besides. Looking at the pale golden barrier, Sengoku also sighed, I have never heard of this kind of fruit, and other people are even more afraid of world government. No one will dare to come to the headquarters at this time. It is the most important thing to win Xiayat. I'm leaving. In the end, Sengoku is still a little impulsive, he doesn't want Garp to be a hostage, he must bring Garp back with his own hands. Looking at Sengoku rushing out, Crane had an ominous premonition, and immediately mobilized the strong men near the headquarters to guard the headquarters. Baldigo. Leader, what should we do? Are we going to save them? Several Revolutionary Army cadres all looked at Drago. They believe that Xiayat is the strongest team to resist the world government and must be pulled over. Sending charcoal in the snow can move people's hearts. Without waiting for Drago to speak, Sabo pondered, there is not enough time, and in that enchantment, the ability cannot be used, even if the bear can't. If we go, there are only two situations. First, resist the support of the world government outside, kill that enchantment person. Escape. Secondly, it's better to resist support, kill those with the ability to seal, and use Xiaya's ability to escape, but not enough time, too close to Marineford and Marie Joyce. This time the celestial dragons are dead, the forces mobilized by the world government are absolutely terrifying, and we are likely to be trapped there as well. For a moment, the excited people seemed to be splashed with cold water. Yet, so close to Marie Joyce. This time the world government is furious, and the people sent are likely to exceed expectations. The chances of rescuing Xiaya's group are extremely small. Call. In the face of everyone's gaze, Drago couldn't help being silent for a second, and said solemnly, fighting against the world government is a near-death experience, but rescued Xiaya's group, our strength will expand a lot. It can even hit the world government and greatly shorten the time for our resistance. Even if you fail, at most you will die. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Everyone stood up and shouted, and their bodies were full of fighting spirit. Their revolutionary army has been hiding for so long, and they have had enough. This time is an opportunity to resist, and they must be seized. It is good. Looking at the high-spirited crowd, Drago stood up and said, immediately inform the bear to come back and bring us to Sabayati land as soon as possible. Get ready. Yes, chief. Watching everyone prepare for battle, Drago stared at the screen. Don't look at the blood boiling, in fact, Drago has his own plans. As the leader of the revolutionary army, he must be prudent, but this time his support was rash, and the reason was because of Xiayat. This mysterious existence, this existence that has conquered Hawkeye and Red Hair, is unpredictable, and Xiaya's calmness gives Darag confidence. He guessed that Xiaya was sure to leave, and it was Drago's bet to give help in the snow. Xiaya's group is trapped, and the world's major forces are looking at each other. Listen, give you one more chance and surrender now. The outside seal CP0 shouted, extremely arrogant. I'm not afraid that the two Kizaru in the barrier will be besieged, and if they die, they will die. What does it have to do with them? Ah. Surprisingly, Xiaya didn't speak. The red hair and eagle eyes are also full of indifference, and they don't even move, they just stay by Xiaya's side like bodyguards. Why? Aokiji was puzzled, the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for Xiaya, so why not take action against him and Kizaru? If you catch one, at least you have the right to speak. Watch out for Kizaru, watch out for their raids. Hearing Aokiji's words, Kizaru's eyes are full of playfulness, not afraid that I will kill you. But Xiaya didn't have an order, so Kizaru naturally wouldn't shoot at Aokiji. Come on, come as soon as possible, it's better to come all over. Compared with the confusion of others, Xiaya is full of expectations. It's best if Sengoku and the other marines are all strong, and the world government's strong people are also coming, then he will leave. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes have passed. The forces on both sides were extremely silent, and no one took the initiative to take action, which shocked countless people watching the live broadcast. Marine is waiting for support, and Xiaoya's group can't escape anyway, and Xiaoya. His eyes were looking into the distance, and he felt an extremely powerful inhuman breath approaching rapidly. What's the situation? Fight. Lao Zi is dying, Admiral rushes to fight, scumbag. What is Xiaoya doing? Take action, grab Admiral, and negotiate terms. Really, look, who is here? For a time, the angered and eager audience were all stunned. Because a cloud of mist flew up from the screen and landed outside the enchantment, only an incomparably huge shadow could be seen in the cloud and mist. At the moment when the cloud and mist appeared, the air in the entire square was swept away. Carrying a huge pressure, the terrifying aura forced Marines outside the barrier to retreat. The dark shadows in the clouds seemed to cover the sky. Roar! A dragon roar roared out, directly shaking the clouds and mist, and the momentum was terrifying. The dragon is coming. The world shakes. Chapter 61. What is this? When the smoke cleared, countless people widened their eyes. There was a look of shock in his eyes, and he couldn't believe that this kind of creature appeared on the screen. I saw an extremely large blue-purple dragon floating in the clouds and mist, with clouds floating around it, and the breath was extremely terrifying. Dragon. There are dragons in this world. Under the shock of countless people, Aokiji said coldly, "Four Emperors Kaido. What are you doing here?" Boom. A word awakened everyone, this dragon is the Four Emperors. Kaido of the Beasts. It's so scary. How to fight this? New pirates from all over the world lose the courage to continue sailing at a glance. That huge dragon that covered the sky and the sun made countless civilians and weak people tremble. You really are still here? The arrogant sneer resounded, and the huge dragon began to shrink, becoming smaller a little bit. Then, under the astonishment of everyone, Shenlong turned into an extremely tall and burly one with muscular kaiuza. Black hair shawl, with a pair of long horns like horns. He has a dragon beard on his mouth, a dragon pattern on his left arm, a half-naked body, a scar on his right abdomen, a purple robe on his waist, and a gold chain on his back. Wearing a purple fluffy cloak, holding a mace. The breath is terrifying, like the devil is alive. The strongest creature. King Protector Ming. The outer barrier CP0 was startled, and immediately said with rage, "Kaido, get out of here, or I'll catch you." 99. Trash, are you worthy of talking to Lao Tzu? Staring at his fierce eyes, Kaido grinned wickedly, his legs exploded with astonishing power, and instantly rushed out with a violent momentum. Death to Lao Tzu. With his left hand clenched, Kaido's whole body was filled with violent energy, and he punched the two CPOS with an extremely violent 093 attitude. The terrifying force squeezed the air frantically, and Kaido's fist burst out with a shock wave like the sky and the ground. Not good. The expression of the barrier CP0 changed greatly, and he immediately threw a defensive barrier to the seal CP0. He also added one, but the barrier ability was too weak. A single blow landed on the ground where the Marines were. Boom. The earth-shattering roar resounded almost throughout Sabayati. I saw that the ground was hit by the shock wave and distorted like a ripple, and it exploded. Ah! Thousands of Marines were directly crushed into slag, and the temporary defensive barrier on the two CP0s was shattered, and they were blasted out one after another, and the bones of the whole body were cracking. If there is no temporary defensive barrier, you may die on the spot. And a huge pit with a vertical and horizontal direction of several hundred meters appeared, and the corpses were all over the body. This scene shocked the world. So brutal. Go away for Lao Tzu. Kaido roared like a demon, under the tumbling sound waves, overflowing and destroying everything around him. The instant demise of thousands of soldiers was undoubtedly a very terrifying shock, causing the remaining Marines to retreat in horror. Boom. 95. Kaido rushed directly into the barrier like a tank, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt that his abilities were limited, but that didn't matter. He, Kaido, was never afraid. You are Xiaoya? The strongest in the world? 35. Looking at Xiaoya on the high platform, Kaido's breath became even more violent. The guy with the white beard is old, he has long been unworthy of this title. Do you think you deserve it? For a time, the Moby DK was full of anger. Everyone stared at each other, Aokiji and the two could not help but retreat to the corner to watch the play. And the red hair took a step forward and said coldly, "Kaido, show respect to Lord Xiaoya, if you really want to die, I will do it for you." "But, I've long wanted to die, come on." Kaido looked around for a week with disdain, and looked at the audience, saying that everyone here is garbage. Stinky brothers. I Kaido, please die. Boss mighty. The boss is invincible. 35. Destroy Xiaoya, the strongest in the world. 35. On Ghost Island, Epidemic Disaster and others were drinking a little wine and watching the live broadcast, and they were all booing. Only a few, such as Yan Zanjin, frowned slightly, and the seal and barrier were still in place. Even if the boss couldn't do without it, it seemed that he would be beaten and taken to prison again. Come on, Xiaya-sama. Kill Kaido of the beasts. Alabasta, Robin smiling, Vivi waving hands and blushing. Heck, even Mrs. Xiaya on the screen is super attractive. Very well, I like people like you the most. Xiaya's undisguised admiration in his eyes. Among the 4 emperors, he admires Kaido the most. Full of wildness, not afraid of life and death, although he has a bad temper, he is definitely the perfect hitman, and Xiaya has time to subdue him. Time to tell some idiots though. You are not something you can provoke. Thinking, Xiaya stood up straight. Silent, without aura and conquerors, it gave everyone a lot of pressure, even Kaido was serious. Clang. 35. Xiaya showed her right hand slightly, and a black and gold long sword appeared in her hand. This is really a sword, very simple. It is a sword made by Xiaya with countless metals condensed millions of times on the moon, and it can withstand great strength outside the moon. The density is extremely high and the toughness is extremely high, far exceeding the world's forging technology. The sword is 3 feet 9 in length and 3,000 kgs in weight. The density is very high, don't feel too heavy, but very light. For Xiaya, it is similar to ordinary people holding a wooden sword, and it can exert his power more. This scene made many people's pupils shrink. Where did the weapons come from? Can they still use abilities? 4 Emperors Kaido, the strongest creature. Xiaya caressed the long sword, the sword chant sounded, looking at the violent Kaido below, the dull voice exploded in the hearts of everyone. Boom. 2 strands of conquerors erupted at the same time. Boom. When these 2 auras suddenly collided, there was a sudden roar that shook the sky and earth, making the world pale in an instant. This is no longer a simple collision of forces, but something that ordinary people rarely see in their entire lives. Conquerors crash. Click. 2 strands of conquerors haki collide, creating a terrifying vision. Like thousands of black thunderbolts, it exploded in the sky, and in an instant, it was as if the sky and the earth were in turmoil, and it seemed that the void was shattering. The azure blue sky, which had only a few white clouds at first, suddenly became densely covered with dark clouds, and the wind was howling. Crash. 35. 100 meters away from the barrier, thousands of marines rolled their eyes and passed out. Even if Morgan's is also unconscious, Morganton's dagger is also useless. Only the super image phone bug wobbled, but still shot strong. So strong. 35. In a corner, Ace's face was ugly and it was hard to breathe. There was a strange power in the body as if it was waking up, but in the end it fell asleep. Looking at the terrifying vision of heaven and earth, countless audience members were shocked, unable to keep calm at all. For them, this is like a mortal, looking up to the sky to collapse. What a joke. 99. Kaido's heart was shocked, his conqueror's haki, in this conflict, was extremely obviously disadvantaged. Is that all you have? Kaido. Xiaya spoke calmly, her eyes staring at everything as if the whole world was not paying attention, and she had a deep disregard for Kaido. He didn't want to be an idiot to shoot at him in the future, and thought he could kill him. It must be known that some invincibles cannot be dealt with. Boom. Along with Kaido's rage, Xiaya's eyes widened, and the more terrifying haki broke out. Click. Almost instantly, the high platform collapsed. The earth was directly crushed by the terrifying momentum, and the buildings thousands of meters away were tearing apart, causing countless people to panic. Ding ding ding. Kaido kept retreating as if under a fierce attack, leaving big holes in the ground, and the purple velvet cloak he was wearing was swept up into the sky, and the ground behind him collapsed. The disadvantage is very obvious. On the other hand, Xiaya fell on the ground indifferently, with a pity in her eyes. I can't even hold my 1 in a million aura. Oh my dear mother. So coercive. This is the heart of countless people, even Whitebeard can't help but be speechless, the momentum of 1 in a billion? Then you burst out with all your strength, and the world will not collapse. Master Xiaya is invincible. Only the red-haired Vivi Sand Crocodile Kizaru and other people who have received the badge of the Bright Moon are inexplicably proud in their hearts. Of course they believed in the presence of the Supreme Being, and were proud of it. District Kaido, less than half of adults. Ha ha ha, what can you do, kid? Ignoring Xiaya's pretense, Kaido was very excited. He was not afraid that Xiaya was strong, but he was afraid that Xiaya was not strong enough. Kill Lao Tzu if you can, or die. Roar. Kaido roared like a demon, the sound shook in all directions, and the waves rushed directly towards Xiaya. This scene made countless people terrified, it was like a hill rushing towards ordinary people, extremely terrifying. Chapter 62. Take my sword and spare you. In the face of Kaido's violent attack, Xiaya remained calm and made countless people grit their teeth. It is really strong, and it is always with him. Hey! Xiaya exuded a sharp breath all over her body, and she slashed violently with a sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the violent and ferocious one shot out a thunder-like sword light, which suddenly condensed together and turned into an incomparably dazzling thin line. As soon as the thin line came out, the void was torn apart, and a dark crack was drawn. That's it. Hawkeye's eyes lit up, and the red hair was shocked for a moment. Under his perceptive gaze, the sword energy that was enough to collapse mountains and seas turned into a line. Horror! Thunderbolt! The sky was like a dazzling thunder, and the thin line came to Kaido in the blink of an eye. Then he lashed out with the power of terrifying cutting. So fast! Kaido's reaction was also very fast, his eyes widened, his eyes were full of ferocity, he raised his mace with a single step, and then his pupils shrank. Hey! Under Kaido's astonishment, under the shock of countless people, the dazzling thin line directly crossed the mace. And just like cutting tissue paper, it directly penetrated the entire right hand, and cut open the small half of Kaido's body. Half a mace and arm soaring. And the sword energy still crosses the square without stagnation and falls on the enchantment. Chucky! The enchantment fruit CPO's eyes widened, and the enchantment that he thought was absolutely indestructible was directly cracked, and cut out by the thin line of sword glow. Brush! The thin line of the sword glow is undiminished, and it swipes across the rear in an instant. Pfft! Thousands of marines from hundreds of meters away have been included, one by one, and continue to spread to thousands of meters away. Everywhere you go is like thin paper, cut as much as you like. 664. The dazzling blood bursts from Kaido like a water column. Whoosh! The next moment, before Kaido could feel the pain, Xiaya lashed out. All the strength of Conqueror's armament gathered on the right foot and stepped on Kaido fiercely. Boom! It roared like an anti-aircraft gun, and Kaido flew out like a cannonball. The terrifying air wave erupted in an instant, like a circular shock wave radiating into the distance, and the earth crumbled crazily. Bang! Kaido slammed into the barrier suddenly, and the void produced wave-like ripples, and the air wave raised dust more than 10 meters high, rolling around. Clap! Half a mace and Kaido's small half-body plus his right hand just fell down and landed on the right side of Xiaya. It was pierced by Xiaya's sword directly and lifted slightly like a victory. Bang bang bang! When the voice came, everyone looked terrified. The thousands of marines in the back seemed to have been cut by a laser, and they were directly cut in half and fell to the ground with blood flowing like a flood. A few kilometers away from the rear, all the buildings fell to the ground one after another, leaving neat cuts. Hiss! All silence! In an instant, shock the world. Whitebeard got up in an instant, full of seriousness, and Ant was almost choked to death, her eyes widened. Draco, who was still waiting for the bear to come back, took a deep breath. The 3 disasters of the Kaido pirates, the 6 sons of the sky, and so on are all stagnant in place. Doflamingo didn't even return to his senses, and the Queen Hancock opened her mouth full of shock. Captain, this world is too dangerous. Luffy wiped his cold sweat, he found himself trembling uncontrollably. Blackbeard on the side is also full of heaviness. Xiaya is different from us, his goal is world government, and there may be cooperation possibilities. 39. Looking for Xiaya to work with? The captain is crazy. Luffy was a little terrified, and he killed Kaido's existence with a single sword, and he definitely didn't want to face it. At this moment, the world is silent. What a big pirate, what a superpower, all terrified. This sword of Xiaya shattered the pride of countless people and shattered the confidence of too many people. Such a fast sword energy. Such a terrifying cutting force. The small bust of Kaido hanging on the black and gold long sword shows the truth cruelly in front of you bloody. Facing Xiaya, it is like ordinary people facing AK-47, the terrifying attack is difficult to avoid, and it can only be horrified from the heart. Especially the ant's face is as black as carbon, steel balloon. In the face of Xiaya's sword, her defense was ridiculous and almost impossible to escape, which made her furious and made her want to kill Xiaya. Ah! Too strong. It actually killed the 4 emperors. 35. Idle, long live Xiaya-sama. 35. There were also countless people whose faces were flushed red, as if someone had blocked their necks, and their whole bodies trembled with excitement. That haki overflowing figure, a sword that is light and cloudless. The Xiaya on the screen is remembered in the minds of countless people, causing countless saucy men to go crazy, and countless young women and girls to frenzy. This sword is unparalleled in style. And Xiaya, who is admired by countless people, speaks calmly and even a little annoyed. It turned out to be the wrong way, obviously want to chop off the head. Countless people's eyes widened, and many even wanted to scold her. What the hell, what kind of person are you, Kaido? It's not enough to cut off half of his body, and you want to cut off his head with a sword. The 4 emperors are shameless. Roar. The next moment, a roar like a beast sounded, mixed with Ultimate's pain and wisps of excitement. Kaido stood up covered in blood, the violent aura swept the 4 directions, and the blood was sputtering, like a demon god with residual blood. I broke my hand with a sword. But Kaido didn't care at all, smeared a handful of blood and laughed savagely, ha ha ha, the world's strongest, Lao Tzu recognizes you. Go on. It's better to kill Lao Tzu. Your sister. Xiaya cursed in her heart, she is indeed a lunatic. He is definitely stronger than Kaido at the moment, but killing Kaido or cutting off his limbs makes him weak, but it still takes time, and just hit a surprise. After all, the speed of the sword chi that condensed the sword into silk was more than 10 times faster. At that time, Kaido didn't care but suffered a secret loss. 0. Do you want to play with Kaido for half a day? Bullshit. One move is enough, finish the job. Can't even catch a sword, go back and practice for hundreds of years. 35. With an indifferent opening, Xiaya turned around calmly, and the black and gold longsword disappeared even with Kaido's flesh and blood. He found the biggest problem, granulation had grown where Kaido's body broke. Will it fully recover after a while? The ability will be restored after being blocked, what a pervert. BD. You look down on Lao Tzu. Watching Xiaya turn around and walk away, Kaido roared angrily, and immediately rushed towards him with his left fist clenched, so terrifying. No traffic ahead, Kaido. Hawkeye in red hair came directly, all ready to swing the knife. It was at this time. Brush brush. At this moment, the sound of breaking through the air came, and more than a dozen figures appeared in the blink of an eye, almost all of them wearing white suits were CP0, extremely powerful. The other people in black suits are even more terrifying, and there is one person who is gorgeous and noble. 0. Everyone couldn't help but look at him, even Kaido turned his head to look at him a second time. It was obvious that none of the dozen or so people who came here were weak. Meet His Highness Alexis. The two CP0s ran over covered in blood, half kneeling and full of respect. Do you know my sister? 35. Saint Alexis, dressed in luxury, was full of cold eyes, and directly stepped on the two of them on the ground. Killing Intent sternly said, lowly fellow, why don't you come back in exchange for my sister? His Royal Highness, it's my fault, I'm willing to be punished. CP0 did not dare to refute and find reasons, and he was full of panic. Get out. Kicking the two away, Alex Saint looked coldly at Xiaya inside the barrier. The chills on his body could not be restrained, so he resisted his hatred and said, Xiaya, right? I'll give you a chance to return my sister. Otherwise I will find everyone related to you, life is better than death. Her sister is not only the jewel of the family, she has an excellent relationship with him, and her elders also love her very much. She is also the marriage partner of the young master of another celestial dragon's upper family. It can be said that her sister is the baby of the two top celestial dragons' families, and no one is allowed to be contaminated. Who is your sister? Xiaohong or Xiaobai? Xiaya asked with great interest, but she didn't care. Isolaya. The voice squeezed out of his teeth, and Alex's eyes were bloodshot. The Xiaya in front of him is definitely the person he wants to kill the most in his life. Whoops, terrifying celestial dragons, Xiaya said casually. What are you doing with my slave? Ah. As soon as he heard the word slave, Alex exploded and shouted angrily. Give it all to me. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen strong men rushed into the barrier. The momentum erupted, and the whole body was armed. Like wild beasts, each one is obviously a strong individual skill, extremely powerful. Chapter 63. Chance, let's go too. Aokiji's eyes lit up, and he rushed up immediately. Even if the fruit ability is blocked, the physique haki is top-notch. He just wants to avenge Garp and Momozagi and punish the Xiaoyai group. Ah, it's hard to do now. As soon as Kizaru frowned, he knew that things were not easy. What should I do? Take a shot at Xiaoyai? Find death. A bunch of rubbish, kill me. 95. Watching a dozen people rush towards Xiaoyai on a rampage, even ignoring him, Kaido was furious. A jump not only exceeds a height of 100 meters, but also spans a distance of hundreds of meters. It appeared directly in the sky above a group of people, and at the same time as it fell, it punched the crowd violently. Boom! Kaido's fist slammed into the ground, making a deafening roar. Under the release of the terrifying power, the earth quickly collapsed, and two of them were directly smashed into pieces. Wherever the air waves passed, tons of rocks were easily lifted into the sky. Boom! Everything seemed to be broken by a 093, and the whole square was in a state of disintegration. Aokiji everyone was shocked and exited. So fierce, a perfect hitman. The more fierce Kaido is, the more Xiaoya wants to treat him as a younger brother. Whoa! All the super image phone bugs in the corner were swept away by the air waves, the screen was disconnected, and the air waves were so fierce that even Rayleigh and Ace had to continue to avoid them. Fortunately, the two were just outside the barrier, otherwise they would never be able to leave today. Damn Kaido, the picture is gone. What happens next? Who else will come? I'm so anxious. All over the world, there are wailing sounds, seeing the most critical moment, and finally coming to a war, this is actually here. Your pants are all taken off, show me this. Some people even scolded Xiaoya, breaking the dog, not to die. Dad, do we want to go and see? 39. On the Moby DK, Marco's face was ugly too. The guy who they thought took away the title by conspiracy and trickery is really terrifying. It can cut off half of Kaido's body with one sword, and even cut off Kaido's head a little bit. What a powerful attack, at least Whitebeard can't do it. The strongest in the world? Well-deserved reputation. Goo la la la, this era is going to be completely chaotic. Regardless of the injury, Whitebeard took a sip of wine. Xiaoya's strength made him understand that a new era was coming. But none of the sons on the boat could carry the flag. He wanted to see Xiaoya very much. Meet this detonating era, the world's strongest. Go, Sabayati, go. Oh. Moby DK out. And Dressrosa's Doflamingo also walked around the hall, and the arrogant pace attracted everyone's attention. Young master, how is it? Are you going? Diamanti, Gladius and other Dong Quixote family members all looked at Ming Ji. That Kaido, who terrified them, was vulnerable in front of Xiaoya, which shocked and excited everyone. If you can get Xiaoya's friendship and even save him, wouldn't it be rampant in the new world? Boyle, go, why not go? If he survives, we secretly take refuge in him. If he dies. Having said this, Doflamingo opened his hands and shouted excitedly. It's boiling, the times have gone wild, don't you be afraid of the high above. Even if this runaway era cannot destroy you, it will leave scars on you. Snake Princess, what are you going to do? The mother-in-law was full of astonishment as she looked at the empress who had gathered the crowd and was ready to go to see. What does the concubine do? Do I need to explain to you? Hancock didn't pay too much attention to her mother-in-law this time, but rather urgently asked people to get on the boat as soon as possible. The moment the screen was cut off, Hancock's heart twitched suddenly. The Xiaoya who slaughtered celestial dragons, insulted celestial dragons, and even overthrew celestial dragons, is still locked in an unbreakable barrier. He is so powerful, but he can only be trapped. How could such a hero be beaten up in such a dirty place? Are you going to save Xiaoya? 35. As if thinking of something, the mother-in-law jumped up and roared in excitement and fear, Boa Hancock, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? 35. Xiaoya is the mortal enemy of the world government, don't say you can't save it at all, even if you do, the daughter island will be finished. Snake Princess. 35. Granny Ye kept talking there with an excited look on her face, but Hancock frowned and interrupted Granny Ye. It's so noisy, let the concubine blast out. Wait for Snake Princess. This is about the life and death of 9 Snake Island, you must not. The mother-in-law was so anxious that she jumped more than 10 meters and stopped everyone who went out of the island. Listening to what the mother-in-law said was terrible. Both Sonia and Marigold changed their expressions and looked at Hancock. But the slender jade pointed to Hancock, who had paused for a while, but continued to stroke his hair with his fingers calmly, and said, Are you finished, Gloriosa? The mother-in-law's face froze, and she said with an incomparable headache, Snake Princess. You really can't go, there are people from the world government everywhere, celestial dragons are watching, you will. What will happen? Hancock stood up, staring at Granny Jia with an emotionless indifference on a cold cheek. Even if you go to save Xiaoya, what can you do? Speaking of this, Hancock's frost-like face suddenly showed a pitiful gesture, and said, This kind of thing, my concubine will definitely be forgiven. Yesterday, my mother-in-law and the many female guards present all had their hearts beat faster because of the Empress's expression. Even being a woman can't help it. Sweet fruit, double the charm. Breaking free from the charm, the mother-in-law said unbearably, Is this the time to make trouble without reason? Snake Princess. Enough. Hancock walked to Granny Jia, grabbed her, and said coldly, I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Whoosh. Carrying her mother-in-law, Hancock raised his hand and threw it out of the window directly under the strange cry of her mother-in-law. Ah, Lord Shirji, why do you treat grandma-in-law like this? The guards next to him were sweating coldly on their foreheads. Hancock turned his head, 2 faint blushes appeared on his cheeks, showing an expression of aggrieved to ultimate, and said with pity, accidentally. The female guards present were hit again. That's right. It's inevitable that anyone will be careless. 35. After throwing the mother-in-law out, Hancock returned to the throne and said in a flat tone, No need to prepare the boat, the concubine is tired, so go out. Numerous guards responded and left the room. And Sonia and Marigold looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They also want to save Xiaoya, but they really can't go. Damn the world government, it's you who prevented your concubine from saving Xiaoya. Watching everyone leave, Hancock's face suddenly overflowed with frost. She knew that what her mother-in-law said was right, that the current Xiaoya is the thorn in the eyes of the world government, and also the government's sure killer. Any force that tries to save Xiaoya will suffer the most terrifying blow. If she goes to Sabayati Land 5.5. It will definitely save Xiaoya uncontrollably, which will also bring disaster. The responsibility of being a king can only make her compromise. Sharp. Durag on the other side is quite excited. Because he was sure that Xiaoya would definitely live. Xiaoya conjured up the sword and disappeared the sword in Kaido flesh and blood, which is obviously the fruit ability, which proves that Xia can use the fruit ability and can leave at any time. I'm sure many people have seen it too. You stay here, and the old dragon goes too. 35. Drago flew away, leaving the revolutionary army with a confused look. They agreed to form a group. As a leader, you must go. Go brush your face. Brush good feelings. Most of the powerful and close-knit powerhouses around the world are approaching Sabayati one by one. Anyway, not to save Xia, I just want to witness the ending of Xia. Be alive, recreate the legend. Or death, bright shooting star. Chapter 64. Boom boom boom. The square was in chaos, with roars and terrifying turbulent waves. Kaido is so awesome, all attempts to attack Xia were blocked by him. If you don't know, you would think Kaido is Xia's bodyguard. Tisk tisk, perfect hitter. The more I look at Kaido, the more Xia wants to pull him to the moon, but I'm afraid it won't work today, because he has more important things to do. Xia, return my pup. Suddenly, with a loud shout, Xia looked at it and saw a bright golden light lit up in the distance. It was a huge golden Buddha coming fast. Sengoku is coming? Nice job. Who is Pop? Xia couldn't help but be speechless, listening to Sengoku's tone. He seemed to have robbed his wife. When did he ever do such a thing? The redhead scratched his head and guessed, go back to Lord Xia, maybe. Garb? 35. Puff. Xia almost spit out her red hair, you are so smart. Let's go. Looking at Sengoku who entered the barrier, Xia gave an inexplicable smile and opened an invisible portal. For Aokiji and Sengoku and Kaido, although Xia wants to get back, he doesn't have enough time and has better plans. Thank you for your hard work, keep going. As soon as the words fell, Xia turned around and entered the door, the red hair and eagle eyes also disappeared. 04%. .99. In a split second, Kaido's actions made him curse. Kizaru smiled lewdly, Aokiji and more than a dozen powerhouses were dumbfounded, and Sengoku's heart burst with anger. Did something go wrong? You can obviously leave, why do you have to ink for so long? Xia! Xia! Sengoku and Kaido roared at the same time, all red eyes. So many preparations, so strong fighting spirit, just because Xia turned around, it was all gone. Outside the barrier, Alexis angrily grabbed the collar of barrier CP0 and roared, baby, didn't you say that no one can leave your barrier? His Royal Highness, it's not my problem, it's his problem that Xia can still use her abilities. The enchantment CP0 was full of fear, turned around and sold the seal CP0, and also removed the enchantment by the way. Ah! Death! You're all going to die. Thinking that his sister Isolaya is going to be Xia's slave, Alex is completely crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, but his highness wants you to die. 9. Seeing the barrier removed, Kizaru's eyes lit up and he rushed out. Puff! What's more, his eyes are fast and his hands are as fast as a knife. Kizaru suddenly pierced the CPO, which was a terrified and defenseless seal, and burst his heart, killing him on the spot. Sparkling fruit recovered, Kizaru looked at the barrier CP0 coldly, you should be damned. Well, Wei Chen has made another contribution. Mr. Xia asks for a salary increase. Whoosh! Sengoku couldn't breathe, and turned his head to look at Kaido. Don't you want to die? Okay, I will fulfill you. Everyone, FK him. At the same time. The three of Xia returned, but they immediately frowned. Because he saw the surface of the moon, Garp had broken his handcuffs, Momozagi was standing pretty, and Isolaya was still smiling. Annas and other members of the space pirates fell to the ground with serious injuries. The chefs of the restaurant on the sea were also decadent, and the killers of the Baroque working group were also injured. Ma Dan, fortunately, the maid is not there, isn't it all suffering? Xia! Grown-ups! It's you! Garp, Annas, and Isolaya exclaimed at the same time. One side is full of anger and has no fear, the other side is full of stubbornness and grievances, and the other side pretends to be self-determined. This makes Xia more irritable, his little brother is not allowed to be bullied by anyone. He never thought that in his own territory, someone would dare to take action. My lord, this bad old man is too ruthless. Annas was full of grief and shame that he couldn't beat a bad old man. Garp pouted and said amusedly, Xia boy, your little brother is too weak, the old man will get down with any punch. Oh, is it? At this moment, Xia closed her eyes. All the emptiness in the past turned into a hostile aura, as if it began to leak. In the past 5 years, the boundless emptiness and despair have been hidden and never vented. This is. The complexion of red hair and eagle eyes changed. At this moment, they felt a heart-pounding brutality in Xia. Do you like hitting people? I'll fight with you. As soon as the words fell, Xia disappeared in place, Garp's pupils shrank, and before he even had time to respond physically, Xia's fist fell on him. Boom! 9. This punch was so powerful that it directly shattered the bones of Garp's body. Ultimate's pain swept through his mind, and Garp's mind stopped. Whoosh! Before Garp flew out, Xiaya teleported upwards and landed suddenly. The surrounding void was rippling, and the atmosphere was torn apart by a deadly kick. Boom! This kick is extremely hot, stepping on Garp's shoulder and stomping down hard. The shoulders are shattered, and the 5 internal organs are injured. Garp was directly stepped into the pothole by Xiaya, blood splattered, and his whole body was shattered. The red of blood stains the surface of the moon. In an instant, Garp's entire face was contorted in pain. It was the unbearable pain of life. Crack! Xiaya lifted her foot and fell again. This foot is extremely heavy. Ah! Even Garp couldn't take it any longer, roaring and groaning in pain. His murderous mouth was directly stomped on by Xiaya, and the bones pierced through all the internal organs. Looking at the irritable Xiaya, everyone is stunned. Boom! 35. Xiaya raised her foot again and stepped directly on Garp's head under Momozagi's horror. Wow la la! Garp's head just exploded. Marine hero, die! The bleak red of blood mixed with white, splashed directly on Momozagi's face, turning his beautiful face into a terrifying horror. Redhead and Hawkeye couldn't help but take a step back, and they were shocked. They had never seen such a ruthless Xiaya, and the indifferent pupils made people dare not look at each other. The hostility in Xiaya is enough to scare ordinary people to death. What? Isolaya even screamed and collapsed to the ground. Garp is the strongest marine, in her impression, no one can compare with the monsters in the family. But now he was slaughtered on the ground without any resistance. In an instant, Isolaya, this little slave girl, was desperate. Ah! A hole! Momozagi went crazy, marine hero was mutilated here, even the body is incomplete. This is unbearable for any marine. Extreme cut! The surging sword intent bursts out of Momozagi, and the ultimate bloom is here. Momozagi's powerful sword intent, even the red-haired eagle eye can't help but look sideways, absolutely worthy of the post of admiral. In the world of pirates, Momozagi must be in the top ranks in the female powerhouse. 093 But dare to shoot at me? Go to hell, too. Xiaya turned around and looked coldly at Momozagi who was coming, her eyes were full of indifference. Click! The figure flashed, and the left hand grabbed Momozagi's sword, which had not yet been split, and crushed it directly to the strong. Under Momozagi's horror, Xiaya grabbed Momozagi's left hand with her right hand and pinched it hard. Explosion! Bang! As if a bomb was exploding, Momozagi's left hand shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Zitzaiza! Xiaya's right hand appeared a sharp sword made of energy, and it slashed directly at Momozagi's double slash. Puff puff! That long beauty faded like a fragile branch, which was directly shattered by Xiaya. Blood red on the lunar surface, crocheted into a miserable sight. Boom! Xiaya raised her foot towards Momozagi, who was still in pain, kicked out fiercely, and the bloody red light gathered on her feet. Like a meteorite impact, the void is distorted. Momozagi was directly burst open by the force of terror, and scarlet blood splattered on the surface of the moon. Debris is all over the place. Momozagi, no dead body. 66. Everyone was dripping with cold sweat, and the atmosphere did not dare to kick. Even the red-haired and eagle-eyed can't help feeling cold all over, and even Anas, who thinks he knows Xiaya best, is terrified. Needless to say, Isolaya immediately fainted from fright. It is really Xiaya at this moment, like a bloodthirsty demon god, terrifying. At this moment, the moon is extremely silent. Chapter 65. After a long time, Xiaya let out a deep breath. For the past 5 years, facing the incomparably empty moon, Xiaya is just an ordinary person. He complained, resented, hated, longed, despaired, but he never vented. I thought I had recovered my calm half a year ago and saw through everything. But Xiaya found that the long-standing hostility in her heart still existed. And that hostility can drive Xiaya crazy. Until today, it was completely vented. It was not until today that he adapted to the life after crossing. I'm immortal, no matter what, no matter. Ding, congratulations to host for breaking himself. Reward host Minjio Yuxi, my country is full of flowers. Xiaya's eyelids twitched and she even wanted to kill. Dog Days system, you still know about it. The evidence is in hand, the emptiness of these 5 years is purely for the system to temper him, and he is not afraid that he will go crazy. Mjek. Everything turned into disdain. Xiaya frowned at the so-called Minjio Yuxi in her hand, and said in her heart, what does this mean? What is the function? Ding, it has no function, it cannot be destroyed, it represents imperial power. Imperial power? Where is the imperial power? Ding, Jian.Guo doesn't exist. Xiaya was immediately speechless, tortured him for 5 years, and rewarded such a crap. If labor and capital really want to build a country, they still need you to send a jade seal. Ding, there is no need to worry about host, if the country starts, the imperial power is as stable as a dog. Roll. Ding, thank you, your majesty. Wei Chen retire. I'm afraid this is not a fake system. Listening to the reply, Xiaya couldn't help laughing, how could her system be so skinny, how could she still make herself laugh? Full of depression and irritability turned into helplessness, looking at Minjio Yuxi, Xiaya couldn't help but have an obsession. That is to pull the heavens and the worlds off their horses. The ambition to treat endless heroes as ministers. It sounds better than me. After a moment of thinking no more, Xiaya saw the silent crowd and said calmly, relax, just now the devil was at work, and it won't happen in the future. 99. Ha. In an instant, Annas and the others all loosened up, full of fear. They don't understand what a demon heart is. Not a demon heart, as long as Xiaya is fine. They still revere the master Xiaya, who is sometimes like a spring breeze and sometimes Haki is unparalleled. Welcome to the return of Lord Xiaya. 55. Annas came over and bowed. Welcome to the return of Lord Xiaya. Everyone bowed in unison, paying even more respect to Xiaya. Crash. Bright rays of light shot out from Xiaya's hands and fell on everyone to heal them. Get up, you can't stop the garb, give me all the hard training in the future. Yes, Lord Xiaya. Everyone was really scared, but fortunately it was the old urchin Garp. If it were someone else, they would have no idea how they would die, and even if they were resurrected by Xiaya, they would be extremely ashamed. As for the dead Garp and Momuzagi, Xiaya frowned slightly, to be honest. Didn't really want to kill them. Although it is not a political and military talent, it is also a strength that Xiaya lacks now. That's all, why think so much? The strong can do whatever they want. Think big, do what you want. In my name, life is revived. 99. Wei was cleaning up, and while everyone was shocked, Xiaya resurrected the two people who had corpses all over the place. It seems that Lord Xiaya has really recovered. Seal up. Xiaya opened his mouth and banned all haki, physique, swordsmanship, etc. of Garp and Momuzagi, and directly turned them into ordinary people. But Garp and Momuzagi are still dazed, as if immersed in the pain just now, unable to extricate themselves. Xiaya too lazy to take another look. Annas, lock them up. Yes, my lord. Annas got up and sneered, he is not a good person, he is even more vengeful. How many punches Garp gave him, he will definitely get back 100 times as much revenge. The red hair came to remind, Master Xiaya, are you still planning? Of course, but... You wait, I'll go. Without waiting for everyone to react, Xiaya opened the door and left. Arresting celestial dragons, killing celestial dragons for live broadcast, etc. One is to fight against the world government. The second is to exchange for the strong person to do the background, the third is to promote Xiaya's awesomeness, and the fourth is attract the strong to attack, turn around and steal home. As for why not let the boys go? It's very simple, treasure house, where to put so many things, it's too slow to open the door and throw them in. Xiaya's eyes swept away, how easy it is to enter the small world. And the thrill of looting naval headquarters, of course, has to be fun. Marine Ford. Marshal's office. What? Xiaya's group ran away? Hearing the phone bug, Vice Admiral couldn't help exclaiming, he clearly set up a barrier and blocked his abilities, how could he escape? A few minutes later, after listening to Kizaru's slow report, Crane couldn't help but have a headache. It turns out that there is a problem with the sealed fruit CPO, damn it. Well, all the responsibility Kizaru is pushed to the seal ability CP0, and the enchantment CP0 also died, anyway, they were all killed by Kizaru, there is no proof of death. He doesn't allow Xiaya's identity to be exposed as a person who is not capable. All expectations turned into disappointment, world government lost face. What to do now is how to save face, how to write a story after the live broadcast is disconnected. For example, those with the ability to seal rebellion, for example, Xiaya consumes life force to break through the barrier and escape with serious injuries, love it or not. Xiaya will definitely return to the moon, even if he hits it, it's meaningless, he must control his ability. Crane Vice Admiral is also troubled, Xiaya is really strong and flexible. Then he murmured, Sengoku has to be notified as soon as possible to come back, the headquarters can't be left alone. Not good. 35. In an instant, Crane's scalp tingled because she thought of a possibility. No one at home, stealing home is too cool. Boom. There was a bang, followed by all kinds of warning sounds throughout Marine Ford. Report Crane Vice Admiral, Xiaya invasion of marine treasure. Finished. Hearing the soldier's urgent report, his eyes turned black. After forcing himself to calm down, he shouted, all Vice Admiral and above, immediately surround Xiaya. 39. Brush. Speaking, the crane also hurried over. Now. In the basement southeast of Marine Ford, there is a pile of corpses lying on the ground outside. Xiaya is searching here. While he was resting at the Sabayati Hotel, Kizaru gave him a surprise. That is to contact Morgans to spread his message and tell Xiaya Marine the exact location of all the warehouse treasures. This made Xiaya give Kizaru countless likes, not giving him a salary increase in vain. Tisk tisk, this is a treasure trove. Xiaoya's eyes were full of rays of light, and a marine actually had so many gold jewels, swords, fruits, and various precious materials. Who said marine was poor? He was so rich. Almost unabashed, Xiaoya's eyes are filled with longing for the holy land of Marie Joyce. The treasure house there is definitely a place that can amaze him. Oh Kizaru, come on, investigate all the treasure house locations. Double your salary. Sea stone, mine. Devil fruit, mine. Gold jewelry, let's live. So many materials, take them all away. Xiaoya is like a locust, and with a wave of her hand, a large area disappears. All of them entered the portable world, and they happily ran around in the treasure house. The great river of earth. At the moment when Xiaoya finished cleaning the treasure house, a powerful pressure came from behind. Xiaoya turned around and couldn't help squinting. I saw the incomparably majestic mud rushed over like a tsunami, submerging everything and trying to seal it completely. Shoot! Xiaoya immediately drew his sword and slashed. The flaming sword energy was like a rainbow stream, directly cutting the rushing mud river and rushing out. Pillar prison. Who would have thought that just after rushing out of the muddy river, a column-like soil pillar would rise from the ground to block Xiaoya? Boom boom boom. Xiaoya looked sideways slightly, and the new soil pillar rose up again, extremely tough. Immediately after, the surrounding soil pillars rose from the earth densely, like a long forest, sealing all the escape routes in all directions, completely forming a soil pillar cage. Who is coming? Sign up. Chapter 66. The earth is covered. A loud shout full of killing intent resounded, and the columns above Xiaoya collapsed and condensed together, turning into a huge earth-colored sky cover covering the sky. Earthquake core. The next moment, the ground beneath Xiaoya's feet was like a lift, and the land within a radius of 10 meters collapsed directly, at an extremely fast speed. Control the earth. Watching the ground collapse, Xiaoya took a slight step back and stepped on the door extension. Just look at the strength of the viewer and see if there is any value in conquering. The earth and sky cover above is not only tough but also endless. Just seeing the sky, it was instantly fused by the surrounding earth pillars, and it became stronger. This strength is very good. At this moment, Xiaoya admits that the Comer has good strength. To put it mildly, the combo bursts without stagnation, and the fighting awareness and ability are all top-notch. So Xiaoya took advantage of the ban, crossed the invisible door, and walked out from another place. Boom! In an instant, the earth and sky cover rolled down, and the surrounding atmosphere was repelled out one after another, forming a violent air wave. The collapsed ground was directly pressed down by the earth and sky. That terrifying force is enough to crush any vice admiral to death, and even admiral will be briefly blocked. The battle is only a short while, and it ends immediately. Oh, I don't think the strongest in the world is so easy to die. The visitor looks sleazy and wears sloppy clothes, but his face is solemn and cold, and he shouts coldly. Heavy rock. 1,000 times. In an instant, the land density in the blockade area increased rapidly. The weight of every inch of land has doubled geometrically, and the ground has dropped by a few meters, completely turning the ground below into the hardness second only to a diamond. The action is smooth, and the experience is rich. Earth strangulation. The visitor pressed the ground with his hand, and the strange power spread below in an instant. Boom! The deafening roar resounded from the ground. The earth, which is second only to diamonds, has formed a terrifying Uzumaki underground that destroys everything, and every inch of the land is deadly. Even more terrifying armed colors spread from the body to the ground, extremely powerful. Chi chi chi. The sound began to be harsh, it was the sound of countless metals colliding and squeezing. If you don't have the special paramecia ability or the recovery of Logia and the extremely powerful Eudemons, even if you are armed like a flood, even if your body is like steel, you will be seriously injured and killed by the land vortex with 1,000 times the density of the land. Xiaoya is not here, amuse yourself? Huh? How could it be? With the help of the earth to perceive the life below, the visitor is surprised, there is no life breath? Is it really dead? Is it that simple? Crane Vice Admiral hurried over and quickly said, additionally, where is the Xiaoya? Below, not sure if it's... T-Dolphin Jiaji was talking, and suddenly widened his eyes, because he saw an extremely powerful breath behind him, and immediately turned around and threw a fist. Crane Vice Admiral, be careful. Boom! The domineering punch collided with the T-Dolphin, a roar erupted, and the armed color bombarded the T-Dolphin fiercely. The terrifying power was vented, the atmosphere roared, and the bones of the T-Dolphin felt torn, and they were directly blasted out. Everything collapsed along the way, the T-Dolphin crashed directly into a building, and dust was everywhere. Stay still, Crane Vice Admiral. The crane was shaken by the air wave and just stabilized his body, a sword was placed on the crane's neck. Xiaoya's playful words sounded, I didn't expect you Marines to have such a monster, young Phoenix. 9. T-Dolphin is definitely a monster second only to Admiral, the top Quasi-Admiral, and even Admiral in some respects. In other words, the T-Dolphin may be weaker on the hacky side of Admiral, but the others are not weak. The strength is good, but after seeing the image of the T-dolphin, Xiaya decided to give up the subjugation. Sorry, ugly. You have taken everything in the treasure house, should you leave? The crane calmed down slightly, and couldn't help but speak in a deep voice, and sure enough, his home was stolen. Are you kidding me, Crane Vice Admiral, 35? Where is this going? Xiaya looked into the distance and said, when I have finished browsing all the treasure houses, I will naturally leave. What? Crane frowned. Xiaya knows the location of the treasure house? Boom. The building in front was shattered, and a huge shadow covered the sky, causing Xiaya to be surprised. The earth gradually lowered, and gathered in the front to form a giant of earth and stone hundreds of meters tall. Chi chi chi. Then the density starts to increase, and the giants become smaller in a blink of an eye. The earth and stone giants with a density of 10 times higher than 10 meters, even have the brightness of heavy metals on the surface of the body, one can imagine its hardness, Eve. What is even more exaggerated is that the armed color began to spread, turning the giant directly into pitch black, and the armed flow began to flow, and the terrifying momentum shook the entire marine fort. It is as terrifying as the ruler of the earth. Really good strength, it's a pity. Xiaya was really amazed at the strength of the T-dolphin. Logia soil fruit? Ability to use no less than Admiral. Fighting awareness, armed flow are not weaker than Admiral. What about gymnastics? Xiaya couldn't help but think, the large and wretched T-dolphin in front of her was worthy of Admiral's strength. The strength is really good, but it is still ugly. Morian's words full of killing intent echoed in the T-dolphin. It's a man, just fight me. Kidnapping a woman is the strongest in the world. 35. What the hell? Xiaya heard resentment, jealousy, and resentment for killing and taking his wife from the words. But there is no anger at the pirates and the treasury. 99. What are you, return my bunny. Xiaya. Hehe, I almost forgot about Momuzagi. The man in front of him is a pitiful licking dog. He confessed that he was rejected 100 times and still licked and licked without caring. It is worthy of my deep disdain. Momuzagi? Sorry, she's dead. Licking a dog is not worth pity, feeling the unbelievable killing intent of the T-dolphin. Xiaya said casually, she hit my little brother on the moon and angered me. So I broke her sword, crippled her hand, chopped off her butt, and then I blew her up, you. Boom. The monstrous killing intent swept the entire marine fort, and even the temperature dropped by several degrees. All the marines felt a chilly coldness, as if the ghost of hell appeared in the world. You. Damn. Die. The T-dolphin roared with gnashing teeth, even forgetting the existence of the crane. The armed earth and stone giant rushed towards Xiaya and crushed it with a violent punch. Jun. Her sister died, and the crane vice admiral was furious. Disregarding the sword on his neck at all, he burst into arms and attacked Xiaya fiercely. Kill him. 35. The marines who came around were also killing intent, drawing their swords to face each other. It can be said that Xiaya pd off all marine, because Momuzagi is the goddess of marine. I don't know how much marine's perfect fantasy is also the idol of all women below marine vice admiral. At the moment Momuzagi died, Xiaya had automatically brought all marines immortality. It's crazy enough, I haven't said Garp is dead, but... Xiaya squinted slightly as she watched the two furious attacks with all their strength. Boom. T-dolphin's punch seemed to hit Xiaya's location directly like a landslide and earth fissure, and even smashed the crane vice admiral down. Seeing Xiaya sideways, it was a furious attack that spared no effort. Jun. T-dolphins are like irascible beasts, and even their strength has risen a bit, shaking the marine fort ground. Boom boom boom. Chapter 67. T-dolphin is stronger than a punch, and Xiaya's path is all the destruction of T-dolphin. Large tracts of land were shattered, clusters of buildings were collapsing, and no less than 1,000 marines were immediately affected and died. Before I started, marine headquarters was destroyed by a fifth. Xiaya dodged lightly, and had to feel that the T-dolphin was sincere. No, it's the power of licking a dog. Swipe, Xiaya disappeared in place and landed on the shore of the headquarters. Bang bang bang. T-dolphin noticed Xiaya's position, and every step she took would not only leave a huge footprint. The air waves swept through, the sea in the distance exploded, the T-dolphin collapsed and destroyed all the surrounding ships, and violently crashed not far from Xiaya. Xiaya, is this the cemetery you chose? The fierce eyes glanced around and fell on Xiaya, and the T-dolphin showed a bloodthirsty grin. At the moment when he heard Xiaya say Momuzagi's death, Chada didn't doubt Xiaya's words, so his inner sky collapsed directly. It was his great love, although it was unrequited love. But he will never allow anyone to bully Momuzagi, let alone being brutally murdered by Xiaya. Hate is overwhelming, even if it is death, Xiaya must know what the power of love is. Yeah, the cemetery I chose for you. Xiaya said lightly. Ho 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 ho, if you can kill me, then come. To live without love is the idea of a T-dolphin, he no longer wants to live, because without any motivation, everything he has is gone. I brought you to the beach just not wanting to destroy my future territory. Saying that, Xiaya folded her hands together like a knot. Besides, I have never liked fighting. After all, there are many younger brothers, and it's enough to be cool once in a while. How tired you are always playing. I don't want to say it anymore, the T-Dolphin has completely lost its sense. 1000 times density, Earth Stone Dragon. When the hands were raised, the two hands of the T-Dolphin suddenly shot out two behemoths, which were two lifelike Earth Dragons. Under 1000 times the density, the Earth Dragon is extremely tough, with a body that exceeds the hardness of steel by nearly 100 meters long. Very ferocious, the sharp claws of the fangs and claws seem to be able to tear everything and rush towards Xiaya. Stop pretending, I'll show down. In fact, I'm a summoner. Beneath it, Xiaya glanced at the two Earth Dragons that came, and they were even playing with seals in the face of danger. Great summoning. The little brother is back. Bang bang. Two rays of light lit up around Xiaya and then burst. Red hair and eagle eyes immediately appeared on the coast, and even before they could stabilize their body, Xiaya's voice came out. I'll give it to you, beat to death. Forehead. The red hair and eagle eyes froze, and then the pupils shrank. The sharp dragon claws have reached the top of the head, and they will fall in the next moment, which is extremely terrifying. Mr. Xiaya is too pitiful. Cut. Break. 35. The red hair and the eagle eye shot at the same time, the direct strength was fully opened, and the earth and stone dragons were destroyed together, so that they could breathe and observe the battlefield. Life with a younger brother is so boring and boring. Xiaya smiled and disappeared immediately. A large piece of treasure is still waiting for him, and the ghost has the mind to fight with the dog. Northeast corner treasure house. Mine. The treasure house in the southeast corner. Mine. Southwest corner treasure house. Hashtag. Pieces of treasure troves, even the ordinary warehouse Xiaya has not been spared, as if this place has become Xiaya's playground. Marine powerhouses are all gone, and the remaining vice admiral is not enough for Xiaya to punch. Poor marine headquarters, there is no one to fight right now. Get out of here. A group of small soldiers are not afraid of death. Xiaya is very annoying and conquerors burst out. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, and pieces of marine fell unconscious, as if the entire marine fort was covered with cracks. Terrifying. Count the time, Sengoku and the others should be back. Saying that, Xiaya suddenly found herself in the tallest building, her eyes lit up and she rushed in. Bang bang bang. One by one guards were not enough to punch. Xiaya came to the marshal's office after customs clearance. Bah! A sheep cry made Xiaya stunned, and then the corner of her mouth twitched. I heard that Sengoku is not ashamed to raise you as a son? Go in. Open any door, kick the sheep in with one kick. Maybe one day Sengoku will not surrender, and this sheep may not be the last grass that crushes the camel. This is. Just as she was about to put the table into the portable world, Xiaya noticed a pile of documents on the table and couldn't help but look over. The investigation report on the hidden powers in the private sector? About the possibility of attacking the moon? In-depth analysis of the strength of the major forces? 100 ways to sanction Xiaya? I swept through them one by one, and at the end, Xiaya's face turned black. 100 ways? Why don't you go to heaven? Immediately threw it into the portable space, went back to study and avoided all the possibilities, and then Xiaya also threw the investigation report on the hidden powerhouses in the private sector. He likes to collect powerhouses the most. Forget it, leave some money for Sengoku, if you get PD off, that's my loss. Xiaya is full of compassion and looks like a Buddha. He is also looking forward to collecting admiral cards, marshal cards, and then attacking the world government together. Chi chi chi. Xiaya took a sword and wrote on the wall. Dragon Flying Phoenix Dance, Pen Walk Dragon Snake, Haki Wushuan. Compared with the self-proclaimed literate Kizaru, the font is more than 100 times better. Hey, Sengoku, don't be mad, your life is mine. Xiaya sighed compassionately again and turned to leave. On the coast. More than 10 minutes passed, and the redhead and the eagle eye couldn't help looking at each other. The lump in front of him, although a little bit wretched, but his will is far beyond ordinary people. 0. Ask for flowers. It was even more surprising for the two of them that they had not fallen down with such serious injuries. Damn Xiaya, why did you kill Momozagi? Ho ha ha. The T-Dolphin roared hysterically, with hatred soaring to the sky, as if returning to the light, and the momentum was a little stronger, making the red-haired eagle eye can't help but marvel. Marine actually hides the great talent of Wolong. Oh, no. Hawkeye, who was about to continue his shot, was stopped by the red hair, and then he wondered, how do you know that Momozagi is dead, did Lord Xiaya say? Whoa, you're all damned. Hearing this, the T-Dolphin became more violent, and the whole person became a bloodthirsty devil. Momozagi was resurrected by Xiaya-sama again and put in prison. Perhaps being touched by something, the red hair immediately shouted. Hawkeye frowned slightly, and explained to him what force, it would be better if he killed him. For a moment, the violent T-Dolphin stagnates. 0. The bloodshot and even bleeding eyes stared at the red hair, not daring to believe. What did you say? 55. I said, Momozagi was resurrected and she's fine. As soon as the red-haired voice fell, Xiaoya's figure appeared on the coast. Looking at the miserable but persistent T-Dolphin, I couldn't help but feel a little weird. Seeing the arrival of Xiaoya, the T-Dolphin became furious again, roaring, Xiaoya, tell me, is what he said true? Please tell me. Xiaoya nodded lightly and licked. The dog was fruitless. Not to mention the image of the T-Dolphin, just his strength and identity, there will be countless beauties swarming here. But they are all moths to the flames, willing to do licking. Dogs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tears fell madly, and the T-Dolphin was crying so, tired. Bang. The T-Dolphin fell, even if he was in a coma, as if he was still whispering. It's better not to die, it's better to live. Xiaoya frowned, her eagle eyes were indifferent, but her red hair bowed to the T-Dolphin inexplicably. Why are you bowing to him? He's not dead. What? Hearing Xiaoya's question, the redhead scratched his head embarrassedly, and sneered, I just think he is worthy of admiration, and has no other thoughts. 99. Hawkeye nodded equally as rare. 6699. Xiaoya can't help twitching her eyelids. After all, you all admire licking. Dog? No wonder you are all single. Just then. Xiaoya. A loud roar full of killing intent came, and Xiaoya couldn't help but light up. That dazzling Buddha's light shines. What a mighty Tianlong. Chapter 68. Xiaoya. The entire marine fort is surrounded by Sengoku's rage for dozens of miles. On the ship a few hundred meters away from the port, Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha, shining brightly. At this moment, the murderous aura on Sengoku makes people feel at a loss, like a bloodthirsty demon Buddha. What did he see? Xiaoya actually came to the headquarters? All the ships in the port were destroyed, and there were chaos marks left by sword energy everywhere. Looking at the past, Marinefort's buildings are cracked one by one, and countless marines are screaming in pain on the ground. BD. 99. Vice Admiral Crane is missing, and the T-Dolphin, who was given high hopes by Sengoku, is lying at the feet of Xiaoya covered in scars and blood, not knowing whether he is dead or alive. Lawless. Simply unforgivable. Sengoku's anger is instantly full. The marines at the same time also widened their eyes, why is Xiaoya here? And the chill on Aokiji's body instantly bloomed, and Kizaru, who was squinting at the side, couldn't help shivering. Big Buddha impact. Almost instantly, Sengoku rushed into the sky and attacked Xiaoya. With the launch of Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha, a terrifying shockwave Zero Jusan attacked the three of Xiaoya outrageously. Ice Age. At the same time, Aokiji's voice was piercing, and the blazing chill instantly caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Bone-piercing icy cold suddenly spread out from under his feet, shrouded in all directions in an instant, and its speed was as fast as a falling meteor. Clap la la. As far as the eyes pass, a sea is completely frozen. Radium, ahem, good walk. Kizaru, who was about to pose and pretend, was relieved to see Xiaoya's actions. He really didn't have the guts to attack Xiaoya, even if it was just fake, if it was remembered in his heart, who would he cry for? What a mighty Tianlong, I took this person away. Looking at the furious Sengoku, Xiaoya laughed. When Hawkeye mentioned the T-Dolphin, Xiaoya opened the door and stepped in, and the red-haired Hawkeye disappeared. Boom! The fiery shockwave fell on the port, directly shattering the ground and breaking the ice surface, sweeping up the monstrous waves, but it could not wash away Sengoku's anger. Xiaoya! With another fury, Sengoku rushed straight towards Marineford. The eyes of the Vice Admiral who fell to the ground were even more stunned, and the headquarters that seemed to be washed away by the earthquake almost made Sengoku faint. For so many years, even if that madman Kaido attacked the headquarters several times, it didn't make such a big loss, only the Golden Lion who smashed the island to death and never retreated did it. Crash! Among the piles of ruins, the crane rushed out, and his body was accidentally injured by the T-Dolphin. Seeing Sengoku, he hurriedly said, Quick, go and see the office, the documents there can't be lost. Send the crane Vice Admiral to the infirmary. 35. Before he could say more, his heart ached. Sengoku went straight to the marshal's office, and his heart sank when he saw the unconscious guard at the door. This office is his second home, where he usually eats and drinks, and basically all the confidential documents are stored here. Call. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the door and saw the complete office. But after seeing the corner, he suddenly burst into anger, damn! Where's the old man's sheep? Suddenly scanning back, a dozen words on the wall are so dazzling. Lord of the world, come here for a visit, your sheep will take away the barbecue, thank you. Ah! Seeing this, Sengoku's eyes turned red and he was furious. God damn Xiaoya, even the pleasant goat will not be spared. This is the last Alabasta sheep in the pirate world. It's the file shredder he grew up with. Xiaoya, are you still human? Marshal, something is bad. Suddenly, a colonel ran over and shouted with resentment. The life cards of Garp Vice Admiral and Momuzagi Vice Admiral are burned. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Kizaru was also taken aback, Aokiji couldn't believe it, and the Marines were even more indignant. Ah, pop! Sengoku was sluggish for a few seconds, then roared with bloodshot eyes, his brain was instantly congested, his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. Bang! Marshal Marine, fainted on the spot. At the same time, all the powerhouses who were rushing towards Sabayati received the news one after another, and they were all stunned. It is said that it was a mistake in the seal CP0, wrongly underestimating the strength of Xiayat, forcibly breaking the seal domain, and using the ability to open the door and leave easily. Ha! I thought I could play for a few days, but I didn't expect it to be over in an instant. This made all the tyrants speechless, and they couldn't help but spit at the world government. They didn't catch such a big battle, and it was a shame to throw them to the moon. Why can't I teleport? Durag is even more regretful, the face brushing was unsuccessful, and it will be difficult next time. A strong man like Xiaya will never be moved by his so-called revolutionary ideas. No matter how he makes up or blows it, he will never be able to impress Xiaya. The initiative is lost. Gu la la la, kid Xiaya. Whitebeard laughed, but said nothing, feeling inexplicably emotional. If Xiaya survives the disaster, she will definitely be more careful and become the nightmare of the world government. This made him recall that back then, he used to be so arrogant, but now his family's great business has to be tied down. Father, something is wrong. Marco on the side hung up the phone and said with a dark face, there is news from Jinbei, the flag we left on the Fishman Island was pulled by Beckman, and a bright moon flag was planted. It must be Xiaya Jin. What they did? And Whitebeard couldn't help frowning, and what? Say, what does the mother-in-law look like? All Murlocs and Mermen must surrender to Xiaya, and whoever dares to resist will die. Now the Fishman Island may be bloodshed. Boom! A violent conquerors erupted from Whitebeard, and the Moby DK instantly collapsed, and the sea below was trembling and surging. Baista and the others who were still standing were silent, but their hearts were full of anger. Xiaya really didn't take them seriously. The Fishman Island is their territory. After a long time, Whitebeard restrained Haki and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Gu la la la, such a good Xiaya, do you really think I can't walk? Go, the Fishman Island. Whitebeard's group rushed towards the Fishman Island angrily, and Doflamingo, who had just boarded the ship at Dressrosa, was full of insolent laughter after receiving the news. Xiaya's departure from Sabayati is the best news he has heard in years. Boiled up, Dover, look what this is. The wild laughter was interrupted by Diamante. Doflamingo was a little upset, and his eyes lit up when he looked back. I saw a devil fruit full of strange symbols in Diamante's hand, which was snatched from a passing fruit vendor. Doflamingo took it and took a closer look, then burst out laughing. Babo, it's a sealed fruit, this is the power that amazes the whole world. Are you sure? Of course. 35. Doflamingo is pretty sure that the devil fruit illustrations everywhere are actually cut versions, even if the Marine HQ is the same, but Marie Joya's illustrations are complete. The fruit of the enchantment is like this. Diamante and the others widened their eyes, as if Xiaya was still trapped a second ago. In the next second, the fruits that sealed CP0 came over. The young master is indeed the son of heaven. Seal the fruit. When everyone was sighing, suddenly there was a loud cry. Ah! What is this? Everyone saw Baby 5 holding a strange fruit in a panic, and said in fear, I just wanted to eat an apple, but it suddenly deformed when I picked it up. 5.5. Babo, it turned out to be an enchantment fruit. Doflamingo took it over and laughed wildly, his cheeks hurt from laughing, and said something that shocked everyone. What a joke, those two fruits that have just amazed the world have all come to the young master. Babo, I accept your baby. Glancing in the direction of Marie Joyce, Doflamingo couldn't stop laughing. He just wanted to say. Who else? When these two fruits are used well, they are definitely super powerful assistants, so that no strong person can escape. A terrifying force that makes anyone who can use their abilities and can only beat them to death. Cow Batch. 35. If Xiaya saw this scene, she would definitely complain, this guy won't be God's thief. It's a coincidence to get one, and it's simply a hang-up to get two. Chapter 69. Dover, your luck is invincible. Diamante said with emotion, we still go. No, do we still contact Xiaya? No need. Doflamingo's expression paused for a while, and then he laughed wildly, hey, Sai, go and inform the world. I'm going to hold a grand competition in Dressrosa, any strong players are welcome, and the prize for the championship is Boundary Seal Fruit. 99. He believes that Xiaya will also come, because it is worth remembering Xiaya. Xiaya is not dead, Doflamingo really wants to take refuge in Xiaya. And he's fed up with Kaido being a lunatic, but there is a difference between active refuge and passive refuge, not to mention, this also involves Doflamingo's self-esteem. Diamante understood his thoughts instantly, but worried, what if Xiaya came and stole it directly? Didn't we offend a lot of people? What if people from the world government also came to rob it? 39. That's none of our business. Doflamingo didn't care, and then said, the people from the world government will be handed over to Xiaya. If they are repelled, the people who participate in the competition and even this country will be a gift from me. 99. I believe he will be satisfied. As Doflamingo said, he couldn't help but want to kill, and he was not too young. 39 years old. People can't help themselves when they reach middle age. The strength is almost impossible to increase, and the ambition of revenge Celestial Dragons 04 is far away, only see hope in Xiaya. It's not crazy to be in vain, Brother Ming, he wants to bet on Xiaya. If Xiaya can dominate the new world, it will be a monstrous capital. Bibababo, this new era of rampant will be guided by me. 55. Xiaya didn't know that Whitebeard killed the Fishman Island, nor did he know that Brother Ming was going to use the fruit to lure him to dress Rosa. Feel free to seal the strength of the T-Dolphin and throw it to Anna's to lock it up. T-Dolphin's strength is still very strong, but Xiaya is not ready to subdue him, he has a more special role. Sir Xiaya just returned to the top of the moon. Robin and Vivi and Perona are back at the same time. Unlike the redheads and others, their return location of the bright moon mark is the top of the moon. Why did you come back? Xiaya looked at the three girls curiously, and couldn't help but smile when she saw Perona, who was obedient. This gothic dark loli is actually very arrogant and neither big nor small, but looking at her current appearance, she is very honest and well behaved. Lord Xiaya, are you alright? Robin and Vivi looked at Xiaya worriedly, and felt relieved when they noticed that she was unhurt. Vivi was annoyed, the people of the world government are so abhorrent, they even besieged you. Even knowing that Xiaya Kamui is a prison, but seeing so many people besieged, still cannot help worrying. How could I be hurt? Looking at the angry Vivi, Xiaya felt very cute, so she reached out and touched her little head. Sir Xiaya, Vivi murmured, and immediately blushed like the sunset. Her little hands held the corners of her skirt, her whole head lowered, showing her shyness. And you? Robin on the side is even more snickering, she likes to see Vivi shy, and then her body. Because Xiaya felt the need for rain and dew, she also rubbed it. She rubbed Robin's head, and her hair was silky and slippery. Robin is confused, she is not a child. Touching the head to kill or something is really not suitable for a mature woman like her, it's better to have a kiss. Is he really a god? Perona in the corner secretly looked at Xiaya, who also surrendered and touched the emblem of the bright moon. She was surprised. She believes that the gods should be high above and ignore the common people. But what's going on with the head-touching killing like Mu Chunfeng now? Are the gods so kind? What? Suddenly Xiaya looked back, Perona screamed, full of fear of being caught peeking. Especially the object is Xiaya, who suddenly curled up in the corner, trembling non-stop, shouting in a panic. Sorry. Looking at Perona's fear, Xiaya gave Robin a curious look. What did you tell her? Are you so afraid of me? Robin suddenly looked back. I said that if I didn't obey, Lord Xiaya would just stew her and eat her, so you understand. Xiaya. Sure enough, the black-bellied Robin is terrible. But you came just in time to give you a task. Thinking of the two who were still indifferent after being locked up, Xiaya looked at Robin and said, whether it's coercion or temptation, let Garb and Momuzagi surrender. He didn't have the heart to subdue the two of them personally. If it wasn't for their strength, Xiaya wouldn't revive the two of them. Garb. Hearing Garb, Robin couldn't help thinking seriously, Lord Xiaya, these two have absolutely different personalities from Kizaru. Their loyalty to Marine is unimaginable, and even surrender is false and hidden. Xiaya is not afraid of this. What's the fear of hidden dangers? Tell them that my goal is that the world government is not Marine. If they surrender, Marine may still exist, otherwise they will all die. One more is not much, one less is not more, don't think Xiaya wasting too much time on them. Robin nodded, it was not difficult for her to make the two surrender. Because the two are Marine, the justice in their hearts makes them have too many worries and fetters. Temptation is impossible, coercion is too simple. For good people, it will be intimidating, and evil people will be tempted. It can solve 99% of the existence in the world. Except for the wonderful things like Kaido, there is absolutely no problem. Watching Robin leave, Xiaya sat down thinking and waiting. Think about the candidates for the power transfer of the T-Dolphin, and the situation waiting for the Fishman Island. Main Quest 1, Capture or Kill all Shishibukai. Quest Progress 3/7. It took more than 10 days to get 3. It's too slow. This time, the division of troops will solve it at one time. Looking at the task list, Xiaya thought deeply. Onion Head should be dead, add Eagle Eye, Sand Crocodile surrender. Then we still need to take down Tsundere Girl, Brother Xiaoming, Big Bear Boy, and Fatty Lan. The position of Tsundere Girl and Brother Xiaoming is fixed, and Fatty Lan may still be resisting. Beckman and his gang are about to take it down, so there are only the Big Bears who are uncertain or even transformed. But this big bear cub runs fast and can teleport. Unless he runs to the moon, Xiaoya really can't do anything about him. No, Shichibukai has lost 3, and the world government may add it. Xiaoya thinks she guessed right, maybe don't worry about the big bear, Shichibukai will complete it after winning the other 3, even if you add 1, you can. There are 7 tasks, and you can get 7, instead of filling 1 and killing 1, otherwise the world government will go down and the task will not be completed. Lord Xiaoya, your tea. Vivi came over to pour tea and handed it to Xiaoya, walking behind Xiaoya very habitually, pinching his shoulders for him, exhaling like blue. However, seeing Perona who was indifferent and even fearful, Vivi's face suddenly became stern. Come here soon, beat the legs of Lord Xiaoya, Perona. 39. Yes, I'm coming. Perona was startled and walked over cautiously. He even closed his eyes in fear, and tiptoed to beat Xiaoya. Seeing that Perona's hand was getting more and more upward, Vivi couldn't help frowning. Can you open your eyes and stop beating, you really lack training. Xiaoya. What the hell? How did my Vivi turn out like this, but I love it. The life of this god is becoming more and more simple and unpretentious. Wrong. Experiencing the good life, Xiaoya suddenly found one of the biggest problems. That is, there is a communication barrier between yourself and your subordinates, and between your subordinates and your subordinates, and the dissemination of information is not in place. The world is so big and the heavens are so wide, the phone bugs are not only troublesome but also hard to carry, and mobile phones are not good either, trouble. It's better to have a group in some novel, a guild, or something. Everyone chats in it, projects private panels, others are invisible, plus various functions, perfect. System, can I form a group? Use the imprint of the bright moon. 35. Xiaoya has always felt inconvenient to communicate. What a phone bug, not enough privacy, not even a cell phone. What he wants is to connect across the sea, across the world, across the universe, and across the heavens. Ding, your majesty is omniscient and omnipotent, but only for fanatics, world elites, and mates or concubines. 35. Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately constructed and created in her heart. Penguin. Goose flock, no. Bright moon group. No, Minjiao guild. Establish. Done. Me. Xiaoya. Guild president. Online invite. Chapter 70. Ding 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 ding. Ding, Minjiao guild, President Xiaoya, invite you to join the guild, do you agree? In an instant, the one with the imprint of the bright moon. Hawkeye. Sand crocodile. Redhead. Beckman. Kizaru. Anas. Keep working hard for the other brothers, and then Chi-Chi received this reminder. Echo in my mind. Everyone was stunned, they looked back and forth, and they were on guard. Ding, Minjiao guild, President Xiaoya, invite you to join the guild, do you agree? Echo again. This time the reminder was the voice of Xiaoya, everyone felt relieved, or recited silently, or agreed. Ding, congratulations on your joining the Minjiao guild, created by Mr. Xiaoya of this guild, if you have any questions, you can communicate with the guild. Do not send pictures with color, insults, etc. Guild Function 1, any sea area, any world, you can communicate through the guild, open the guild silently in your heart, and silently recite the voice and text. The panel is only seen by individuals. The size, position, shape, and skin of the panel are controllable. Guild Function 2, take pictures. Video. Memo. Calculation. Drawing. Writing. Video. Storage. Guide. Calendar. Guild Function 3, you can open the storage space, and you can store any non-life items and the weight is not higher than your own power unlimited times. Guild Function 4, you can upload any items that are not life and whose weight is not higher than your own strength. In the same way, you can send red envelopes. The guild function is being updated, so stay tuned. Everyone looked at the membership reminder and fell silent, and it took a long time to calm down. After a long time, everyone was excited, even the Ice Cube man, Hawkeye, couldn't help but laugh at him, ahem. Then everyone eagerly studied the guild. Xiaoya broods again. One world is fine, but if there are 100 or 10,000 worlds, how many people will this guild have? At that time, everyone's sentence was completely messed up, is the current limited? There are countless elites in the pirate world, at least 20 or 30 people can join the club, and there will be chaos. Ding, chatting is forbidden in this guild, non-official, non-task, non-crisis, irresistible factors, etc., please chat privately. Sent out, Xiaoya couldn't help but be satisfied. This is good, so as not to talk too much, water everywhere. Anyway, the main purpose of the guild is to facilitate contact, what group of water? I'll go to work. Ding, Emperor Palace Guild, President Xiaoya invites you to join, do you agree? A few seconds later, Xiaoya created another guild for her little mates and girls. Almost 10 seconds later, Robin, Vivi, Perona, and Nami all joined the club. Well, this guild will not limit chat. Chat casually, Anyway, no matter how many members, where can they go? Right. After 10 minutes, everyone is familiar with the function. Imperial Palace Guild. Xia, little maids. Nami, is it really Xia-sama? I thought I was dreaming again, shy. Robin, Nami? Is your avatar me? You are 17 years old in the profile, so pretty. Vivi, Nami is so beautiful, are you the first maid of Lord Xia? I'm Vivi, please give me some advice. 39. Perona, meow, pretty. Nami, no. Sister Robin is so feminine, I'm envious. Sister Vivi is so cute, I want to hug. Perona, sister? Perona, no, it's natural to eat, sleep, and hold a baby. Robin, alas, when you're older, you're the best age. 35. Nami, no, Sister Robin is my target, Mr. Xia doesn't like young people, woo woo woo. Xia. Robin, Lord Xia, Imperial Palace Guild, what does this mean? Xia, the Emperor's Empress. The Guild of the Palace, understand? 99. 4 daughters. Xia's eyelids twitched, and she became a monster. Forget it, one mouth can't say 4 mouths, so let's rest. There are always surprises in the heavens and the world, will someone accidentally join? Xia rubbed her chin, thinking of a possibility. But under his control, it is impossible for gods to come in, then. Add some loopholes to see if they can be caught by some strange power. Someone really wants to come in. Then hit the net. Half an hour later. Robin walked over helplessly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lord Xia. Garp didn't say a word, as if they had lost their souls. 99. Well, I'll talk about it later. Xia knew why, it wasn't that the two of them were brutally murdered by Xia and then resurrected, which would have collapsed for ordinary people. In less than 2 hours, it was difficult for the two to calm down. Suddenly thinking of T-Dolphin, Xia's figure suddenly disappeared in place. What about people? Perona's eyes widened, and Vivi on the side couldn't help sighing, Sister Perona, you really don't understand anything, you are too unqualified as a maid. Thinking, Vivi brought a notebook from somewhere. Here, this is the handbook for maids, take a good look at it. This is all Xia's living habits and hobbies recorded by Vivi these days, and a comprehensive analysis of Xia's behavioral characteristics. It has also set 999 important ideas for the exclusive Xia maid. Laid a solid foundation for the future maids. Looking at the thick book, Perona felt the darkness of life. She is holding a doll in the dark castle by herself, playing with the idiots she occasionally encounters. What a perfect life once, but why did God torture her? Moon Prison. Level 1. Xia with red hair, eagle eyes, Annas, and a 5-meter-tall brawny, Anastasia Arnold. In the empty prison, Isolaya is crying inside, her hair is messy, her face is miserable, and she has completely lost her beautiful posture before. Seeing Xia's group, Isolaya's face was full of fear, like a little sheep that met a lion, and she retreated in fear. Don't. Don't come here. Xia. I'm going, if you don't shout, I really didn't notice you. With such a shout, Xia thought that she was going to do something to her, but now Xia has no such intention. Turn around and take people to the 2nd floor. The T-Dolphin is being held here, and has woken up, but his eyes are blank. But when he saw Xia, he immediately shouted excitedly, thank you for catching me, what about Tutu? Why didn't you see Tutu? Lock me up with her, I promise not to run away. Tutu was locked in the moon prison, and he was also locked in, wouldn't it be locked together day and night to get along with each other? Redhead and Hawkeye couldn't help but be speechless. Hey, you're being imprisoned, don't you care? When disaster is imminent, you are still thinking about women, should you say that you are great or worthy of scorn? For a moment, the two seemed to understand why Xia looked down on licking dogs, because it was a shame for a man. Xia is completely indifferent to the beautiful fantasies of T-Dolphins. Give you a chance and surrender to me. Suddenly, the prison fell silent. Surrender? T-Dolphin's eyes changed, as if he was looking at a fool. Do you think, the promise is good, that I am sloppy and ugly, so I can be bullied? Die. After a few seconds, the T-Dolphin's expression stagnates and he sneered. Full of disdain, he said, do you know who I am? I have been in the army for decades, from a soldier all the way to admiral, and the hard work you have put in is beyond your imagination. You want me to surrender with a single word? 5. Bah. The slaughter of the sea. Presumptuous. In an instant, Annas was furious, and when he went straight up, he kicked out the T-Dolphin who was about to seal his strength. If it wasn't for Xia who still needed this person, Annas would definitely rush in and tear him apart. My lord cannot be dishonored. Very good you. Xia is non-committal about the loyalty of T-Dolphins, and has no time to test human nature. Licking the dog, licking until the end has nothing, he will understand immediately. Xia didn't intend to subdue the T-Dolphin, but turned around and said, are you ready, Arnold? 99. Get ready, Lord Xia. Chapter 71. Arnold, the half-brother of Anna's and the strongest of the space pirates. 16 years old this year, but a bit stronger than Anna's, good at physical skills and likes to exercise. Different from Anna's lanky appearance, this Arnold, who was more than 5 meters tall, was born with divine power, and his muscles were like a dragon. Especially Arnold's racial talent is biased towards defense and strength, which is even more powerful. Calm personality, not good at words. If it weren't for the fact that the cosmic pirates had never had an orthodox practice method before. Xiaya has no doubt that Arnold is no weaker than Bullet of the same age. But now it still takes time to grow, so we can only find another shortcut. Anna's on the side said kindly, second brother, you must seize this opportunity, come on. Big brother is looking forward to your change. Call my name. Arnold's voice was buzzing. He didn't like the word CK the most, and he always felt that something was wrong. Okay second, no the second, come on, second. Xiaya couldn't help laughing. Arnold, who was not good at words, really suffered from such a big brother. What are you going to do? Listening to the dialogue of several people, Cha Dolphin felt a sense of crisis, and immediately shook his head and gave up. Are you going to kill me? Then kill me, I can't surrender. It's just a pity that I didn't come and take another look at Tutu, 35. Xiaya's face turned black, and it was Tutu again. I'll lick it when I die. Remember, the end of licking the dog, nothing. Pfft. 093. Xiaya's body passed through the prison door like a phantom and came to the T-Dolphin, her hand turned into an illusion and pierced his heart directly. Zitzaiza. A piercing sound resounded in the prison, like the groan of a devil. Xiaya pulled a mass of cocky energy from him directly under the wide eyes of the T-Dolphin. Damn! What have you done to me? Seeing the energy group, Cha Dolphin was full of anger. He found that Xiaya didn't want to kill him, and the result might be unacceptable to him. Crack. 99. Xiaya ignored the T-Dolphin, squeezed her hands directly, wiped out the black silk thread in the energy group, and threw it at Arnold. It's without side effects, the earthy fruit. The energy group entered the body. Arnold's body was shocked, and his eyes were bright. Arnold was stunned by the majestic energy in his body, as if he could exert more power than he had exercised for more than 10 years. Whoa! Under the horror of the T-Dolphin, Arnold turned into dirt and fell to the ground, and then recondensed into shape. Isn't this his earthy fruit? The red-haired Shanks was amazed and couldn't help but say, the fruit ability without side effects, I really want. Hawkeye suddenly gave a cold look, do you want ability? You just want to play, waste fruit, you are a scumbag. Thank you, Master Xiaya. Arnold was a little familiar and half knelt on the ground. Even though he was as steady as a mountain, he was quite excited at the moment. Anna's was also envious, but he was more happy for his younger brother, and Xiaya had already chosen another one for him, and that one was what he wanted most. That's an ability that suits him better than Logia, Zoan. After all, his racial talent doesn't lie in his body. You can actually take devil fruit? You will be hunted by the whole world. After recovering, the T-Dolphin was shocked. It was really terrifying for Xiaya's ability. This is definitely not what Kizuru said the dimensional fruit can do. And there are no side effects, the world will go crazy. To shut up. Directly sealing the mouth of the T-Dolphin, Xiaya continued to move, just devil fruit, unable to bring anything to Arnold at all. Strength unblocked. Life is back. In an instant, the strength of the T-Dolphin was restored, and all the injuries he suffered were restored, and a powerful momentum broke out, and he rushed towards Xiaya in an instant. Certainly. Xiaya fixed it in the air with one word, ignoring its horror. Blood. Armed. When Xiaya raised her hand, Cha Dolphin's body began to tremble, full of panic. Because he found that his blood was boiling, as if it was going to burn. Pfft. The next moment, the whole body of the T-Dolphin began to crack, and all the flesh and blood haki filled with powerful energy, forming a blood-colored energy group in the air. These energy groups are like demons that have been hungry for a long time, constantly greedy, devouring all the power in the T-Dolphin. Xiaya's body energy and armed color were stripped out one after another, and the T-Dolphin's body became more and more withered, as if it had become a mummified corpse. Redhead and Hawkeye can't help tingling their scalps, they already understand what Xiaya is doing. Deprive all the power of the T-Dolphin, then give it to Arnold, and make it into an existence with the strength of the T-Dolphin or even a bit stronger. Incredible, how can you do that? Crash. The energy group completely devoured the T-Dolphin, turning the whole person into crumbs, and when the breeze blew, the crumbs disappeared completely, which was terrifying. Soul. Knowledge. Xiaya shot again, directly grabbing the soul body that ordinary people can't see. It directly strips out its knowledge and color, and integrates it into the energy group. Wool strip. Consciousness deprivation. Willpower, combat awareness, combat experience, these intangible things. They were all stripped out by Xiaya and integrated into the energy group, and all the other memories of the T-Dolphin were wiped out. Completely transform the soul body into pure spiritual energy. Roar. An inexplicable roar resounded in the dark. Redhead, Hawkeye, and Anna's were all covered in hair, and the voice seemed to be a combination of despair, unwillingness, curse, and hatred. Fusion, Arnold. Throwing the energy ball at Arnold, Xiaya was calm and didn't care what happened just now. Cruel? No, he's too kind. At least let the T-Dolphin live a little longer. Boom. The energy group was integrated into Arnold's body, and the whole person was glowing, and the momentum of the body gradually began to increase, as if it were evolving. It's different from Xiaya's fusion, but the result is the same. Arnold is integrating the abilities, physique, haki, will, combat awareness, combat experience and everything related to strength. It will become a somewhat stronger existence than the T-Dolphin, because it is slightly stronger than the ordinary Vice Admiral of the headquarters. That's the right way to build a strong man without compromising the foundation. Xiaya also figured it out, some guys who are strong and do not surrender, and who he does not like, can be used to strengthen his loyal subordinates. There's no need to waste time trying to get rid of scum. 10 minutes later. After smooth integration of strength, Arnold opened his eyes to be the edge of the strong, and then he converged and knelt on the ground. Thank you, Lord Xiaya. Arnold is not good at words and can't say anything nice, but Xiaya appreciates this, no need to say it, just do it. Ding, Minjiao Guild, President Xiaya, invite you to join the guild, do you agree? Arnold joins the guild directly. Xiaya, who was about to say something, had a strange expression on her face. Always pay attention to Annas of Xiaya and ask curiously, Sir, are you not feeling well? I want to witness your strength, Arnold. Sensing the approaching existence outside the moon, Xiaya said with great interest, Go, if you can, beat the invaders and bring them back. Yes, Lord Xiaya. In an instant, Arnold used his ability to sneak into the ground and instantly came to the surface of the moon. Lord Xiaya, who is here? Redhead and Hawkeye curious. This is the moon, who can invade? It is impossible for them to encompass the entire moon within the range of their perception of sight, hearing, and color, not to mention that the visitor has not yet reached the moon and has just entered the invincible field of Xiaya. Go out and have a look and see. Speaking of which, Xiaya actually had an emotion called excitement at the moment. It's a Comer, it's so wild. If you subdue him and take down the people he brought, Xiaya's strength will increase a lot. The ability of the Comer, which is what Xiaya wants most at the moment, can fly. After all, as an omnipotent existence in the eyes of the younger brother, if he couldn't fly outside the moon, wouldn't he be laughing to death? Chapter 72. Beyond the moon, hundreds of miles away. On the edge of Xiaya's invincible realm, a large island is taking off. Dozens of small islands are like a city in the sky, flying rampantly in the empty space. From a distance, the island seems to form a lion-like shape, wild haki. In the center of dozens of small islands, gorgeous palaces on the largest island can be heard, cheers and laughter can be heard. There are singing and dancing in the gorgeous hall, and awe-inspiring pirates are eating and drinking. Haha, the boss is so powerful that he actually came to space. Nonsense, who's the boss? That's the same name as Whitebeard. Whitebeard is a shit dash, the boss is invincible. One by one pirates brag and spank. If Sengoku sees the crowd, he will frown. The captain of the giant bear pirates, Shibai. The bear fruit. Bounty, 280 million. Captain of the death pirates, Mamapai. Reject the fruit. Bounty, 370 million. Speed pirates captain, Game. Acceleration fruit. Bounty, 440 million. Captain of the crocodile pirates, Nimazara. King crocodile fruit. Bounty, 560 million. There are more than a dozen existences that exceed 100 million, all of which are not weak pirates, and they are extremely powerful together. It is also the pirates who disappeared in the New World in recent days, because they all surrendered to a wild and supreme pirate. Gee ha 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 ha, let's dance, little ones. Manic laughter echoed in the hall, and a man like a lion haki was dancing in the middle of the hall. Its exaggerated and funny movements make people look dumbfounded. This kind of dance really does not match the image. Tonight, the consumption of the audience will be paid by Mr. Jin. Gee ha ha ha, it's coming soon, it's coming soon. Through the island outside the hall, I saw the moon 100 miles away, and Uncle Jin was full of expectations. Uncle Kim has ground-length blonde hair, like a lion's mane, a rudder on his head, and is dressed in traditional island clothes. There are 2 swords embedded in it, and there is a palpitating breath on the body. Legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. As famous as One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, Pirate Admiral. He is not only the first person in history to escape Impel Down, but also has the ambition and courage to conquer the world. Xiaya, it's you who woke up Lao Tzu. Originally, he planned to go dormant after escaping the prison, and then planned to destroy East Blue to retaliate against the world government, and to bury Roger with him, but after seeing the news of Xiaya, Golden Lion's ambitions rose again. Because he sees the potential of the true king in Xiaya, then he is qualified to be his deputy captain. Boss, after all these years, you still haven't changed. In the first position under the main seat, an extremely strong white-haired old man is sitting there. There are hideous scars on his face, and he is dressed in fancy clothes like a nobleman. Even if he is old, the light in his eyes makes people dare not look directly. Looking at the dancing golden lion, the old man's eyes were full of memories. His boss is still so fond of dancing, doing some incomprehensible funny acts, doing whatever he wants. But seeing the feet replaced by 2 swords, and the rudder on his head, the old man was inexplicably sad. Then he clenched his fists and whispered, "I will definitely cure you, no one can beat you again." The golden lion was jumping up and down, turning around, and laughing. "Gee ha ha ha, what are you sitting for? Come dance, Hellman." "Good, 99. Hellman smiled calmly after being silent. Except for those pirates who have just been conquered by the Golden Lion, Hellman is the confidant of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion didn't want to bother too much during the dormant period, but since it has made a comeback. Then the former captain of the air pirates, the Golden Lion has also been found again. The other captains are dead, and some are married, and some are in prison. Only Hellman has been waiting for the return of the Golden Lion's ambition. Hellman. 68 years old today. Captain of the air pirates. Top-level physique. Top-level conqueror's haki. Great swordsman-level swordsmanship. Top devil fruit, you demons, fallen angels. 20 years ago bounty, 1.89 billion berry. This is a big pirate who is not weaker than others. If the Golden Lion had a soft spot for Roger and wanted to give him the position of the deputy captain, otherwise Hellman would be the deputy captain. And now the Golden Lion with residual blood can't beat Hellman at all. But when he was a boy, he became a destitute nobleman and was rescued by the Golden Lion. Later, the haki swordsmanship was taught by the Golden Lion, and even the fruit was snatched by the Golden Lion for him. So Hellman is a diehard. Gee ha ha ha, cheer for my arrival, Lord of the Moon. Half an hour later. Arnold stood on the ground like a fortress, staring straight ahead without fear. Xiaya's group also came, and even set the table to drink, intending to be a melon-eating audience. This is. The flying sky pirates are getting closer and closer, and the red hair and eagle eyes can't help but be astonished as they look into space. Can you imagine the scene where dozens of islands suddenly fly in the empty space? Rampage, endless arrogant flying to the moon, extremely terrifying. Anna's eyes widened, isn't this a meteorite group? Flying pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. The redhead spoke solemnly, this kind of battle reminded him of his internship career decades ago. If it weren't for the sudden sea storm, perhaps the Roger pirates would no longer exist, and he might have died somewhere. After all, the flying air pirates at their peak were invincible. Great swordsman. Eagle's eyes are bright, he doesn't care about the flying pirates, he only cares about the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, which was a powerful swordsmanship that swept almost all swordsmen decades ago. 0. Ask for flowers. Giving a head, it's cool. Compared with everyone's stern battle, Xiaya's surface is calm, but her heart is full of surging. Wei sensed, Xiaya sensed the existence of nearly 10,000 people in the archipelago, most of them civilians, and there were thousands of pirates. In addition to Golden Lion, it has a powerful atmosphere second only to red hair. Tisk tisk, this is the style of a big pirate. Like red hair pirates, there are only dozens of people on the main ship, not enough for Xiaya to stick between her teeth. If all these people are brought under his command, Xiaya will definitely rush to the New World and dominate the country. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Another 10 minutes later, a large black shadow was cast on the surface of the moon, and a tyrannical momentum swept down from the island. Golden Lion flew from above, full of laughter. Gee ha ha ha, are you waiting for me? His sharp eyes fell directly on Xiaya. Golden Lion clenched his right fist and Haki said sternly, "Come be my right arm, Xiaya." 0. Presumptuous. Who the hell are you? Shocked by the wildness of the Golden Lion, Annas jumped up angrily after recovering. Who is this little rubbish? My lord is also for you to conquer? Kill him for me, son. I listen to Master Xiaya. Arnold spoke in a loud voice, showing no respect for Annas, which made Anna's face black. His lovely younger brother is getting more and more ill-behaved. Xiaya took a leisurely sip of the wine and said flatly, "Golden Lion Shiki, give you a chance and surrender to me. Otherwise, today's pain will definitely make you remember." 99. Golden Lion. Xiaya's words made Golden Lion angry, but what silenced Golden Lion was the existence of red hair. Rogers in turn. Although the Golden Lion is arrogant, he is not a fool. He came to the moon to subdue Xiaya. Of course he was well prepared, recruiting big pirates and recalling Hellman were all his confidence. In addition to him, Xiaya and Hawkeye, he is still not in his eyes. But who can tell him why the 4 emperors' redheads are here? He has been hurrying towards the moon for the past few days, it is impossible to watch the live broadcast, and he has not received the news of the red hair surrendering. This made Golden Lion restless. But, red-haired kid, what a shit. Ganesh and several big pirates besiege Hawkeye. Hellman fights against Redhead. Either side has an absolute advantage to draw one. Do it. Can't beat Xiaya by yourself? Let go of the MR's fart. Chapter 73. FK him. Golden Lion, who had figured it out in a blink of an eye, laughed wildly again. Gee ha ha ha, I thought I only had eagle eyes, but I didn't expect that there was this little redhead. You really gave me a huge surprise, Xiaya. 35. Come on, join me, let's turn the world upside down together. Brush brush brush. Figures jumped from the archipelago one after another, forming a black mass. They were full of awe-inspiring and murderous aura, and they were extremely hostile, and at a glance, there was no one to be with. Especially the few people headed by Hellman are even more powerful and vicious. Time accelerated. Xiaya ignored the Golden Lion and instead stared at the colorful-haired killer Matt, who was very strange. He casually flips his hair and walks at an extremely fast speed, but his ordinary movements are 10 times faster than ordinary people, as if he is in a 10 times acceleration field. This fruit? Very good, I want it. Hellman. Taking a closer look at the old man who looked like a nobleman, the red-haired pupils could not help shrinking. He turned around and said 110, Lord Xiaya, please seal the strength of that old man immediately, he is a fallen angel. There is a great trick that can trigger the tide of darkness and degenerate human souls into darkness. If the strength is not as good as him, there is no doubt that he will die. Even if I am now, I am not sure that I will take it without injury. The red-haired reminder made Xiaya's eyes light up. Fallen angels? Dark tides? Golden Lion, you are really Santa Claus, you don't count as giving away your own head, but you also bring so many good abilities. Mine is mine. Seal up. Without hesitation, Xiaya shot directly, her voice reverberated. The shocking power was washed out from Xiaya, and the indescribable power was like a teleportation, sweeping directly within the scope of the moon. Buzzing. Except for the uncertain Golden Lion, everyone in the air pirates was shocked, and then Gainamai screamed. Ah! My ability! Accelerating the fruit allows Gain to develop a flower, and it can even accelerate its own time 10 times. Compared to him, other people's time is 10 times slower, any action is 10 times slower, but he is 10 times faster. This allows him to have an attack speed that is far beyond ordinary people, and it is also the extreme speed in the eyes of others, but due to his low strength foundation, he is still a 400 million pirate. As soon as he arrives on the moon, Gainamai will open the acceleration field to prevent accidents, so Gainamai is the first to feel the moment when the strength is sealed. Ganesha looked at Xiaya in disbelief. BD, what have you done? Why is my fruit ability gone? What? The other pirates were full of astonishment, and then Hellman's expression became even more serious. Immediately turned around and shouted at Golden Lion, Boss, the situation is not right, get out of here. No time to explain, run away. Golden Lion's face darkened, he had never seen Hellman look so heavy. But let him run before he starts fighting? His Golden Lion is shameless. Looking at Xiaya, Golden Lion said with an ugly face, Xiaya kid, what did you do? While speaking, Golden Lion faintly noticed. Because the breath of Hellman and the others disappeared almost instantly. It can't be said that it disappeared, it can only be said that it has become like an ordinary person and has a low breath, which makes him incomprehensible. Xiaya, the little ghost, makes others lose their strength? What are you kidding? Don't ask is to die. Now that they are all there, Xiaya is not in a hurry at all and raises her hand slightly. Change the world. Under the wide eyes of Golden Lion, Hellman, and other thousands of pirates all moved behind Xiaya, and all knelt down, unable to struggle. Boss. Run. Hellman is full of anger at the moment, he has been across the sea for decades, and he has never seen such a situation. Seal all the strength with one word, raise your hand to change the world. Is this really human? In an instant, Hellman, and even Nimazara and other pirates even feared Xiaya. The Lord of the Moon is absolutely beyond imagination. BD, stop me. What made the Golden Lion even more furious was that the slaves on dozens of islands also knelt behind Xiaya. Even any living island, all fell behind Xiaya. It's black and white, it's amazing. The Golden Lion can't control those islands, only a few small uninhabited islands are left floating on them. This was reserved by Xiaya for Golden Lion, so as not to be PD off. Ah! Kid, you annoyed me. The younger brother knelt down, 90% of the island lost control, and the Golden Lion was angry. He raised his leg and kicked 2 fiery huge slashing waves towards Xiaya with the sword on his feet. Hey! The air was torn apart violently, and the 2 slashing waves were not only huge, but also showed an unparalleled edge. Xiaya didn't change her face, and said casually, Arnold, come on. Yes, Lord Xiaya, 35. Arnold, who received the order, had a terrifying aura all over his body, and when the sword chi attacked, he made a strong shot. Earth Rock Dragon. Arnold turned into the earth with his hands, the energy of the earth and earth fruit surged, and large pieces of earth and rocks flew out, turning into a hideous earth dragon in a blink of an eye. Roar! The tens of meters of earth dragons roared, the void was agitating, and the sword energy rushed up extremely quickly. Boom! The slashing wave and the earth dragon collided violently in the air. Under the stalemate, the slashing wave and the earth dragon exploded almost at the same time, and a hurricane-like air wave spread around. However, the broken earth dragon condensed again in the air, carrying the momentum of Ling Lai, and violently attacked the golden lion. You deserve to fight with Lao Tzu. Looking at Arnold's unrelenting reluctance, this naturally made Golden Lion extremely angry, and he even roared, his legs turned into after-images, and he kicked wildly. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. One after another, fiery and huge slashing waves flew out from the two famous knives Sakura Ten and Withered Wood, crisscrossing each other, covering the earth dragon and Arnold with the potential to tear the sky and the earth. The flaming slashes formed a sword chi storm, and the airtight fell from the sky. Whoa, 35. The earth dragon collapsed instantly, Arnold's body was tense, and he rushed forward without fear. Mountain Fist. With a bang, one foot smashed the ground into a deep pit. Arnold's fierce punch blasted towards the remaining sword energy, forming a huge earth and stone fist, like a mountain wrapped in armed color. Boom! Under the release of the terrifying force, the sword chi collapsed, and the earth and stone fists continued to soar like a cannonball, causing the void to tremble. Damn! The incoming giant mountain was so violent that the golden lion had to dodge. Boom boom boom! Hundreds of meters of hills collided violently with the small island in the sky, and the entire small island directly turned into rubble splashing in the sky, and the air waves churned. What? Golden Lion's pupils shrank just now, and saw that Arnold had already jumped up on Moonwalk, even above him. Covered by the huge mountain, Arnold, who rushed to the sky, made a decisive shot, his hands were surging, Haki was agitated, and he instantly punched. Mountain Fist. The atmosphere was agitated suddenly, and in an instant, a hill over 100 meters slammed out along with the boxing, pressing down toward the Golden Lion. Not good. Golden Lion's complexion changed, and after seeing the shadow that seemed to cover the sky for 5.5, he hurriedly raised his legs to block it with the deadwood on his feet. Boom! The howling and majestic air waves spread out, and the collision of the deadwood and the hill caused a deafening roar. Although Golden Lion blocked the hill with deadwood in time, it was unable to resist the amazing power contained in the hill. Following the violent collision, Golden Lion quickly fell to the island below like a meteor, and then slammed into the surface of the moon. Boom! Hundreds of meters of mountains also fell down, directly burying the Golden Lion. Boss! Hellman squinted, full of resentment. The redhead and the eagle eye were shocked again and again. How was the Golden Lion's reflexes? The hero is late. Seeing this scene, Xia couldn't help frowning. Even Arnold didn't even notice that he rushed into the sky, and he couldn't even use the sense of color. Chapter 74. The rudder on Golden Lion's head was caused by a storm attack when fighting Roger. It didn't affect Conqueror's Haki originally, but it would definitely die if it was taken off. But more than 20 years ago, the Golden Lion attacked the naval headquarters, fighting Garp and Sengoku alone, and never retreating. Not only was he seriously injured, but the rudder was inserted a little deeper. After escaping from prison, he was tortured even more. Golden Lion would have a splitting headache as long as he used Conqueror's and seeing and hearing colors. Even the armament color affects the rudder, so I don't usually use Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki can't be used, and the strength is cut in half. Both faded and incomplete, the strength is reduced again, the body is old and the physical strength is insufficient, the strength is reduced again. Reduced to the present, Golden Lion's double fade sword technique and lion fruit are certainly tyrannical. But the reflexes are too poor, as long as Arnold catches the opportunity, it is a must-win scene. Boom! Landslides and fissures, the earth slammed into large swathes of rock and soil. The rocks and soil on the earth gathered together frantically, and quickly condensed into a terrifying lion head that was several times larger than a mountain peak. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. The terrifying lion head let out a real violent roar, rushing out quickly, and the fierce one swallowed Arnold in one bite. Gee ha 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 ha, damn little brat, you are a fart when I cross the sea. The Golden Lion charged straight up, levitating 04 in the air. Looking at the terrifying lion head that was swallowed up by Arnold, he laughed wildly, his face full of arrogance. However, the next moment, Golden Lion couldn't help but be stunned. Roar! The head of the lion that drowned Arnold exploded, and even formed a tiger with a head like a mountain, biting him in the Golden Lion's astonishment. Is this a tiger? Why? What about my lion? BD Xia, what did you do? The Golden Lion roared again and again, he found that the rock he touched was out of control. This made him wonder what Xia was secretly manipulating behind his back. After all, Hellman and the others were like this. Take care of yourself. Xia can't help shaking her head. Lion Fruit and Tutu Fruit are fighting for control of the rock and soil? Maybe the Golden Lion at its peak could do it, but now the Golden Lion will never be able to compete with the mighty Arnold for control. On the moon, Arnold tinks Golden Lion's abilities. Because there is no water, no wood, and nothing else on the moon, all the rocks that Golden Lion touches are Arnold's little brother. I'm going to kill you. Touching the ground again, the golden lion found that it was still out of control, and immediately angrily avoided the attacking tiger and rushed into the sky. The remaining few deserted islands moved in an instant, falling down like cannonballs under the control of the golden lion. Go to hell! Boom boom boom! The islands swayed violently immediately, and quickly fell from the clouds. Under the huge volume, each island set off violent waves like a hurricane. Xia! The golden lion is roaring, and the power of lion fruit is on full display at this moment. The islands turned into meteorites, and the overwhelming shadows made most people desperate. Torio Mountain. Watching the island fall, Arnold pressed the ground. Boom! The surface of the moon began to shake, and the earth in a radius of thousands of meters was shaking, like an earthquake, and large cracks spread rapidly. Suddenly, a huge rock with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer rose from the moon and rushed to the sky very quickly. 2. 3. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen huge rocks of nearly 1,000 meters rushed into the sky, and met the smashed island violently. Boom boom boom! The mountains collided with the islands, the terrifying impact shook the void, and the islands shattered. Like a goddess scattered flowers, the air is full of debris. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Watching the island shatter, the golden lion became more violent. When he raised his hand, the broken islands turned into lions like mountain peaks, rushing towards Xia. Angry tiger impact. Arnold stepped on the ground, and the ground for thousands of meters was smashed. It turned into a huge 100-meter tiger and swept out from the ground, rushing towards the lion furiously. A hole. Looking at the rising tiger, Golden Lion wanted to curse his mother. This damn guy, fighting with Lao Tzu and stealing from his teacher, what's your face? Boom boom boom. The giant lion and the giant tiger collided fiercely, biting each other, and the dust flew wildly. Brush. When Golden Lion was frantically manipulating the lion, Arnold suddenly rushed to the collision place, wrapped his right hand in armed color, and put it on the lion without fear. Buzz. The energy of the soil and fruit swept through, and the control was directly robbed. Crash. Under the angry gaze of the Golden Lion, the lions controlled by him rebelled one after another. It turned into a violent tiger, forming a wave of tigers, and they rushed towards him. Seeing the stunned Golden Lion, Xia couldn't help but smile. The lions collectively rebelled against their masters. What a melon-eating drama. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Golden Lion was full of roars and looked at the attacking tigers with red eyes. At this moment, he can't wait to destroy the whole world, but he is full of powerlessness. In addition to the clods on the moon are rocks, but this is all Arnold's soil fruit can control, which makes the Golden Lion's lion fruit completely useless. Lions, Thousand Slice Valley. In the anger of the Golden Lion, the golden slashing waves fell to the ground like a violent storm, and the void whistled continuously, setting off a billowing and majestic wave. Boom boom boom. The tigers were torn apart by the intensive slashing. Flying tiger impact. Watching the shattering tigers, Arnold was not discouraged. One trick to eat all over the sky. The skills just learned are maddened by Arnold's men. All the shattered earth has turned into tigers, and even has wings. A large piece of flying tiger shook the void to meet the sword energy, smashing one after the other, and attacking one after another. Xia, there is something for you to fight. 99. The bottom is full of tigers attacking, the Golden Lion can only fly higher and higher, slashing again and again. But the flying tiger shattered one by one without any reduction, and he couldn't control it. Especially till now, even Xia's hair has not been touched, which makes him full of grievances. Just a little-known younger brother made him in a hurry, making Golden Lion want to die. Golden Lion, are you really not surrendering? Xia watched the Golden Lion jumping with great interest. If it goes on like this, even if Arnold doesn't use other tricks, the Golden Lion's weak physical strength will be defeated. The younger brother defeated the Golden Lion, and it's a lot of face. What did you say? Let Lao Tzu surrender? While hiding from the tigers, Golden Lion's eyes widened, as if he heard something incredible. He has been in the sea for decades, and he has never heard such words. Even if he joins Rock's pirate, he is willing to join because there are benefits to be gained. What about Xia? In the eyes of Golden Lion, he is just a kid who just debuted. 110 stops, Arnold. Yes, Lord Xia. Arnold waved his hand to relieve the tiger group, pressed the earth, repaired the broken moon surface, and then dodged behind Xia, guarding Golden Lion. Regardless of Golden Lion's angry expression, Xia stood up and said calmly, if I restore you to your peak state, you surrender to me. How? Is he telling a joke? Shiki laughed in anger, gee ha ha ha, Xia brat, I really don't know the sky and the sky, who do you think Lao Tzu is? Lao Tzu is a Golden Lion. 35. Submit? Shut up. As soon as Xia finished speaking, Golden Lion was horrified. Because he found that he couldn't speak, he couldn't even open his mouth, couldn't say a word. How is this possible? Golden Lion was full of shock and looked at Xia in astonishment, what is this operation? At this moment, the arrogant lion had a trace of fear. P.S. I don't know who it is, the Golden Lion fights Garp Sengoku for 3 days and 3 nights, it's not even in the anime, where did you read it? 1-on-1 is no problem, 1-on-2 will not fight for so long, hearsay, 3 people become tigers. In the animation, Sengoku said that Roger will be executed after a week, and then the 3 of them fought, and finally wrote, Golden Lion began to execute Roger after a week of imprisonment. Attention! Roger was sentenced in a week, but when Golden Lion was in jail, he was sentenced in a week, not 3 or 4 days later. This proves that the 3 of them fought for a maximum of half a day, and the Golden Lion was arrested. And the 3 were so strong that they only destroyed less than half of Marineford and it was over, which proved that it didn't take long, otherwise it would have been destroyed earlier. G. Chapter 75. In my name, life is revived. Xiaoya's words are like the whispers of the gods, and the mighty might washes away on the moon. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Xiaoya's majesty like a god is engraved in my heart, and even if the sky collapses, even if the world is destroyed, it is still proud of the power of the world. Crack. Under the wide-eyed eyes of Hellman and other pirates, the rudder on Golden Lion's head shattered directly. Golden Lion was also taken aback, if the rudder was gone, he would also die. But at the next moment, Golden Lion's body shook. Crack. As if there were a pair of invisible hands, Sakura and Muku were directly pulled out. How is this possible? Hellman and other pirates were shocked. Because the Golden Lion in the air exudes a golden light, as if the vitality is generally warm. Buzzing. The wound on Golden Lion's head is being repaired, and Shuangshu started to grow granulation, and it turned into Shuanghui in the blink of an eye. Wrinkles dissipate, and the old face begins to look young. A terrifying force roared in Golden Lion's body, and in a blink of an eye, Golden Lion seemed to be decades younger. Boom. A terrifying conquerors burst out from the Golden Lion, like an overwhelming tsunami that swept across dozens of miles, making the void tremble violently. The sky and the earth paled, as if everything could not remain calm before this Golden Lion. Crack crack. The surface of the moon began to crack, the void lightning roared, and the crazy airwaves swept across all directions like a tsunami. What a strong Haki! The Golden Lion's conquerors, which has been silent for decades, is more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. Even the redhead can't help but be stunned. Hawkeye was equally solemn, he felt the monstrous sword intent on Golden Lion, that was the terrifying sword intent that would cut everything off. This is you, Golden Lion. Xiaoya raised her hand to block the conquerors, feeling its arrogance and admiration. How powerful is the Golden Lion at its peak? Not weaker than Roger's Haki, not weaker than Hawkeye's swordsmanship, not weaker than Whitebeard's ability, this is the pirate admiral who traverses the sea. The current Golden Lion is the pirate admiral in the hearts of countless people. Gee ha 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 ha, I have recovered. Golden Lion floats in the air. Holding swords in both hands, he let out a tyrannical laughter, and his body was full of Haki who was roaring everywhere. Boss, you are finally back. Hellman couldn't help but burst into tears, and the whole person was equally excited and couldn't help himself. How powerful was his boss a few decades ago? The air pirates are all over the place, but because of the BD Roger, the boss is crazy. The end result is horrible. Nimazara and the other pirates were trembling, but the recovered Golden Lion's breath was so strong that they didn't dare to look directly at them. Xiaoya. Shiki looked at Xiaoya with lion-like eyes, his eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. But he held back and said, I'll give you another chance, surrender to Lao Tzu, and let's turn the world upside down together. Otherwise, this is your grave. Is Xiaoya strong? Of course he is strong, otherwise he wouldn't be called the strongest in the world by Marine. 1. His Shiki is stronger, and in the eyes of Golden Lion, he is invincible at his peak. Although Xiaoya has some unknown methods, Xiaoya is still a younger brother in his heart. How arrogant, Shiki! Xiaoya glanced casually at the Golden Lion. Some doubt whether his brain has not been cured. He sealed Hellman and others with one word, and restored his injury with one word. There are so many younger brothers, but Golden Lion ignored them all. Sure enough, the big pirates are too crazy. Arrogant, makes Xiaoya feel irritated. Xiaoya, you. Don't talk nonsense, die first and then talk about it. If the Golden Lion is interrupted, Xiaoya disappears in place. Under the consternation of Hellman and others, and under the difficulty of the Golden Lion. Die. Xiaoya's hand directly covered Golden Lion's head, pinching it fiercely. Boom. 99. Golden Lion's head burst directly. The blood was red and white, and everything was so fast that Hellman and the others couldn't react, and it was even more unbelievable. Boss. Ah! Hellman roared, his eyes flushed instantly, and his blue veins burst out, trying to break free from Xiaoya's imprisonment, and wanted to rush up and fight Xiaoya. To shut up. Anna's kicked over and said disdainfully, you arrogant and arrogant scumbags, all of you don't know how high the sky is, I have endured you for a long time. Hawkeye looked coldly, but the redhead shook his head and sighed. Ignorance is a sin, one by one to give away people's heads, why bother? In my name, life is revived. Falling to the ground and looking at the dead golden lion, Xiaya spoke flatly. The vast mighty force washes away, under the sluggishness of Hellman and others. The head of the golden lion began to be repaired, and the surging momentum was restored again in the blink of an eye. I'm not dead. Golden lion sat up and rubbed his head in confusion. Bear, where's my big golden retriever? Calm down. Go on. Ignoring the stunned golden lion, Xiaya said indifferently. You. Looking at Xiaya who was close at hand, the golden lion retreated again and again, full of surprise. He was very sure that Xiaya grabbed his head just now that he couldn't reflect, and a severe pain that his life could not bear came. As if his head exploded, he died. But what's going on now? Go ahead. Xiaya is carrying both hands, like a master's wind and clouds. Gee ha 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 ha, how arrogant, brat. Golden Lion didn't think about it anymore, he could see Xiaya's eyes like an ant, and he couldn't help but get angry. Slash wave. With swords in both hands, the Golden Lion slashed violently. The golden fiery slash rolled up and roared violently, roaring like a lion, full of domineering and violent might. Golden Lion's sword moves only have 2 moves, but they are all simplified. Excellent swordsmanship. Hawkeye can't help but his eyes are bright, and he can't wait to rush up to fight. Slash wave may seem like an ordinary slash, but it is actually extremely powerful, compressing the slash wave, making it extremely condensed. Ray comes. 39. Facing the violent sword energy, Xiaya raised her hand calmly. Zitsize. On the moon, he is a god, thunder is just a toy to Xiaya, he will disperse all the arrogance of the golden lion, and trample his arrogance. Boom. The terrifying thunder roar raged in the void, directly destroying the golden lion's slash. Thunder field. The whispers like hell sounded all around, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, countless thunder and lightning flashed out from the void. Not good. 35. The blazing thunder seemed to have turned into a tsunami, and the golden lion couldn't help being horrified. He was immediately covered in armed colors and rushed to the sky to try to escape. These thunders are black, there is a kind of fatal crisis, golden lion does not even want to test. Let everything be in nothingness. 99. When Xiaya raised her hand, the dark thunder and lightning were densely packed, and when viewed from a high altitude, it formed a black sea. The thunder field catches up with the golden lion like lightning, and the black thunder directly shrouds the golden lion in the thunder field, unable to escape. 35. Look look look. The golden lion roared, get it, the terrifying black thunder directly wiped out the armed color, melted into the body and instantly destroyed and electrolyzed the cells of the whole body. Sakura Tawa Kiku is instantly transformed into nothingness. Rustling. A plume of black smoke rose, and the golden lion disappeared. Boss. Hellman was desperate, Gainamai and other pirates trembled with fear. They didn't dare to look at Xiaya, Xiaya seemed to have become a peerless demon. Such a mighty golden lion was annihilated by Xiaya's light-hearted effort. The red-haired and eagle-eyed people couldn't help soaking up cold sweat. The terrifying minefield could not be avoided, could not be broken, and would definitely die. Xiaya was even more in awe of it. In my name, all things revive. Xiaya raised his hand to remove the minefield, resurrected the golden lion again, and Sakura Ten and Muku also recovered. The best way to cure arrogance, see how many times you can last. The devil. Seeing this scene, Hellman couldn't help trembling. He lived more than 60 years old and had never seen such a presence as Xiaya. Kill the resurrection, resurrect and kill again. Too cruel, this is the devil's trick. Change it to a god, and it will collapse. Chapter 76. What the hell did you do? 99. Seeing that he was intact, even if the minefield dissipated, the golden lion was furious. Again. I feel like I'm dead, but nothing happened, illusion? Kill you and resurrect it. The plain words made golden lion's eyes widen, but Xiaya continued to shoot. Pride is a sin and must be punished. 9. A sword appeared in Xiaya's hand and slashed directly at the golden lion. In an instant, he swung hundreds of swords, forming a sword energy storm like a phantom sword dance, rushing towards the golden lion like a teleportation. Wherever you go, there is destruction. Damn, you! The golden lion's anger didn't have time to resound, and even his body didn't have time to react, he could only watch the terrifying sword chi attack. The sword energy is so fast that even the sight, hearing, and color can't capture the traces. Pfft! Like countless laser cuts, the golden lion was directly cut into hundreds of pieces. Scarlet blood spilled all over the place, and everyone couldn't help being terrified. Let me go, please let me go. 99. Kill me. No, please let us go. Ganesha and the other pirates were completely terrified, roaring one by one, as if venting the fear in their hearts. Xiaya is an absolute demon, and the moon is an absolute hell. Damn golden lion, why did you bring us to hell? This is hell. Hellman also sat slumped helplessly, his eyes were slack, and he no longer had the high spirits he once had. Death is not scary. He is not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is Xiaya's method like an evil 110 demon. Can't live, can't die, it's desperate. The redhead and Hawkeye were equally frightened, full of fear, but fortunately surrendered early, otherwise they would really collapse. In my name, all things come back to life. The whispers like a demon sounded again, and the golden lion was resurrected again. Seeing the resurrected golden lion, Hellman and the others closed their eyes, they couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Resurrected again? Too bad. Continue. Xiaya spoke, waiting for the golden lion to continue to shoot. What? Looking at the indifferent Xiaya, golden lion laughed at himself. Continue to shoot? What does he shoot? 3 deaths, no matter how arrogant golden lion is, he has already understood. Xiaya is a demon who plays with mortals and wants to trample his dignity and destroy his courage. All the arrogance is so cheap at this moment. Looking at the silent and even slightly frightened golden lion, Xiaya said indifferently, your arrogance, okay. Golden lion. A hole, is arrogance a disease? That is the pride of the strong. But golden lion can't say it, because his pride has been shattered. It's a pity, I've only died 3 times, it's boring. Crowd. Devil. Xiaya is really the devil. Enough. Golden lion shouted angrily, staring at Xiaya angrily and said, if you want to kill, kill me, don't try to insult me again. Okay, then. Stop. Seeing that Xiaya was about to shoot, golden lion was angry and scared, and said bitingly, if you really want to kill me, then don't revive me, I don't want to live. Too cruel. It's just death, who is cowardly. But golden lion doesn't want to experience the feeling of being resurrected after death. It's even scarier than death, and it will even make his mind collapse and become a walking dead. He had only died 3 times, and he felt like he was about to collapse. Die a few more times and it's really going to be crazy. It's you who says you're dead, it's you who says you won't die. Are you fooling me? 35. Xiaya's voice cooled down, making the entire moon covered with forest cold. Golden lion opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. He finds that his strength, arrogance, haki, dignity and more are worthless in front of Xiaya. Like an ant, he can only pray bitterly for God's forgiveness. It's ridiculous to have such a humble time myself. My lord, I beg you. I beg you, don't torture the boss anymore, if you want to torture, please torture me. Hellman burst into tears and knelt directly on the ground to kowtow to Xiaya. He really didn't want to see the golden lion being trampled on, it was harder than killing him. Hellman. Looking at Hellman, whose head was covered in blood, golden lion was heartbroken. He had never been so powerless. At this moment, golden lion's killing intent is rampant, trying to give Xiaya a total of 10,000 yuan. But he can't do it, he can only endure, Eve. Touching the scene, the red hair can't bear to watch it anymore. But he had to agree with Xiaya's approach, because golden lion is arrogant than anyone. If you don't do this, you can't conquer this wild lion at all. All the resentment turned into a roar, golden lion stared at Xiaya with blood-red eyes, tell me. How can you let me go? Kneel down and surrender. Xiaya spoke indifferently. Golden lion is arrogant, if you want to subdue him, you must destroy all his arrogance and dignity. He didn't have an ideal idea with golden lion, and golden lion wouldn't listen, so he would trample everything on him. Xiaya. You are a devil. Golden lion's resentful opening couldn't help but feel bitter. Obviously, he came to the moon to conquer Xiaya, and then rise again to fight in the new world. But what about now? Even death is a luxury. The dignity is gone, the arrogance is gone, and even his younger brother is begging and begging to give up his dignity to let him go. Boss, surrender. Hellman said sadly. If he could die, he would never say this. But Xiaya, the devil, doesn't even let you die, all his wisdom is so ridiculous. Ha ha ha, ja ha 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 ha, golden lion, there will be no more golden lion. For some reason, golden lion laughed, a little sad. If the arrogant lion surrenders, is it still the golden lion? Golden lion's heart seemed to be dead at the moment, his whole body seemed to be several decades older, and his dazzling blonde hair had turned white. #T. Looking at the suddenly aged golden lion, Hellman's tears filled his body. This scene makes Xiaya a big devil. Even Hawkeye and Redhead looked at Xiaya with strange eyes, making Xiaya feel hairy all over. Xiaya 46. A group of virgins, making themselves like the big villain devil. Is there anything wrong with surrendering to him? It's delicious and spicy. You don't have to worry about being injured, you don't have to worry about death, you can even see the wonders of the heavens and the world, how can you be so stubborn? Boom. Golden Lion knelt down and made a pit on the ground, his bloodshot eyes screamed loudly. Remember me, I surrender to you, not for fear of death. If one day I am stronger than you, I will definitely kill you. He is a golden lion, and I never want anyone to look down on him. I don't even want ABD like Xiaya to despise him. Xiaya's eyelids twitched, she was really unwilling to be proud of herself. But after subduing the golden lion, Xiaya also became gentle, looked at Hellman and others, did not speak, but just looked at it plainly. I follow the boss, but I'm not afraid of death. Hellman said stubbornly, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The demon finally stopped. That kind of torture method, he believes, no one in this world can endure it. It is nothing more than the number of times. My lord, I surrender. I surrender too. Ganesh, Nimazara and other big pirates all surrendered, and they dared not look at Xia. They swear that in the future, if they have the opportunity, absolutely escape from here, stay away from this devil. Escape? An ignorant person. Hearing their voices, Xia was indifferent, but didn't care. If you want these arrogant pirates to be honest, you still have to rely on the Minjiao batch. Only when you understand the stalwart of the gods will you know your own situation. Chapter 77. Crash. Tens of thousands of bright moon badges were scattered, hovering in front of the pirates, civilians, and slaves. Everyone take it and go back to the island to rest. 99. As soon as Xiaya's words fell, she disappeared in place. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the Minjiao badge in front of them. He just left. And Golden Lion looked at the disappearing Xiaya, his eyes changed, he wanted to run away with Hellmand at this moment. Then find a place to hide, practice hard for decades, and come back for revenge. After all, his body is young again, and he has time to grow again. Boss, we sent it. 39. Under the consternation of the Golden Lion, Hellman changed his previous decline. Full of surprises, he ran over and said excitedly, Boss, Xia is actually a true god. We surrendered to God. Is there anything more exciting than this? From now on the world is ours. 99. Golden Lion, 46. Sister, how can you be so happy? Looking at the excited Hellmand, Golden Lion was so angry that he even had the heart to kill. Is Xia a god? Bah! He's a devil. Yes, it's just a game. The devil who manipulates the body and soul of mortals. Shen Ni, FK. Full of anger, Golden Lion, while scolding his mother, grabbed the badge of the bright moon, and then his pupils widened. The scene changed instantly, Xiaya's godlike majesty covered the heavens and the world, and Xiaya's information also flowed into my mind. Lord of the Moon? Supreme God? Shit! Is Xia really a god? At this moment, all the aggrieved and unwillingness of Golden Lion dissipated suddenly. Hate you, a hammer, I, such as mortals, have no qualifications to hate gods. Can arrogance be eaten? I'm not an idiot, this is honor. Gee ha ha ha, world government, wait. Ding, Golden Lion joins Minjiao Guild. Ding, Hellman joins the Bright Moon Guild. In a different space. Xiaya perceives the emblem of the Bright Moon. 1, 2, 100, 1000, 10,000. In just a few minutes, there were a total of 10,181, and everyone turned the Minjiao badge into a Minjiao mark. Golden Lion, be nice to you in the future. Xiaya couldn't help laughing, how cute the Golden Lion is at the moment. It even brought 10,000 people at a time and made a fortune. Although most of them are ordinary people, there are also thousands of pirates, all pirates of the New World, and any one of them has a reward of at least nearly 10 million. The pirates captured by the Golden Lion before they came to the moon have now become the power of Xiaya. Lion fruit, fallen angel, accelerating fruit, repulsing fruit, violent bear fruit, king crocodile. Each fruit's ability is displayed on Xiaya, which is extremely powerful. If others see this scene, they will be shocked. If Blackbeard saw it, he would definitely go crazy with jealousy, and would like to kill the moon. It's time to break through. Xiaya took a deep breath, looking forward to the 6-star style. There are so many people and so many strong people, shouldn't that be enough? Boom. 35. The momentum is monstrous, the void is leaving, and the dense cracks show the strength of Xiaya. Quasi 6-star late. Quasi 6-star peak. Ability, Haki, Sword Chi, Tejo, Physical Fitness, Will, Talent, Vitality. Mental Energy, Physical Energy, Combat Awareness, Combat Experience, etc. converge into one and integrate with each other. Analyze Sword Chi, Fusion. Analyze Physical Skills, Fusion. Combat Experience, Fusion. Everything related to strength is constantly strengthening when they are integrated with each other. Take the essence and get rid of the dross. While making Xiaya's strength strong, it is also making up for the lack of strength. After all, everyone has shortcomings, but Xiaya is to eliminate any shortcomings as much as possible. And lion fruit. Well, he even wanted to fly with the moon. The war fortress flew to the edge of the pirate world, then the pirate world, the range of hundreds of miles is his invincible field, raise his hand and collapse red line. Huh? This state is a breakthrough? No. Suddenly Xiaya opened her eyes, and her eyes flickered. Although I don't know why there is still no breakthrough in the fusion of the power of 10,000 people, but there is a surprise. He felt that there was an extremely strong force spreading in his body, as if he was going to be promoted to a new field, as if sublimation. This is Fruit Awakening. Perceiving every part of herself, Xiaya couldn't help but realize. Not a breakthrough, but the acceleration fruit is awakening. Ganesha's accelerated fruit, because of the development of time acceleration. Moreover, he was afraid of death, so he turned on time acceleration all the time, so that he could be in the acceleration field to avoid surprise attacks. But just because of the constant use, Gainma's fruit ability has reached a critical point. But his talent limited Gainma, so he could never wake up. But Xia can, his talent is tens of thousands of people, and he is definitely talented. Very good, very powerful fruit, then. Give me, wake up. Boom. The power of the acceleration fruit in Xia's body sublimates. An invisible realm spreads out in the different space, spreading for more than 10 miles, and even madly pervading. 20 miles. 30 miles. 50 miles. It wasn't until 100 li that the awakening domain began to stop. So strong. Xia couldn't help but sigh, and stood up and walked around. If someone from 100 miles away observes Xia, they will definitely be shocked, because Xia's speed is too fast. As if teleporting, he just lifted his foot, and when he settled down, he was 10 miles away. The original time acceleration is 10 times the time of other people, 10 seconds of action, completed in 1 second, but after awakening, the acceleration field has reached 100 times. 100 times faster time, 100 times faster movement speed, and 100 times faster attack speed? Do you think that the movement speed and the attack speed are only 100 times faster? The acceleration fruit itself can speed up its own speed. After awakening, the speed is 100 times faster. But if you add the field of time acceleration 100 times, that is 10,000 times faster. So scary. One step 10 miles, we are also a super emperor, ahem. Ganesh, that shitty pirate, can't speed up time, and then speed up. He can only accelerate one state at the same time, and there is no awakening, and it is even impossible to awaken, so it is 10 times the speed. But after awakening, many states can be accelerated at the same time, each state can be superimposed, and the multiples are hundreds of times. This world, really, is invincible. Xia's heart is surging, and she can't help but want to laugh. 0. Calm. Can't float. Be steady. Xia stubbornly suppressed her inner excitement, trying to calm herself down, and then she remained calm. In the pirate world, he has no fear of anyone, and now he can rush to Marie Joyce. Forget it, let's leave the attack on Marie Joyce to the younger brother Tantan Feng first. The background of the world government is too deep, and it still has to be a little bit stable. No, why am I still quasi 6 star? 35. Is it that hard? Xia is a little helpless. Combining the strength of so many people, it has not yet broken through the 6 star. In an instant, the excitement of accelerating the awakening of the fruit also dissipated. System, is there? Is this world unable to break through to 6 stars? Ding, yes. Then why haven't I broken through yet? Ding, stop talking, come on, your majesty. Xia's eyelids twitched and the topic changed again. Meaning, he's weak? In the world of pirates, is there still more combat power than him? Once the awakening field is opened, the speed is accelerated by 100 times, the time is accelerated by 100 times, and the attack speed is 10,000 times faster than others. But the system is the system, its vision is in the endless world, and Xia's strength is indeed weak. System, how does my strength compare to the 6 star? Ding, take off the title, your majesty's strength is fully activated, you can kill 6 stars. It's okay, Xia's heart is filled with relief. It seems that the 6 stars are not too strong, he thought he could kill himself in seconds. Ding, please continue to work hard, your majesty, and leave the Zhanwu scum realm as soon as possible. Xia was silent for a long time and almost burst into tears. Forget it, keep closing. Xia stopped and continued to fuse, digesting all the strength. There are not enough people, there will be people in the future. Come on, Xia. 35. Death. Chapter 78. In a different space. Xia felt her power and began to think about a problem. My wisdom is enough for now. Feeling herself, Xia's eyes twinkled. The fusion of so many people, the wisdom is naturally, but, the problem of vision, the fusion of wisdom has always been at that level. However, he also found that his previous thinking was limited. Yes, omniscience and omnipotence have many limitations, but he can still find out a lot of practical things. Fairy beans. No, Minjiueden. Xia's name was weak, but a golden bean appeared in her hand, which contained terrifying vitality. Next moment. In front of Xia, there are dense golden beans floating, spreading for more than 10 kilometers, and merging into a Dan river, no less than hundreds of millions. Then continue to create, Minjiueden, become Dan Hai. The vitality seems to be materialized, flowing in the different space. Bright moon pill, anyone can instantly restore all injuries, physical strength. However, the user's strength cannot exceed Xia, otherwise the effect will be very low. However, these are not within the scope of Xia's consideration, and Minjiueden is only used by the younger brothers, zeros. In the future, it will be difficult for the younger brothers to die. Xia is a cherished talent, after all, he is a little brother whom he has worked hard for. Ding, Mr. Xiaya uploaded Minjiao Dan, each person can receive one per month. Don't trade outsiders. Everyone from the Minjiao Guild and the Imperial Palace Guild was stunned. Click to open the guild one after another and see the uploaded items. Minjiao Eden, Master Xiaya created it at will, and instantly restores all injured physical strength. Quantity remaining, 90,000 trillion. Awesome, my lord. Everyone admires, and Master Xiaya is really omnipotent. This kind of legend, no, dream-level treasures, even created 90,000 trillion pieces at will, it is worth looking up to for my entire life. Everyone, thank you, Lord Xiaya. Don't trade outsiders. Everyone guessed that it should not be limited to the guild. As long as it is under the command of Lord Xiaya, they can save one every month for their relatives and friends. Xiaya really doesn't care about this, just don't give it to outsiders. No, it's not enough. Little brother's strength must become stronger and crush everything, even if it is not strong now, it will become stronger in the future. Xiaya was thinking about how to increase the strength of his younger brother, so he can't let himself take action when something happens. Pirates are okay to say, Hawkeye and the like are fine, but going to a more advanced world, today's younger brothers are cannon fodder. That can't be done. Why are the little brothers who have worked so hard to be cannon fodder? How to become strong? It can't be too weak, and it can't hurt the foundation. Charms? Pills? Weapons? Exercises? System. Xiaya thought, and suddenly thought of the robot army inside the moon. After excavation, the current number of small robots has reached an astonishing 1 million level. God knows what the moon used to be like. Xiaya did not use time to go back in time on the moon, or check the long river of time, because she was not interested. Let's solve the problem of the robot first, it can't be put in the ashes. After winning the pirate world, consider upgrading the younger brother, it must be perfect. Thinking, Xiaya raised her hand. Nearly 1 million small robots came to the different space together, each with a small face, very cute. But these robots are old and difficult to repair, and most of them are half-use. Even if it is intact, it is not as good as the robots created by Dr. Moon in Pirate World, and the intelligence of those robots is not weaker than that of humans. In my name. Grant wisdom. Xiaya powerful cleansing. The half-waste robots recovered immediately, and all the robots were wrapped in halos. Common sense. Knowledge. Loyalty. Fighting awareness. Fighting experience. Give it all. Meet Mr. Xiaya. Millions of robots kneel down, Xiaya feels so comfortable. No wonder so many people like power and like to be called emperor. It is really an unstoppable feeling to see countless people bow down and control everything. And now Xiaya, I just want to experience it. How can I understand if I don't experience it? If I don't have any desires, what's the difference between it and Tai Not? It's too weak, it has to be upgraded. But Xiaya can't be upgraded at will, otherwise it will be too messy, and there must be a template. Close your eyes and look back at the time of Earth, certain movies and novels like Robots. Transformers? Astro Boy? Strategic Almighty Angel Icarus? Doraemon? Gundam? Ultron? Genos? Intelligent Steel Suit? Legendary Giant Idion? Bah, what the hell is the last one? If only life could be created. Too bad Xiaya can't create intelligent life, eh? Suddenly Xiaya's eyes brightened, and another loophole was discovered. There is no such problem in the robot. How to come? Of course, machine race. Xiaya conceived at this moment that the mechanical family has the wisdom of human beings, and even more talented in some aspects. As long as you can strengthen yourself, upgrade yourself, and even reproduce yourself. Not only can it make up for the lack of troops, but it will also be absolutely loyal. Don't be afraid of death. Don't be afraid of pain. As long as there is metal, the energy source will continue to upgrade and multiply. Even any knowledge can be learned independently, deduced independently, and evolved at a super speed. It is also very helpful for the development of the world. For example, Xiaya can indeed create mobile online games on the moon and the like, but it cannot be applied to the world of pirates. Then you can let mechanics, let the machine race develop people's livelihood and develop technology. The combination of science and metaphysics is the best development track. System, is there any problem? Xiaya said. No matter how much you restrict me, I will still break through the blockade. Ding, Your Majesty is talented. Xiaya couldn't help laughing. Why is the reply so slow? Are you stuck, second hand? But, how to do it? Xiaya looked at the small robots, thinking, and then doing it. Wisdom is preserved first, and the body structure needs to be greatly changed. Build the core, so that it can absorb all kinds of metal evolution. The strength is not higher than the realm of Xiaya cannot destroy the core. The core must be able to differentiate and automatically inherit knowledge after reproduction, and not limit individuality, just like some races open their spiritual wisdom to obtain inheritance. Body type? Self-control, the normal state of ordinary people. Model? Self-learning differentiation, applied in various fields, main technology. How to fight. Don't add technology weapons, make your own in the future. At present, the main body strength, speed, strength, and defense are the main ones, and it is best for the higher world to comprehend the laws on their own. Lifestyle? First generation million mechanical family, Xia is going to differentiate into the pirate world for a while. Cultivate each person's different living habits, different characters, different knowledge. First learn the way of life of human beings, and then evolve and deduce on their own after returning. Will the 7 emotions and 6 desires be added? Xia frowned. When there is desire, there will be struggle and confusion. Although it is impossible to get out of her control, but forget it, create your own race you love, plus no amount of struggle will be crueler than human beings. Loyalty and obedience is the main thing. After generations, it will be passed down for thousands of generations and will still be loyal to Xia. How to reproduce. Xia's face is heavy, because this is too important. A mere million robots are definitely not enough. Do you want to add chickens? But no matter what, it must be divided into S*X, gender, and yin and yang. There is always something wrong with independent reproduction. Well, no chicken. What the hell? Just let the cores of the 2 robots fuse, separate some of their cores and fuse metals to evolve new life, and the missing cores are filled with metals. In short, he will not let his mechanical race combine with other races, nor can it be combined. You can love, but please don't be jealous of my body, you can't afford it, haha. That's it, evolve, mechanic. Xia conceived and deduced billions of times in an instant, even after observing the future to avoid all problems. The moon consumes massive amounts of powerful metals in an instant. Boom. The mechanic is born. All the mechs, meet the Father God. 5.5 All the mechanical clans bowed to each other, and after seeing Xia, they couldn't help but transform into human form. They were all different. But there is a rhombus-shaped bright moon mark between the eyebrows. The current strength, speed, power, etc. of all the mechanical races are comparable to the top rear admiral, not bad. But upgrading in the future requires massive amounts of metal, and it has to be strong and special enough. From now on, the mechanical family, the surname is Minjiu. Xia determined their surnames, and then pointed directly to the nearest mechanic. You are the patriarch, the top 10 elders choose by themselves, Minjiu. Glory. Thank you, Father God. The glory of the moon, buy again. Very good, Xia is very satisfied. The moon is not enough for you to toss, go to the pirate world for a while and study hard. Metal or something, that is, the resources will be grabbed in the future to conquer the world. P.S. Mechanical family, let's talk about loopholes. In the future, he will be the main soldier under Xia, otherwise he will always recruit troops, and it will be very troublesome to replenish his troops. The strong are the pioneers, and the mechanical race rushes to kill. Chapter 79. The creation of the mechanical family can also be colorful for the moon. Millions of machines were opened by Xia and dropped into the world of pirates, and they were randomly dropped on various islands. Not afraid of death, not afraid of pain, even if you really encounter a terrorist attack, you can use the imprint of the bright moon to return to the moon square in an instant. It's a pity, my own race can't be merged. Xia's undisguised greed for strength is naturally undisguised, but she can't really integrate the power of the mechanical family. Otherwise, the power of millions of mechanical clans and millions of top rear admiral levels will merge. Xia can knock out at least half of the red line with one punch, and directly make little sister I'm on her knees and call her father, no secret treasure. East, west, south, north blue, grand line, there are traces of the machine race all over the place. Even, Marineford, Marie Joyce have appeared a few, can only blame them bad luck. Xia opened the door randomly. Stop. Who are you? The guards of Marie Joyce saw more than a dozen men and women in white robes, about 2 meters tall, and immediately became alert. This is, where? The voice of a certain machine race was a little dry, and he was still proficient in language, but his eyes were clear to observe the surroundings. A general shouted angrily, how dare you invade the Holy Land? Arrest them. Holy place. Here is Marie Joyce? 35. Father God is above, we have entered 04 Den of Thieves. 99. A few mechs recalled the common sense in their minds, full of emotion, but not at all afraid. There was even a mechanic who seemed to be extremely witty, and immediately said, what a holy place, my mechanic's surname is Minjiu, and I will be called Minjiu Holy Land from today. Good name, I will be called Minjiu Thieves Den from now on. Your name is too bad, it's called Minjiu Mary. I'm here too, Minjiu Kiawa, we'll be a couple in the future, we'll have a baby when we go back. 6. What the hell? Are these people out of their minds? The guards were stunned for a long time, and they were so angry that they ignored them. Go, kill them. Years. Seeing a group of people rushing over, more than a dozen people from the machine race immediately ran wild. Who is afraid of who? Shape change. In an instant, after a few words, the mechanical family formed different habits. Looking back on the earth memory transmitted by Xia, they began to change various forms. Mechanical chariot. Mechanical giant. Mechanical gatling. Mechanical giant. Boom boom boom. Dozens of top rear admiral dare to start and guard battles. However, where they came, the guards were too strong, but within a few minutes, everyone collapsed. Metal smashed to the ground, and after returning to human form, they were all missing arms and legs, but there was no blood. Bah! It's shameless to besiege us. Wait, my mechanical army will kill you sooner or later. Me. The swordsman of the moon. And Marie Joys are immortal. Why call us? 99. 66. The mechanical clan were not afraid at all, but began to swell their bodies. Father God is above, for your glory. For the glory of the machine race. Burst. Boom. In an instant, more than a dozen mechanical races blew themselves up. The terrifying energy swept thousands of meters, directly collapsing the earth and destroying the building. The whole Marie Joys was a sensation. The 5 elders are enraged, the celestial dragons are stunned, and the guards are terrified. Rustling. The rays of light flickered in place, and the core left with the imprint of the bright moon. Nothing was left but metal scraps all over the place. And on the moon. Huh? Come back so soon. I sensed that there were more than a dozen, no, thousands of mechanical races returning. Even the last core with metal scraps fell on the moon square, and Xia was also stunned. It doesn't make sense, it's only a few minutes, and so many deaths? It can't be said to be dead, their core is extremely difficult to destroy, and the absorption of metal will naturally resurrect. Brush. Xia raised her hand and recalled thousands of mechanical races to the other dimension. What's the matter with you? Don't you know the low-key development in the early stage? The mechanical clan were very excited when they saw Xia, and the cores were shaking with metal shards. Father, I exploded Marie Joys. Father, I blew up Marine Ford. And me, Kaido of Onishima was blown away by me. Haha, I blew up my aunt's face with metal bumps, and I'm probably PD off now. 99. I was bombed to death, Akainu of the dog days, you wait for me. Xiaoya's eyelids twitched. How can one by one be so individual, and work beautifully? It was he who made a mistake and didn't pay attention to the situation on the island. These mechanic races were indeed unlucky. Okay, I'll give you one more chance, let's go. Xiaoya mobilized the metal to fuse the mechanical clan, and then opened the door to check the situation on the island to make sure it was safe. Thank you, Father God. Watching the machine race leave, Xiaoya couldn't help but smile. It is estimated that in just a few minutes, a lot of forces have already been stunned. After all, none of these mechs, except Xia and her subordinates, look down on them, especially the hostile forces. If you don't agree with each other, you will start working. If you can't beat it, you will blow yourself up. It's very brave. The growth is impressive, I learned a lot in a few minutes. Put it in the world of pirates, it is estimated that Xia thinks it is enough for a month. At that time, it will evolve by itself, upgrade itself, and then develop technology. Continue to consolidate strength. The mechanical race really makes the major forces look dazed. Soon, many people discovered the difference of the mechanical race. Because although they are polite, they are curious about everything and want to learn everything, especially the diamond-shaped bright moon mark on their foreheads is very conspicuous. In a short period of time, many forces discovered that similar people had appeared all over the world. Most importantly, it's all a surname. The compound surname is Minjiu. Never heard of it, this is a family. Many machine races are always subconsciously talking about Father God, which has aroused many people's curiosity and frequent contact and understanding. Millions of machines have given the pirate world a lot of topics. And just when Xia stabilized its strength, the Golden Lion group also entered the interior of the moon and began to familiarize themselves with the environment. And Sengoku, who passed out at Marine's headquarters, has woken up, received the news, and rushed to Marie Joys. Marie Joys, Pan City. This is the highest power center of the world government. The CP organization, the army, the marine, etc., all listened to this, saying that they are the masters of the world, although it is not right, but it is similar. The world government, composed of more than 170 countries in the world, is enough to keep any forces in the pirate world away. After the self-destruction riot not long ago, peace has returned again. Gorgeous and splendid hall, the atmosphere is extremely dignified. This time, you have disappointed us, Sengoku. A deep voice resounded in the ancient city of Pan, and it was an old man in a suit with a flat hat and a fluffy beard and curly hair. One of the most powerful people in the world government. Celestial Dragon's highest, 5 elders. Sorry, I want to apply for resignation. Holding a document in his hand, Sengoku spoke with grief in his eyes. In this operation, not only did not arrest any one of Xiaoya's gang, but also lost Garp and Momuzagi and T-Dolphin. All 3 life cards have been burned, which proves that 3 people are dead. Not only was the loss heavy, but all the treasure houses of Marine headquarters also suffered by Xia. Marine doesn't even have reserves, and Sengoku is heartbroken. Moreover, this live broadcast to the whole world has caused the world government and Marine to be called a laughingstock. This is a stain that Sengoku will never wash away in his life. Resign? This is your answer to us? Ridiculous. 99. The golden-bearded 5 elders immediately became angry. Marine suffered heavy losses, and you're done with one word of resignation. Did you take us seriously? Don't say resign, even if you die, it can't offset your sins. 99. Okay, calm down. The long-bearded 5 elders waved their hands, then looked at Sengoku and said solemnly, now Marine needs to lose a lot, needs a capable person to preside over the overall situation, you can't resign. No mistake is a mistake, you have to arrest Xiaya to offset your mistake, understand? Chapter 80. Sengoku nodded dully. Sadness has flowed against the river, and Garp's death has made Sengoku lose all motivation. However, anger, hatred, and killing intent made Sengoku insist that Xiaya must be killed to make him feel better. Curly-bearded 5 elders said bitterly, tell me, is there any way to catch or kill Xiaya? The bald-headed 5 elders holding the sword didn't speak, but there was an inexplicable glitter in his eyes. In the live broadcast, Xiaya's sword, which condensed the sword into filaments and cut Kaido, made his fighting spirit boil. It was rare to have such a swordsman that he could face up to. After being silent for a long time, Sengoku said with a heavy mind, Xiaya's strength is not weaker than the 4 emperors, even a bit stronger, only the admiral can fight the enemy, it is not necessarily enough to capture 2 admirals. Because of Xiaya's ability, according to Kizaru, it is a dimension fruit, a space-type devil fruit. I don't know the specific situation, it can allow him to open the door anywhere and leave, and it is more likely to have a space attack. At this point, if Xiaya was besieged by 2 or more admirals, he would immediately open the door and leave, making it difficult to catch him. So, he must first limit his ability to display, pursue with all his strength, pursue and attack without stagnation, and exhaust his physical strength before it is possible. The 5 elders were silent, even frowning. Dimensional fruit? Damn, never heard of it. The door that opened was so big that it was impossible to stop it. The bearded 5 elders said, what if he opens the door and escapes to the headquarters? You must know that Red Hair, Hawkeye, and others are his people. Sengoku said helplessly, this is the biggest problem. Even if Xiaya is alone, he may encounter a bunch of people after catching up, and if this bunch of people is not stopped, it is likely to turn into a bunch of people. What do you mean, Xiaya will continue to recruit strong people? Flat Hat 5 elders can't help but get annoyed, co-authored by Xiaya, this kid will get stronger and stronger. Yes, I got the news that the Red Hair Pirate Speckman gang is currently at the Fishman Island. There are also people who saw sand crocodiles and Yasop cladding into the sea, the goal is likely to subdue everyone in Jinbei or the Fishman Island. Speaking of this, Sengoku's expression became more serious, Shishibukai Moria is confirmed to be dead, it can be guessed that the rest of Shishibukai may be Xiaya's target. 0. If Xiaya conquers them, it will be more difficult to contain them. Hearing this, the blonde 5 elders became even more angry, this little devil, you have to subdue Shishibukai? It's really courting death. Mustache 5 elders proposed, isn't he headquartered on the moon? Destroy the moon, how? No. Can't do that. The world will be in chaos. The topic just came out, and all 5 elders are directly against it. Not to mention that the moon is very much valued by the adult among the flowers, and if the moon is destroyed, the world will suffer many disasters, and even lead to the extinction of the world. Then kill it. The golden-haired 5 elders' eyes were full of sternness, and said fiercely, call together all the strong men in the world government, kill them to the moon, and chase after Xiaya wherever she flees, I don't believe he can survive. Besides, if Xiaya can escape, so can others. 35. Catch one is one, come several times, no matter how strong he is, he will die. 35. Everyone can't help but be stunned, and you are indeed bold enough. This can really solve Xiaya's group, but it is too important. Change the way. Bearded 5 elders denied. After all, Xiaya and the others have not been looked down upon by the 5 elders and others. Not to mention the low-end version of Rock's Pirate, even the high-end version is still a brother. Then it's more ruthless, didn't the Redhead, Eagle Eye, Sand Crocodile, and others surrender? The blonde 5 elders showed a devilish smile, looked at Sengoku and said, they surrendered, but their family members and friends did not surrender, go ahead and arrest everyone related to them. Public execution, I don't believe they won't come. If you come, you will be surrounded and killed, if you don't come? I think the anger of the Redhead and others is not something that the kid Xiaya can bear. Everyone. Great, or you are poisonous enough. The eyes of the 5 elders are bright, this is indeed a good way, the provincial Xiaya group is running around, it would be better if they don't come. Xiaya alone can't hold down so many people. At that time, the worst result is to dissolve. No, it can't be this way, this way. Why not? Don't you want to kill Xiaya? Sengoku. 35. Interrupting Sengoku's words, the eyes of the bearded five elders turned stern, putting a lot of pressure on Sengoku. Ugh. Sengoku is a little more powerless, he knows he can't stop it, but this will make countless people spurn. Marine justice, how ridiculous at the moment. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you. No, Lord Five Elders. Go away. The noise made the five elders and the others frown, only to see more than a dozen people rushing towards them angrily. These are all celestial dragons, family members of several celestial dragons killed by Xia. Xia killed and imprisoned the celestial dragons, completely PG them off. Give an order as soon as possible to besiege Xia's group. The head of the Dongquixote family patriarch did not talk nonsense, and spoke directly. His son was slaughtered in Sabayati by Xia, which made him grief-stricken and wished to destroy the entire Sabayati and bury him with the thief. They must be killed. Isalia's father also roared. His precious daughter is a beautiful girl, so she was treated as a slave by that scumbag Xia. The Alexis saint behind him is full of killing intent. Kill him. Kill them. Xia must be captured, I will torture him to death. The other two families and others were also roaring, and their actions towards Xia were unbearable. Celestial dragons, not to be insulted. Shut up for me. The bearded five elders shouted angrily, their faces very ugly. Except for the one between the flowers, as the five elders with the highest ranking among the celestial dragons. They are most annoying when people yell at them and point fingers at them. A bunch of retarded people. The celestial dragons fell silent. They can't offend the five elders, after all the five elders are the supreme beings of the celestial dragons. Akina dares to say that the five elders are puppets. Perhaps it was also because of sensing something to try. After all, five elders has little sister I'm on it. We can understand your feelings. The bearded five elders softened, however, the matter of Xia's group is not as simple as you think, and a complete plan is needed. 99. Aren't they just a bunch of pariahs? Get it? Patriarch Don Quixote couldn't understand it, and said with some discomfort, how long does it take to solve them? Every second Xia lives, I can't eat. 35. The bearded five elders said calmly, there are plans, at most a month. What's the plan? Looking at the thirst of the celestial dragons, the flat hat five elders said impatiently, why do you ask so much? Is it enough to capture all their relatives and friends for public execution? 35. Go away when you know it. 35. Tianlong everyone's eyes lit up, what a wonderful way. Those untouchables are all I don't believe they won't come. I don't think it's enough. Alex Saint stood up with hatred in his eyes, even if it takes time to execute the plan, but before the plan starts, I want them to understand what celestial dragons are. Oh? How? 99. Looking at everyone's expectations, Alex Saint gritted his teeth and said, Tianlong order to kill. What? Everyone was stunned, but Sengoku was stunned. Tianlong kill order? What is it? Chapter 81. Heavenly Dragon Order. Golden Beard five elders couldn't help staring, are you crazy? Does Xia have this qualification? My sister is still in his hands. Saint Alexis roared, and the hostility on his body was terrifying. Now, Saint Alexis is not going to save Isalia, because Isalia is not clean anymore. The unclean celestial dragons are no longer celestial dragons, nor are they worthy of being his sister, but the revenge still has to be avenged. Since you are willing, then execute it. I hope you can succeed. Seeing that Alex Saint's father didn't speak, the bearded five elders made a direct decision. Tianlong kill order. It is the celestial dragon's family that is qualified to implement. With their rights and huge family wealth, they will inform the world and attract all the powerful people in the world to kill a certain evil party group. It's been more than 300 years since the last execution, so even Sengoku doesn't know. The Tianlong killing order promises, if completed, you will get the support, friendship, and wishes of the celestial dragon's family to which you belong, and get part of the wealth of the celestial dragon's family, starting with hundreds of billions. It doesn't seem to have any deterrent effect, but this will cause the madness of countless strong people, countries, and major forces. Under the madness of countless strong national forces in the world, no one or force can survive. Even if he is alive, he is still lingering, showing the power of celestial dragons to the fullest. You ask, after the mission is completed, will the celestial dragon's family repent? Sorry, this represents the face of celestial dragons. If you go back on it, you will not only be cast aside by countless people, but will also be rejected by the rest of the celestial dragon's family. And what the celestial dragon's family pays is just a little money, and some useless friendship. 110, even if it is a small wish, for a celestial dragon's family, it is trivial. But these are the things that will still drive countless people crazy. As someone said, yes, you hate them. But why don't you want to be them? Just relying on your family is not enough, I'll come too. 39. And me, this time Xia must be killed. 35. Several people in the Dongquixote family said with the same resentment that their sons were all slaughtered by Xia Yat, and they just spent some money, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, the 5 elders couldn't help shaking their heads. It seems that they are crazy, and the world is going crazy. How many people can resist the friendship and wealth of so many families? Maybe the revolutionary army will be excited and do it secretly. That's it, Sengoku, you go and execute the plan, Marine's subsidy will be sent later, as for you. Do it yourself. Bearded 5 elders waved their hands, really too lazy to answer. Everyone quit now. The splendid hall became empty. At this time, the Flat Hat 5 elders said, Xiaoya's group killed the celestial dragons and tried to overthrow us. Do you need to go to Huazhong to report? Are you crazy? You don't need to bother adults with such a trivial matter. The Golden Beard 5 elders widened their eyes, and Xiaoya, is it worth disturbing that lord? It's really not necessary, this time the plan is implemented, Xiaoya's group is also considered a waste. That's right, there's still a Tianlong, Eve, killing order, maybe it's over there before the public execution begins. Bearded 5 elders and mustache 5 elders nodded equally. The bald head holding the sword 5 elders remained silent, he was very interested in Xiaoya's swordsmanship. If you really catch Xiaoya, maybe you can turn Xiaoya into a sword slave and be his sword stake. Put the news out and remove this influence. #Euro. Guided by the world government and marine, the urgently printed newspapers by major newspapers around the world spread around the world. East West North Blue. Add Grand Line. Even Calm Belt, the Fishman Island, and certain Sky Islands. Even Wanakuni, which is closed to the country, and the Kingdom of Giants, where no one is allowed to enter, has a large number of seagulls delivering newspapers. With money and threats from the world government, the major newspapers have gone completely crazy. This time the newspaper doesn't even ask for money. Countless seagulls are tired and half dead, and they spread the newspapers around the world in an airtight manner, so everyone on all the islands must see it. Right now, the world is shaking. Countless forces and countries have been shocked. Xiaoya's group attempted to attack celestial dragons, but fled with serious injuries. The big title, there are also pictures of Xiaoya's group. This newspaper tells, Xiaoya's group attempted to attack the kind celestial dragons in Sabayati, but were stopped by the heroic marine, and attracted 2 admiral backups and the hero Garp. In the end, Xiaoya's gang made a sneak attack on marine, causing thousands of marine casualties. And the kind celestial dragons are strong and brave against the Xiaoya group, the heroic admiral backup and Garp vice admiral also fight against the Xiaoya group. Heaven and earth wailing. Hero Garp and the 2 admirals are dead. Injustice. Xiaoya's group was killed and injured, but they escaped. What? You say this is not true? Love it or not, believe it or not, get out. How many people are watching the live broadcast? This time the world government has spread the newspapers all over the world, and it can always fool countless people. Preconceived, even if you know the truth later, you will doubt it. One can imagine how dark the world government is. The fishing reel is in hand, I have it in the world. Ugh, poor celestial dragons, why did the great pirate Xiaoya hurt you? Some commoner who doesn't know what celestial dragons are even weeps. It is really in the newspaper that celestial dragons is too kind and brave, which is admirable. Whoa, Vice Admiral, Is this ugly guy a marine too? This newspaper has sparked controversy and anger from countless people. Countless people who haven't watched the live broadcast have been rendered, there is no way, there are too many fools, it is very easy to fool. The newspapers were also mixed with bounty orders, and they fell. Xiaoya, bounty 6.132 billion. Redhead, bounty 5.543 million. Hawkeye, the bounty is 5.26 billion. There are also red hair pirates, Baroque works, and others whose bounties are getting higher than each other. The total bounty of Xiaoya's gang is nearly 100 billion, so terrifying. Including Xiaoya, there are 3 bounties that exceed Whitebeard's existence, causing countless people to discuss. It made too many pirates and bounty hunters bloodthirsty, eager to kill Xiaoya's group over and over again, even if they caught one, they would get rich. Damn it, what a ridiculous thing, isn't it? What a liar. World government is really dirty. People who have watched the live broadcast are full of speechless, this is nonsense. Celestial dragons are good? Xiaoya and his gang are killed and injured? The people around him were also full of swearing, damn, you didn't even write that celestial dragons died, and you fought with Xiaoya for 100 rounds, why didn't you write about celestial dragons and blow up Xiaoya? That's right, the crap of celestial dragons, what kind of combat power is there? Want me to say, what is this? Someone was also ready to scold, and after opening the newspaper, they suddenly froze. When others saw the inside pages of the newspaper, they were equally sluggish on the spot. This? Really? How is this possible? Countless people discuss the newspapers. But when you open it and see the inner page, the world is silent. The big words above are too conspicuous. Tianlong kill order. Mission, kill the main members of Xiaoya's gang, no matter life or death. Rewards, friendship and support from the 4 celestial dragons' families, fulfilling wishes within range. Bounty, 400 billion berry. Time limit, no limit. Below are the signatures of the 4 celestial dragons' families including the Don Quixote family, as well as the batch. No one doubts, because no one dares to fake it. Hey, Tianlong kill order. Really or not? Can I gain the friendship of the 4 major families? It's absolutely true, the bounty is 400 billion. In an instant, everyone was shocked when they saw it, and most of them were extremely greedy. 4 families celestial dragons friendship, fulfillment of wishes, and a bounty of 400 billion, enough to make countless people crazy. Praise celestial dragons, praise your greatness. This newspaper is too real, yes, celestial dragons are so kind, Xia and the gang are demons. 5. In the blink of an eye, countless people who were still spurning the truth changed their minds one after another. Damn, your pattern is too small. As long as you give money, I can boast that you are bankrupt. As long as you give me money, I can kneel down and call my dad. Ferocious pirates, violent villains, greedy kings, crazy commoners. They rubbed their palms one by one, full of hideousness. Go, target Xia. Chapter 82. New World Cake Island. The originally lively island suddenly quieted down. The ant, who was nibbling on the cake happily, also fell silent. The world is really going crazy. Looking at the inside page of the newspaper, Katakuri thinks with his toes, and knows that countless people will be crazy about it. The so-called truth is worthless in the face of Tianlong's killing order, and Xiaoya's group will be massacred by countless people. Xiaoya kid, damn it. The silent ant laughed suddenly, and the disgusting saliva was left on the ground, full of regrets. I originally wanted to marry Xiaoya as her husband. If Xiaoya knew, she would definitely vomit blood dash. Thank you for not marrying. But, the old lady can only be sorry for you. Farewell, my dear Xiaoya, I will pay tribute to you. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin's eyes became fierce, and she said unabashedly, Katakuri, my dear son, bring your brothers to search for me. 99. No one in Xiaoya's group on the bounty list is allowed to let go. Yes, Mom. Katakuri stood up, and the conquerors on him disappeared in a flash. The other 4 generals, Snug, Cracker, and Smoothie are also full of killing intent. I'm so sorry, the strongest in the world, for the wealth and friendship of celestial dragons, I can only ask you to die. Baldigo. The Revolutionary Army headquarters was also silent. Some were excited, some were angry, some were greedy, and some were regretful. Celestial dragons' friendship is bullshit, but 400 billion. 400 billion can make the Revolutionary Army enter a new era and let the Revolutionary Army run wild. Looking at all the expressions, Drago said solemnly, we will not participate in this matter. Tianlong Kill Order participates in a woolen thread, the 4 emperors are okay. If they really took the head of a certain cadre in Xiaoya's group to accept the award, they would definitely be killed, after all, they are traitors. A certain cadre said puzzled, Chief, but we need this money, we. Nothing but, I repeat, no one is allowed to participate. 35. Drago swept the audience with sharp eyes, and no one dared to look at him. My heart is full of sighs, he also wants 400 billion. But, you have to have a life flower. It was already suppressed by the world government, and by angering Xiaoya's group again, the Revolutionary Army is really dead. Yes, Chief. Everyone agrees. But there are also people whose eyes are changing, and the killing intent is hidden deep in their hearts. In short, all human nature is displayed in all its forms. Wanakuni. Flower capital. This country that is closed to the country and never communicates with the outside world is extremely lively today. Because countless seagulls rushed in, and large sheets of newspapers were scattered. Dragon's killing order? 35. The strongest Xiaoya in the world. 4 celestial dragons families, a bounty of 400 billion. One news after another has refreshed the eyes of the Wanakuni people. Is the outside world so wonderful? Huh? That's not right. This young man named Xiaoya is so handsome, is he really a bad guy? Hey, Xiaoya's group is about to kneel. A bandit dressed as a pirate exclaimed. A fat man beside him shook his head and sighed with emotion, too naive, who is Xiaoya? The strongest in the world, that is the existence that kills the boss of Kaido. SHH, you're going to die. The pirates were full of anger and scolded, is that called a spike? That's the boss of Kaido, okay? If you really want to fight, Xiaoya might be killed by the boss. Cut, don't be so careful, there is no one around, the boss of Kaido was killed in seconds, is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Forget it, let's go, it has nothing to do with us soldiers, let's drink. The 2 pirates threw away the newspapers and the bounty, and went to play with each other. Who is Xiaoya? What they didn't know was that a stunning beauty with emerald-colored long hair just happened to hear the conversation, and her eyes were full of curiosity. In this world, there is still the existence of Spike Kaido? The beauty came out, picked up the newspaper and the reward, and then left, looking over it carefully. World's strongest Xiaoya, bounty, 6.1 billion? So strong. The beauty's eyes widened a bit, making her even more charming. She is not one of those Wanakuni civilians who are completely ignorant of the outside world. Based on hatred, she has learned the details of Kaido and Kurozumai from many aspects. As far as she knows, Kaido is one of the 4 pirates in the outside world. The bounty is as high as 4.6111 billion berry. As for Xiayat, not only is he called the strongest in the world, but his bounty is much higher than Kaido. So the beauty takes it for granted that Xiayat is much stronger than Kaido. Not to mention that I heard someone say that Xiayat killed Kaido, so the beauty has no doubts. Wow, this Xiayat is a little different. 35. Looking at Xiayat's photos, the beauty couldn't help but marvel. Sorry to live in this mixed world. The already handsome Xiayat has divine brilliance, just like the existence of a god descending into the world. This image is definitely not a bad person. Beauty somehow, no matter what the newspapers say, she just thinks Xiayat is not a bad person. Why are these celestial dragons so bad? They spend so much money to kill Xiayat, damn it. 39. Said, the beauty couldn't help being annoyed, and then blinked her eyes with some longing. The strongest in the world, if Xiayat can come to Wanakuni, will she be my hero? No, Hiri, how can you put your hope on an outsider? The beauty quickly denied her own idea. After all, it's too naive, why should Xiayat help her? However, I will try my best for the glory of the Kojiki family. 0. Ask for flowers. Saying that, the beauty carefully folded the newspaper and the reward order, tucked it into her arms with care, and smiled while holding Zioxio's fist. Come on. Kojiki Hiri. And in the first half of the Grand Line. Whiskey Peak. The Straw Hat Pirates who just crossed the twin points of the Red Line were silent. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp are even more headaches. Grandpa is dead. Wow, Grandpa is dead. Straw Hat Luffy looked at the newspaper, tears streaming down a lot, full of sadness. The newspaper said that the grandfather, who gave him the iron fist of love since childhood, made him fear and love, died on the spot. Luffy, cheer me up. Zoro couldn't stand it anymore, grabbed Luffy's collar and said, are you an idiot? This is obviously fake news. Although we don't know the truth, could that existence be seriously injured? 35. Try your brain, even this can be faked, who knows if it's real or fake? 0. Zoro didn't believe a word of the information in the newspaper. He is no longer a novice, he knows how big the world is. How powerful is Xiayat, coupled with Hawkeye and red hair, will this combination be Garp and 2 major back UPS that can seriously hurt? Celestial dragons are kind? Bully me, Zoro doesn't know? Before leaving the moon, Jep taught them a lot of common sense, such as celestial dragons, that is a group of scum, weak. What qualifications does this kind of thing have to fight Xiayat for 100 rounds? It must have been scary. Shit, really? Luffy sniffs hard and asks nervously. Usopp said helplessly, of course, we can rely on the imprint of the bright moon to go back to the moon and find the adults to confirm it. 35. Don't. Nami was startled and said speechlessly, you don't want to die, and looking for Xiayat for this trivial matter will make us seem useless and will die. 35. That's right. We have to have value. Sanji took a breath and said calmly, as long as we work hard and become strong enough to be valued by the adults, even if your grandfather really dies, as long as the credit is enough, you can beg the adults to be resurrected. Right, that is it. Luffy nodded fiercely, and immediately cheered up. Jump to the bow suddenly and shout. Conquer, Lord of the Moon. Countless people in the pirate world are crazy, looking for traces of Xiayat's group. Some people even discussed how to rush to the moon and organize countless people to occupy there. And on the moon. The alien space crocheted by Xiayat shattered, and the terrifying momentum suddenly erupted, and then suddenly subsided. Brush. Xiayat stretched out, her eyes full of brilliance. Quasi 6-star peak, accelerate fruit awakening. With such strength, who can stop the 10,000 times attack speed? Brothers. I'm out. Come and see us. Shishibukai, it's time to end. Death. Chapter 83. Lunar surface. Dozens of islands land here. And a few kilometers away, there is a furious battle. The fiery slashing wave ripped apart the earth, spreading wildly at an astonishing speed. In the restaurant on the sea not far away, the red-haired, Zap, Helmand, Arnold and others all watched this scene, their blood boiled. This battle has been fought for several hours, and it is still hard to tell the winner. Jeep, who lacked vision, couldn't help but wonder, Eagle Eye is the world's largest swordsman, only compared to swordsmanship, can the Golden Lion win? Oh, stupid question. Hearing this, Hellman sneered, whether it's better than Haki, or compared to ability, or compared to swordsmanship, the boss is not weaker than others. Hellman, who was restored to his prime by Xiayat, was full of powerful aura, making FK Zara and other pirates dare not approach. How to say? Rubbing his chin, the the red-haired rare thoughtful said, it's only compared to swordsmanship, it is difficult to judge at present, if all the strengths are added, even I will be consumed by Senior Shiki. Well, lion fruit is enough to make 99% of the powerhouse despair. Ganesha and other pirates are also 110 and can't help but sigh. There is absolutely no need for a frontal, tsunami lion archipelago, and a set of long-range attacks is so cool. Boom. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, it didn't take long for a dazzling green and golden light to burst out in the distance. Two terrifying slashes collided, and the attack turned into a beam of light, rushing out of the moon like a dragon. Looking at the void that seemed to be torn apart, many Mensen looked horrified, shocked by this earth-shattering horror scene. Gee ha 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 ha, you did a good job, kid. 33. The arrogance echoed with an admiring laughter. Golden Lion looked at a small wound on his body, and said boldly, compared with swordsmanship, I lose. 35. Just began. Hawkeye held a knife and said calmly, but his eyes were still awe-inspiring. Being able to compete in swordsmanship with a legend like the Golden Lion, he also gained a lot of new insights. Gee ha ha ha, if you lose, it's boring to fight again, go and drink. Golden Lion flew back with the eagle eye. During the flight, Shiki couldn't help but glanced at Hawkeye a few more times, and he couldn't help feeling that Hawkeye was indeed the most talented swordsman he had ever seen. That is the lonely swordsman who has no distracting thoughts except the sword in his life. Everyone knew the result by seeing and hearing. Hellman let out a pity, and immediately got good wine and good food off the island. Gee ha ha ha, cheers for Lao Tzu's defeat. Golden Lion smiled proudly. He pulled his red hair and said viciously, little brat, I didn't expect to see you for decades, and even you can become a 4 emperors, it seems that Whitebeard is dying of old age. This is what makes him the most uncomfortable, even Roger's younger brother can be as famous as Whitebeard, isn't he inferior to Roger? The redhead drank the wine and laughed dryly, Senior Shiki, I'm just lucky, in fact, I don't want to. I can't stand you, did your conquerors blow out? Golden Lion spat, he didn't see a bit of a pirate on his red hair. Our Lady of all eyes, our hearts of peace, our mouths. What a pirate, go farming. Feeling the disdainful gaze of Golden Lion, the redhead smiled bitterly, Senior Shiki, I just yearn for freedom. The Roger thing again? That idiot. Mention Roger, Golden Lion tickles his teeth. If you want to surrender yourself, you should have said it earlier, and the bad old man thought you were caught, and was imprisoned for a few years because you fought to the death, wasting your feelings. Shiki-senpai, Captain Roger he. Don't mention him to me. Golden Lion was angry, and turned around and pulled up Arnold, who was drinking and drinking. Let's go, little guy, don't you like to steal teachers? Today I will give you the most powerful ability. Arnold asked curiously, what? Dance? Drinking is worse than dancing, come, learn from me, and walk. Gee ha ha ha, killing people and dancing, this is what a pirate should look like. Why are you standing still? Dance. The Iron Rooster jumping up and down with joy in front of her eyes is really Hacky's big pirate? Arnold's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly felt that Golden Lion's IQ was similar to his brother's, and he jumped out of it. Brush. A figure flashed over, it was Anna's, who glanced at everyone. Stop drinking, the adults have an order to have a meeting. Hawkeye, Redhead, Golden Lion, Hellmand, and the DK, follow me. 35. The Peak of Munjung. The Grand Hall, everyone came together. Meet Mr. Xiayat. Everyone pays homage. Lord Xiayat, Beckman, Morgans please. Xiaya frowned slightly, let them in. The two Beckmans came in, looked at Golden Lion and Hellmand in surprise, and their thoughts continued. Xiaya said directly, why did you go back to the moon? Beckman said respectfully, Lord Xiayat, Whitebeard has arrived at the Fishman Island and is landing, and a conflict is about to break out. 55. Everyone's eyes flickered. Xiaya looked at Morgans, how about you? Go back to Master Xiayat. Doflamingo held a martial arts competition, and the prizes are seals and enchantment fruits. Morgans, who was on the moon for the first time, resisted his curiosity and continued, also, the world government has reselected one Shishibukai, and the other Shishibukai are still being selected, and it is estimated that they will be filled in a month at most. 35. This new Shishibukai is a big pirate, currently in the tail of the first half of Tajima. Xiaya's eyes lit up, she really wanted what she wanted. The trace of the big bear is hard to find, so let's take this new Shishibukai. But Xiaya couldn't help but envy Doflamingo's luck, and even got the seal and the enchantment fruit. At the same time, a door to the Moon Plaza opens wide. Clap la la. Figures walked out of it, headed by Secretary Robin. In the past few days, Robin has been walking around the world of pirates with specially designed random doors, mainly to bring the relatives and friends of Xiaya's subordinates to the moon. After all, the ruthlessness of the world government is obvious to all. Who knows if it will find relatives and friends to start? Xiaya does not like to be passive. This is the moon? Is the thief in my house really here? The dark crowd looked at the inside of the moon curiously one by one. The elderly, middle-aged, children and so on were all amazed. Juras, set them up. Yes, Miss Robin. With a polite smile at everyone, Robin walked to the top of Yukyung. After a few minutes, Xiaya sensed everyone in the Moon Plaza, bring them all back. Robin nodded, yes sir, all the relatives and friends under your command are now on the moon. Everyone's eyes could not help but light up, like Beckman, who hadn't seen his family for a long time. The pirates are too wavy, and there are a lot of people who have abandoned their wives and mothers, and can't look directly at them. The good ones can't help themselves, and the bad ones don't have the face to go back. After going to sea, most of them have no chance to see their relatives again. Next, start the mission. Xiaya didn't bother to take care of it, and after solving her worries, she said casually, my hawk, you lead Annas and Arnold to dress Rosa and take down the Don Quixote family. Yes, my lord. Hawkeye and Arnold were expressionless, but Annas was not happy. Golden Lion, lead Robin and Vivi to Daughter's Island, you know what to do. Yes, my lord. Golden Lion showed a cruel smile, he didn't care about the number one beauty in the world. If you surrender everything is easy to say, if you don't surrender. When he moved his finger, Daughter Island sank into the sea. Xiaya paused for a few seconds, and continued, Hellmand, you lead Game and the others, and target the newly promoted Shishibukai. 35. If the strength is good, stay, if not, kill 5.5 him. 35. Yes, my lord. Hellmand was full of fighting spirit, and was restored to his prime by Xiaya, never to grow old again. It is also time to announce his return to the world. Xiaya with a hint of anticipation, Redhead and Beckman and I go back to the Fishman Island, it's time to meet the strongest in the world. With strength to his level, there are so many younger brothers. But the Fishman Island is not suitable for the younger brother to fight, but it is also his last shot, so be proud, Whitebeard. Divide your troops into 4 groups and get all the Shishibukai at once. Once the main quest is completed, the transformation rite is in hand, and you will be the real Lord of the Moon. Notify Ganesh and the others, let's go. When Xiaya raised her hand, 5 doors in the hall opened, and 1 let Morgans go back. The other 3 teams will temporarily give you the right to open the door of any character. If you complete the task, you will immediately bring people back to the moon. Yes, my lord. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaya was about to step in the door, Robin seemed to think of something, and immediately opened his mouth. Lord Xiaya, take a look at this first, 99. Chapter 84. But just as Xiaya was about to step in the door, Robin seemed to think of something and spoke immediately. Lord Xiaya, look at this first. Robin's words made everyone stunned. When Xiaya saw the newspaper that Robin had pulled out, she couldn't help raising her hand and flying over curiously. Tianlaga killing order? After skipping the fake reports, Xiaya's face sank when she saw Tianlong's killing order. What ignorant natives. He could imagine how many people this would go crazy. Although Xiaya is not afraid, but he hates a group of ants blindly there. Obviously weak can, but still that arrogant rhetoric. Killed Xiaya? Ah. Xiaya doesn't go to the pirate world, it seems that she can hear a cry, all greedily wanting his head. One by one so ignorant, dirty, dirty, dirty. Brain retardation is a disease that needs to be cured. You must vent, otherwise the god will not be happy. Xiaya closed her eyes slightly. The strong can do whatever they want, when they are angry, they will send it out, and if they have revenge, they will retaliate. Xiaya doesn't want to endure it at all. If you don't let the crap out of celestial dragons, if you don't let all the brains out of the world, if you don't let them understand what Kamui is. In the future, there will be more mentally handicapped running blindly. Sir Xiaya. Looking at Xiaya with their eyes closed, everyone's heart tightened, as if they felt a world-destroying storm coming. Especially Redhead and Hawkeye, they clearly remember that day. Xiaya is like a demon, smashing Garp and Momuzagi cruelly, it is a kind of emotional catharsis. Brush. Xiaya disappeared in place, standing in the void beyond the moon. The moment I opened my eyes, a terrifying mighty force resisted the entire moon. On the moon, in the invincible field, it can be done completely. When Xiaya raised her head, she stared at the blue water polo in the distance, the energy on her body was endlessly surging. Boom. The whole moon is shaking as if an invisible big hand is grabbing the moon. Everyone on the moon was horrified and had no idea what was going on. Golden Lion and others rushed out of the moon one by one, and then they saw an unforgettable scene. Hiss. I saw Xiaya sitting on the splendid supreme throne, with the majesty of the gods pouring out of her body. Surrounded by billions of miniatures of the world, gently raise your hand. Open it. War Fortress. Boom. The entire moon seemed to be loaded with super thrusters and disappeared in place in an instant. At an incredible speed, the terrifying speed of almost 10,000 miles per second rushes into the world of pirates. Lion Fruit, in the hands of Xiaya, unleashes the power of terror and takes off the entire moon. The moon disappears in a short time, the pirate world will not be affected too much, but it is enough for Xiaya to do a lot of things. Pirate world. New world. Sunny sky. Countless people listlessly basked in the sun, watching the recent newspapers bragging and farting. The sky darkened. Looking up, countless people saw an unforgettable scene. It was an incomparably huge sphere that covered the sky and the sun, directly breaking the sky. Abruptly broke the atmosphere and inserted into the world. This terrifying scene made people's hearts torn apart, as if the sky was about to collapse. Such a huge sphere is enough to destroy the whole world. Kneel down. Boom. A whisper resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the heads of countless people roared. Immediately afterwards, the body seemed to be under terrifying pressure and was crushed to the ground. Cake Island. Oni Island. Dressrosa and more. All the moons are within a radius of 100 miles, any of your strongest creatures, any of your steel balloons. All are being crushed without exception, the bloody facts tell them. They are ants. All the big pirates were terrified, as if they were insignificant in the face of the might of heaven. Ah! What is that? I saw that the sky was blocked by a terrifying figure that seemed to cover the entire sky. Those eyes that ignore the common people make everyone feel terrified. Xia, xia yat. The terrifying coercion stagnated for a moment, and many people looked up. It can't be wrong, this kind of appearance, this kind of eyes that ignore the common people is xia yat. Boom. Xia Ya's pressure was suppressed again, and in an instant, even Kaido vomited blood, as if his soul was torn apart. This is where Xia Ya let the moon enter the world of pirates, making it 100 miles in the invincible field. But only 100 miles is not enough, so Xia Ya will take the moon to circle around the world of pirates, coercing the world. Boom. The huge moon and the terrifying coercion of Xia Ya rolled over New World inch by inch. No one can be calm, as if the gods are patrolling, and all living beings worship. Boom. The moon moved rapidly, passing over the New World, and the invincible field of hundreds of miles continued to skip the calm belt, rolling towards the North Blue. Puff puff. The stronger the pressure, the greater the pressure, and the countless hidden powerhouses in North Blue all vomited blood and breathed low. All the kingdoms, villains, and commoners were in a panic, as if their bodies were about to burst. Boom. Twin points. The first half of the Grand Line. Marine headquarters was shocked. Roll over, straight into East Blue. Go away and come to South Blue. The whole world is in fear. The huge planet that the sky skipped, the terrifying figure of Kamui like a prison, are all engraved in the depths of everyone's soul. At this moment, they realized how terrifying Xia Ya is. Is this man? This is God. Countless people are remorseful and terrified. They are so greedy for the existence of Xia Ya, they even want to kill him. Boom. Last place. Marie Joyce has arrived. Brush brush brush. One by one, the strong, the 5 elders rushed out, looking at the sky in a daze. That huge planet is only 100 miles away, as if the red line could collapse with just a single move, not to mention the magnificent figure on it. Those indifferent pupils made everyone sweaty, and their brains lost their thoughts. The trembling soul deeply reminds that those who come are not to be shamed. What exactly is Xia Ya? The 5 elders trembled as if they were deprived of their breath, unable to imagine how to describe the power of Xia Ya. Sir Xia Ya. The redhead and others are also stunned. The entire moon was taken by Xia Ya around the pirate world, crushing all living beings. What a Kamui! This is the god in my heart. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Hawkeye, who only had the sword in his heart, was so excited at the moment. Looking at the majestic figure, full of enthusiasm. Yes, that's how it should be. God can't be humiliated, that's how hacky. If it weren't for the fact that Master Xia Ya had already regarded Pirate World as a back garden, it would have been shattered at this moment. Bang bang. 110 in an instant, everyone was crushed. Even the flowers in the depths of Panchanj are collapsing. Die. Xia Ya's voice echoed, and the whole Marie Joyce began to tremble. Majestic figure, raise a hand. It seems to be able to grasp the entire sky, and under the horror of the 5 elders and others, the cover falls. Do not. In the exclamation of the 5 elders, Xia Ya's monstrous hand printed directly. Boom. Marie Joyce collapsed in an instant, and countless people died in an instant. The terrifying rift starts from Marie Joyce, runs for miles, miles, miles. Even spread throughout the red line, roaring throughout the world. This is despair. In Xia Ya perception, the whole Marie Joyce is ruined. But under his control, the 5 elders did not die, but half of the celestial dragons and the guards died. Why not all of them? Not only does it require a younger brother to train, but sometimes life is more terrifying than death. Xia Ya will let them live in fear until the army rushes on Marie Joyce, powerless to fight. Ignorant natives, remember it. Xia Ya's voice resounded for 100 miles in an instant, and then caused an extremely violent shock. Then, the sound spread hundreds of miles, thousands of miles. Crazy spread throughout the pirate world, ringing in the depths of the souls of all souls. Boom. When Xia Ya raised her hand, the moon flew out of the pirate world. See Circle Calendar April 1, 1520. Monument History, Kamui Forever. Chapter 85. Xia takes the moon to coerce the world. Even collapsed Marie Joyce with one palm, shattering the red line. The world is shaken. The whole people are shaken. In a short period of time, no matter how strong you are, no matter how arrogant you are, you will understand at this moment. Right now, in everyone's heart. Xia has never put anyone in the pirate world in his eyes, he is a god above and above, he is treating all living beings as ants, and he is playing in the world. If a Kamui like Xia is not a god, then is it a god? There is a god in the world. In an instant, everyone in the world went crazy. Countless people worship Xia, countless people are chasing the traces of Xia. Even if they were just crushed by momentum, except for a very small number of people, no one else dared to have even a trace of hatred. Even, invisibly, had faith in Xia. People are always in awe of some unknown and mysterious forces. That is God, being treated like this by God. Not to mention suppressing you with momentum, even if you trample you, what right do you have to be angry? Xia never thought that this wave would attract countless people's beliefs, and even broke through their fears and worshipped them. Even if Xia knows, he won't have any emotions, he doesn't need to believe in anything, just don't come to him to be fooled, and those who have no brains will die. Sir Xia! The red-haired golden lion and others looked at Xia with even more respect, and even the enthusiasm in their eyes could not be concealed. What Xia did just now made everyone excited and worshipped. Well, I must be so handsome. Looking at everyone's eyes, Xia couldn't help thinking. I really didn't expect that, just venting casually, it actually suppressed such a strong fanatical worship of the younger brother. Sure enough, sometimes it is necessary to properly show a wave of mystery. Otherwise, if you hide it every day and let you blow the sky, others will be respectful on the surface and ironic on the inside. The Fishman Island. Still ignorant, the last pure land. This is the place with the least impact, Xia didn't even think about the bottom of the sea. And it is difficult to influence here, so the Fishman Island just now is the only place in the pirate world where Kamui is not like a prison. They don't even know what terrifying things have just happened in the outside world. Since Beckman led the Red Hair Pirates to surrender the Fishman Island 2 days ago, it hasn't been quiet here. Especially with the addition of Crocodile yesterday, there were several bloodshed incidents, which were caused by malicious coaxing by a group of guys who were not very smart. Now, Fishman Street. King Neptune, Shark Star, King Star and other princes all stood in a corner with ugly faces, and the ministers shivered. Millions of murlocs and mermen are standing in the distance. Jinbei even fell in a pool of blood, looking at Usopp and the others helplessly. The Whitebeard pirates are landing soon. Usopp opened his mouth with a slightly tight expression. Fishman Street is only a few minutes away from the landing point. I hope Lord Xia arrives sooner. Crocodile smiled disdainfully, shout, come and come, who's afraid of who? Boom. Crocodile stepped on Haughty Jones and said disdainfully, captain of the new Fishman pirates? Want to subdue Lao Tzu? If you can't beat him, just take drugs. You keep knocking. Garbage. Haughty Jones, whose hair was grey and old because of taking the poisonous medicine, was still arrogant. Jiahahaha, you damned human beings, kind of killed me. Isn't what you humans like the most to abuse us? Neptune and the others changed their expressions when they heard the words. Did these people subdue the Fishman Island just to abuse them? Shut up, daddy. Crocodile spat out, his expression playful. Master Xia said, you killed Princess Otohime, right? 99. How did you know? Haughty Jones blurted out. Wow. In an instant, all the fish and murlocs were shocked. The Princess Otohime, who was thought to be killed by humans, was actually done by her own people? Neptune even trembled with anger. Haughty Jones, are you crazy? That's the princess. Haughty Jones also laughed angrily. Jiahahaha, she is damned, she. Bullshit, you can die. Too lazy to listen to nonsense, Crocodile directly beheaded Haughty Jones with a sand blade. Blood splattered on the spot, making countless murlocs and merman fear. And you, actually hit Lao Tzu with an axe. Crocodile turned around and stepped on the half-dead Vanderdecken 9, captain of the flying pirates. Fly one to show me. 35. You go too. Stop it, Crocodile. Red Hair Pirates Rakaru, the chubby little stump that blocked the sand crocodile, suggested, this man is worth studying. According to the investigation, his target fruit was inherited from his ancestors, which is rare. Genetic? Crocodile glanced at Dakin in surprise, then kicked and fainted. He took out his cigar, took a puff of smoke, looked at Neptune and said, have all the murlocs and mermen on the Fishman Island arrived? If there is one less, don't blame me for being rude to you. 39. Some are not on the Fishman Island, and all are here, except my daughter. 35. Neptune spoke worriedly, expressing despair for the future of the Fishman Island. It's really that Crocodile and others are too cruel, making him fearful. Your daughter? Forget it. Crocodile glanced at Neptune's appearance, and the princes of Shark Star, and immediately lost interest. Sorry, unless you have a genetic mutation, your daughter is a hammer. Which one do you think is the prettiest? Crocodile asked Usopp, Rakaru, and the others, staring at the merfolk. Nice race. 1 in a million, choose the most beautiful one for Mr. Syayat. Usopp shook his head suddenly, I'm blind, I can't tell who is beautiful. Rakaru scratched his head even more, and said in a daze, don't ask me, it's just a question. Men, don't understand women. Crocodile's face twitched, are these red hair pirates really pirates? How old is it, there is still a place. The man is such a wonderful creature that there is no one in millions. What are you going to do? Jinbei slowed down and sat up and roared. Several serious injuries on his body were beaten by Beckman under resistance. Because he was too stubborn, seeing Whitebeard's flag being pulled, he went straight up and fought hard. Stop talking nonsense, I'll ask you again, surrender or die. Crocodile's expression was brutal. He just killed Moria 2 days ago, he doesn't mind killing another Jinbei, anyway Syaya didn't say he wants to live. Jinbei gritted his teeth and said, I don't recognize you, kill me. A sand blade appeared in Crocodile's hand, and said coldly, oh, then you go. Be careful. With Usopp's exclamation, Crocodile felt a flower in front of him. Jinghong caught a glimpse of the blue flame and was kicked out immediately. Boom. Crocodile smashed into the street like a cannonball all the way, and the fish people were scared and scattered. It's so embarrassing, Jinbei. The blue flame subsided, a man with a pineapple head helped Jinbei up. He glanced at Usopp and others with an ugly face, I didn't expect red hair pirates to degenerate to the point of being a dog. Don't you know that the Fishman Island is our territory? Get it? Usopp, Rakaru, and others were on guard and looked into the distance with heavy eyes. And there was a roar in the distance, and a sandstorm swept out. Go to hell, Marco. 35. Crocodile swooped over quickly, turned his hands into treasure knives, and slashed towards Marco fiercely. However, the next moment, Crocodile looked shocked. Goo la la la, long time no see, Crocodile Kid. The majestic figure stood in front of Marco. Whitebeard looked down at Crocodile, clenched his left fist, and smashed it down. Crack. The atmosphere is torn apart, and the desert treasure knife is immediately smashed into the inside. The huge fist with halo and armed color smashed on Crocodile extremely violently, directly smashing his entire body to smithereens. Boom. The yellow sand in the sky was bombarded hundreds of meters away, and the blood mist burst. Puff. Crocodile, who had reunited a few hundred meters away, spit out a mouthful of blood, his whole body was in great pain, and his face was ugly. Damn Whitebeard, you're dead today. Jesus can't keep you, I say. Chapter 86. Goo la la la, what a big tone, Crocodile Kid. Boom. Holding the supremely fast knife Kong Yunki in his right hand, he smashed it to the ground. Whitebeard was overflowing with haki, and everyone was shocked when he appeared on the stage. So old and so strong. Usopp and the others were even more tense, and gathered together, full of precautions. But Nipton and the others were surprised for a moment, and then fell silent. Based on his experience, he must not stand in line at this time, otherwise the result will be miserable. Brush brush. Diamond Joe's, Foil Bista, Pseudo Mother Yizang, and others all arrived, and they glanced sharply for a week. Noticing that Whitebeard's face darkened, Marco stood up and said, Where's Syayat? Let him come out. We. Before the words were finished, Marco's scalp tingled instantly. Even Whitebeard's pupils shrank in shock, and the others were even more frightened and retreated dozens of meters. Like a ghostly ridicule sounded. Are you looking for me? Pineapple Head. Everyone was stunned, and at some point, Syayat appeared beside Marco, with a hand on his shoulder and an indifferent expression. Syayat's appearance, even if Whitebeard didn't respond, was silent and terrifying. Kneel down. Without waiting for Marco to react, Syayat pressed her right hand with force. Bang. It was as if hundreds of millions of gravity were pressing on his shoulders, and Marco was overwhelmed and knelt directly on the ground, his face full of horror and anger. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are sluggish, how dare Syayat? And they couldn't believe it. Syayat pressed lightly. Even the captain of the first team can't stand it, what a terrifying power is this 110. Syayat. Seeing Marco kneeling and struggling, Whitebeard was furious. Shake knife. Kong Yunkai is in hand, carrying the terrifying conquerors and armed colors, the extremely violent trembling void, smashing down towards Syayat, directly making the atmosphere roar. Blade. The red hair flashed quickly, also carrying conquerors and armed colors, and without hesitation, he drew his sword to meet Whitebeard's attack. Boom. The big Naginata sword, which contained the power of vibration, collided with Griffin terribly, and made an earth-shattering roar. Invisible airwaves swept around like a whirlwind, and terrifying forces poured out each other. Tsitsize. The lightning-like purple lightning flashed from the void with the collision of two conquerors' haki, which also intensified the tremor of the void. Crash. Almost instantly, Red Hair and Whitebeard's conquerors swept over half of the Fishman Island, and 99% of the fish and mermaids within the range fainted. No, stop it. Neptune roars. Because looking up, the foam shield of the Fishman Island suffered a terrible shock, rippling as if it were about to collapse at any moment. He had no doubts that after a few more collisions, the Fishman Island would be destroyed. Red-haired brat, get out of my way. The furious Whitebeard didn't care about anything else, because his son Marco was pressed to the ground by Xiaya and couldn't leave. What a great insult. Sorry, this road is blocked. The redhead stared straight at Whitebeard without fear, but his hands were a little numb. After all, this was a condescending blow from Whitebeard's rage, and the redhead was under the hard resistance against the cloud cut, and he was completely strong without being overwhelmed. Empty shock. The white cloak swayed, and a spherical white on appeared on the invincible fist. He punched straight, and hit the red furiously. Crack. Almost without hindrance, the red-haired griffin was directly shaken by Whitebeard's fist, and there was a sound of shattering in the void. Boom. Whitebeard's fist of wrath shocks Griffin. Under the shattering void, a shock like a pillar of light formed in the sky, rushing straight to the red-haired place with an incomparably violent and incomparable power. When such a terrifying impact hit the face, the red-haired complexion changed slightly, and the distance was too close. Drink. 99. The amazing conquerors and armed colors resisted the bombardment, and the red-haired knife reversed and slashed out a sword, suddenly retreating and dodging. Boom boom boom. The shock wave of the Tongqian light pillar rushed forward frantically, smashing and destroying the buildings in front of them, forming a wide passage. The Fishman Island was penetrated, making the protective film of the Fishman Island tremble. Is this the power of Whitebeard? This is too scary. It's over, the Fishman Island won't collapse, will it? Sharkstar and the others were shocked by Whitebeard's terrifying power, their breaths were frozen, and their faces turned pale. Stop it, please stop it. This is the Fishman Island, no more fights. Neptune didn't care about this, he immediately stood in the middle of the two parties and shouted desperately. At this time, the people from the Fishman Island also reacted, dripping with cold sweat, and hurriedly looked at the protective film, fearful. Let me go. Marco, who was tightly pressed by Xiaya's hand, roared in shock, his heart was full of shock, and he couldn't even break free of one of Xiaya's hands. Crack. Beckman came over, and under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, he took out the sea stone handcuffs and placed them in Marco's hands, and fell to the ground powerless. The redhead also came and greeted Usopp and the others to return. BD, let go of Marco. Are you trying to fight us? 35. Seeing this scene, the captains such as Diamond Horse Alabasta were furious one by one. Xiaya brat. After venting his fist, Whitebeard was not doing anything, and he was cold. For many years, no one has dared to bully his son. Sir Xiaya. Crocodile rolled his eyes, and even suggested, Whitebeard's captains are all here, I suggest taking them all. 39. In this way, Kaido and Auntie are left in New World, and no one can resist us. As soon as the words fell, Crocodile immediately attracted anger and glares from Jaws and others. Goo la la la, arrogant brat. Whitebeard laughed angrily, and his expression became a little colder. Return Marco, or the whole the Fishman Island will be buried together. The voice is full of threats, and Neptune and the others are even more serious. What do you mean? If you don't return it, the Fishman Island will be destroyed and all the jade and stone will burn? Presumptuous. How did you talk to Lord Xiaya? Crocodile exploded immediately and looked at Whitebeard disdainfully. You should be glad that this is the Fishman Island, otherwise the whole island will be your grave based on your threat. A hole. This dog leg. Jaws and the others looked at Crocodile angrily. Is it crazy to have a backer? Whitebeard was silent, and looked at Xiaya and the redhead and the others with a heavy gaze. As long as the redhead blocked himself, the other sons would be finished. But Whitebeard hasn't been afraid of anyone. The big deal is to destroy the Fishman Island, and it's over. The redhead felt Whitebeard's anger and couldn't help saying, Sir, the battle here is very unfavorable. If Whitebeard breaks out, the Fishman Island will be destroyed. Woohoo! Finally someone got it. Neptune couldn't help but be moved. All the big bosses were present, and no one listened to him at all. Immediately disregarding the rest, Neptune knelt down. Sir, as long as you leave here, the Fishman Island is willing to surrender to you. No. Your Majesty Neptune. Jinbei directly objected. His face turned blue and said, Father Whitebeard has guarded the Fishman Island for so many years, how can we violate our morals? Xiaya's group killed so many of us in the past 2 days, haven't you forgotten? The blue fat man. Neptune is speechless, isn't he compromising? Is it really necessary for the two forces to fight and destroy the Fishman Island? Sir, don't listen to him, I am the king here, I will surrender now, please leave first, and I will definitely offer everything when you come next time. Xiaya was too lazy to pay attention to him, but rather puzzled. The Whitebeard pirates still have the guts to yell at themselves? Dare to shoot at themselves? Oh, it turns out that the previous coercion did not fall on the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep in the sea, and they are even less aware of the situation on the sea. At most, I heard Xiaya's last voice, but I don't know why. Well, this world. Only these ignorant people are left. Chapter 87. Let go of Marco. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a haki that shook the sky swept out. The void was trembling, and the surrounding earth was even more cracked. Whitebeard stirred up the killing intent of Ultimate, and looked at Xiaya indifferently. What if not? Xiaya is a little fortunate at the moment. I'm glad I used to coerce the world before, otherwise, there will still be many ignorant guys like Whitebeard in this world, who are self-righteous and crazy. Goo la la la, don't you let it go? You've managed to piss me off, kid. Unable to bear it anymore, Whitebeard picked up Kong Yunki, smashed the ground with a bang, and rushed straight to Xiaya. Whitebeard, who was actively attacking, was so oppressive that everyone quickly retreated. Shock fruit even caused the surrounding atmosphere to tear apart, and all the land that passed through it collapsed, which was terrifying. Court death. Looking at the impacting Whitebeard, Xiaya's eyes turned cold, and the accelerated fruit instantly awakened. Time accelerated. 100 times. Whitebeard, who was supposed to arrive in front of Xiaya in the next instant, seemed to take a few tenths of a second to attack in Xiaya's eyes. Enough time. Speed up. 100 times. Boom. Xiaya disappeared in place, and the whole person rushed past with 100 times the speed. In the field of time acceleration, Xiaya, who is 10,000 times faster, instantly disappears in place. Boom. Everyone's eyesight was too late to capture Xiaya's movements, and Xiaya made a fist with her right hand. Before Whitebeard's attack fell, Xiaya punched him in the right hand. Boom. This punch was unstoppable, the terrifying power poured out on Whitebeard's right hand, and the entire right hand was smashed by Xiaya's fist like tofu. Blood in the sky. Debris scattered. The amazing shock wave traverses all directions visible to the naked eye, but Xiaya continues to attack without stopping. Before the pain spread all over the body, Xiaya's fists bombarded extremely violently. Boom. At 10,000 times the attack speed, Xiaya's terrifying power aimed at Whitebeard's left hand and fell, and in an instant, the void was twisted a bit. Puff puff. Like an egg hitting a stone, the terrifying force directly shattered Whitebeard's left hand. Everything happened in an instant, the agony of the crushing right hand just came, and Xiaya attacked again. I can't capture the sight, hearing, and color, and I can't move the body's reaction. The picture seems to stagnate when Whitebeard jumps in the air, but encounters an unbearable destructive blow. Boom. With the last punch, Xiaya suddenly regained most of her strength and violently bombarded Whitebeard's upper body. The fierce and domineering force directly dented Whitebeard's sternum, and Xiaya recoiled with an extremely painful feeling that swept through his body. Boom. It seems that for a moment everyone's sight and eyes have just captured the specific picture. However, an earth-shattering terrifying roar was heard, and the next moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. I saw Whitebeard's hands burst with a bang, scarlet blood and debris soared up, and Kong Yunki also rushed into the sky with an unwilling neigh. And Whitebeard's whole body turned into a streamer and flew out backwards, ripples swayed along the way, and the sky roared into a majestic impact like a pillar of light. Hey, it's not good. There were also people who watched in horror at the shock wave that swept all directions, causing the entire island to tremble, making them terrified, for fear that the protective film would rupture. Daddy! How is this possible? In the end, what happened? Everyone on the Fishman Island was awakened by this terrifying movement, and Marco and the others even stared at Whitebeard, whose hands collapsed and flew out. They couldn't believe it, even just 1 second, Whitebeard was still mad at him. Who knows the next moment? Xiaya didn't seem to do anything, still sitting on the spot, but Whitebeard was directly hit by destruction. Everything is like a dream. The sky of Marco and others collapsed instantly. Really? Neptune, Jinbei, etc., all the murmurs and mermen who were still awake were sluggish. That is Whitebeard, one of the 3 legends, one of the overlords of the New World, the strongest in the world once, a super monster that makes countless people look up to and even fear. But now? He was killed instantly by Xiaya. I didn't even see how they attacked, my hands were broken, and now I don't know if they were dead or alive. For a moment, Neptune and other senior executives of the Fishman Island had the ultimate fear of Xiaya. I believe that apart from Jinbei and other very few, other Murlocs and Mermen will never dare to resist. Whitebeard, so ignorant. The redhead sighed. Even if he cultivated another 10,000 years, he would not dare to hope to catch up with the footsteps of Xiaya's body. Xiaya indifferently glanced at Jaws and others who had been horrified for a week. Take them. Watch it with your own eyes, watch your son struggle with powerlessness, and completely shatter your inner arrogance. In an instant, the red-haired control of conquerors, directly bombarded it, and instantly all the weak Whitebeard pirates fainted. Beckman, Yasop, Rakaru, Crocodile and others also rushed to the captains, one by one, fighting spirit boiled, be sure to win with all your strength. Jinbei. If you dare to shoot, this old man will die for you. 0, ask for flowers. Seeing Jinbei shot, Neptune immediately shouted, anger and fear all over his face. Is this blue fat man stupid? You are from the Fishman Island. Jinbei gritted his teeth, looked at Xiaya unwillingly, and closed his eyes full of grief. He can't take action. If he angers Xia and angers the Fishman Island, he will be a sinner through the ages. By the way, Daddy Whitebeard. Thinking of this, Jinbei gave up his shot, turned and ran in the direction that Whitebeard flew backwards. Boom boom boom. Fierce and furious battles started in Fishman Street, one after another attacking tore through the earth. The terrifying air waves kept collapsing buildings one by one, and the whole the Fishman Island was trembling. Without Whitebeard and Marco, facing the attack of Redhead and others, he will be defeated every inch. The Whitebeard pirates are like lions without teeth and claws, besieged by a group of tigers. 0. Ace wasn't there either, and the only ones who could support the Redhead and Beckman were Jose and Baista. That Muir, Blenheim, Culiera, Jinggudo, Harta and other captains are all surrounded by the Redhead and Beckman. At most half an hour, the battle is over. Xia casually attacked the little pirates who came out of the loop and looked into the distance. Whitebeard is indeed not dead, but he passed out, but with such a violent roar, he can wake up at any time. But I can only watch helplessly, all the pride is shattered. At the same time. Dressrosa. This is the land of love and base. Love and toys. Today's Dressrosa is much more lively than usual, because Shichibukai Doflamingo held a grand competition in the bullfighting arena. First prize, sealed fruit. Second prize, enchantment fruit. The third prize, a big knife. The news of this fight detonated the major forces in the world, causing countless people to be shocked and greedy. Now, which strong person does not know the power of the seal fruit and the enchantment fruit? This is definitely more attractive than tens of billions for the major forces, so people from the major forces are coming. But the news has only been out for 3 days, and not many have come now. However, the competition will last for a month, and there are many arrogant rookie pirates trying their best to rush into the new world and compete for the ranking. And in the King's Heights. Boyle, is it too much? You know that this is what I am going to dedicate to Xia. You are not afraid of being destroyed again. 5. Doflamingo finally gritted his teeth, listening to the angry threats from the phone bug. Okay, I'll pay. P.S. There are too many Whitebeard fans, it's terrible. Chapter 88. Bang. Directly squeezing the phone bug, Doflamingo is full of hostility and murderous intent. Under the anger, Conquerors was pouring out, and Toripole couldn't help sweating. Young master, do we really want to hand it over? Nah, that's the world government. Speaking of which, Doflamingo was really angry and wanted to kill. The call just now was from the general manager of CP0, and asked Ming to replace the prize of this competition. And send someone to take the seal and the enchantment fruit tomorrow, and declare the sovereignty of the 2 fruits. How long has Marie Joyce been ruined, thinking about strengthening so quickly? The final struggle? Ridiculous. Doflamingo said unwillingly, have you contacted Xia? Diamante said, Dover, I can't get in touch. No one knows. Even if they do, I don't dare to say. You also know that person. We can't contact him. 5. Boiling, of course, it should be like this. Doflamingo got up and took steps that he didn't recognize, his expression full of playfulness and sneer. The seal and the enchantment fruit are to attract the arrival of Xia's -0 group, and it is also his gift to Xia. As for world government? Get the hell out of here. From the moment Xia coerced the world, Brother Ming understood. What bullshit world government, what rubbish 4 emperors, are the little games of that supreme being. If you surrender to God? What an honor. How many people are here in the arena? Are there any strong ones? Young master, there are about 10,000 people coming, and even Cracker from the Big Mom Pirates and Jack from the Kaido Pirates are here. There are still some mysterious ones. No forces have been found so far. 10,000 pirates? This is a great gift. A cruel smile spread across Doflamingo's face. All these contestants are his gifts to Xia. If Xia is satisfied, even a little favor will be enough for him to enjoy for a lifetime, and he will be able to take revenge on those rubbish. At this moment, Buffalo ran in and said quickly, Young master, Hawkeye is here. 99. Boyle, let's go, let's usher in the age of God. Lovers Avenue. The 3 figures walked on the street, immediately attracting the attention of countless people. Hey, the world's greatest swordsman. Ah, that is Anna's with a reward of more than 1 billion. They are the subordinates of the god Xia. When I saw a few people, countless civilians immediately stayed in place. These days, Xia's group has reported it several times, especially a few days ago, when Xia's group killed celestial dragons, causing shock. The Tianlong killing caused a sensation in the world, but the notoriety of Xia's group also made the civilians fear. However, all of this disappeared under the pressure of Xia. Now is the time of God. Most people only fear and admire Xia. A few hundred meters away, in a noodle restaurant. One was wearing a purple kimono with short black hair and closed eyes. The uncle with the scars running through his forehead and eyes was eating his noodles with joy when he heard the movement outside and stopped. Hawkeye? That, existing subordinate. If other people's reverence for Xia is 90, then his reverence for Xia has reached 99 inconceivably. Why? Because he is blind. Even though he is blind, Xiaya's Kamui is still clearly imprinted in his mind, as if seeing the light again, which makes him extremely in awe. It's a blessing not to look at things, but I really want to see with my own eyes, that existence. The seemingly cute uncle named Yuxiao is a rare monster-level powerhouse in the world. Few people know his strength, and he belongs to the folk masters who are hidden in the city. The other side. Upstairs in a hotel a few hundred meters away, two people were also staring at the three Hawkeyes. They actually came. It seems that there is no hope of winning the first place. Blonde Cao Nian let out a helpless cry, but his body was still awe-inspiring, and he really wanted to know the gap between himself and the world's top powerhouses. The girl on the side immediately stopped. Don't mess around, my hawk kills without blinking an eye. Don't worry, I know. The blonde Sabo shook his head slightly. But Koala suggested, you said, how about we go to Hawkeye to contact Xiayat? What if Xiayat also wants our help? For him, it's all games, right? Isn't it better to be more lively? Koala also admires Xiaya very much. After all, the coercion of Xiaya is not to be discussed. Even if he didn't know how Xiaya existed before, he dared to kill celestial dragons and threatened to destroy the world government. The endless Haki declares war directly, making people yearn. Don't go. Never go. Looking at Koala's expectations, Sabo gave a wry smile. Too naive, no one knows the specific character of Xiayat, let alone his attitude towards the revolutionary army. If they are upset, who will care about the two little fish? Doflamingo is here. Lovers Avenue exclaimed, and everyone looked at it. Sigh, sigh, sigh. I saw that Doflamingo was walking in a strange way, Diamanti in the rear, supported by Toripol, followed by Pika, Onisol, Gladius, Baby 5, Buffalo, Mehadir and others. Almost all the members of the Don Quixote family are coming together like a gang. Boiled, welcome the arrival of the world's largest swordsman. Under everyone's astonishment, Doflamingo opened his arms and spoke with great enthusiasm. He didn't know, he thought he was welcoming his own brother. Hawkeye responded indifferently, but Anna said with disdain, you are Shishibukai Xiaoming? It doesn't look very good. Why are you walking so arrogantly? 6639. Can this guy talk? He waved his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Doflamingo's face twitched. Then he smiled and said, Bobo Bobo, this is the strongest man under the Lord of the Moon, Lord Annas, right? The strongest. Aniston felt that Ming brother was extremely pleasing to the eye, and his voice softened. Yes, in the world of pirates, it is rare to have someone as smart as you. Since you are so polite, then I won't kill you. 35. Hawkeye was speechless, and Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. Was he here to kill me? The Don Quixote family was immediately on alert. My lord likes talents, so I specially sent me to investigate, but you are doing well so far, so I will give you a chance. Anna said, looking around the audience with contempt, and shouted. Hey, Brother Ming, hand over the devil fruit. My lord is Xiayat, the Lord of the Moon, surrender immediately, or die. Wow. A word exploded in the crowd, and countless people watched this scene in disbelief. Which being is going to subdue Doflamingo? Why? What qualifications does Heavenly Yaksha have to be God's little brother? 66. Doflamingo's face was ashen. Of course he wanted to submit to Xiayat, but Ains was so arrogant, he even shouted in front of so many people, and even shouted the name of death if he did not surrender. This must be to shatter his pride. After all, he has done this before. Does Xiayat take himself seriously at all? Chong. Hawkeye didn't say a word, and drew his sword directly. He thinks that Anna's is not wrong, that pride must be smashed first, and, in the face of God 5.5, what is the use of saving face? Sigh, sigh, you are so crazy, but you won't live long, you know. 5. After a long silence, Doflamingo couldn't help but get angry. He suddenly understood. If you don't show your strength, you will still not be valued. He doesn't want to surrender, he can only be a chorus, and everyone wants to climb up. Xiaoming, are you kidding me? Ains is too lazy to talk nonsense, just drink it. Second child, give it to me, FK him. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Arnold opened his momentum and stepped on the ground. Invisible horror energy agitates in all directions. Profound truth, earth cracks. Crack. The next moment, shocked the audience. Under the horror of countless people, the earth shattered directly, like a 10-magnitude earthquake, and the whole island was shaking. Boom. The ground where Doflamingo and others were located was even more concave, as if the ground below was completely empty, and the ground that stretched for nearly 1,000 meters collapsed. Chapter 89. There's an earthquake, run away. The crowd of onlookers staggered and fled in panic in an instant. The hotel in the distance collapsed. Sabo and Koala jumped out and looked at Arnold in shock. What kind of power is this? Soil fruit? No, maybe not. He rushed out of the small restaurant with a smile, and felt incomprehensible where Arnold was. Although he is a folk powerhouse, he also has his own channels. As far as he knows, the soil fruit is Admiral's ability to supplement the tea-pig, how can it be in Arnold? Damn! Doflamingo, who jumped out of the giant pit on a silk thread, was furious when he saw the avenue of lovers destroyed by one kick and the buried family members. If you don't agree with each other, you are simply trampling on his dignity. In the face of Brother Ming's rage, Anna's didn't care, you really deserve to be damned, but you didn't surrender at the first time, then you look down on my lord. 35. A hole. Doflamingo showed blue veins on his forehead, did I say not to surrender? You are insulting me by doing this, I am heavenly Yaksha, do you think Lao Tzu is afraid of you? Leg shave string. He kicked out with one leg in the air, 8 thin lines swept out from his toes, and when they merged together, it was like a sharp slash. Second child, escort. 99. Don't call me DK. Arnold retorted, and the eagle eye on the side moved extremely fast, slashing out with a sharp knife. Hey! The majestic slashing wave directly tore the thin line, and at the same time, the brilliance of the sword did not diminish, and the mighty one rushed straight to Doflamingo. Spider's web wall. Doflamingo's complexion remained unchanged, and the silk threads like a spider's web formed a large web, and on the silk threads, arms flowed. Clang clang! Hawkeye's sword energy slashed above the silk thread, making a sound of gold and iron symphony, followed by a jarring sound of metal friction. Sparks splashed everywhere, and the sword chi slashed forward, but it was directly cut off under Doflamingo's astonishment. Yue waved, directly cutting out a 1,000-meter crack on the ground. Now, he really deserves to be the #1 swordsman in the world, Hawkeye. Doflamingo smiled but was extremely angry, of course he wanted to join Xiaoya's gang, and the attack was just to vent his emotions. But what about the Hawkeyes? One is more ruthless than the other. I really want to kill him. Boom! Hawkeye suddenly stepped on the ground, rushed out quickly, jumped high, and came to the sky above Brother Ming. The black blade of the giant knife fell like a meteor and cut to the top of Ming Brother's head, with a very sharp edge. BD, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Seeing how hard Hawkeye was working so hard, Brother Ming was furious in his heart, stretched out his hand back, grabbed it in the air, and threw it fiercely at Hawkeye. Super Strike Whip. A terrifying, extremely thick line like countless steel bars twisted together. At a speed as fast as the ultimate, it crashed down at the eagle eye. Chi chi chi. Wherever it goes, it's almost like a void crack runs through. When it fell on top of Hawkeye's head, a long and narrow ravine appeared in the ground behind Hawkeye. Interesting. In the face of such a terrifying blow, Hawkeye's expression remained unchanged, and he held his sword in reverse and swung it upwards. Boom! This huge whip suddenly collided with the eagle-eyed sword, making a roaring sound that made the eardrums shatter. The battle between the two sides directly attracted the attention of countless people. Who is the strongest Shishibukai? Many newcomers think so in their hearts. In this world, there are struggles everywhere. A smile in the distance closed his eyes and felt everything. He could sense that Hawkeye was doing his best. It can also be felt that there is a more powerful energy in Doflamingo's body ready to go. Sabo also had a great desire for strength, and couldn't help but murmur, the ordinary ability of string fruit was unexpectedly released by Ming Brother with such terrifying power. 35. Sure enough, there are too many talented people. It's not yet Sabo 2 years later, but he has been trained since he was a child and is about to usher in an explosive period. Chi chi chi. The collision of the black knife and the whiplash detonated the void. Brush. Contrary to Brother Ming's expectations, Eagle Eye suddenly withdrew from the collision area, and with a single slash, he stabbed out a shocking dagger, straight in front of Brother Ming. Not good. 99. The speed of Jing Hong's sword light was unparalleled, and Brother Ming instantly felt a strong crisis. While retreating quickly, he blocked the silk thread in front of him. Boom! Seen from a distance, Jing Hong's sword light slashed on the silk thread like lightning. The terrifying penetrating force contained on it continued to burst out, and the impacted Brother Ming flew upside down like a cannonball. The wind howled, a building collapsed, and Brother Ming was buried. Little Lord! Dover! Toripole, Diamanti and others exclaimed in anger. These people are not only arrogant and hateful, they actually do whatever they want in their base camp. Before they could start, the ruins in the distance were blasted away directly. Boiling, you really annoyed Lao Tzu. Doflamingo, who rushed out of the ruins, showed a cold sneer. A long and narrow knife mark appeared on his abdomen, and scarlet blood was irritating his nerves all the time. Hawkeye's ruthlessness makes Doflamingo understand. If you don't have the strength, even if you really join Xiaoya's group, you will still be a mess. FF. Get down. A terrifying energy washed out from Doflamingo, and continued to spread to the surroundings extremely mightily. Back. With a sense of crisis in his heart, he smiled and flew back without hesitation. The other daring onlookers were not sure why, and their expressions changed drastically in the next moment. Su. The strange energy on Doflamingo's body instantly swept hundreds of meters. Weirdly silent. The surrounding earth buildings suddenly appeared strangely twisted. Then they all turned into countless white silk threads, and then like waves, under the control of Doflamingo, they rushed towards Eagle Eye. Wild waves and white lines. Tens of thousands of silk threads are densely arranged, overwhelmingly rushing towards the Eagle Eye. It was so powerful that even the people in the arena could see it clearly. What is this? Annas was startled, and immediately jumped behind Arnold in surprise. What the hell, is the planet I went to before is garbage, anyone in the pirate world is so strong, it's too much. Crash. 35. Like a wave of waves, the white line swept in, smashing everything that passed, and madly wrapped around Hawkeye. Hawkeye turned the knife horizontally and broke the white line, jumped to avoid it, and fell into the distance. He couldn't help but be surprised by Ming's talent. It's a price to pay for underestimating me, my hawk. Doflamingo sneered and walked towards Hawkeye, and the places he walked, the buildings and the earth turned into endless white lines. Wake up! Don't be blind with a smile, but you are an open-minded person. This battle, at the moment when Brother Ming awakens, has become a protracted battle. It is by no means a short-term victory. Boom! 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 The roar keeps coming. Hawkeye and Doflamingo are fighting, and they have gradually penetrated into the interior of the island and hit the arena, causing countless onlookers. This kind of garbage can actually awaken fruit. A slightly jealous voice whispered, and the speaker was a bearded man with a great sword. Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte's 10th son, one of the 4 generals, Cracker. The appearance at the moment is a biscuit disguise, because he hates pain very much, so the real body is hidden in the black and white biscuit armor. Humph, awakening is also trash. Not far away, an extremely tall man with a metal mask decorated with 2 ivory on his head snorted coldly. His eyes are extremely arrogant, as if he doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Jack the Drow, one of the 3 major disasters of Beast's pirates, is a guy who is so arrogant that his brain is flooded. There are also many pirates who came to participate in the competition for prizes, one by one, arrogant, stunned, or disdainful, all staring at the battle. While Doflamingo made a fierce shot, he discussed with Hawkeye. The strength of the proof has been proved, and the anger has also vented a lot, so there is no need to fight. He would never forget the purpose of joining Xiaoya's gang. Take this sword, you are qualified. Chapter 90. Hawkeye flashed over the incoming white line, and an extremely flaming sword intent rose up from his body, like a repulsive force, isolating the white line. Today, try the sword. Hawkeye's right hand exerted force, and the black knife suddenly squeaked in the night, as if cheering for Hawkeye, directly resonating with Hawkeye. This is... Suddenly feeling a tremendous pressure from Hawkeye, Doflamingo became solemn. But he won't sit still and attack directly. 1,000 arrows piercing heart, feather strike, line. Dover swung his hands forward suddenly. Thousands of threads wrapped around armament Haki instantly rose from the ground beneath your feet, forming a shape like the wings of a flamingo. Like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, it shot towards the Eagle Eye. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking air resounded through the island, and the dense armed lines swooped down from the sky like waves, causing many people watching from a distance to be stunned. That's how it feels. In the face of Doflamingo's terrifying blow, the mighty armed line lost the entire sky above his head. But at this moment, in Hawkeye's eyes, everything seems to be still. Very fresh cut. Shoot. As soon as the sword chi came out, it caused ripples in the void, and the torn atmosphere continued to roar, and the extremely majestic sword chi rushed to the white line with lightning speed. The huge and magnificent slashing wave will destroy everything that passes by. But the next moment, after a sudden laugh, Cracker and Jack's expressions changed, and Doflamingo was even more shocked and suddenly burst into a drink. Xiaoya's trick. But before the sound could be heard, the huge slashing wave had an incredible transformation during the flight, and the 100-meter majestic suddenly turned into dozens of meters. It seems that every time you advance 1 meter, it compresses 1 point and becomes more sharp. Shoot. Under the terrifying speed and the powerful cutting force, the vast 1,000 armed lines were directly split in half, and Yue even more attacked Brother Ming. Damn. Doflamingo's heart trembled violently. This kind of cutting force slashing could kill him or kill him. Where is the temptation? He just wanted to kill him. Armed. Shield white line. A few incomparably huge white lines appeared under Brother Ming's feet in an instant, entwined with arms, and wanted to resist the slash. Shit. But that terrifying slash, like an unstoppable torrent, crashed through the defense and landed directly on Brother Ming. Boom. The terrifying force was oppressing the body with cutting force, and Brother Ming flew upside down like a cannonball, and the blood mist was scattered. Is it still not enough, not fast enough, not sharp enough? Jianwen Se captured that Brother Ming did not suffer too much damage, leaving a hole a few centimeters deep at most, and Eagle Eye couldn't help frowning slightly. Little Lord. Dover. 35. Toripole, Diamanti and the others exclaimed again, and they were all furious. Even Jack couldn't help frowning. Does Hawkeye really want to kill? Dover can't die here, he still has to work. What a quarrel, second child, kill them. Anna's was disdainful, and Arnold immediately started. Boom. As Arnold pressed the ground in a radius of several hundred meters trembled and split, and pieces of earth and stones swayed out. Tiger power, earth coiling. Hundreds of millions of evenly heavy earth and rocks turned into tigers one after another, roaring and roaring. Spreading over a range of hundreds of meters, and reaching a height of tens of meters, it gave people great pressure. Tiger made of soil? I'm coming. Pika screamed, the voice was extremely harsh. Anna shivered and looked at Pika with a numb scalp, his head was full of question marks. Who is it? Which lady is doing the voicing? Boom. Just when Anna's was in shock, Pika melted into the ground as if it had turned into earth and stone. The whole island was shaking, and under the horror of countless people, the ground for several kilometers in an area instantly cracked. Pieces of buildings collapsed, and a huge shadow appeared. Ah! What is that? Run, run! In the panic of countless people, everyone on the entire island saw that a towering giant made of rock gradually climbed up from the ground. People are constantly falling from above and dying on the spot. This kind of power can be described as a shocking power. See, this is my power. Full of confidence, the increasingly huge Pika screamed, making many people's ears hurt. As a stone fruit ability person, he has long been half melted with Dressrosa. If it wasn't for his lack of physical strength, he could even turn the entire island into a body and crush all enemies. Where did this idiot get his confidence? Listening to Pika's swollen voice, Anna's expression was extremely wonderful. Pika. 35. Accompanied by the scream, Pika's fist as big as a hill slammed down from the kilometer altitude. Covering the sky and blocking the sun is completely comparable to a meteorite falling from the sky. The air is so compressed that it forms a fine airflow around the fist. Before the fist falls, the wind pressure alone can crush countless people. Earth control. Facing the terrifying giant rock fist, Arnold was extremely calm and landed with his feet raised. Hum. The energy of the fruit rushes through thousands of meters invisibly, as if to cover the entire island. The strange power is madly swaying in Dressrosa. It even climbed up Pika's body along the ground. Ah! Who is controlling me? Under everyone's astonishment, Pika's movements stopped, and even her entire body stagnated. Crush! Arnold looked sharp, raised his hand and made a fist. The ability exploded suddenly, and the supergiant Pika suffered an irresistible force in an instant, and the whole body began to collapse uncontrollably. Boom bang bang! An explosion sounded on Pika, and the earth and rock burst, as if countless missiles were blasting inside it. The body is getting smaller and smaller, and Pika's scream is getting weaker and weaker, as if she is walking into death. Stone fruit? This is the lower fruit of the soil fruit. No, the lower fruit is not accurate. It should be said that the stone fruit is controlled by the soil fruit and has overwhelming control, not to mention that Arnold itself is stronger than Pika. So no matter how big Pika becomes, in Arnold's hands, it is still a toy. Ahole, what have you done? Diamandi screamed in surprise, and immediately drew his sword and shot. Half Moon Funeral. A sword was swung out, arousing a powerful wave of sword energy, splitting the earth in two as easily as cutting tofu. Tiger power, earth coiling. 35. Arnold stepped on his left foot, and dozens of earth tigers with a huge tens of meters roared open the sword energy, and rushed towards the crowd. Submerging Diamanti and covering Toripole and others in an instant, there is no chance to avoid resistance at all. Boom boom boom. Under the shock of the melon-eating crowd, the tiger group transformed into a powerful Uzumaki. The radius of a kilometer, and even Pika were rolled in, constantly rolling and shrinking. This guy. Looking at Arnold's acquired German who raised his hand to shake the earth, Jack and Cracker were full of dread. It's so easy, as if it doesn't require much effort, the entire land can be manipulated. The attack is like a tsunami, and it is difficult to escape from all directions, and it can kill people alive and exhausted. Stop me! Doflamingo growled, looking at the crushing scene with anger on his face. The pink feather coat was long gone. Brother Ming had a long and narrow scar on his abdomen that ran from the shoulder to the cross, but there were silk threads wrapped around the wound to repair it. All right. Arnold stopped and looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. This is a 100-meter-high earth mountain. Diamanti and other members of the Don Quixote family are all pressed in it. One by one with only their heads exposed, the whole body is covered with dense earth and rocks, and it is difficult to break free. Didn't I just join? My own people. Let them go. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his face was extremely ugly, he never thought that the Don Quixote family would be so vulnerable. Killed by a newcomer who has never heard of it. This is a test of strength, this is a shame. Chapter 91. You joined? Why didn't I hear? Completely ignoring the dark-faced Dover. Annas walked over arrogantly and said, give you 3 minutes, immediately bring the seal and the enchantment fruit, and then kneel and surrender, or wait to die. Boiling, okay, you wait. Blue veins burst out, and Dover couldn't help but feel bitter in his anger. Sure enough, if the strength is not enough, there is no dignity. Wow. In a word, blast the audience. You must know that the people who are still watching on the battlefield are all those who have come to participate in the competition for these prizes. Can you send it directly now? What about them? Even gods have to reason, ahem, it doesn't seem to be necessary. Boy, why do you say it again? A furious voice came from Jack's mouth. He didn't come to the competition, he came here to ask for goods. Is Doflamingo a partner? Nonsense, in Jack's eyes, it's a dog's leg. But now the dog's leg has become someone else's, did you take him seriously? Hearing Jack's roar, Ains was stunned and said disdainfully, who are you, idiot? My lord Xiayat, have you heard it? Many people showed bad smiles watching a good show, who doesn't know that Jack has no brains. No matter win or lose, they are all enemies with Xiayat, Kaido will be disabled if he doesn't die. Anas, you are courting death. Jack naturally knew Anas, his eyes were full of violence, and he swung backhand 110 at Anas. The extremely heavy slash was unstoppable, and Arnold was about to shoot. But I saw Hawkeye suddenly rushed up, and his eyes were full of indifference. Ancient species? Meat shield? Target? Just practicing sword. Ding ding ding. Boom boom boom. The two swords intersected, and two sword chi burst out from their backs, penetrating the earth and buildings. Sharp energy burst forth, and the ground beneath his feet exploded like foam, scattering countless rubble. Shoot! Hawkeye's gaze was condensed, and he found the right moment to swing a knife. Jack was caught off guard and was slashed on the body by Hawkeye, and flew out like a cannonball. Almost before the melon eaters came back to their senses, Jack smashed several masonry houses along the way, plowing a deep ravine in the ground. Roar! The deafening roar swept up the fiery storm. A giant mammoth tens of meters high rushed out, raised its forelimbs high, its trunk rolled back to its forehead, and roared in anger. Boom! Elephant stepping down, like a meteor falling to the ground. The ground disintegrated and cracked in an instant, and the strong shock spread with the sound waves, and the air waves shook the sky and cracked a building. But the eagle eye is full of interest. Such a big target, if you cut it for a while, you may be able to practice the tricks well. Die! Jack stared at the eagle with violent eyes, like stepping on the ground, withered and cracked everywhere, like a drought. The head of the whole, Eve, turned into the momentum of the top of Mount Tai and rushed to the eagle eye. The melon eaters were dazzled, and after Doflamingo was silent for a while, he opened his hands and laughed. Boiled, how can I have no gifts when I join Xiaya's gang today? Everyone present, please stay. The melon eaters were stunned and smiled, Sabo, Cracker and others were equally stunned. How many meanings? How many dishes? Sigh, sigh, sigh. Doflamingo smiled cruelly, and the fruit energy on his body was surging. Whoosh whoosh. In the astonishment of countless people, countless threads shot out from Dover like a volcanic eruption, and sprayed out into the air. Thousands of transparent silk threads erupted into midair and converged. Then it fell like a meteor shower, forming a huge arc-shaped birdcage from the sky to the ground with countless silk threads. What is this? Sabo stared at the birdcage in the sky, and even surrounded the entire island. What is Doflamingo going to do? Koala is even more anxious. The big thing is not good, it is better for us to go first. Laugh, chat, everyone can move. As if overhearing the broken words, Doflamingo's fingers flicked. The silk thread on the vast birdcage begins to divide, like a goddess scattered flowers. Countless silk threads were separated and fell into every corner of Dressrosa, turning into parasite string. Ah! My hand, don't move. Get out of the way, I'll kill you. Damn heavenly Yaksha, you have to die. An unwilling and angry roar resounded. On the island, except for the commoners and some of the most powerful. All the pirates, marines, underground forces, etc. known to Dover have been controlled by parasite string. These people lost control of their bodies and were controlled by Dover to attack each other. Stop Lao Tzu, Doflamingo. The remaining pirates who were not controlled were furious, because their companions were killing each other, especially Cracker, who was angry and killed directly. Roll pretzel. Cracker rotates the sword copied from the biscuit armor continuously and stabs Dover forward, launching a spiral sword chi, which is extremely powerful and detonates the void. Sigh, sigh, don't worry, 35. I won't kill them, just let them lie down. In the face of the attack, Doflamingo still sneered, without even looking, he directly dodged to avoid the nearest pirate beside him, and shot fiercely. Dropping ruffian string, 9. From each of Doflamingo's 5 fingers, a nearly transparent filamentous thin line grows, and when the hand is swiped, the 5 thin lines seem to be ejected from the fingers, and go straight through a pirate. FK. 35. The blood sputtered, the pirate was directly cut into serious injuries and lost his combat effectiveness on the spot. The rest of the pirates were furious, some tried to escape from the island, and some directly attacked Dover. Seeing this, Ains came back to his senses and scolded, "What are you doing? ADHD? You are too sick. Sir Xia will despise you. 66. Doflamingo's face darkened. He thought he was a smart person, but he was mentally retarded. He could only grit his teeth and said, these people who came to participate in the competition are all gifts from me to Xia, understand? Don't waste time, let my people do it together. Isn't it just to accept the younger brother? Anna's pouted, I need so much trouble? Let me say a word, see who doesn't surrender. I don't accept it. 5. Cracker shouted, his abilities surged. Clap la la. Pieces of biscuit soldiers rushed out, appearing in groups on the battlefield, so densely packed that the number of people could not come and they were all fully armed. These biscuit soldiers are almost endless, and they are extremely hard. Even if they are destroyed, they can be restored in an instant, and they all rush to Anna's and others. Okay. Very good, one piece of garbage. Anna's was instantly angry. Kill them all for me, second child. Arnold nodded dully, released Diamanti and the others, and opened it up. Earth Warrior. The energy of the fruit surges, causing thousands of meters of earth to tremble, the land is split inch by inch, and pieces of earth and rocks float up and gradually converge. Who? Everyone was shocked, especially Cracker's eyes widened. What, is this plagiarism? Arnold likes to learn other people's moves the most, because he doesn't like T-Dolphin's attack moves. Boom. I saw one by one fully armed soldiers made of earth and stone broke out of the ground. Each 3 or 4 meters high, under the condition of extremely high density, the body surface is like steel, revealing the thickness and toughness. Whoa, whoa. Hundreds of earth warriors roared and charged past, and what was even more shocking was that these warriors were all in Marine 6 styles. The physical strength is not dry, the earth is not destroyed, and the warriors are not exhausted. Compared with Cracker's biscuit soldiers, Arnold, who has his feet on the ground, is more handy and has great advantages. It doesn't take much physical effort at all. Boom boom boom. Soldiers collide with warriors, and pirates fight. Endover's various parasite string manipulations, throwing the entire Dressrosa into a chaotic struggle. Those who ran to the edge of the island were cut by birdcage and couldn't escape at all. Can't even send out the phone bug signal, it's disappointing. Chapter 92. Alas, it is a blessing not to look at things. After thinking for a long time, Fujitora finally did not shoot, but occasionally rescued some civilians who were accidentally injured. Let's use the name Fujitora when you smile, or Fujitora is good. He thought of Marine, thought of world government, thought of celestial dragons. Think of pirates, think of Shishibukai, think of revolutionary army, think of major kingdoms, underground forces. Today's struggles are all camp struggles. Fujitora suddenly discovered that there are too many forces in this world, and the sand is scattered. Even the world government is nothing but the largest pirate group in a sense, because it collects protection fees from more than 100 countries. He thought, if there is power to rule the world, the struggle in this world will be reduced to the extreme. Perhaps, only that one can do it. Fujitora had some longing in his heart, if Xia ruled the world, no matter what, it would be much better than now. ITT. Hey, old man, stay away, be careful you're hurt. Anas, who was hiding behind Arnold and fighting the autumn wind, was quite bored. Just saw a blind man walking into the battlefield in a daze, which made him shout out of boredom. Fujitora was stunned and smiled gently, thank you for reminding me, but old man, I'm actually not very old. What nonsense. 35. Then, Anas noticed Fujitora's eyes. Suddenly I became curious, come here and let me see, it's amazing, you are a blind man who dares to run around. However, Arnold's body tensed when Fujitora approached. He felt an extremely dangerous aura, looked at Fujitora, and said in surprise, Big brother, be careful, this person is not simple. Aniston stared, you made me watch out for a blind man? You look down on your elder brother? Seriously, do your job. By the way, build me a small house and make it stronger. Don't let people disturb me. Arnold was speechless and could only raise his hand to do it. An earth and stone house rose from the ground, the density was compressed 1,000 times, and it was difficult for ordinary swordsmen to split it. Ah, Shutan, blind man, come and sit and chat casually. Thank you, the old man is worried that he has nowhere to go. Gave the vigilant Arnold a kind smile. Fujitora walked into the house and sat down with a harmless face, and couldn't help but admire, your brother's ability is really good, this is. Logia? Anas said indifferently, of course, Logia soil fruit. It is. Forget it, you don't understand it. It turned out to be true. Fujitora was shocked, it proved that Admiral Haubucha Dolphin was dead, but why is there no news at all? Anas crossed Erlang's legs, looked at the battle outside, and said casually, tell me what you think of Lord Xia, don't worry. To be honest, I'm not even angry with you, an ordinary person. Xia what? Fujitora thought for a moment and said succinctly, the inconceivable existence, the inconceivable existence, the unimaginable existence. Huh? Are you really blind? Anas's eyes lit up, even a blind man commented on the adults so much. It seems that the brilliance of adults has illuminated the whole world. That existence, I heard that one palm broke Marie Joyce, is admirable, but... Perceiving Anna's disdain to explain, Fujitora certainly doesn't believe these words. However, he said angrily, the newspapers also said that Garp and Momozagi Vice Admiral are dead. It can only be said that the world government is somewhat shameless. In order to slander the enemy, it even insults its own life. Huh? I didn't see it, you are an ordinary person, how dare you mock the world government? 35. Anna's was surprised and couldn't help laughing, but what they said is not bad, that BD and that woman are indeed dead. Fujitora's body shook, but Anna's next sentence left him speechless and shocked. However, what does Lord Xiayat exist, how can it be enough to die once? Kill them and then resurrect them, put them in prison and let them reflect on their faults. If they don't surrender in the future, then kill them again. Fujitora's mind was in chaos, how could Xiayat resurrect people? This made him a little more in awe of Xiayat, and it really is mysterious and powerful. I want to meet that person, can you recommend me? Fujitora really can't help but be curious, if Xiayat has the mind to rule the world, he is willing to help and end all kinds of struggles as soon as possible. You? No, you are a blind. FK. 35. Annas, who was about to refute, jumped up instantly, because Fujitora's actions were blinding him. I saw Fujitora stand up, and a vast momentum surged out. What Annas thought was a crutch in his hand was instantly unsheathed and turned into a knife. Boom! The earth and stone house made of 1,000 times the density instantly shattered. Arnold, who was also stunned, looked over, and Fujitora's sword was aimed at some sky in the distance. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. In an instant, Fujitora completely pulled out the sword and held it with his backhand. The kimono he was wearing was blown up by an inexplicable aura. A master style. Rustling. Visible purple fluctuations appeared around his body, and the next moment, this punch of purple light shot into the sky and disappeared directly into the sky of tens of thousands of meters. However, this sword-drawn air wave swept the entire battlefield in an instant, attracting attention. 0. Ask for flowers. The invisible force field crushed the surrounding hundreds of meters of ground through a subtle wave. What are you doing? Annas was stunned for a long time, and it is difficult to connect the words Fujitora and Master, but the truth is too cruel. It's ugly. Fujitora smiled flatly. After a few breaths, a dazzling spot of light suddenly flashed above the 10,000 meters high, causing many people to look up. Ah, meteorite, that's a meteorite. Run, run. After many people saw the sky clearly, they jumped in fright. Whoosh whoosh. A light spot in the sky fell from a height of tens of thousands of meters, and its speed became faster and faster, and the sound of breaking through the sky resounded in the sky. 0. You can see that the meteorite is big and round. Although it is only a dozen meters in size, it is scary. FK. Damn old man, you are so arrogant, do your family know? Annas's eyes widened, seeing the meteorite falling straight from above him, the whole person is not well. Arnold is indeed frowning, thinking deeply, how should this trick be copied? Who is this guy? What a powerful ability. 35. Fujitora's shot aroused the attention of the audience. Cracker, Dover, and other pirates stopped one after another and stared at this unremarkable blind man. Now Fujitora is almost unknown, because many people only pay attention to the powerful. Even if Fujitora has exposed his strength, it is difficult to elicit repercussions. In a corner, Koala was surprised. Blindness, kimono, sword, meteorite, he is Mr. Smile, right? He also came. He's a monster. Sabo's face was heavy. A few months ago, Drago took him to invite this folk powerhouse, but he didn't succeed. Instead, they exchanged ideas. He remembered that battle deeply. A smile is not weaker than others. Hey, don't be stunned, get the meteorite first. Annas exclaimed, the meteorite was about to fall, and there was still room for pause. Nothing. Fujitora is very relaxed, seeing where some pirates are, and immediately activates the ability. Click. The meteorite in the air was affected by the chaotic gravity, and it exploded suddenly, turned into thousands of pieces, and blasted at each pirate with great precision. Boom boom boom. The fragments of the sky fell, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of pirates were unable to escape, and they all fell into the trap. Everyone was not seriously injured, but all fell to the ground with serious injuries. Stop, damn blind man. Chapter 93. Damn it. Seeing that a close friend was hit by pieces, Cracker's violent murderous aura ran rampantly across the Earth Warriors and attacked Fujitora. Double roll pretzel. Cracker attacked with rage, using the ability of the biscuit fruit to grow a pair of new arms on his arms, spinning the biscuit sword rapidly, diving over like an electric drill. Hell trip. Fujitora put the knife into the sheath, and an extremely terrifying gravity field suddenly fell from the sky and landed on Cracker. What? 99. Cracker's complexion changed greatly, and his entire body froze. He was pressed to the ground by this sudden and powerful gravity, which made him startled and angry, but he didn't even have a chance to speak. Boom. The Fujitora scabbard is slowly closed. Cracker's ground was completely shattered, revealing a bottomless hole, and Cracker fell even more. FK, so cool. Anas's eyes went straight for an instant, and it was Fujitora's attack that really pleased him. Not a rough guy like Kaido, not a sword like Hawkeye's majestic 110, not a shocking sword like Whitebeard. It's a kind of, whatever you want. As soon as he drew the knife, closed it and made a pause, the enemy knelt down, and the envious Ana's chickens jumped up. If I catch him, am I eligible to see Mr. Xia? Fujitora used gravity to suppress Cracker in the cave, expecting to speak, and seeing Ana's nodding, he smiled with satisfaction. Taking a step across, Fujitora walked to the edge of the hole, his whole body was enveloped in a purple halo, and he clenched the handle of the cane with his backhand. Gravity Blade Tiger. 99. Fujitora slashed from the top to the bottom of the hole, the force field was distorted, and the void rippled. Gravity Chaos. In the area covered by the gravitational wave, the things below were directly crushed by an irresistible force. There seems to be a collision between continents below, and the powerful force makes the entire Dressrosa shake a little. And there were screams coming from the ground. He's passed out, and if he's not rescued, he'll be dead in half an hour at the most, Mr. Anas. After resting for a few seconds, Fujitora turned around and spoke calmly to Anas, as if he had done a trivial thing. Anas was stunned for a long time and gave a thumbs up, cow batch. This is the first time he has seen such an understated, yet terrifyingly powerful pirate world powerhouse. Is Cracker weak? Of course not. But without understanding Fujitora's ability and underestimating him, he was killed before he could show his strength. The real numbers are normal. This is a monster. Boiled, I didn't expect this gentleman to be so powerful. Doflamingo, who directly smashed the enemy with 16 rounds of holy murder bullets and slain, and then walked arrogantly, smiled happily. Except for Anas, who made him unhappy, joining Xiaoya's gang is a bloody profit. Arnold is an example, who knows how many powerhouses Xiaoya hides, this Fujitora. It seems that Xiaoya's group is also a group, so Xiaoya's power makes Ming brother excited. Seeing brother Ming's arrogant pace, Aniston frowned, you run around again, those people are finished? And what about devil fruit? 35. How long has it been so long that even a little thing can't be done? 35. Doflamingo couldn't help but burst into blue veins, he resisted it, for the sake of the great cause, he couldn't be angry. Brother Ming squeezed out a smile, devil fruit will be delivered right away, the rest are small fish and shrimps, and it will be done soon. I wonder if I can meet Master Xia. What a hurry. 99. With a spit, Anas's expression became mysterious, and he coughed lightly. When it's over, choose a few clean and stunning beauties in your country, they must be special, not the same, understand? Brother Ming's face turned black and his eyes were speechless, could it be that you fart, choose a maid for the adults, understand? Brother Ming's eyes brightened, understood. But what about ordinary women, I will bring someone to arrest the Empress now. No need, someone is going to catch it. Who? Which BD is taking my business? 35. Master Jin. Your uncle? Golden Lion. 99. The other side. The Fishmen Island. The battle here continues, making the whole the Fishmen Island tremble. The small fish and shrimps of the Whitebeard pirates have all kneeled, and most of the captains have fallen overwhelmed. Only Baista, Jaws and other captains are struggling to support. But in the face of the attack of the Redhead and others, struggling in vain, the more it procrastinates, the more difficult it is. Looks like it won't work without Whitebeard. Xiaoya's casual sigh instantly angered Marco, who was lying helplessly with Seastone beside him. Ah! The Whitebeard pirates are not something you can insult. There is a way to let me go and have a fair fight with me. 35. Marco roared with bloodshot eyes. He watched his father fly down with his crippled hands, and his brothers fell in a pool of blood, and he could only be here without groaning. Today, he will never forget it. Xiaoya glanced at it and said coldly, fair? How old are you, child? Marco's expression froze, and he couldn't help worrying about what happened to his father. If you want to stand up, it will take at least a while. Marco can't perceive clearly, but Xiaoya can clearly perceive the residual breath of Whitebeard. The hands were shattered, the fierce bones collapsed, and the 5 internal organs were severely damaged. This is the rhythm of one breath left. But Whitebeard is very strong-willed, and with a little buffer, he can still hold on for a while, and the light returns. Yes, another mission completed. Seeing that the progress of the main mission has become 4/7, and Doflamingo has been added to the progress list, Xiaoya is even more looking forward to it. Today, just today, task 1 must be completed. And on the other side. Half an hour ago. Still Sabayati Archipelago. After the killing of celestial dragons a few days ago, Sabayati was cleansed for several days, and it was only today that he regained some popularity. On a street. The invisible door opened wide, and 4 people walked out of it, but no one paid attention, because the street was deserted and no one was there at all. Tisk tisk, is this still Sabayati land? Change it to no man's land. There are only a few people who perceive 1,000 meters, and Nimazara, who has the power of the Emperor Crocodile, can't help but be speechless. Isn't it just a dead celestial dragons? As for the fright, no one is here. I'm going to ask someone. Acceleration fruit game accelerates at a speed and disappears immediately, and probes where someone is. Rejecting the fruit, Mama Pai said irritably, Master Xiaoya's arrangement is not good, isn't it just a Shishibukai, even sending the 4 of us here, also? Hellman glanced at it. Immediately, Mama Pai was taken aback and quickly explained, I'm sorry, I don't have an opinion on Lord Xiaoya, I'm... Shut up. Hellman was too lazy to listen to this, and opened the guild private chat. Bright Moon Guild. Hellman, here we are, hurry up. Kizaru, that's Akainu, it's hard to deceive. Hellman, shit. You brought up the idea, you're telling me this now? Kizaru, it's scary, you guys slow down, you'll be there soon. After closing the guild page, Hellman and the others couldn't help sneering. This method of fishing, I don't know if the world government can handle 5.5 or not, and slowly experience the despair. After a few minutes. Marine HQ. Marshal's office. Directly gather all the admiral leaders at the headquarters, and they are all solemn. I have terrible news that I need to tell everyone. My informant has new information. Kizaru's face was extremely heavy, and he said with great fear, the Flying Sky Pirates raided the moon and were captured by Xiaoya. With some operations, the Golden Lion, the 4 Great Pirates, and the former Great Pirate Hellman joined the Xiaoya group. 35. Wow. The expressions of the generals changed greatly, and even a little, fear. It is true that the strength of Xiaoya's group is too strong, and it has almost doubled in just a few days. AAA. The hot magma dripped, the temperature of the office skyrocketed, and Akainu came back from the shift with ultimate anger in his eyes. Xiaoya, his news again. Your existence, why do you want to get along with us? Chapter 94. Xiaoya can clearly stand tall. But blindly disturbing the world, which makes Akainu full of anger. Sengoku also had a headache, anything else? For Kizaru's so-called informant, according to him, he used to pretend to surrender and buy the buried nail with profit, but now it just works. However, the current Sengoku is somewhat skeptical, of course, just a hint. Very simple, Xiaoya's existence, his subordinates, is it possible to betray? If found out, death is an extravagant hope, right? Have. Kizaru's words shook everyone's spirits, Xiaoya is in retreat, that kind of existence should be in retreat for at least a few years. And Hellman led the 3 big pirates to capture the new Shishibukai and strengthen the background. Damn. Akainu was furious, and the whole person was boiling with killing intent. Hellman's actions really touched his bottom line, completely disregarding the world government and marine. Xiaoya is in retreat, you still come out to wave. Where is he? Hearing Akainu's question, Kizaru's eyes lit up and said calmly, I have to say they are very bold, the new Shishibukai has just entered the Sabayati land, so. The crowd was outraged. It's abominable, and trouble Sabayati again. Boom. The seat was directly crushed, Akainu can't wait to kill all these people at this moment. Marshal, I apply to fight. Kizaru stood up and said sternly, this time I must catch one of Hellman's gang and execute him directly and publicly. 5. I'm not afraid of Xiaoya's revenge, for Marine's glory. Sengoku's eyes are full of relief, the recent Kizaru really set a good example for Marine. You're really getting better and better, Polisalino. Not afraid of power, not afraid of Xiaoya, it is simply a standard Marine hero template. After Garp died, he wanted to put the title on Kizaru. Now, Xiaoya retreat is an opportunity. I'll go as well. Akainu stood up immediately, murderous. What do you mean? Sakazuki. Kizaru was suddenly displeased and asked, you also want to rob me of this kind of military merit? Are you hawks going too far? Akainu was stunned, and suddenly said angrily, what are you talking about? Paul Salino. You were drinking tea when I was fighting, and you were sleeping when I was catching pirates. You said, do I need to take credit with you? Kizaru snorted coldly, then why did you go? Can't I be alone? The headquarters needs to be guarded by Admiral, don't forget that person who invaded the headquarters. Kizaru's face was cold, but he smiled proudly in his heart. He knows Akainu too well to have a grain of sand in his eyes. The enemy is right in front of you, you must rush up, even 10,000 sea kings will not be able to pull back. However, Kizaru has no psychological burden for betrayal, after all, it is not to let Akainu die, but to send welfare. What a privilege to surrender to the supreme being of Xiaoya. Maybe Akainu will thank him, Kizaru thought happily. That's Hellman, are you sure you're alone? Akainu immediately asked back, a look of caution in his eyes. Hellman has no weaknesses, and Haki, the fruit of physical art and swordsmanship, is all top level, only an admiral, and it is very likely that he will run away. Okay, stop arguing. 35. Interrupting the quarrel between the two, Sengoku thought for a moment and said seriously, Sabayati is very close, there is no problem with Admiral leaving for a while, I don't believe Syaya really dare to come again. Crane Vice Admiral thought for a while and said the same, Kizaru, your informant is not necessarily reliable. Maybe it's a conspiracy this time, and Akainu can accompany you to be safe. If there is an accident, return immediately. Kizaru raised his eyebrows slightly, but what if Syaya comes again? He dares. Sengoku stood up straight, but then became a little discouraged, you guys think too much, is he so boring? But if it really comes, even if the old man dies, he must remember it. The feud between Garb, Momuzagi, and Chobutan will never be forgotten. This time, I specially asked the 5 elders to ask for a few ace cards from them to hide in the headquarters, just to deal with the Syaya group. All right. Kizaru spread his hands helplessly, then glanced at Akainu, hurry up, I won't wait for you. Akainu ignored it, thinking about how to take down Hellman's gang. Sabayati Land. Number 52. The shipyard, where the coding craftsman is located, and the current Sabayati place, is also a little more lively here. On the street not far from the shore, 2 figures are extremely eye-catching. One is tall, holding a big knife and crescent beard, the upper body is bloated and strong, and the lower body has a pair of short legs. A short stature, leaning on crutches with thick lips, wrinkled and very old, leopard print coat and sunglasses. This combination is extremely strange, and if you hear it close, it will be even more confusing. Mom, I'm so hungry, why are the restaurants closed? The new Shishibukai Vabel grumbled, his expression full of grievances, and looked weakly at the old woman at his feet. Shut up. I've said it 800 times along the way. 35. Miss Bajan was very impatient, there is an auction house 2 streets away, we directly robbed them of their money and asked them to cook for you. Stop talking, understand? Weeble nodded quickly, I know mom, I will be obedient. I'm exhausted, squat down and carry me on your back. Signaling Vabel to crouch low, Miss Bajan landed on Vabel's shoulder with a jump, go east, 5. Let you go east, why are you going west? You are such a stupid child. Ah, mom, I was wrong, I don't know which side is east. You are on the left. If you go wrong again, don't eat. Mom, it hurts, dot. Weeble, who was about to speak, felt a pain in his body. Looking down, a dagger was inserted into his body, and it went in a few centimeters. Based on his body, it was considered to be scratching the skin. BD. Who is attacking me? Vabel roared angrily, and the billowing sound shook all directions. Miss Bajan was also startled, and quickly turned around to look, her pupils shrank. Not far from the 3 bounties in front of them are all over 300 million, the blonde middle-aged man who looks like an aristocrat at the head has a terrifying aura. How could it be? It's you. Hellmand. Miss Bajan's scream resounded throughout number 52, arousing many onlookers, but more of them were confused, who was Hellmand? And in a far corner, Rayleigh, who was taking a nap, suddenly opened his eyes, full of sharpness. 110. A dodge disappeared in place, a few seconds later. Hi. 35. Rayleigh, who has been calm for so many years, can't help but gasp at this moment. It was the blonde middle-aged 100 meters ahead that brought back all his memories. It was the glorious years decades ago, and it was the splendid era when the 3 major overlords ran rampant in the New World. Hellmand. Captain of the Sky Pirates. Rayleigh naturally fought Hellmand many times, the scar on Hellmand's face was left by him, and the scar on his own murder was also left by Hellmand. But now, Hellmand, who was only a few years younger than him, not only recovered to his prime, but the scars on his face were gone. It seems to be a few decades younger, it is the peak. Rayleigh slowed down and couldn't help but murmured, isn't this Hellmand's son? You're still such an idiot, Silver Rayleigh. 35. The familiar voice came, and Rayleigh's body shook, and he looked at Hellmand with a slightly reminiscent gaze. Hi, it's actually you. 35. Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief, there was a hint of bitterness and envy, but it disappeared in an instant. Yes, who can be exempt from the custom, it's nice to be young. Damn, what are you doing? Obviously the visitor is not good, Miss Bajan is full of panic. Facing Hellmand, Vabel at the moment is not good either. The years, 95. After taking a few more glances at Rayleigh, Hellmand looked directly at Miss Barkin, you who were in the same boat with Whitebeard are now mixed up to this point. 35. I'm ashamed of being a fellow of the same generation. So, go to hell. 35. Chapter 95. Boom. 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 As soon as the words fell, the 3 of Nimazara scattered directly, surrounded the 2 of Vabel, and their strength was full. First of all, Nimazar's body suddenly changed drastically. The body rapidly swelled and became bigger, turning into a huge emperor crocodile comparable to a giant. Roar! That hideous big mouth and the fangs that are intertwined in it seem to be able to bite everything, and Nimazara, who turned into a crocodile, is filled with an overwhelming aura of ferocity and tyranny. Boom! Like lightning, although the crocodile was huge, it was unparalleled in speed, and it swept away violently almost in the blink of an eye. Time accelerates tenfold. Gain directly started the time acceleration field, but he couldn't start the speed acceleration at the same time, but it was still extremely fast. With 2 daggers in both hands, he turned into a shadow assassin and disappeared in place. Atmospheric repulsion. Mamapai raised his hand and blasted the atmosphere behind him, giving it a very high acceleration, making it rush straight past like a meteor. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were a few meters away from Vabel, and Mamapai raised her hand instantly. Repulsive repulsion. Boom. The halo flickered, the terrifying repulsion erupted from Mamapai, and the invisible repulsion swept away violently with hundreds of millions of average power. The earth collapsed instantly, Vabel's complexion changed greatly, and Miss Jin was even more terrified. It was too close. Just as Vabel raised his knife to resist, the repulsive force came horizontally and directly blasted the 2 of them out. GGG, good chance. Looking at Miss Jin flying upside down, Ganesh jumped, and suddenly passed her with a dagger in his hand. Pfft. The sound of metal running through the body sounded. Miss Jin didn't even have time to shout, the whole person fell to the ground like a broken kite. Puff puff. Blood spurted out from Miss Jin's neck like a water pipe, and the unwillingness in his eyes gradually began to dissipate. Ah! Mom! Just standing up, Vabel, who had nothing to do with it, just saw this scene and went mad in an instant. An aura that was even more violent than that of a beast erupted from the body, and the surrounding earth began to crack open, causing a wave of air that swept hundreds of meters away. It's now. Nimazara seized the opportunity, and appeared near Vabel after crossing a distance of 100 meters, and the hideous crocodile mouth madly bit it. Sneak attack on me? Go to hell. 95. The figure galloped through the air, and Vabel burst out with a stab, and a terrifying sword light burst out. Not good. A strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart, and Nimazara was shocked. Under the perception of observation Haki, the ferocious head hurriedly swung aside, and at the same time, the huge body also avoided the side with a quick response. Hey! The sound of tearing echoed, and although Nimazara responded quickly, but the impact knife light still bombarded the body, and immediately penetrated a huge blood hole. Repulsive rebound. Seeing the furious Vabel, Mamapai strikes again with a repulsive force. All-round repulsion, bombard Vabel. Cough cough. Nimazar spit out a mouthful of blood, a look of horror in his eyes. He never thought that this guy like Tai Han would have such a terrifying attack power. Mamapai said solemnly, don't be careless. Kizaru contacted and said, this guy has the same terrifying power as Whitebeard when he was young. Then the next moment, I saw Gain directly attack Vabel, who was smashed into the ground. Armed with a dagger, it was extremely fast and stabbed into Vabel's murderous mouth. But just after piercing a few centimeters, Gainami looked horrified. Vabel's reflexes were seriously inconsistent with his body shape, and his exaggerated speed grabbed Gainami. It's you who killed your mother, go to die. Vabel grabbed Ganesha with one hand and threw the fist out with the other. Boom. The powerful fist strength carries terrifying power, and it forms a fiery impact, detonating the void, and falling directly on Gainami. Bang! Gainami's whole body was like a balloon being blown up, the flesh and blood all over his body burst open, and the bloody smell spread all over the audience. That terrifying punch even blasted out a terrifying ravine that stretched hundreds of meters from the rear. The whole place is silent. Dead, dead. Nimazara and Mamapai froze in place. This kind of power, for them, is too exaggerated, it is not a level at all. Obviously the bounty is similar, but why is the difference in strength so big? Waste. Hellman snorted coldly. Pirates of this era are really getting worse and worse. A dead one. Xiaya from the Fishmen Island squinted slightly. Just now, the Minjiao mark was missing a person, who died. Perceptual imprint, oh, it turned out to be Ganesh. Xiaya doesn't have many emotions, fighting, how can there be undead? Next moment, Rayleigh, who witnessed everything, was stunned in place. Rustling. I saw Gainami's minced flesh and blood began to glow, and then turned into stars and dots in the void to outline a pattern in the shape of a bright moon, which was very dazzling. The light goes straight into the sky and disappears. The imprint of the bright moon was formed, and it became Xiaya's subordinate in an instant, and Xiaya's reincarnation will be managed by Xiaya for the rest of her life. Died? Then back to the moon. When Xiaya is in a good mood and then resurrects, the value of the dead also needs to be considered. If it's not worth it, Xiaya is too lazy to care. Rayleigh is extremely silent because he has discovered a terrible fact. Hellmand has a crescent moon pattern on the back of his hand, Nimazara's calf, Mamapai's wrist, Gainam's forehead, and the tattoos on these 4 people. It's the same as the one on the back of Red Hair and Hawkeye's hand. Are they also from Xiaya? The youth of Hellmand. Gainam's death vanishes. The moon before the world overwhelmed the world. Connected to each other, Rayleigh is terrified. I am afraid that Xiaya, not only is the strength so simple. It should have a more mysterious power. This world has become so strange, it seems that I am really outdated. Rayleigh suddenly wanted to see Yat, and wanted to know the specific reason for the redhead's surrender. He understands the red hair, force is not enough, but he will surrender by coercion with his peers, but he will not be respectful, but what about temptation? What lore is it that makes such a freewheeling person with red hair give up? Freedom? No. Dreams? No. Friends and family, Rayleigh was suddenly startled, his heart was beating wildly, and there was a look of longing and anticipation in his eyes. If it really is what he thinks. Yat, come and conquer me. If I refuse, I swear Roger has a son without chickens. Chickens. Die. You will all die. After bombing Game, Vabel looked at Miss Badgen's body for a long time, and the whole person was completely mad. The violent beast suddenly attacked, raising the big knife and splitting the earth-shattering attack. Boom. The knife fell, and the fiery shock wave pushed forward like a tsunami. Along the way, the whole land was lifted up, all the buildings were destroyed, and the terrifying earthquake, obtained, shook the whole Sabayati. The prosperous world was extremely vast. Nimazara and Mamapai flew away in horror, and Hellman finally couldn't stand it anymore. Hey! With a swipe of the knife, the light of the knife spreads hundreds of meters like a dark sky. It seemed that the entire sky had turned black, engulfing the shock wave, burying the overturned earth, and even more Yu-Wei charged towards Vabel. Die! Looking at the dark sky that came, Vabel was even more irritable. The power in the hand is also multiplied, and the impact of the big knife is turned into a tide, smashing everything inside. Boom! The impact and the sword light collided, causing a deafening roar, and under the collision of strength, a terrifying air wave was set off, sweeping thousands of meters away. Brush! Without hesitation, Hellman rushed into the collision zone, towards Vabel. Swooping straight down almost instantly to the front, domineering slash. Hey! The two passed by, and Hellman's knife left a ferocious scar on Vabel's body. He is nearly 7 meters tall, the wound is more than 1 meter long, and the blood is gushing. Chapter 96. Die. 35. Vabel didn't care about the injury, just turned around and punched. Brush. The fist of terror turns into a shock and destroys everything. And Hellman dodged calmly and said indifferently, "Little devil, your speed is too slow." Boom. Atmospheric explosion, Hellman wanted to disappear in place in an instant, and appeared on Vabel's head the next moment. Holding the knife in both hands, the tip of the knife stabbed straight at Vabel's head. Chong. Vabel lifted the knife in time and collided with the blade. But it only made the tip of the knife move away, and the knife that was supposed to pierce the head was directly inserted into the shoulder and penetrated through the body. Ah! With the blade submerged 2/3, Vabel finally felt the pain. Bang! Hellman took a step back, holding the handle of the knife. A ruthless kick hit Vabel on the head, kicked it out directly, and bombarded it hundreds of meters away. The terrifying attack speed has almost become a crushing bureau. A lot of to bully children, face. In the distance, Rayleigh curled his lips with admiration in his eyes. If he was so young, he would definitely have a good time playing around with the current young man. Brush. Without stopping, Hellman rushed to Vabel in a flash. In the process of flying upside down, he violently slashed out a knife, and the knife light, like a dark sky, chased up at a faster speed. Boom! The sword light smashed into the ruins along with Vabel, setting off billowing dust and gravel, accompanied by a scream. Boss Hellman is invincible. Boss Hellman is 110. Nimazara and Mamapai immediately flattered for a while, but from the heart. Sure enough, the big pirates of the older generation are really terrifying. The moves have returned to the basics, never fancy, every move will make merit, so that they can't learn at all. It was at this moment that everyone looked. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light blazing came, and the light was great, as if the sun was coming, hitting Hellman. Hellman took a slight step back, raised his hand gently, and Haki swept away, avoiding the golden light and shaking the air. Oh, it's really scary, the great pirate Hellman. Kizaru calmly fell to the ground. He looked at each other inadvertently, and then sarcastically said, "I'm so old, isn't it good to be a legend honestly? You have to come out." Hellman sneered, "Really? You look older than me, 9. Kizaru Jingjing. MMP. Lord Yat, the life of my minister is bitter. Why do you want me to be undercover? Otherwise, we are also pink. Tender. Tender little fresh meat." Boom. The next moment, Hellman broke out directly to conquerors. The savage force swept across several kilometers, directly knocking everyone else in the vicinity stunned. Ah, what a terrible overlord. Stop pretending, is Akina here? Come on, right behind, what now? Acting? I'm a professional. No, direct him to the gate, the most efficient. Well, I hope he will forgive me. After all, I am for his own good, that is God's blessing. 5. 66. Hellman and others were calm, and Rayleigh, who was still standing not far away, was Spartan. Worthy. Lying in a big slot. What kind of magical combination is this? Xiaoya's people and Marine Admiral had a lively chat, and they were almost hooked up. Even the topic is even more explosive, and it is going to pit Akainu. Sakazuki, you are so miserable. No, my life is so miserable, seeing this kind of thing, I can't get out of it. Huh? Here's a wild Rayleigh. 35. As if he had just seen Rayleigh, Kizaru's expression exaggerated. Oh, you have discovered such a big secret. You said we killed you or killed you. 35. Rayleigh has a black line on his face. He could understand that these people did it on purpose. Set him up and let him know the secret. Let him not stay out of it, let him not leave, let him follow them all the way to the dark. Damn, who the hell came up with the idea? Okay, I admit it. When do you leave? I'll follow the head office. Especially noticing Hellman's gaze, Rayleigh immediately raised his hands, very accustomed and casual. I was smiling in my heart. Hehe, still the old man is superior. You set the trap for the old man, and the old man is also trapping you. I just want to see Xiaya. Give the old man in. Hellman directly mobilized the authority, opened the random door of the trait, and kicked Vabel into the moon. Mamapai and Nimazara also go in, they are nothing here. Come on. Start the fight. Soon after, Hellmand, the most widely seen, reminded him and even opened it up. Boom. The endless darkness washed away from Hellmand, as if the sky and the earth were rendered black. The sun in the sky is drowning. Brush brush brush. Behind Hellmand, the 6 black wings spread out and turned into a fallen angel. The whole person seems to be dark, cold, and, cold. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Kizaru's movements are also very fast, and immediately jumped to the sky to start the big move. Swoosh swish. Dense light bullets shrouded the sky and scattered from the sky, and each light bullet was enough to collapse the mountain and break the sea, and its power was terrifying. Akainu, who came from a distance, saw this scene and immediately accelerated. The great darkness. Accompanied by Hellman's whispers, for a moment, the radius of kilometer he was in completely lost its light. Can't even perceive his exact location. It is impossible to see even a ray of light, it is simply incredible, and it is extremely frightening. Sizzle. And after the endless light bombs in the sky fell, it was like water droplets into the sea. The light melts into the darkness, but cannot illuminate the darkness, and Kizaru's ultimate move did not cause any ripples. It's the old man's nemesis. Kizaru's eyelids twitched, even dark fruit didn't have this effect. But the fallen angel fruit completely overcame his fruit ability, which made him very unhappy. Because the darkness of the fallen angel is pure, not the name of the superposition of various effects of dark fruit. Darkness expel. Hellman's 6 wings were shaken, and he flew into the void, and the darkness that swept over a kilometer quickly charged towards Kizaru. FK, you are serious. 35. Facing the overwhelming darkness, Kizaru's face changed, this move did not hurt much to others. Just strip all light and let the 6 senses go into darkness. Even seeing, hearing, and color can't be used, and even the body becomes stiff. But for him, it was fatal. Because he is light, if he touches it, he will definitely lack arms and legs. Right at this moment, the dog bites the red lotus. An incomparably gigantic lava dog came from a distance, spreading the void with a powerful scorching heat, drawing black marks one after another, and rushing into the darkness. However, what Akainu didn't expect was... Puff! After the lava entered the darkness, Hellman's darkness completely shrank, he vomited blood, and his face was ugly. No, there is an internal injury. 35. Akainu is a little confused, am I so lucky? Is today a lucky day? Sure enough, the old man will become a marshal in the future. And Kizaru has a quick eye and a quick hand, so he drank it immediately. Hey, bad old man is willing to accept his life. With a flash of light, Kizaru instantly rushed in front of Hellman and kicked abruptly, full of careful thought, it was his revenge just now. What a Kizaru, so cruel. Hellman's face turned black, and he also flew into the giant gate with the opportunity. Damn, do you think you can escape by entering the door? Kizaru's body is full of anger, the upper body of the actor, the loyalty and righteousness are added, and he roars again and again. If I don't catch you today, the old man will commit suicide on the spot. Akainu, he's injured, keep up. Take him while Xiaya retreats. Whoosh. Kizaru is gone forever, and Akainu looks stunned. What's the situation? I just came, you are leaving again. Yes, Kizaru is right, today is a good chance to catch Hellmand. Akainu, who couldn't contain sand in his eyes, and was even angry in his head, didn't have time to think about it. Tends to trust Kizaru and rushes into the giant gate. Really, 5. Wonderful. Good life wonderful. The old man has a long experience today. Each and every one of them is a playwright. Alas, I hope Xiaya is as I think, can do it. 35. Otherwise it's really a big loss. With the last hope in his heart, Rayleigh slammed through the gate with a determined face. Damn Roger, you've f'd me for the rest of my life. Even if you die, I will pull you back and beat you. Chapter 97, My Kizaru's Life, No Relatives and No Friends. It. A. 95. Polisalino, why? Damn, you really damn, dash. Rayleigh covered his ears as soon as he walked in, but he still couldn't resist Akaina's roar. After taking a closer look, Rayleigh was stunned. Sweep around, this is the moon, how desolate. Shit. It's actually the moon here, it's getting sunburnt. Akaina will absolutely go crazy. Looking back, Kizaru and Helmand were sitting together, shoulder to shoulder. The two were enjoying the food and wine brought from the island. And what about Akainu? He was directly tied up, and it was an ordinary rope, so Akainu couldn't break free? Yo, Senior Rayleigh is in, come on, let's have a drink. Kizaru's wretched old face is full of boldness, completely liberating his nature. Ah, Kizaru, damn you. Akainu is still roaring with resentment in his eyes. He blinded his own titanium dog eyes. To believe this monkey, he can't do anything now. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned, because Kizaru was standing with Helmand, and they all smiled and looked at him in harmony. Just as Akainu was about to scold the attack, Helmand took out a token and penetrated Haki, and said respectfully. Lord Xia, Akainu entered the moon and asked for a seal. Allow. Then, no more. Akainu's body regressed, his abilities disappeared, Haki was gone, and everything related to strength was sealed. He was knocked down by two small robots, and then he was tied and thrown into the corner. Polisalino, I'm at odds with you. One day, I will kill you with my own hands, ah. Akainu's roar is constant, there is no hatred in this life. If it can be done once, he must have dug out Kizaru's monkey brain. Drink. In this life, there is only spare hatred, and I will never believe in the yellow-skinned monkey again. Okay, stop arguing. Untie him. Signaled the robot to release Akainu, saw Akainu rush up. Kizaru immediately curled his lips and said, Don't blame me for reminding you, you are an ordinary person now, if I just kick, you will be kicked out, that's a shame. Shame. Do you want to be humiliated? 35. Akainu, who rushed halfway, stopped abruptly, his eyes were bloodshot and he could only howl. At this moment, Akainu even thought of suicide, but this revenge will not be avenged for a non-red dog, so you must endure it. Whoosh, hhhh. Akainu forced himself not to look at Kizaru, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his killing intent and avoid being humiliated, so he could only lower his head and clench his fists unwillingly. He swore that if there was a chance, he would kidnap and sell Kizaru to the kill. Ugh. Rayleigh also accepted the reality and sat down to drink silently, his whole head was messed up. If Xia really has the ability to resurrect people, are you going to stay on the moon in the future? Look at this barren land, look at this emptiness, whoever can stand it will die. Damn Roger. Do you know how much I have been wronged because of you? Hey, calm down. Seeing that Akainu didn't raise his head and didn't say anything, Kizaru rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, Since you're here, I'll tell the truth. As early as the Alabasta time, I surrendered to Lord Xia, and I surrendered sincerely. A hole. Akainu raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with hatred, and he wanted to eat his blood and eat his flesh. This traitor, this scum. This villain, this scumbag. There is still a face to drink here. The reason is very simple, I'm tired from working as a marine for so many years. Kizaru couldn't help sighing, and said with grief and indignation, because of talent, I was selected into the elite camp, and I don't have a good relationship with teachers ever, and those who are weak dare not make friends with me. For so many years, apart from occasionally chatting with you and Aokiji for a few sincere words, I can't find anyone to talk to. The status is getting higher and higher, but there are flattery, bribes everywhere. It was okay at first, but after decades, I am very empty. Especially being called to drink by celestial dragons more than once, every time World Summit is a bodyguard, every time celestial dragons has an accident, I have to protect. You seriously ask yourself, don't you find celestial dragons disgusting? 35. Oh Admiral, what a glorious honor. But I still have to listen to the Marshal, the Commander-in-Chief, the 5 Elders, the celestial dragons, and sometimes the CP organization, where is my honor? Having said that, Kizaru took a hard sip of wine. Seriously watching Akainu, even hysterical growl. You know what? I'm 56 years old. I've endured it for so many years, and I've never felt so happy as recently. Marine? This is just a department of the world government, what qualifications does it have to represent justice? Whose justice does it represent? If Lord Xia hadn't sent me to be an undercover agent, I would have stepped on Celestial Dragon's head on the day of the live broadcast and abolished him. Then tell him that Lao Tzu is not a dog, you are an animal in Lao Tzu's eyes. You are not as good as living. Dare? Sakazuki, do you dare? Akainu froze in place. Do I dare? Of course I dare. But if I did, it wouldn't be a marine anymore. If I am not a marine, what can I do? What will I do? For Marine's meager justice, what can't be tolerated, but... Goo. After several times of drinking, Kizaru grabbed Akainu's collar emotionally and was full of drinks. Ordinary people have only one 56-year-old in their entire life. In the end, I don't even have a real friend. Even the teacher looks down on himself. 35. What if I'm too old to move? That's trash, and I'll be abandoned. Without friends, no one will pity me. 5. What if I die in battle one day? Give a hypocritical speech, and then greet the new admiral with joy. In the past few decades, I have left nothing but regrets and regrets in my heart. Akainu is silent. He was a marine and never thought about what he was going to get. Maybe, the place of Martial Marine. Because Sengoku is not iron-blooded enough, Aokiji is too kind, and Kizaru is too lazy, Akainu doesn't want Marine in their hands. 0. Kindness does not hold the army. In his heart, only the iron-blooded Marine is the real Marine. Full of wounds, full of tiredness. I just hope there are no more thieves in the world. Crazy. Hellman, Rayleigh is silent. People, why are people, how can there be no regrets? It's just that life is too short to have time to make up for regrets. Hellman secretly glanced at Kizaru with contempt, what a showman. Sakazuki. Kizaru said, handed Akainu a glass of wine, and said solemnly, if there is someone, who is capable and willing to eliminate all the pirates in the world. Are you willing to work for him? Ha, ha, ha ha. As if hearing the best joke, Akainu burst into laughter and couldn't help drinking a cup, but his expression was inexplicably bitter. No one can do it, really no one can do it, no matter how hard I try. Even if there are 10,000 of them, they still cannot be eliminated. Because the root lies in this world, not only the inaction of the world government. It is the endless dispersion of countless islands, where evil always breeds. Rescue a moment later, it is a disaster, it is the birth of a thief. Even if it is cleared for a while, after a few years, it will still be full. Tired. 99. Kizaru is tired. Damn, finally willing to drink, finally willing to listen to the old man. It's not worth his nonsense, isn't it, just to let Akainu calm down, so that he can continue to seduce. Brother's acting is incredible. Yes, it is true that people can't do it. 55. Kizaru was very sure, but his voice changed. What if, not man, but God? 55. Death. Chapter 98. God? God, your sister. Akainu stares at Kizaru like an idiot. Drink too much, where is the God? Celestial dragons claims to be the descendants of the gods, to put it bluntly, they are not the best, boasting. Ha, did you forget Master Xiayat? Xiayat? Akainu's head buzzed. That's right. Xiaya kind of existence, if not what is God? But what would he do for those thieves? Do you know what this is? Kizaru didn't explain, but took out another moon badge that Xiaya gave him. Seeing the badge, Akainu's face sank. Of course he knew that marine intelligence wasn't jealous. All those related to Xiaya have tattoos of this shape on their bodies, just in different sizes. Take this, and you will understand the true meaning of God. Put the moon badge directly in Akainu's hand. Kizaru said expectantly, it's very simple, as long as you have the idea of being loyal to Lord Xiaya, even a little bit, you will understand. Roll. Akainu shouted angrily and almost threw the Minjio 110 badge away, but was firmly held in his hand by Kizaru. Trust me once, I'm your big brother, will I lie to you? BD, you still have the face. Who lied to me to come to the moon? Akainu is full of rants, and the person he hates the most right now is definitely Kizaru. Alas. You misunderstood big brother. Kizaru wiped the saliva from his face and said helplessly, except for the one time just now, this time it's true, forget it, let me tell you the truth. 29. Master Xiaya is a god, but mortals can't understand. Only with the thought of respect and allegiance can you realize the power of the Minjio batch. Akainu remained silent, staring at Kizaru, trying to kill him with his eyes. Your sister. How stubborn. Kizaru was also silent, his brain was about to explode, how did he make Akainu surrender? I'm so tired. Speaking a lot of nonsense, are you bothered? Really can't see it. I grabbed the moon badge from Akainu's hand. Curious for a long time, what material is this thing made of? I can't stop breaking it. How to use it? Hellman said casually, just say something, I surrender to Lord Xiaya, and it's over. 39. So simple. Rayleigh didn't have so many scruples. Anyway, when Xiaya wasn't there, he just said it casually. It wasn't easy. At that time, I will test Xiaya's resurrection ability first, and if I can do it, I will surrender. If you can't, just run away. Ahem, I surrender to Lord Xiaya, huh? It doesn't work. 35. Rayleigh spoke very quickly and quietly, for fear that others could hear it clearly, but he was stunned. Hellman was speechless, add your name, Lord Xiaya is not here, who knows who you are, the moon badge has more functions when Lord Xia is there. Oh, Pluton, surrender to Lord Xiaya, huh? Why haven't I, FK? Under the serious scrutiny of Akainu, Rayleigh was stunned on the spot after shouting that sentence, full of shock. And those eyes are getting brighter and brighter, almost blinding Akainu, making his heart ticklish. What the heck is it, so shocking? Damn, they won't join forces to deceive me. There is a play. Looking at Akainu's tangled expression, Kizaru's mouth twitched. He understood Akainu. So understand, Akainu desperately wants to get to know Xiaya and defeat him. But the premise, only the moon badge can understand. Ha 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 ha, it turned out to be like this, the old man made a profit. After a long time, Rayleigh was full of laughter, and the laughter was a little crazy, and even the tears could not help falling. Roger. I am luckier than you. Because I have seen the true God. But it's great to have the chance to see you again. How can I apply to Master Xiaya for resurrection? 35. Rayleigh secretly wiped away his tears and was instantly full of motivation. Hellman couldn't help but say, of course it's to kill the world government. Then what are you waiting for, let's kill him. Rayleigh can't wait to kill Marie Joyce now. But when he returned to his senses and looked at the idiots in the eyes of everyone, he suddenly laughed. Cough, no rush, drink. Akainu is stunned again. This badge is not poisonous. It is absolutely poisonous to let Rayleigh, a pensioner, so impetuously kill the world government. Sakazuki. Suddenly, while Akainu was distracted, Kizaru shouted, are you a man? Rayleigh dares to explore the truth, but the truth is right in front of you, but you dare not. You can endure the insults of celestial dragons without giving up a shred of dignity to get to know the enemy, FKU Akainu Admiral. Paul Salino. Look down on you. Enough. Akainu was furious, and his whole body was shaking. Is he a man, let you say? And what do you mean when you talk about celestial dragons? Well, look down on me, right, I must see Xiaya's true face today. Marine Admiral, surrender, Xia, Admiral. Meeting Kizaru's disdainful gaze, Akainu kept his reason in anger and separated Xiaya's name. Then I stared at it with big eyes, but nothing happened. You lied to me again. I don't. 99. Kizaru immediately retorted and said speechlessly, you don't even have the Minjio batch, you are a chicken. Here, this is the last one, I left it for Aokiji, it's cheaper for you. Looking at the moon badge in his hand, Akainu felt that Kizaru was extremely shameless. It's not enough to cheat him, but you still want to cheat Aokiji. Your uncle is so cruel. The magma person, surrender, Xia, Lord Yat. What's the matter, still no response, Between the words, Akainu's body trembled, and his eyes were full of wonder. Then I was intoxicated by the information of the heavens and the world, the supreme gods, and suddenly felt incomparably small. Haha, cheers. Kizaru is full of laughter, and his heart is full of joy. Come to think of it, how much work we have accomplished. In the future, Sengoku, Crane, etc. will be pitted. No, please come here. The salary can be increased by at least 10 times. Cool. Hellman couldn't help but admire, his credit is not high so far. I don't know if there is any chance to accompany Mr. Xiaya to travel through the heavens and the world. Don't stay home. How is the credit calculated? It seems that the situation is, pulling people into the organization? What's the difference between this and MLM? Rayleigh's heart is broken, but his eyes are more determined. For Roger, do it. Another day, all relatives and friends will be pulled into the organization to jointly do MLM. Baba, let's build a better life together. Alas. 99. Suddenly, Akainu sighed, as if all the burdens were lifted. All his ideals, in the eyes of that adult, seemed to be very easy. Just a small world, it has been noisy for a lifetime, what a frog at the bottom of the well. After knowing Xiaya's identity, all of Akainu's spirits were sublimated. Come on, make this bowl of poisonous chicken soup. 2 hours later. Do your best to get rid of the alcohol. Kizaru and Akainu are back together at naval headquarters. Well, good buddy, let's go undercover together. Come on, try to pull Aokiji into the water. Marshal, I have suffered you, and I will give you more red envelopes in the future. The other side. The battle on the Fishman Island continues. Xiaya's expression is very rich. Ding, Rayleigh joins the Minjio Guild. Ding, Sakazuki joins the Bright Moon Guild. What's going on? Without knowing it, Kizaru, together with Hellman, even pulled Rayleigh 5.5 and Akainu into the organization. Awesome. The future is boundless. He really didn't plan this, it was completely two people's plans, but it worked surprisingly well. What a talent, looks like I need to pay more. Stop it for Lao Tzu. 35. With a loud shout, the battle came to an abrupt end. Dad. Jaws, Bista, and others exclaimed, but what followed was indignation and shame. Without Whitebeard and Marco, the rest of the crowd were simply vulnerable. Even if the red hair hits the autumn wind, it is still crushed by Beckman and others. By now, 99% of people were seriously injured and fell to the ground, no matter how hard Jaws and Bista persisted. Dad. You. Marco looked up and burst into tears in an instant. Whitebeard, who came from a distance, was standing upright, but his hands were long gone. The blood on the shoulders was still splashing, and the murderous mouth was even more sunken, making the scalp numb. He was covered in blood, and he couldn't help but tremble when he walked. However, Whitebeard's eyes are still hacky awe-inspiring, ignoring all the pain, but also insisting. Chapter 99. Return. Yes, my lord. Redhead, Beckman, Sand Crocodile, and others all stood behind Xia. Neptune sighed, Whitebeard pirates. The tyrant who has been across the sea for decades, is now being devastated on the Fishman Island. Spread it out and it will shock the world. Dad, are you alright? Dad, don't move, I'll wrap you up. Dad. Jaws and the others stepped forward to protect them one by one, but they couldn't help crying. They never thought that the invincible old man had such a miserable moment. Enough. Shut up. Sand Crocodile noticed Xiaya's impatience and immediately drank it. Xiaya is indifferent, he is too lazy to watch this kind of family drama, waste of time. It's not that he's ruthless, it's that. What does it have to do with him? Do you want Our Lady's past apology to make amends and treat Whitebeard by the way? Finally move to let them go? Nonsense, die if you don't surrender. Goo la la la, the old man is fine, you all back down. Even though he was in pain, Whitebeard's laughter was still heroic. He is a pirate, and he worshipped others when he was young. But after getting stronger and stronger, let alone let 04 worship him, even if there are fewer and fewer people who are qualified to talk to him. But today's defeat made Whitebeard understand that he was really old. And Whitebeard doesn't hate Xia, and even has some respect. Because, Xia defeated him head-on, and only he can experience it personally, Xiaya's unimaginable power. As for the defeat, Whitebeard is very open, who has not been defeated. But no matter how strong Xia is, he can't let him beg for mercy, nor will he beg Xia to let them go, because it's impossible. Xia! Don't shout, just say it, stop talking nonsense. 5. Whitebeard got stuck for a moment. Lord Xia, please let daddy go. I am willing to give my life to my life. To everyone's surprise, Marco, who was full of grief and indignation, knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed to Xia. Please, please, please let daddy go. Marco. Jaws, Bista and others were stunned. We are the Whitebeard pirates, we can be defeated and killed, but we must not be insulted. Even worse, kneeling on the ground so cheaply, begging the great demon Xia for his life. Lord Xia, please let daddy go. If you're still angry, I'll kill myself now to calm you down. Marco cried out in grief, because he found out. Dad is just holding on at the moment, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the light is coming back. His shoulders were still spattering with blood, his bones were dented, he understood. Even if it is treated now, there is little hope, but if it is not cured, it will still die in a few hours at most. 5. Xia glanced, but still had no expression. Sorry, kneeling down and begging for mercy or something, although it looks very touching, but no. Marco. Stand up. Whitebeard screamed in anger, pain and relief in his heart, but he didn't want his son to kneel in such disgrace. It's my fault to shoot at you, it has nothing to do with them. My fault, if I want to kill, I will kill, this old man will never frown. As soon as the words fell, Xia was silent. Seeing that Xia was silent, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, under the horror of everyone. Boom! An earth-shattering vibrational force rose from Whitebeard's body, causing ripples in the void, making the Fishman Island tremble. Crack! Xia couldn't help but be surprised, because the space around Whitebeard was cracked. Shatter space? Impossible. Shock people first, shock yourself, and the energy that shatters space is not something Whitebeard can handle. Unless it's awakening. Jaws, take someone out of here. This is my order. After speaking, Whitebeard looked at Xia and others with a solemn expression. Don't stop them or the Fishman Island will be your grave. Wow! The Whitebeard pirates were in an uproar, and the redhead and the others were also shocked. No one expected that Whitebeard would be so decisive, and yes, only in this way would there be a chance for Jaws and others to survive. No one doubts Whitebeard's words, because he can do it. Stop it! Lord Whitebeard! After hearing about it, Neptune was frightened and fluttered all over. Lord Xia, let Jaws and the others go, Whitebeard will not live long, and your anger should be gone. If the Fishman Island is ruined, it's all over. Xia looked at Neptune coldly, shut him up in a cold sweat, and then glanced at Whitebeard. Threaten me. Go, kill Jaws and them all. In an instant, Redhead, Beckman, Sand Crocodile and others rushed over. Whitebeard's expression froze, he didn't expect Xia to be more ruthless than him. I would rather fight the possibility of the Fishman Island being destroyed than be threatened at all. Sure enough, with the existence of Xia, how could it be possible to compromise casually? Goo la la la, since that's the case, let me bury the old man with me. 35. However, Whitebeard still gave Jaws a look, motioning him to take someone away. Then Whitebeard rushed straight to the redhead and the others. Empty shock. Whitebeard took off, and the halo on his feet was nearly tens of meters. Crack. Suddenly, the space shattered. The dense space cracks appeared, and the black gaps made people feel terrified. The awakening of shock fruit, Whitebeard has long been there, but in this life, he has only used it once, this is the second time. The power that shakes people first and shatters space is unbearable for Whitebeard, this time it is absolutely desperate. No, let it go. Looking at the cracks in the space that spread over, the red hair couldn't help but change his face, and suddenly he cut a knife, and also quickly retreated into the distance. Awakening, shocking. Watching everyone retreat, the shock power on Whitebeard even materialized. In an instant, he avoided Jaws and others, but included the Fishmen Island. Ah! In the blink of an eye, Usopp, Rakaru, and others were in severe pain all over. It seems that all the cells are shaking, even if the armed colors are being shattered, the red hair is equally terrified. Damn Whitebeard, ah! Crocodile is equally painful, and elementalization is difficult to counteract the shock. Can you understand the feeling that all the sand elements are colliding and vibrating, as if to tear the crocodile apart? Boom! Large areas of the ground began to crack, almost all buildings began to crack, and the bubble film on the island was about to burst at any time. At that time, the Fishmen Island will lose its protection and completely enter the bottom of the sea, and 99% of the people will be crushed by the terrifying water pressure. But just when the protective film of the island was about to shatter, Whitebeard stopped abruptly. Puff! The power of the awakening shock, the energy that shattered the space made Whitebeard vomit blood again. His breath was a bit low, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiaya. Xiaya understands, this is Whitebeard's last warning. If you do not agree with Jaws and others to leave, the energy of the last 127 will definitely explode, the Fishmen Island will collapse, and everyone will die together. Ah! But Xiaya does not eat this set. A giant gate fell not far from Whitebeard, and the next moment, Xiaya's eyes lifted slightly. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The repulsive force that repelled the horror of the fruit exploded with Xiaya as the center. Bang! The terrifying power was released, and Whitebeard was almost bombed, his body cracked, and the blood mist sprayed, as if he died directly. Then the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball. The direction of the inverted flight is the giant gate leading to the moon, and Whitebeard fell directly into it and disappeared. In an instant, the terrifying shock force dissipated directly. The island was calm, and everyone in Beckman was deeply relieved. Xiaya spoke indifferently when Jaws and the others did not return to their senses. Break them all and throw them in. Yes, my lord. 9. After that, Xiaya never looked at the Whitebeard pirates again. These people, except for Marco and a few others. None of them caught the eye, and even if they were subdued, they would only add some weak power. Neptune, take me to see Shirahoshi. Ah? Yes, I'll take you there. Neptune bowed quickly. Lord Xiaya, this way please. Shirahoshi ah. Xiaya is looking forward to it. Of course it's not because of Shirahoshi's body. It's too small, alas, it's not right, it's too big, it's not right. Xiaya is greedy for her power. The power of Poseidon is terrifying. Xiaya also wants and can even develop new abilities. Hundreds of millions of Sea King's younger brothers stormed the world, that scene, tisk tisk. Chapter 100. At the same time. The first half of the Grand Line. Calm Belt. 9 Snake Island. Or Daughter's Island, as the name suggests, this is an island only inhabited by women. They are born to be trained as warriors, carry all the family and labor on one shoulder, and even give birth to girls after pregnancy. This is the island that countless gentlemen yearn for, enough to attract 90% of the men in the world. However, there are countless huge sea kings in the calm belt, so ordinary ships cannot enter the waters near Daughter's Island, which makes Sao Nian sigh. Sunny day today. The island that was supposed to be peaceful has ushered in a huge disaster at this moment. Is this the man? Men are so nasty, why do they bully us? SHH, stop talking, that man is so cruel. On the coast of the island, hundreds of women are dressed simply, but no matter how firm their eyes are, there is still a trace of fear. The sun was shining brightly, but there was a lot of shadows on the coast. Looking at the sky, you can see more than a dozen islands are connected together, floating in the sky strangely, as if a war fortress has knocked the door of Daughter's Island. Under the island group, a man like a lion floated wildly in the void with his arms crossed. On both sides, Robin and Vivi stood together on a flat stone slab of several square meters. One Piece, Boa Hancock, last warning. 99. Robin is wearing a professional attire, showing an elegant and mature atmosphere, but the voice is rare hacky. Submit immediately, or the island will be destroyed. Jing jing. Damn woman. The whole Daughter Island is silent. If he could attack with his eyes, Robin might have died hundreds of times, but everyone in the Daughter Island felt the powerlessness of ultimate. Any island floating in the sky can bring destruction. Ugh. The mother-in-law sighed deeply, her eyes were full of exhaustion and unwillingness, so she could only turn her head and propose, "Submit, we have no other choice, otherwise, everyone will die." 5. The lion in front of me is Shiki, one of the 3 legends. None of the people present knew how powerful the golden lion was more than yesterday's mother-in-law. That's the existence of the Roger pirates that almost wiped out the group. If it weren't for the sudden huge storm, all history would have changed a long time ago. To put it bluntly, Golden Lion can easily destroy the entire Daughter's Island without raising his hand. Didn't you see the large floating sky island in the sky? Empress, we. Enough, shut up for the concubine. Hancock was full of anger, and he kicked his mother-in-law into the air with one kick. Looking at the sky, Robin, and others, the conquerors on Hancock couldn't help pouring out. But it couldn't affect the sky in the slightest, and it was all crushed by the Golden Lion's conquerors, which made Hancock even more resentful and powerless. Sweet fruit charm? Useless. She just tried it, and Golden Lion and Robin ignored her except for Vivi's nympho recovering in a flash. Attack? It's a big deal, no one wants to insult her. The arrogance in his heart made Hancock speak coldly, "The concubine will not surrender. If you want to fight, fight, you die." Ah! Her Majesty the Empress. In an instant, Hancock's charm exploded, and countless female soldiers all took up their weapons with pink eyes. Thousands of female soldiers hold big bows, carry sharp arrows, and are armed. Battle fight. Awe-inspiring and fearless. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help frowning and said, "Have you thought about it? Is it difficult for you to surrender to Lord Xia? You know, we are fighting against the world government, so you must hate them too. You don't need to worry about the safety of Daughter Island, we will take the entire Daughter Island away, how about it?" Hearing this, Hancock was taken aback. In an instant, everyone's fighting intent dissipated inexplicably, and there was a trace of joy in their eyes. "Gee ha ha ha, why are you talking so much to her, Miss Robin?" Golden Lion really didn't want to waste time, and the islands above his hands began to dance together, with the huge air pressure bending the bodies of many women below. "War? Are you sure? Gee ha ha ha, then let's die first and then talk about it." Boom boom boom. The island hits, triggering a terrifying storm before it reaches it. All the soldiers were even more terrified. The scene where more than a dozen islands were smashed down was too terrifying. Without a certain strength, they could only be full of fear. "Stop this concubine. We are willing to surrender." 35. Contrary to the expectations of Robin and others, Hancock changed his normal behavior, even a little coquettish and shy, but his voice was still arrogant. "My concubine is not surrendering to you, since Mrs. Xia needs it, my concubine is willing to help." "Woohoo! You idiots, why didn't you say it was sent by Xia in the first place? If I had said it earlier, nothing could have been discussed." When he heard the words Xia, Hancock was stunned. The name has been in the papers a lot lately, in talks, in videos, and, in her dreams. Sir Xia. Heavenly. In the live broadcast, Hawkeye was invincible. He regarded celestial dragons as garbage and the world government as garbage. Xia, who was invincible in the world, made Hancock so fascinated. Maybe it was just curiosity at first. Just look through all Xia news and newspapers offering rewards, and even contact Shuki for various inquiries. There is also the video of the live broadcast, which I can't help but read hundreds of times. But Hancock overestimated her heart, after all, she hates men. Also underestimated the charm of Xia, this is a stalwart who is far beyond ordinary people and different from others. The dream scene of Xia appearing many times these days makes Hancock intoxicated. She understands, Xia, she loves it. Then, under the consternation of Robin, Golden Lion, Vivi, and even Daughter's Island, Boa Hancock covered her face shyly, slightly bent her body, and opened her mouth in a crisp voice full of anticipation. "Lord Xia, yes. Did you guys come to propose marriage?" Hancock's ecstatic eyes rolled, and his voice became more and more expectant. "Where is Lord Xia? She killed celestial dragons for the sake of her concubine and declared war on the world government. The whole world is envious of her concubine. I am so moved. Are these islands just dowry? My concubine married Lord Xia, what should I wear? Ah, no, the concubine has to change her clothes." Golden Lion. Robin, Vivi. Daughter's Island people. Seeing Hancock shyly trotting back to the palace to change clothes, everyone was stunned. "What the hell? Lady, what are you doing?" Golden Lion's thoughts are all confused, and Robin's head is stuck. Vivi's eyes widened, and then she was a little annoyed. "This cheeky woman, how could Lord Xia marry you? If you want to get married, you have to marry me first, Boa Hancock, don't resist, it will hurt Daughter Island." At this moment, the mother-in-law Jia, who was kicked away, rushed from a distance, and found that Hancock was not there. She was stunned for a moment. "Where's the people? Did she let you go and run away? Damn it!" Sander Sonia looked back and said, "No, my sister went to the palace to change her clothes." 99. What? Why is my mother-in-law full of confusion, and her voice is dry? It's time for her to change her clothes. Am I being easy to deceive? No, no. Marigold waved his hand quickly, and then said in confusion, Sister said that these people came to propose marriage. Yes, they came to propose marriage on behalf of Lord Xiayat, so Sister changed her clothes to formally meet Lord Xiayat. Well, that's it, that's what Lord Hancock said. Who is Xiayat? His Majesty seems to like him very much. Wow, are these islands dowry? That's amazing. Immediately, the girls from Daughter Island were chatting, and there were no more worries. Xiaya proposes marriage? What are you kidding? Why did the mother-in-law exclaim again, full of confusion? With her IQ as high as 250, it is completely incomprehensible, but after seeing that Golden Lion and others did not refute, the mother-in-law suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, revealing the smile of the old aunt. Since everyone is a guest, don't go outside, let's all come in. Warehouse.